Chapter 1 Campus, Here I Come. In September, the sun is scorching. Huacheng University. Early in the morning, the university gate was already crowded with freshmen carrying full bags and looking forward to their future university life. Seniors wearing red vests held welcome signs in their hands and enthusiastically welcomed the new students from all over the world. At this time, a bus stopped at the school gate. As soon as the door opened, a boy got off the bus. He was wearing a white vest with a shirt on the outside, and black pants that made his legs look particularly long. He had a backpack on one shoulder and a suitcase in his hand. This looks like an ordinary piece of clothing, but the texture of the clothing can be revealed from the delicate tailoring and workmanship. The boy was 1.82 meters tall, with a smooth, fair face, angular and cold handsomeness, a high-nose bridge, and lips as pink as rose petals. He smiled faintly and attracted the attention of senior and junior students as soon as he got off the car. Huacheng University, here I come. Standing at the school gate, he smiled with a row of white teeth showing, his brows relaxed. Indeed, he had been waiting for this day for 2.5 years. During these 2.5 years, I faced either cows or sheep every day. After a long time, even a dog seems to be handsome. U2 is not from this world. In his previous life, he was the boss of a company with a market value of billions, but due to years of overwork, he eventually collapsed in his office. When I woke up again, I traveled to this parallel world and became an ordinary freshman in a high school in the Grassland province. At the same time, I also activated a selection system just like in Baihu Bubi's novel. Since God gave him the opportunity to live again, U2 relied on his investment experience from his previous life and the various rewards given by the selection system. While going to school, he helped his family's small factory and ranch, which were about to go bankrupt, to revitalize. Nowadays, family businesses cover many areas. U2's father also became the richest businessman in Chaoyuan province. However, the Yu family has always been low-key, and U2 is not fond of showing off, so he applied for Huacheng University in Guangdong province, more than 4,000 kilometers away in the south. So, basically, except for the Grassland province, no one knows U2's true identity. When my child traveled across the world to go to college, my mother Xue Pingping cried loudly, fearing that her beloved child would be bullied outside. On the contrary, my father Yu Jiangwo fully supported U2 to go to school in the south, saying, even if I have to sell everything I have, including the cow, I will raise enough money for U2's tuition. When U2 thought of this, he felt a headache. Our family really isn't short of money, okay? But it doesn't matter. Now that I have arrived at Huacheng University, what awaits U2 next will be a wonderful university life. As I walked into the campus with my suitcase, a group of girls in skirts, full of youthfulness, came towards me. Well, this is the life I want. Looking up, he saw pairs of long, white and smooth legs. U2 nodded with great satisfaction. Isn't this just like watching the cows and sheep on the grassland? In the past 2.5 years, I have been helping my family invest and manage businesses, and I have not been able to fully appreciate the beautiful life of youth. There are still many things I have not done. Now, U2 wants to slow down and enjoy this wonderful college life. He wants to do all the things he has not done before during college. Junior. Just when U2 looked up at the pairs of white legs not far away, a JK senior sister in a white shirt and black skirt appeared in front of him, waved at U2 and greeted him. This little brother is so tall and handsome. He looks gentle, sunny, and handsome. Good. This junior is mine. You are new here, right? What's your major? Come on, I'll take you to report. As she said that, the senior student in JK dress stretched out her white, tender and smooth little hand and was about to help U2 with the luggage. No. At the same time, a senior who was also wearing a red vest strode over and said, how can you girls carry such a big suitcase? It is our duty as seniors to take care of the juniors, so let me do it. Joke. Our Huacheng University has had an unbalanced gender ratio over the years, with more wolves than meat. The junior schoolmate is the senior schoolmate, and the senior schoolmate is also the senior schoolmate. You are just a junior, why are you joining in the fun? You should just study hard. If you don't have women in your mind, you will be a good student. Seeing this scene, U2 smiled faintly and didn't say much. He could naturally understand what the senior meant. This was real college life. He was like this in his previous life. When faced with new juniors, they, the seniors, would of course be on high alert, fearing that the juniors would take advantage of them if they were careless. Being treated like this now makes U2 return to his school days. At this moment, the voice of the system came into U2's mind, and a pop-up window that only he could see popped up in front of him. Faced with the invitations from the senior schoolmates and senior schoolmates, please make a choice. Choice 1, follow the senior and become a thorn in the senior's side. Reward, double your popularity with the opposite sex, and the senior will throw herself into your arms. Choice 2, follow the senior and live in peace. Reward, 1 million renminbi. When U2 saw these two choices, he felt helpless. The problem is that he is not short of money now and he doesn't care about women. My family is the richest in the Prairie province, so please, I don't lack money. This was not the first time that U2 had rebelled against the system's two-choice option. Seniors. At this moment, when U2 was about to say something, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd in front. A girl in a white dress walked towards me. Her long, shiny black hair fell on her shoulders, and her beautiful face was as bright and full as a blooming epiphyllum flower, dazzling and graceful, looking like a fairy in white who had descended to earth. The girl was tall and slender, with milky skin, and walked through the crowd with a faint smile on her face, like a refreshing evening breeze that blew away the summer heat, forcing the crowd, which had been noisy just now, to look at this girl quietly at this moment. Su Ling? Why is she here? Oh my god, Goddess Su. Aha, my goddess, my Su Ling. What the hell do you want? When did I become your Su Ling? Is the campus beauty of Suzhou University also here to pick up the new students? It's too hot in this weather. I have some iced cola here. Would you like to have one, school beauty? What's so good about iced cola? Su University beauty, come over here. I have milk tea. It was just delivered to you. It's also icy cold. The sun is so hot, Miss Su, please come in and sit here. I have a fan here, it's cool. The appearance of the campus beauty of Suzhou University was like a little lamb entering a pack of wolves, making the freshmen drool. At the same time, the seniors also came forward to greet and invite her enthusiastically. Some of these seniors were holding Coke, some were holding milk tea, and they all surrounded Su Ling, trying to please her like lackeys, just to leave a good impression on the school belle. Su Ling is a sophomore majoring in economics. She has always been an excellent student and is recognized as the school beauty. Almost everyone who studies at Huacheng University knows Su Ling. Thank you, I'm not thirsty, just drink it, I'm here to pick someone up. Su Ling smiled gently and declined the kindness of the boys around her. Who is it? Who is so impressive that he would need our Suzhou University beauty to come and pick him up in person? Could she be your relative, the campus beauty of Suzhou University? The one who can be picked up personally by our Suzhou University beauty must be your relative. Tell me your name and I'll look it up for you. As they spoke, the seniors took out the newcomer reception forms in their hands and flipped through them. Having the school beauty pick him up in person on the first day of school is enough for this guy to brag about it for the rest of his life. I really don't know what kind of luck that freshman had. Where did you step on it? Say something, thank you. Chapter 2, The School Beauty Personally Receives You. Looking at the face of the girl in the crowd, I have to say that in his previous life in the business world, U2 had seen countless beauties, but he also had to praise that this school beauty was indeed very outstanding in appearance. She has long black hair, delicate facial features, snow-white skin, and a fresh and refined temperament with a scholarly air. When she appeared, she seemed like the heroine in a novel, making people feel inferior. Looking up, U2 also noticed the badge on the girl's chest. It seemed that she was a member of the student union. At this moment, U2 couldn't help but envy the new student who could be received by Su Ling. Su Ling is the president of the student union. Logically speaking, the task of welcoming new students had already been assigned, so she didn't need to do it herself. However, in this new semester, the school has provided assistance to students from ethnic minorities and backward mountainous areas with good academic performance. In order to help them integrate into university life more quickly, the school specially set aside a donation and implemented the one-to-one assistance and education aid program. U2 is the one-on-one student assistance target assigned to Su Ling by the school. Looking at the handsome boy who was 1.82 meters tall not far away, some information emerged in Su Ling's mind. U2, 18 years old, was the top scorer in liberal arts in the Prairie province. It's really amazing. He had excellent grades since childhood, but his family was poor. In order to reduce the burden on his family, he helped his parents raise cattle and sheep after studying. In order to raise tuition, the family sold their cow to raise enough money for tuition and travel expenses. Su Ling, you must be as gentle and considerate as possible when dealing with new students. Those who are able to be admitted to our Huacheng University have a little bit of pride in their bones. Even if the family conditions are not good, the other party does not want others to sympathize too much. So, in the process of helping others, we must know what is important and what is not. At the same time, Su Ling's mind flashed with what the principal had said to her, and she felt inexplicably bitter. While other students are enjoying the love of their parents, playing games and reading comics. In order to make a living, Yu Tu has to bear pressure that he shouldn't have to bear at such a young age. Many students who come from poor mountainous areas are naive and simple. They find it difficult to adapt to the new life in the new school and integrate into the new circle, which naturally causes bad depression in their hearts. Su Ling also made up her mind that no matter what, she would never let Yu Tu be excluded, ignored, and eventually depressed after coming to the new school. I found him. In the crowd, Su Ling took a deep breath and said gently, "Everyone please make way, thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him made way for him. Seeing Su Ling staring at him as he walked towards him, Yu Tu felt confused. What's going on? Why do I feel like this Suchao University beauty is looking at me? That's impossible. Although I know I'm handsome, there's no way I can attract the school beauty to pick me up. Seeing Su Ling getting closer, Yu Tu cautiously took a step back, trying to make way for Su Ling. Maybe this campus beauty from Su University wanted to find the classmate behind her. Hello, classmate Yu Tuesday. As a result, Su Ling stopped right in front of Yu Tu, raised her head, looked at Yu Tu's handsome face, and said with a smile, "I'm here to pick you up, please follow me." In an instant, the scene fell into silence. What's going on? Did I see it wrong? Why did I see the campus beauty of Suchao University smiling at the freshman? Oh my god, the smile is so beautiful and gentle, my heart melts. As expected of a recognized school beauty, this smile kills me. Wake up, the campus beauty of Suchao University is not smiling at you. No, who is this guy? Why is the campus beauty of Suchao University so nice to him? I smoked a whole tank of gas and couldn't figure out where I lost. Suddenly, the students around started talking about it, and were filled with curiosity and jealousy towards this freshman. It was the first time they saw Su Ling being so nice to a man. Su Ling naturally had many suitors, but they all ended up being rejected. Even in normal conversations, no one had ever seen Su Ling smile as gently as this. If they were told that this new student had nothing to do with Su Lingmei, they would never believe it. So the question is, where did this new student come from? Similarly, Yu Tu was also confused. Do I know her? Ha? Did I not travel to a parallel world, but lost my memory? Could it be that this school beauty is my long-lost girlfriend? This is impossible. This is too ridiculous. Even the handsome guy Baihu Booby doesn't dare to write like this in his novel. Ahem. Feeling the murderous looks from the people around him, Yu Tu grinned awkwardly, took a step back, and said, "Senior, did you recognize the wrong person?" You're not Yu Tu? Su Ling tilted her head slightly, blinked, and asked, which was quite cute. Yes, I am. Yu Tu nodded. That's it, hee hee. Su Ling smiled again. This smile was so natural and pure. But seeing this in the eyes of the students around him, they gritted their teeth and cursed Yu Tu hundreds of times in their hearts. No, senpai. Yu Tu hurriedly shook his head and asked, "Did we know each other before?" To be honest, at this moment, Yu Tu was still confused. In his impression, he had no impression of the girl Su Ling at all. This is also the first time I have come to Guangdong province since I traveled through time. Even the owner of this body had no chance to leave the grassland province before, after all, his family was very poor. Therefore, Yu Tu was even more convinced that he had no connection with the beautiful schoolgirl in front of him. At the same time, the people around saw this scene and had more doubts in their hearts. No, the campus beauty of Suchao University is the president of the student union. She has a lot of things to deal with every day. How can she have time to greet a new student? Something's wrong. This is so wrong. Brothers, I have a bad feeling. Tell me more about it. Do you think that the campus beauty of Suchao University is in a relationship and is here to pick up her boyfriend? Hiss. I'm dead. Wait a minute before you die. Didn't you listen to what the freshman said just now? He doesn't even know the school beauty. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ling naturally heard these conversations, but he turned a deaf ear to them. My name is Su Ling, and I'm a sophomore majoring in finance in the Department of Finance. Su Ling smiled warmly, with the curve of her lips so perfect. She looked at U2 and said, "Your name is U2, and you're a freshman in the Department of Finance. Look, we know each other now." As he said this, he winked playfully. At this moment, U2 was stunned. "Wow, you know each other now? Sister, aren't you making me hate you? Come on, I'll take you to report." Having said that, Su Ling no longer paid attention to U2's days, and directly stretched out her slender hand to pull U2's suitcase over. In an instant, under the scorching sun, U2 still felt that the temperature around him dropped sharply. "If there weren't so many people here and the school beauty was not here, I would have been pinned to the ground and beaten by her suitors." Then, Su Ling held an umbrella for U2. The fact that the school beauty showed up to greet the new students was already eye-catching, and the new student she greeted was a male, which immediately attracted other people's attention. U2 looked at Su Ling's pretty face beside him, and seemed not to care about other people's eyes. Okay. Since the school belle is not afraid of other people's gossip, why should I, a boy, be afraid? Thinking of this, U2 followed and walked under the umbrella held by Su Ling. Chapter 3: When did I become a poor student? Ding. Selection failed, no reward. Regarding the two choices given by the system just now, U2 stubbornly chose neither and chose to follow Su Ling, the school belle. Therefore, the selection fails and there is no reward. To be honest, with U2's current achievements and strength, he has no shortage of popularity with the opposite sex, and 1 million. Their U Family S branch in Huacheng will be established in the next 2 days. It's just 1 million, it will be easy to earn it back by then. Therefore, U2 now does not choose one of the two rewards, but chooses the third one and does whatever he wants. There is even another option: no matter which one you choose, I want them all. Family, who knows? The school beauty will receive you personally. I'm sour, even pickles are not as sour as me. Outrageous, opening the door for outrageous. This is outrageous. I have never seen the campus beauty of Soochow University treat anyone so well. The school beauty is willing to hold the umbrella for him personally. This guy is so lucky. Brothers, please help me ask when this guy will give a lecture. I'll kneel down and listen. Seeing this scene, some seniors were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. They are also members of the student union and know Su Ling's character better than ordinary people. Although the campus belle of Soochow University is usually polite to others, but in private, she doesn't like to be so close to others, let alone a man. Even if the school arranges a reception for new students, there is no need to be so enthusiastic. Ahem. Although this junior is indeed a little bit more handsome than them, yes, just a little bit. However, Su Ling is recognized as the school belle by the whole school. Why does this freshman have such good reason? Could it be that this junior is really the boyfriend of the campus beauty of Soochow University? With Su Ling by his side, U2 found it much easier to handle the pile of new student documents that he needed to handle. Even the teacher who was in charge of registering the new students had a better impression of Tu when he saw that it was Su Ling who brought the students in person. The top student in liberal arts in Prairie Province is similar to Su Ling, who majored in finance. Great! What U2 didn't know was that a hot post appeared on the campus forum. Shocked. The mysterious boyfriend of the Soochow University beauty shows up, and it turns out to be him. What is described in it is that Su Ling and such a mysterious man were often seen together on campus. A certain classmate saw with his own eyes the school beauty and the mysterious man talking and laughing. A certain senior saw the school beauty personally holding an umbrella for the mysterious man. Senior Sister XX. Once this post was published, it instantly caused a huge stir and topped the hot list of campus forums. Students who smelled the gossip rushed to the campus forum to watch. The post received over 50,000 views in just 1 hour, and the number of comments reached over 5,000. Unexpectedly, the aloof goddess of Huacheng University finally fell from the altar. Her heart began to be moved, and she actually started to fall in love. The school beauty falls in love, and also causes most of the male students to break up. Judging from the photos leaked on the forum, Su Ling, the campus beauty of Su University, was indeed holding an umbrella for a boy. She had a smile on her face and was looking at the boy very intently. It seemed as if they had known each other for a long time, and they looked particularly well matched. It's a pity that these photos failed to capture the boy's face, only his back and a little bit of his side face. But the perfect jawline, the muscular lines of the arms, and the strong hormonal vibe he exudes at all times and places make people feel that this boy is not simple. Nowadays, girls are pure and beautiful, and boys are sunny and handsome. You know what, you really do say, they are quite a good match. Especially some curious girls also came to the forum to watch the show. When they saw the boy's back and a little bit of his profile, they couldn't help but become infatuated with him. Oh my god, I was wondering what kind of boy would let our Soochow University beauty hold an umbrella for him personally. I didn't expect this boy to be so handsome. Yes, even though there is only a little bit of his profile, but with our sixth sense as women, this guy is definitely very handsome. The muscle lines are not as full as those of muscular men, just right, the skin is white, the height is tall, and the jawline is too killer. Even his back view is so handsome, how handsome must his front view be? I didn't expect that the new junior would be targeted by the school beauty like this. Sisters, we don't stand a chance. What a shame. Not only girls are interested in this boy who can win the heart of the school belle, many male classmates are also very curious about who he is. The other side. You two followed Su Ling and went through all the admission procedures, as well as a meal card and a military training uniform. Thank you, senior. I'll go back to the dormitory now. You two looked into Su Ling's eyes and expressed his gratitude with a smile on his face. Having said that, he turned around and left with his luggage. Student Yu, wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ling took out a form, handed it to you two, and then said, "You need to fill out this form." Sure. You two nodded and reached out to take the form. Look down. Questionnaire for students and their families. This is? Senior, did you take the wrong one? You two blinked and looked at Su Ling in confusion. This is to apply for the school's donation to help you with your studies. I hope you can better integrate into the new environment. Su Ling was a little nervous and looked at the expression on You two's face carefully. Seeing Su Ling's fear of offending him, You two was speechless. I am so. When did I become a poor student? My family is bankrupt? No way, I've only been away from home for a few days. Senior, I am not short of money. This donation should go to students who need it more. You two was stunned for a moment and said calmly. Hearing this, Su Ling couldn't help but frowned. Why is it not needed? It is obvious that you two, are the one who needs donations the most. Because you two was the top scorer in liberal arts in Chaoyuan province, the school called to inquire about you two's family situation before he enrolled in Huacheng University. At that time, you two's family said that their family raised cattle, and they praised you two for being sensible since childhood. In addition to studying, he also helped the family herd cattle and sheep. In order to raise enough money for you two's college tuition and travel expenses, his family even sold all their cows. You know, for poor rural families, a cow is almost the family's biggest asset. Now, you two said that he didn't need donations, but Su Ling knew that you two was just trying to save face. Young people have strong self-esteem. I would rather suffer myself than accept other people's strange looks. Student Yu, I don't mean to sympathize with you. I also understand your feelings and thoughts. Actually, I think there's no need to care about what other people think of you. On the contrary, it is those who spend their parents' money without being grateful and then turn around and point fingers at others who have problems. You are only a freshman and you don't have any earning ability yet. I am applying for donations for you because I hope you can have fewer financial worries and study peacefully on campus. You can work hard to change your destiny. People like this are the most powerful. Hearing Su Ling's passionate words, you two felt even more headache. It is obvious that his family is the richest in the Grassland province and is also on the list of the world's richest people. How come I became a poor student just after arriving at university? Did my parents at home say something to the school? At this moment, this conjecture emerged in Yutu's mind. I guess that's really the case. Student Yu, don't worry. I'm the president of the student union. If you have any difficulties in life in the future, just tell me at any time. Upon hearing this, Yutu sighed deeply. Faced with Su Ling's firm and stubborn look, Yutu knew that he couldn't explain it now. The more you explain, the more the other party will think that you are embarrassed and have a strong sense of self-esteem. I just nodded perfunctorily. Afterwards, Su Ling asked for Yutu's WeChat. Added WeChat friends and changed the remarks. At this time, Yutu's cell phone rang. Upon closer look, it was a call from his mother, Ms. Xue Pingping. It just so happens that I have some questions so I can ask my mom. How did I become a poor student? Chapter 4 Dormitories 607 and 501. Hey, son, how is your new school? Is anyone bullying you? Ms. Xue Pingping's concerned voice was heard on the phone, and Yu Jiangwo could be faintly heard mumbling to himself as he tried to grab the phone. Don't grab it, I'm talking to my son. Shui Pingping immediately retorted to Yu Jiangwo in a bad mood, then took the phone and said, "Don't worry, son. Mom and Dad have already taken care of everything with the school. Just go to school with peace of mind. We haven't exposed our family's situation, so no one will notice your identity." Forehead. Hearing this, Yu Tu was speechless. Have you settled things with the school? Without exposing the situation at home? No, then why would Su Ling think of him as a poor student? Mom, did the school call you? Having a bad premonition, Yu Tu frowned and asked. Yes. On the phone, Shui Pingping nodded in response. How did you tell the school about our family situation? Yu Tu asked cautiously. Just tell the truth. Shui Pingping chuckled and said, I told you that our family raises cattle and sheep, and I praised you for helping the family herd cattle and sheep at such a young age. You are so filial, and your academic performance is good. Don't worry, we never revealed that our family is rich. That's right. Yu Jiangwo, the father standing by, came over and said, Besides, I even sold the cow at home so that you can go to college with peace of mind. Forehead. Yu Tu almost vomited blood and said helplessly, How can you say that our family is just a herder of cattle and sheep? Why can't I tell you? Shui Pingping on the phone immediately got mad and said angrily, Our family got started by relying on cattle and sheep. What's wrong with that? It's not shameful. I was wrong, there's no shame in that. Seeing his mother getting angry, Yu Tu dared not to accuse her anymore and quickly admitted his fault. That's it for now, Mom. My classmates are here to take me to report. Let's talk next time. After saying a few random words, Yu Tu quickly hung up the phone. He was afraid that if he continued the conversation, this grumpy mother would start lecturing him again. Su Ling, who was standing by, also vaguely heard what was said on the phone and got a general idea of it. Look. And you said your family raises cattle and sheep? And you still say you didn't sell the cow to raise tuition? Sure enough, men just love to save face. Even though the situation is so difficult, he still refuses to accept help from others. I would rather die than accept this donation. Alas men, is face really more important than money? No. I must help my classmates well. We must help him change this wrong concept. At this moment, Su Ling clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind. No matter what, you two must adapt to and integrate into this new environment. After saying goodbye to Su Ling, Yu Tu dragged his suitcase to room 607, Building C, the boys' dormitory. This is a dormitory for 4 people, with upper and lower bunks. The upper bunk is for resting, and the lower bunk has a desk. Yu Tu arrived early and he was the only one in the dormitory at that time. I chose a bed by the window on the right side, and since I had nothing to do, I just lay down and took a rest. When I woke up, the other 3 roommates had already arrived. The ages of the people are different, all around 18 or 19 years old. The young people had similar interests and became familiar with each other in just a short while. Hey, have you heard that the campus beauty of our Huaching University is in love? The speaker was a classmate with a crew cut who slept on the bed to the left of the door. One could tell where he was from by the aroma of corn in his mouth. His name is Zhao Feihu. He is from the 3 northeastern provinces and also came from the north to southern China to attend university. He is 1 year older than you two and the oldest among the 4 people in the dormitory, so naturally he becomes the boss of the dormitory for the time being. I don't know. Another tall and thin classmate shook his head and responded, I heard that he seems to be the cousin of the school beauty Su. This classmate is Gui Jiahao, a native of Guangdong province. He is the same age as you two, also 18 years old. Oh wow, I saw a lot of photos circulated on the campus forum. Another roommate said with an accent, showing off their affection in public, they are so loving, it's impossible that he is the cousin of the campus beauty of Suzhou University. His name is Fan Yan Yang, and he is from Guangxi province, which is next to Guangdong province. He is also 18 years old. You say, old you. Zhao Feihu, the dormitory leader, looked at you two who was stretching his muscles and said, you are the first one to come to school. Have you seen the campus beauty of Suzhou University and this guy? Hearing this, you two also went to the campus forum, opened the hotpost, and saw a photo. In the photo, Su Ling was holding an umbrella, with her face turned sideways. She raised her head slightly and looked at a boy with a gentle and sweet smile on her face, and seemed to be saying something to the boy. The boy was carrying a backpack and seemed to be holding a suitcase in his hands. He was tall and thin. Although there was no frontal photo, only his back was shown, he looked exceptionally straight and handsome. Because this photo is enlarged and only captures the upper bodies of the two people, it creates a unique atmosphere and a sweet feeling of love. No, I fell asleep as soon as I got here. I was tired after the long journey. U2 twisted his waist again to stretch his muscles and gave a perfunctory reply. Damn it! I don't know which loser stole my goddess. Wei Jiahao clenched his fists in anger and gritted his teeth. I applied to Huacheng University just for Goddess Su. I heard from my senior that the campus beauty of Huacheng University is a very nice person. She is beautiful and kind-hearted. She has a good education, a good family background, and a good character. In short, she is good in every way. And the most important thing is, Fan Yang said with a unique accent, the campus beauty of Suzhou University is single. Damn it, Keelam. Wei Jiahao cursed, who the hell stole my goddess? Don't let me catch him. You know what, this guy is really good. He actually got the school beauty. He's really impressive. Zhao Fei, who's standing by, still admired the boy in the photo. A school beauty who only cared about studying and not falling in love, finally fell in love with him under his attack. The other side. Girls' dormitory, Building F, Room 501. Sisters, does anyone want to go to the cafeteria to eat today? I have to go, a foodie and a foodie soul. I heard that canteen number 1 has braised lion's head and fried chicken today. I want it. I want it all. All you do is eat all day. Why don't you go and see if there's any handsome new student here? Let me tell you something. I heard that there are quite a few handsome students in this class. As a senior student, I feel that I have an obligation to care about the lives of the students. Bah! You female hooligan, do you care about me? I'm too embarrassed to point it out to you. Hey, I'm just worried that my junior might not be used to life at Huacheng University, so I have to do some research, such as what food he should avoid, what he likes to eat, what his zodiac sign is, and what kind of girls he likes. TSK, she is worthy of being our 501's female gangster. If you say that again, I'll pinch your flesh. As she spoke, one of the girls stretched out her claws and grabbed another girl who also had a great figure. Chapter 5, Abnormal Su Ling, I am so angry. Lingling, help! When the girl saw Tian Shushan rushing towards her with her claws outstretched, she immediately looked up at Su Ling, who was lying on the desk beside her, for help. Hey! Tian Shushan smiled smugly and said, Xiaoyu, don't count on Lingling to save you. You and Lingling have the best figures in 501. You can't escape even if you scream your throat out. Shen, please let me go. Song Yuzhen quickly begged for mercy, I'll treat you to fried chicken. Deal. I got a free meal of fried chicken. Seeing that the plan had worked, Tian Shushan smiled very proudly, looked up at the listless Su Ling, and shouted, Lingling, are you going or not? You know the fried chicken in our number 1 cafeteria, it's delicious. No, I have no appetite. You guys go ahead. Su Ling looked listless and responded with a sigh. She lay quietly on the table with her head resting on her arms, her long black hair falling naturally. With her pink little mouth pouting, she kept poking the nose of a doll in front of her with 2 white fingers. She is very upset now. Because of her sweet looks and excellent academic performance, she has always been a favorite in everyone's eyes, both in high school and college. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever refused her request in person. But today, I was rejected again and again by a freshman. The words you two said to her kept appearing in her mind. Thank you, senior sister. I appreciate your kindness. Senior sister, I really don't lack money. Senior, I really don't need it. You two's words were very clear, there was really no need to accept Su Ling as help. This made Su Ling angry and helpless. The school assigned her a task to assist others, but now the person she is assisting refuses to accept her help and doesn't even want donations. My good intentions turned out to be treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Hateful. What's wrong with this person? I wanted to help him out of kindness, but he refused. I'm so pissed off. Thinking of this, Su Ling couldn't help but clench his fist and pounded the table. Bang! The dormitory, which was originally full of noise, became quiet at this moment. Lingling, what's wrong with you? Who made you angry? Yeah, just tell us and we'll help you vent your anger. That's right, let me see which bastard dares to make our Su University campus beauty angry. Miao Shui, will never let him off easily. Suddenly, the other three people in dormitory 501 spoke up, came over one by one, and gently stroked Su Ling's hair. They have been with Su Ling for a year and are naturally the people who know Su Ling best in the school. Don't be fooled by Su Ling's apparent coldness that's only to outsiders. When talking about delicious food with these sisters in private, Su Ling is the first one to come up. This is a real foodie campus beauty. Moreover, since I met Su Ling, I have never seen Su Ling angry. Although he treats them a little coldly, he is very gentle when doing things. Even when facing someone he doesn't like, Su Ling can still reject the other person calmly. But now, this gentle school beauty actually pounded the table. This stunned the three of them. This is too abnormal. Hearing her roommate's concern, Su Ling also sighed deeply. Let me ask you a question. Su Ling frowned and asked, if you are nice to someone, but the other person doesn't accept your kindness, what will you do? What? Yes, to be nice to someone? To whom? Could it be that our Soochow University campus beauty is in love? Moreover, from the sound of it, the man still doesn't accept it? Confession failed? Who is it? Suddenly, the three of them looked confused and curious. What kind of boy actually rejected the love confession of the campus beauty from Huacheng University? Ling, are you in love? Tell me the truth, who is that boy? What's his major? What's his grade? What's his name? Woohoo, the campus beauty of Soochow University is in love, and a lot of boys in our school are sad. Looking at the three little sisters with excited expressions and raising their fingers to tickle them, Su Ling was helpless and raised her hands in surrender. Oh, I'm not in a relationship, we're just ordinary classmates. Su Ling said truthfully. Indeed, she and you two were just ordinary classmates. If it weren't for the one-to-one assistance and student aid task given to her by the principal, she wouldn't have met you two, the boy who rejected her. Real? Why don't I believe it? I don't believe it either. Look, when you say this, none of us three believe it. The three of them shook their heads in unison. Obviously, Su Ling's words were not convincing to the three of them. I suddenly remembered. At this time, Tian Shuxian frowned, and suddenly thought of something, and said in surprise, is it true that you held an umbrella for others? What's up? Song Yuzhen asked curiously. Xian, what are you talking about? Niao Shui also looked curious. Didn't you two watch the campus forum today? Tian Shuxian asked. No, the student union has a lot of things to do today, so we don't have time to browse the forum. Song Yuzhen shrugged and responded. Oh my god. Xiaoyu, please check the campus forum. Following Niao Shui's surprised shout, not only Song Yuzhen, but even Tian Shuxian, who visited the campus forum today, held up her phone again. At this time, the designated post on the campus forum was still eye-catching with the title, Shocking. The mysterious boyfriend of the Soochow University beauty showed up and reported for duty, and it turned out to be him. Ling, are you really holding an umbrella for others? The content written on it is really varied, with all kinds of information. Mysterious boyfriend shows up? Ling, you are in love. Ling, you are so mean. You didn't even tell us that you were in love. Do you still consider us as good sisters? He's actually a junior. Ling, you're really good. Oh my god. This junior is so handsome from behind, and his body is so tall and straight. Ling, when did you meet this boyfriend? How long have you been together? It seems that your boyfriend applied to Huacheng University because of you. The three of them talked to each other with surprised expressions. I have known Su Ling for such a long time, but I have never heard that Su Ling is interested in any boy, and she has never accepted the confession of any suitor. The boy in this photo is a freshman. How did Su Ling get involved with him? Could it be that we knew each other before? Boring. Su Ling glanced at the photo in Tian Shuxuan's hand, rolled his eyes and said with a chuckle. This kind of gossip and exposure is the most common thing on campus forums. Ling, were you angry just now because of this junior? Tian Shuxian asked curiously. Well. Su Ling sighed deeply again, and then briefly told the three sisters about the school's request for her to help poor students from special areas. Hearing this, the three of them were stunned. What the hell? So what you just said about being nice to others just means providing help to poor students? Tian Shuxian asked with a bored look on her face. Yeah, what do you think it is? Su Ling blinked, tilted her head slightly, and asked. TSK. We thought. The campus beauty of Suzhou University fell in love with someone. So, that's it? Chapter 6. I just want to eat some vegetarian food. After Su Ling's explanation, Tian Shuxian, Song Yuzhen and Miao Shui finally realized that Su Ling was not in love. It was because the task the school gave her was a bit tricky. A freshman, for the sake of reputation, has been unwilling to accept Su Ling's help and does not want others to know that he is a poor student. Therefore, he rejected Su Ling's kindness again and again, which made Su Ling angry and lightly pounded the table. Up to now, the only boy who has rejected her repeatedly is you two. The forum says it's your mysterious boyfriend. Do you want to respond and clarify? Tian Shuxian asked. No need to. Those who are innocent will be innocent. Clarifying will only make things worse. Su Ling said nonchalantly, the more you explain, the more these gossipers will not give up. They will definitely explain and look up history, and they will definitely dig out something for you, so just let it go. Well, don't be angry. Tian Shuxian patted Su Ling's shoulder gently and said, after all, she has just arrived at our Huacheng University. Let's take it step by step. Yes, there are many ways to help poor students in special areas. If the other party refuses, then we won't give them a chance to refuse. Song Yuzhen also expressed her own views. Oh yes. Since Yu is definitely refusing my help, what if I don't give him the chance to refuse? Suddenly, Su Ling seemed to have thought of something, and there was a bit more confidence in his eyes. I know what to do. On the other side, the boys' dormitory 607. Zhao Feihu and the other three did not attribute the figure in the photo to U2. Although they knew that this roommate was good looking and had a good figure, U2 himself said just now that he had been sleeping since he arrived at school in the morning. Therefore, they did not even doubt whether the boyfriend of the campus beauty of Suzhou University was U2. I looked at my watch and it was time to eat. When Su Ling took U2 to report in the morning, he also introduced the school cafeteria. Just when he was about to call Zhao Feihu and his three other roommates to go to canteen number 1 for lunch, a quick phone call rang. After taking out his cell phone and checking the caller ID, U2 first looked at the three people who were still browsing the campus forum. I'm going to go out for a while, and we'll go to the cafeteria to eat together later. After muting his phone, U2 said something to Zhao Feihu and the other two, then opened the door and walked out. No problem, Lao Yu, the three of us will wait for you. Zhao Feihu waved at U2, then turned his head and looked at Fan Yang. Yang, I just asked around, the food in canteen number 1 is really delicious today. Hey. Fan Yang smiled and said, although the forum is dominated by the mysterious boyfriend of the campus beauty of Suzhou University, the food in the number 1 cafeteria has already been made public in the campus food posts below. It still has to be you, Yang. Gui Jiahao came over and gave Fan Yang a thumbs up, saying, when it comes to eating, you're still the best. No. Fan Yang smiled and said, we in Guangdong and Guangxi are the best at eating. Okay, let's wait for old Ju first. Zhao Feihu said, his phone rang just now. I guess it was someone from his family calling him. After walking out of the boys' dormitory building, U2 came to the downstairs and walked on a deserted street, while dialing the number that had just called. Hey, boss. As soon as the call was connected, a clear and capable female voice came from the other end of the line. Well, the branch in Huacheng has been completed. All the elites from our investment department have also been transferred here. As for other new employees, we have arranged for a headhunting company to discover outstanding talents. The address of our branch is number 57 Linjiang Avenue, Zhujiang New Town, Tianhe District, Huacheng, Guangdong Province. The woman's reporting voice was heard on the phone. Well done, Xiaoqing. Hearing that Tang Xiaoqing had completed all the orders he had given before coming to Huacheng University, U2 praised with satisfaction. Boss, do you have any other instructions? Tang Xiaoqing asked softly. U2 thought for a moment, then said, you should pay attention to the latest support policies in Huacheng. Also, check out the nearest energy companies. If there are any companies that can be acquired, report to me. Clear. Tang Xiaoqing paused for a moment and asked, is there anything else? There is none left. U2 said. Then, boss. Happy college life. Yes, thank you. After hanging up the phone, U2 raised his head slightly, looked at the sunset on the horizon through the leaves, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Tang Xiaoqing has arranged most of the things. In this way, he can enjoy his college life with peace of mind. It has to be said that Tang Xiaoqing is a woman that U2 admires very much. Although he is only 24 years old, he acts like he has been working in the workplace for more than 10 years. She is decisive and efficient in her dealings with people, and never drags her feet. She is a real strong woman in the workplace. It can be said that Tang Xiaoqing is Yutu's right-hand man and occupies a very important position in his mind. The family business was able to rise rapidly in just a few years, from a small workshop with a dozen people to the most powerful enterprise in Prairie Province today. In addition to Yutu's foresight and business acumen, Tang Xiaoqing also made an indelible contribution to the selection system. This was because the selection system had given Yutu a choice, requiring him to hire the newly graduated Tang Xiaoqing at a high salary no matter what, even if everyone around him objected. Over the years, Tang Xiaoqing has not let Yutu down and has demonstrated his abilities to the fullest. Nowadays, Tang Xiaoqing has become the de facto second in command of Jianda Dairy with his strong abilities. Even when you are alone outside, you can still handle things on your own. Now, Yutu has set up a branch company in Huacheng, Xingchen Group. And let Tang Xiaoqing become the executive president of Xingchen Group. In this way, Yutu will have more time to enjoy the campus life he wants and be an ordinary freshman. Evening. At this time, Canteen Number 1 was already packed with people. Like Su Ling, Yutu was not affected by the campus forum at all. Zhao Feihu and the other three did not attribute the figure in the photo to Yutu. Although they knew that this roommate was good looking and had a good figure, Yutu himself said just now that he had been sleeping since he arrived at school in the morning. Therefore, they did not even doubt whether the boyfriend of the campus beauty of Sucha University was Yutu. Following Zhao Feihu and the other two, they came to Canteen Number 1, found a long table in the corner where there were few people, and started eating. Old Yu, how are you? When Zhao Feihu looked at the green dishes on Yutu's plate, he asked in surprise, why do you only eat vegetarian food and not buy any meat? On this plate, there are lettuce with garlic, stir-fried cabbage, and a soy product, which is stir-fried sauerkraut with soybeans. There is no meaty smell at all, it's so light. I want to eat something light and change my taste. Yutu shrugged, picked up a small piece of lettuce and put it into his mouth. Light? Upon hearing this, Zhao Feihu's mind was working rapidly. Suddenly he thought of something, so he patted Yutu's shoulder and said earnestly, Old Yu, do you have hemorrhoids? This is a disease, you must treat it as soon as possible. Chapter 7 is so plain, could he really be a poor student? Fuck you, you have hemorrhoids. Yutu immediately gave Zhao Feihu a displeased look. No, Old Yu, are you a vegetarian or something? Gui Jiahao picked up a piece of braised pork, waved it in front of Yutu, and said, I've already inquired about it. The food in Canteen Number 1 is especially delicious and affordable. It's just that there are too many people, but it doesn't affect our eating of meat at all. You really don't want to have some? That's right, Lao Yu, look at this braised lion's head. Fan Yangyang also said proudly, Gaga, it's delicious, I love it so much. Faced with the three people's boasting, Yutu smiled helplessly. It's not that he only eats vegetarian food, but that he doesn't want to eat meat at all now. After he traveled to this parallel world, he had been living in the grassland province. His family raised cattle and sheep, and he ate fresh and tender beef and mutton every day. His taste buds had been spoiled by these delicacies for a long time, and the inferior meat outside could no longer satisfy his appetite. The cattle and sheep at home eat lush green grass and drink natural water. The meat is so tender and juicy that it cannot be compared to the beef and mutton outside. I just looked around, and although many classmates were scrambling to eat the braised lion head, fried chicken, and braised pork, Yutu didn't have much appetite. Although it was edible, Yutu finally chose a few vegetarian dishes, perhaps to change his taste buds. After all, college life is still very long. If you can't adapt to it, it will definitely not work to eat vegetarian food every day. Now, start changing your taste buds by eating vegetarian food. Really? Zhao Feihu bumped Yutu's shoulder and asked. I really just want to eat something vegetarian and light today, you guys can just eat it. Yutu smiled faintly and buried his head in his meal. Okay. When Zhao Feihu saw Yutu concentrating on eating, he couldn't help but wonder if old Yu was having financial difficulties. Is your family's financial situation not good? No money for meat? Oh my god. I remember Lao Yu said he was from a grassland province. Could he be a poor student? If you think about it this way, this is indeed a possibility. My brother is so miserable. I came all the way to the south to go to school, and I couldn't even afford to eat any meat smell dishes. How can my body bear it if this continues? Don't worry, brother. I, Zhao Feihu, have meat to eat, and you will have meat to eat too. Thinking of this, Zhao Fei, who held back the tears that were about to well up in his eyes, picked up a piece of braised pork from his plate and was about to put it on Yutu's green plate. At this moment, bursts of exclamations suddenly rang out all around, interrupting Zhao Fei, who's feeding. Look, it's Goddess Su. Oh my god. Aren't these the 4 beauties from Dormitory 501 who have divine looks? Normally, the other 3 people from 501 would occasionally come to Canteen Number 1 to eat, but what day is today? All 4 of them are here. No, why is the campus beauty of Suzhou University also in Canteen Number 1? That's weird. Doesn't my Su Ling have misophobia? She seldom comes to the cafeteria to eat. She always asks her roommates to bring her food. You can say whatever you want, but what are you talking about your Su Ling? She's my goddess. That's my baby. You can easily get beaten if you say that. Stop daydreaming. The campus beauty of Suzhou University has a boyfriend, and this boyfriend has already come to our Huacheng University. Damn it. A flower is destroyed just like that. You are still discussing why the campus beauty of Suzhou University came to the cafeteria to eat, but I have already taken action. Everyone in the school who knows Su Ling knows that she has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Her family conditions were very good, so she usually ate in the school's small restaurant or the staff canteen, or asked her roommates to bring food back to the dormitory for her. She rarely came to Canteen Number 1. Therefore, when Su Ling appeared in Canteen Number 1, she immediately attracted the curiosity and surprise of all the boys in the canteen. Normally, they have no chance to talk to the campus belle of Su University, and even if they watch her from a close distance, they have no chance. But now it's different. I can actually eat in the cafeteria with my goddess. Even if the meal today is terrible, it will become a delicious dish. Seeing Su Ling appear, some boys who knew a lot about licking the door immediately took out their meal cards and surrounded her with smiles on their faces. Suzhou University beauty, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Student Su Ling, today's braised lion's head and fried chicken are super delicious, would you like some? Use my meal card and give me a chance to treat you to a meal. Suzhou University beauty, please sit over here. I've cleaned the chairs and tables for you. Please. School bell, would you like a bottle of yogurt? I'll go buy it for you. Come on, classmates, please make way and let my goddess serve the food. Seeing several boys quickly surrounding her and treating her like this, Su Ling felt speechless, but he couldn't show anything. Therefore, Su Ling could only smile at these boys and politely refused, saying, "No, thank you, classmates." This rejection immediately made the boys feel very disappointed, and the braised lion head and fried chicken on the plates no longer tasted good. Not only Su Ling received invitations from boys, but Tian Shushen and the other 2 were also considered to be the best among the girls in terms of appearance and had many suitors. Of course, compared to Su Ling, the 3 of them are still slightly inferior. Faced with the enthusiastic invitations from several men, Tian Shushen and others smiled and waved their hands to refuse. Immediately, Su Ling, Tian Shushen and 3 others took their meal cards and lined up to get their meals. Su Ling lowered her head slightly, and her bright eyes swept over the food. Although Canteen Number 1 does not have a wide variety of dishes, it is famous for its large portions, affordable prices, and delicious taste. Su Ling still remembers that when she first came to Huacheng University, she came to Canteen Number 1 several times. But ever since she found a hair in a dish, she rarely came to Canteen Number 1 to eat. There's no way. It's really hard for her to accept it as she has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Since then, she basically ate in the restaurants and staff canteen on campus. Why did she return to Canteen Number 1 today? That's because she has something important to do. The food in Canteen Number 1 is very cheap, and students from families with average financial conditions will choose to eat here without hesitation. So, for those poor students in special areas, Canteen Number 1 is naturally the best choice. Yes, she came here just for you too. I just sent a private message to you too on WeChat, asking him where he was having dinner, but I didn't receive a response from him. This also made Su Ling a little upset. You two must have been eating very cheap meals and was afraid that I would find out, so he was too embarrassed to tell her. No. I must help you two quickly integrate into the new environment of Huacheng University. I must go and have dinner with him and chat with him. Otherwise, he might not have any friends. So, this is why Su Ling finally came to Canteen Number 1 to eat with her roommates. It was all for the purpose of helping you two. Chapter 8. Can I sit here? After carefully selecting a few of his favorite dishes, he looked around the cafeteria with his plate in hand. Suddenly, Su Ling saw you two, who was eating in the corner. Sure enough, he was all alone, and no one even had dinner with him. Looking at the people around Yu2 who were talking and laughing, but Yu2 was busy eating by himself, Su Ling muttered to himself. No one around was willing to get close to Yu2, and no one wanted to chat with him. It really is. Although Yu2's family is poor, he is an excellent student and filial. Apart from his strong self-esteem, his character is also quite good. Is it because he is a poor student that everyone excludes him? These people are going too far. His grades are so excellent. He obviously works so hard. You have traveled thousands of miles from the grassland to our Guangdong province and have been admitted to the university that others aspire to be. Why can't you be treated equally? Just because your family is poor, should you be inferior to others? No. This can't happen. When you think about it this way, this one-to-one assistance and financial aid for students is very important. The principal gave her this important task, which was a sign of his trust in her. No matter what, she must not let the principal down. Don't be afraid, you Tuesday. As long as I, Su Ling, am here, I will never let you suffer any injustice or exclusion in school. When he thought of this, Su Ling suddenly felt a strong faith and strength in his heart. At this moment, she was like a heroine full of morale, breaking through difficulties to save the boy in the darkness. So, Su Ling said something to his 3 roommates, and then he took the food tray and walked to the corner. At this moment, all the boys in the corner held their breath and paid close attention to Su Ling's actions. The goddess is coming towards me. You're farting. You were clearly coming towards me. Come, Su University Beauty, sit here. We've cleaned the tables and chairs for you. Where are you going to sit for dinner, School Beauty? Fuck, the School Beauty wants to share a table with me? Hurry, make room for the School Beauty, she wants to sit with me. Everyone's eyes followed Su Ling and finally stopped in the corner, in front of a table where 4 people were sitting. This is a long table that can seat many people. There are only 4 people sitting here now, and there are seats available next to them, but Su Ling just chooses to stand next to a boy with a tray in her hand. You too, can I sit here? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire canteen number 1 fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear the sound of fans and air conditioners blowing air. What's going on? Who is that boy? Isn't it said that the campus belle of Soochow University never takes the initiative to talk to boys? It must be a lie. It must be fake. Why did the Soochow University beauty choose to share a table with that boy? Why didn't she choose me? Look at this new face. It seems to be this year's freshman. A freshman? Does the school beauty know him? They are probably relatives. Otherwise, why would the campus beauty of Soochow University take the initiative to share a table? If they are relatives, then everything makes sense. Yes, that must be the case. This guy must be a relative of the campus beauty of Soochow University. Then I'm relieved. Today's meal is still delicious. At this moment, the boys who were secretly observing Su Ling found a reason to comfort themselves. Yu2 turned his head and looked at the familiar white dress, his heart skipped a beat. When he looked up, he saw Su Ling's beautiful face with a gentle smile. She pursed her delicate thin lips slightly and looked at him with a smile, looking forward to his answer. I have to say, she is worthy of being the recognized school belle. Su Ling's appearance is indeed outstanding. Unlike others who wear heavy makeup, she has a pure beauty. There is a freshness and refinement like a lotus emerging from clear water. Just standing there, she was already more beautiful than most girls. And now, seeing it from such a close distance, Yu2 realized that the killing power was even more powerful. It's rare to see the campus beauty of Soochow University come to canteen number 1, but today I was lucky enough to see her. He also walked over to a freshman with a tray in his hand. I even have to share a table with this boy for dinner. This is what many boys dream of. Yu2 looked up at Su Ling and didn't say anything. Come on, school beauty, please take a seat. Before Su Ling could respond, Zhao Feihu and the other 2 beside him immediately stood up and moved their seats, wiped the tables and chairs, and helped Su Ling carry the food tray. Looking at it this way, it really gives me a sense of déjà vu of ancient eunuchs. Unexpectedly, Zhao Feihu, a muscular man, would actually bend down for a beauty. After helping with the arrangements, Zhao Feihu and the other 2 sat down opposite and refused to leave. The 3 of them looked at Su Ling and Yu2 simultaneously, their expressions seemed to say, "What's wrong with you? You know the campus beauty of Soochow University. My future happiness depends on your help." Seeing the reactions of Zhao Feihu, Wei Jiahao, and Fan Yangyang, Yu2 was speechless. Thanks. After Su Ling thanked the three people, she sat next to Yu2. Looking at the reactions of these three people, Su Ling recalled the scene he had just seen. These three people seemed to know Yu2. You. Su Ling blinked her beautiful eyes and asked softly, "Are you familiar with Yu2?" "Yes, of course I know him." Fan Yangyang quickly responded with a smile, "We are roommates." "Roommate?" Su Ling nodded and said, "In that case, the relationship between you two should be very good?" "Come on. We have a very good relationship." Wei Jiahao also responded immediately. "I see." Nodding, Su Ling seemed to have the feeling of a family member, and said to the three people in front of him, "Yu2 has just come to our Huacheng University and has not yet adapted to everything. I hope that you can take good care of him in life. It's a must." Zhao Feihu quickly patted his chest and said, "We have a very good relationship with Lao Yu. I am also from the north. We will definitely take care of each other. If anyone dares to bully Lao Yu, I, Zhao Feihu, will be the first to disapprove." "Thank you, then." Su Ling smiled tenderly, blinked, and said, "I want to talk to you two alone, can you please?" Before he could finish his words, Zhao Feihu and his companions understood immediately. Okay. We'll get out of here right now, hee. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Feihu and the other two could not help laughing out loud, and immediately left with an unbridled laugh. Soon it disappeared in front of Su Ling and Yu2. "What's going on with you three? This is not like you. Why did you leave just because Su Ling asked you to? Also, classmate Su Ling, why do you look like a hostess?" At this moment, Yu2 felt confused. "Is there anything you want to talk to me about, senior?" Looking at the three people hiding in the distance and watching this side secretly, Yu2 sighed helplessly and asked. "No, it's boring to eat alone, so I just want to find someone I know to share a table with." As he said this, Su Ling was still afraid that the atmosphere would become awkward, so he picked up a piece of meat and scooped a small spoonful of rice to enjoy. Yu2's face was filled with black lines. Chapter 9: Indirect Kiss. "Damn you, watermelon and pineapple. What a joke." As the recognized campus beauty of Huacheng University and the dream goddess of countless boys, she actually said that it was boring to eat alone? In addition, Su Ling has good character, is beautiful and kind, so not only do boys have a crush on her, but girls also envy her. Therefore, as long as the school bell opens her mouth, countless people will definitely rush to grab a spot to have dinner with her. How is it possible that no one wants to have dinner with me? How could it be boring? Then why did you come and sit with me for dinner? Could it be that? What is the unspeakable secret of this campus beauty from Suzhou University? Being harassed by too many suitors and looking for a shield? No matter what, let's wait and see what happens and eat our meal first. Thinking of this, Yu2 picked up a bite of the dish. With the company of a beautiful woman, the vegetarian dish didn't seem so bland. Next to him, Su Ling was eating his food slowly, one bite at a time, chewing carefully. Everything was so natural, without a trace of affectation. It seemed that from that moment on, I had accepted the meals in canteen number 1, and all the meals became very appetizing. At this moment, Su Ling's eyelashes trembled slightly. The corner of my eye caught sight of Yu2's plate, which was full of green. "What?" "Yu2 classmate." Looking at the lonely vegetarian dish, it formed a sharp contrast with the sweet and sour pork and fried chicken on my plate. At this moment, Su Ling was stunned and his eyes turned slightly red. Woo. Is life already so hard? Can I only eat vegetarian food? In order to save money, you don't even dare to buy meat and vegetables that cost $5? Was he just looking at the fried chicken on my plate? Does he want to eat sweet and sour pork too? Woo. It's all my fault that I was so busy eating that I didn't pay any attention to him in order to avoid embarrassment. Before, Su Ling felt a little resentful because of being rejected by you too many times, but now, all that is left is heartache. His life is already so difficult, but he is unwilling to accept donations from the school and instead wants to give the donations to other people in need. Such character is really rare. Thinking of this, Su Ling forced himself to hold back the tears that were about to burst out. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fried chicken that had not been touched on the plate, and placed it directly on Yu2's plate. "Oh, classmate Yu2, I just wanted to eat this lettuce, but it's sold out. I've been having a bit of a fever lately, so I can't eat too much fried chicken. I've got acne on my face. I don't dare eat these anymore. I can't let them go to waste. So, classmate you too, please, can you help me? As he spoke, Su Ling frantically put the untouched fried chicken nuggets, braised lion's head, and sweet and sour pork tenderloin from his own plate into Yutu's plate. At the same time, he also put the vegetables from Yutu's plate into his own plate. Suzhou University Campus Beauty, you are in Gansenmo. Looking at his plate, which looked like a pyramid with a lot of meat piled high, Yutu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I'm really not a poor student. I really don't lack money. I really don't want to eat this meat. At the same time, all the students in canteen number 1 were stunned, with their mouths wide open. What's going on? I must be dreaming, come on, classmate, hit me with a punch. The campus beauty of Suzhou University actually picked up food for a boy. Who is this boy? How could he deserve the beauty of Suzhou University to pick food for him? This is fake, it must be fake. Yes, this is all an illusion. How could a girl pick up food for another boy? That's right, in this case, wouldn't it become an indirect kiss? Damn it. Why is this boy not me, but some other asshole? Could this boy be the mysterious boyfriend of the school beauty mentioned in the forum? That's really possible. No. This is not true. This boy must be a relative of the school beauty. At this moment, many seniors and juniors were like those who had just been heartbroken. They suppressed their hatred towards Tu and swallowed their food mouthful by mouthful. At the same time, many students took out their mobile phones, some took photos, some posted messages. The next moment, a wave of hot posts appeared on the campus forum again. Shock. The school beauty suddenly appeared in the number 1 cafeteria, and the reason she came was because of him. High-definition photos of the beauties eating in the cafeteria of Suzhou University. Oh my god. The school beauty indirectly kissed her mysterious boyfriend in public. High-definition frontal photo of the school beauty's mysterious boyfriend. It turns out he is so handsome. Once these posts were published, the forwarding rate soared and almost paralyzed the campus forum. At the same time, somewhere in canteen number 1, the 3 sisters Tian Shuxian, Song Yuzhen, and Miao Shui have been paying attention to Su Ling's every move. Just now Su Ling said that she wanted to say hello to a classmate, but then they saw Su Ling sitting with a junior classmate. The 3 of them were stunned. Now, not only is she sitting with a handsome junior classmate, she's even eating the vegetables on his plate? Is Ling crazy? Or, is this a dream? After being with Su Ling for such a long time, how could the 3 of them not know what kind of personality Su Ling is? Not only do I seldom come to canteen number 1, I also rarely eat with others. This is because Su Ling is a germaphobe and never shares things with others. Even their sisters are no exception. Oh my god. Is everything said on the forum true? Oh my god. Ling is in love. This little girl is definitely in love. That's right. He told us that this junior was just a poor student from an impoverished area who needed help. Now I see, it's not that simple. Openly showing off their affection and kissing indirectly, this is too ambiguous. That's great. After helping each other for a while, I finally found a boyfriend. I also want to have such a handsome person to help. Ling is such a secretive girl. Didn't she say she wouldn't date during college and would focus on her studies? Tian Shuxian, Song Yuzhen, and Miao Shui were all stunned at this moment. During college, Su Ling had no idea how many male classmates had confessed their love to her on the confession wall, but Su Ling kindly rejected them all. Claimed that he didn't want to have a relationship in college. Why did you change your mind today? Could it be that this is because the person was wrong before and is right now? Is the person she wants to date someone like this junior? Not only Tian Shuxian and the other 2 were stunned, but Zhao Feihu, Wei Jiahao, and Fan Yangyang from the boys' dormitory 706 also had a look of shock on their faces. The 3 of them were sitting at a long table not far away, looking over here in unison, paying attention to Yutu and Su Ling's every move. TSK, this guy Olju is really good at hiding things. That's right. It's only the first day of school and he's already hooked up with the campus beauty from Huacheng University. Sudi Olju is really good at what he does. There are more than 2 brushes. There are more than 100 of them. This rebellious son is really good at hiding. When I asked him about it at noon, he refused to admit it and said he didn't know him. No wonder when I saw this back view on the forum, I felt that he looked a bit like Lao Yu. Turns out, it was really him. At this time, Zhao Feihu and the other 2 stopped eating and kept glancing towards Yutu. Chapter 10, The School Beauty Feeds Him Personally. Shock. The campus beauty of Huacheng University and Suzhou University openly showed off their love and shared a meal with her mysterious boyfriend. The problem is, this boy is actually a freshman. Seeing this scene, many of Su Ling's admirers in Canteen Number 1 gritted their teeth, feeling extremely envious, jealous, and hateful in their hearts. They wish they could skin you two alive right now to vent their inner jealousy. There's nothing to be done. It's all because Su Ling, the school belle, is too perfect. In the eyes of these seniors and juniors, she is like the bright moon in the sky. She had clearly never treated any boy differently before, but how could the campus beauty of Suzhou University fall in love with an ordinary man now? Now, the campus beauty of Suzhou University actually ignored her misophobia and came to Canteen Number 1 just to pick up food for a freshman. And what is going on with this freshman's expression now? How can you not be happy when such a beautiful woman picks food for you? It's just that he does look a little bit handsome. But what is the use of being handsome? No one can match my goddess. That's right, what makes you a freshman? At this moment, countless pairs of eyes were cast towards you two with hatred, which made him feel uncomfortable all over. What is going on now? This is only the first day of college life, and I have already attracted so much attention. It's really too high profile. This is totally different from what I imagined the life of a civilian student to be. When he noticed this, the chopsticks in Yutu's hand froze and he didn't know where to start. Looking at Su Ling standing beside her with a gentle smile, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, making her look even sweeter. Junior, why don't you eat? Seeing that Yutu hadn't moved his chopsticks, Su Ling tilted her head slightly, pouted her lips, frowned slightly, and said aggrievedly, "Is the food I picked not delicious? Or, do you dislike me? Don't worry, the ones I give you are all untouched by me. They are all from the other side, very clean." As she spoke, Su Ling looked at Yutu with an aggrieved expression, as if saying, "If you dare to say you dislike me, I will cry." No, I was just too touched. Seeing this, Yutu dared not say anything else and could only force himself to be moved. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Yutu had no choice but to stuff the meat on the plate into his mouth under countless murderous gazes. Soon, under Su Ling's gaze, he finally finished all the meat and vegetables on the plate. Not even a grain of rice was left uneaten. Seeing Yutu wolfing down all the food, Su Ling felt a little distressed at this moment. Oh my god. Yutu really couldn't bear to spend 5 yuan to buy a piece of meat. In fact, he really wanted to eat meat, but in order to save money, he chose to eat only vegetarian food. He even didn't leave out a single grain of rice. Was he not full yet? Woo. No, I must help you too. You too, are you full? Is it enough to eat? How about I go get you another one? Having said that, before Tu could reply, Su Ling was already preparing to get up. Full. I'm full, burp. Yutu quickly reached out to stop them, and even forced a short burp. However, when these words were spoken, Yutu and Su Ling did not feel anything, while the other people nearby seemed to be listening in confusion. What? What did he say? What did I hear? Did I hear that guy call the campus beauty of Su University, Bao? Shit. Are they really a couple? You've already called me baby in front of so many people, it's almost certain. Mom, I'm heartbroken. The campus beauty of Suzhou University has fallen in love with this freshman. How can she date him? These suitors were all sighing in frustration, while Tian Shushan and the other two beside them looked excited. Oh my god, did that guy just call Lingling baby? I heard it, too. Lingling is a very secretive guy, openly showing off his affection. I'm full of this dog food, and the fried chicken legs on the plate don't taste good anymore. Seeing that Yutu had finished all the food and burped, Su Ling smiled at Yutu with satisfaction. Junior, would you like some fruit after dinner? As he spoke, Su Ling took out 2 tangerines, handed them to Yutu, and said. Yutu lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the 2 tangerines on the table. To be honest, this was one of his favorite fruits in the past. It was sweet. The climate in the grassland province is not suitable for growing tangerines, but due to his good family conditions, Yutu is still able to achieve freedom in growing tangerines. It's just that I ate too much before, so now I don't like it as much as before. But it's still okay to eat a few. However, under Su Ling's aggrieved gaze just now, Yutu finished all the food and was too full. When he thought about having to peel the tangerine skin, Yutu sighed slightly. Yes, he is too lazy to move after eating. Su Ling noticed this action. Why isn't Yutu speaking? Doesn't he recognize this tangerine? This is a sugar orange. It's delicious and sweet. Of course I know this is a tangerine. It's not like I don't know you. It's not like I don't know. You think I'm blind? And Su Ling obviously misunderstood something again. Student U2 actually doesn't know what a sugar orange is. Are the prairie provinces so poor? That's right. The grassland province is full of grass. There is grass as far as the eye can see. The geographical location and climate are not suitable for growing sugar oranges. Classmate U2, he actually has never eaten tangerines. Woo woo woo. Has he never even seen what a sugar orange looks like? Because of this, you don't say anything. Are you afraid of being looked down upon by others? Woo woo woo. No, I must not let this happen. In just a few seconds, Su Ling's eyes changed quickly. From doubt to shock, then to pity, and finally to determination. No. Sister, have you misunderstood something again? As soon as he saw the change in Su Ling's eyes, U2 lost his composure. His Adam's apple swallowed slightly and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Senior, I. Just when U2 was about to explain to Su Ling that he had eaten too many tangerines before, and now he was too full and didn't want to eat any more tangerines. Su Ling picked up one of the tangerines on the table and slowly peeled off the tangerine peel with her fair jade fingers, even carefully peeling off the white tangerine fibers on the flesh. Immediately, this smooth little hand brought small petals of fruit directly to U2's mouth. Come, eat oranges. Oh shit. She is in Gansenmo. U2 looked at Su Ling in surprise. But the other party had a serious look on his face and a firm gaze. He held a small piece of tangerine flesh and moved it gently near U2's mouth, as if telling U2 to open his mouth. Moreover, this look is like a kind old grandmother looking at her grandson. What the hell is this? Also, looking at the school beauty Su Ling's blinking eyelashes, that look, that cute little face. Ahem. With such a pretty and sweet girl staring at you like this, which boy can resist the temptation? Are you using this to test the cadres? U2 was a normal man. In the end, he had no choice but to open his mouth and eat the tangerine flesh that was handed to him. He couldn't bear to refuse the beautiful woman's feeding. Chapter 11. I'm really not a relative of the school beauty. After being chased and fed by the campus beauty, U2 attracted the murderous looks from a group of boys. After putting the plate back in the recycling area, he returned to the dormitory. Seeing U2 return to the dormitory, Su Ling did not follow him. Seeing U2 eating the 2 tangerines that he had peeled himself, Su Ling was extremely happy. Sure enough, if soft tactics don't work, then use hard tactics. U2 was indeed afraid of being looked down upon by others, so he didn't say anything. And force-feeding it himself can also alleviate the embarrassment of U2 who has never eaten sugar oranges. Come on, Su Ling, you will definitely be able to help U2. Hey hey! U2 returned to the dormitory and just pushed the door open and walked in. Zhao Feihu, Wei Jiahao, and Fan Yangyang looked at U2 in shock, their expressions filled with curiosity, shock, fear, worship, and admiration. I'm not saying anything, what are you 3 doing with those expressions? U2's mouth twitched slightly, and he said casually as he walked over. Okay, Lao Yu, you are really good at hiding. Zhao Feihu walked up to U2 and put his arms around his neck, saying with a smirk on his face. Flop. Wei Jiahao snorted and asked curiously, Old Yu, are you a relative of Goddess Su? No. U2 rolled his eyes, looking at someone who was mentally retarded, and said unhappily, this is my first day at school, and I'm from Prairie Province. That Su University beauty seems to be from here, so how can she be related to me? I don't believe it, Yang Yang, do you believe it? Wei Jiahao looked at Fan Yangyang on the side and asked. I don't believe it either. Fan Yangyang shook his head and continued, the posts on the campus forum all say that you must be a relative of the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Otherwise, why would she pick up meat for you and peel tangerines for you? That's it. Zhao Feihu seconded the proposal and said, our campus belle of Suzhou University has many suitors, including many rich young men and handsome men, but the campus belle of Suzhou University has never treated them like she treats you today. So, the 3 of us came to a conclusion, which is. Wei Jiahao said this, and then the 3 of them said in unison, you are definitely a relative of Su Ling. Excuse me, I'm really not her relative. Hearing this, U2 sighed deeply and said, this is my first time in Guangdong province, and naturally this is my first time in Huacheng as well. The campus beauty of Suzhou University is also from Huacheng. I have never seen her before. I came all the way to Huacheng University, and I just got here today. It was also today that I first met this campus beauty from Suzhou University. Upon hearing this, the three of them looked at each other, with speculative expressions. Impossible. Wei Jiahao thought for a moment and said, even if you are not a relative of the school beauty, you definitely did not meet Goddess Su on the first day, otherwise why would Goddess Su give you meat? Yes, yes, yes. I even peeled the tangerines myself and fed them to you. Fan Yangyang nodded and said. How should I know that? Yu Tu said unhappily. He also couldn't understand why Su Ling did this. Is it because of a task assigned by the school that they treat him so well? No way. This is too straightforward. It's not simple. You two are definitely not simple. Zhao Feihu said thoughtfully, looking you two up and down. We are both really innocent. She is just my senior. You two explained with a sense of powerlessness. No matter how I explained, these three people just wouldn't believe me. You can attract the school beauty to do these things to you on the first day, that's right. Zhao Feihu smiled mischievously, then suddenly became serious and said, according to our investigation, the vice president of the student union, Meng Weiqi, is the #1 pursuer of the campus beauty of Suzhou University. His family is very rich. Yes, yes, yes. Upon hearing the name Meng Weiqi, Wei Jiahao immediately said, this guy went to the same school as me in junior high school. He was 1 year older than me. Later, he went to the same high school as Goddess Su. Unfortunately, I didn't go to the same high school as Goddess Su. Get to the point. Fan Yangyang patted Wei Jiahao on the shoulder and said. Ahem. Wei Jiahao coughed twice, regrouped his emotions, and then said, Meng Weiqi and Goddess Su are from the same class, the same high school, and were admitted to our Huacheng University at the same time. Now, Miss Su is the president of the student union, and Meng Weiqi is the vice president of the student union. I heard that Meng Weiqi has been in love with Goddess Su since high school. In order to pursue her, even though his grades were not good, he used his family's connections to enroll in Huacheng University. In all this time of liking and devoting myself to Goddess Su has never treated him as well as you have. So that's why I was so shocked. Hearing this, you two nodded. This Meng Weiqi is really a romantic man. He was admitted to the same school for the woman he loves. Why does he look so much like this guy Wei Jiahao? I heard about it. Fan Yangyang chuckled twice and said, Meng Weiqi's position as the vice president of the student union was given to him by the school because his father donated a lot of money to the school. If you have money, show it off. Wei Jiahao raised his head, as if he was flipping a table, and said, money can't win the favor of my Goddess Su. Goddess Su will never like him. But then again. At this time, Zhao Feihu thought of something, and gently patted Yutu's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, it sounds like Meng Weiqi is not a good person. He likes the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Today is your first day of school, and you have occupied the hot posts on the campus forum. You will definitely be targeted by Meng Weiqi. You should be careful recently. Watching? Yutu was stunned for a moment, thought about it, then smiled and said, it's okay, just keep staring at me, there's nothing wrong between me and the senior sister anyway, I'll just walk the straight and narrow. You think so, but others don't think so. Zhao Feihu had a smile on his face. That's it. Fan Yangyang said, for example, the three of us have always believed that you are either a relative of the campus beauty of Suzhou University, or her boyfriend. Woo woo woo. It still has to be you, old you. Wei Jiahao cried and said, I actually got my goddess. Calm down, we are innocent. When it comes to this, you two feels helpless. It was only the first day of school, and he had already encountered such a high-profile thing. This was completely different from the low-key college life he wanted. Which link went wrong? That's right. It all started with a phone call between my parents and the school. In order to raise enough money for tuition and travel expenses, my family sold the cow. Therefore, this made him become a poor student in the eyes of the school and Su Ling. But I really don't lack money. Chapter 12 Don't Call Me Viagra. Night. Su Ling was called to the office by her tutor Songyu. Songyu is a tutor for Class 1, Sophomore Year, School of Economics, Huacheng University. She is a woman in her 40s. Student Su Ling, please take a seat. At this time, Songyu was kindly asking Su Ling to sit down and asked, have you had any pressure in your studies recently? There is no pressure at all. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Su Ling responded with a gentle smile. That's good. Sonya nodded and gently pushed up her black framed glasses, saying, the competition is about to begin, just play your best, and don't be too nervous. Yeah, I will. Similarly, Su Ling nodded in response. All these actions were very natural. Song Yu had been observing Su Ling's every move, trying to find out some information from it. Tonight, a student came to tell Song Yu that Su Ling went to canteen number 1 to eat with a boy. When she first heard this, Song Yu thought it was nothing. It was normal to eat in canteen number 1, and the food was good and cheap. However, later on, I heard that Su Ling behaved very intimately with this boy. Not only did they share meals together, taking turns to eat, but she also peeled tangerines with her own hands to feed that male idol. This shocked Song Yu. As Su Ling's mentor, Song Yu knows Su Ling very well. Su Ling has been an outstanding child since she was young and has a sweet appearance. Not only does she have many admirers at school, but she has also won several awards in well-known competitions on behalf of their School of Economics. As the campus beauty of Huacheng University and an outstanding student of their School of Economics, Su Ling's every move attracted much attention. Since entering school, I have never heard that Su Ling has been particularly proactive and attentive to any boy. There is an international economics competition recently, and Su Ling is the school's main force. If she falls in love at this time, it might affect the competition. I heard that you went to canteen number 1 for dinner today? Su Ling answered the questions fluently. Song Yu didn't want to ask directly about the boy, so she had to ask indirectly. Su Ling was wondering why teacher Song Yu called her to the office so late at night. As soon as she heard the word cafeteria, Su Ling guessed it. Someone must have said something in front of teacher Song Yu. But Su Ling didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior. Since the principal has given her the task of assistance, she will definitely take responsibility to the end. Teacher, is it because of what happened when my classmates and I had dinner in the cafeteria today? Su Ling frowned slightly and asked. Well, maybe some classmates misunderstood something and thought you were in a relationship. Seeing Su Ling asking directly, Song Yu was at a loss for words. She smiled faintly and said, teacher is just concerned about your life. Well, I did eat with a junior in the cafeteria tonight. Su Ling simply responded, but we are just ordinary classmates. Seeing Su Ling's straightforward answer, Song Yu looked at Su Ling carefully. Facing Song Yu's eyes, Su Ling did not feel guilty at all. It seems that what Su Ling said is true. It's not just about falling in love. Okay. Seeing this, Song Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, the competition is coming soon. If you have any questions, remember to ask the teacher more often. I will. After a pause, Su Ling continued, teacher, if there is nothing else, I will go back to review first. Okay, go back first, don't study too late, and rest early. After saying goodbye to Song Yu, Su Ling returned to the dormitory. At the same time, hot posts appeared one after another on the campus forum. What? The school beauty peels tangerines and feeds them to her junior student herself. The school beauty appeared in the number 1 cafeteria and openly showed her affection with her boyfriend. Latest. The frontal photo of the mysterious boyfriend of the Suzhou University campus beauty is exposed, and his appearance is comparable to that of a popular male star. The school beauty's mysterious boyfriend turned out to be him. A freshman attracted the hatred of thousands of people, and the reason behind it was actually because of the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Shit. Who is this new student? In the boys' dormitory room 303, Building B, a handsome boy frowned and punched the table in anger. The boy had fair skin, delicate features with a hint of handsomeness, thin lips, white clenched teeth, and sharp black eyes filled with hatred as he stared intently at the photos in the campus forum. Brother Wei, this is a freshman from Huacheng University, also majoring in economics. A roommate was also looking at his phone, browsing the campus forum, and explained to Meng Weiqi. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me Wei Gu? Meng Weiqi immediately gave his roommate a fierce look. Brother Meng. My roommate Tao Lei immediately smiled and said, this freshman just entered school today and has been the talk of the campus forum. Not only that, he is also having dinner with the campus beauty of Suzhou University in canteen number 1 tonight. I read the campus forum myself, do I need you to tell me this? Meng Weiqi rolled his eyes at Tao Lei in anger, and then said angrily, is this guy really related to Su Ling? I read what was said on the forum, and it seems to be true. Tao Lei continued, otherwise, with the personality of our Suzhou University campus beauty, she would never be so nice to a strange boy, sharing dinner with him, serving him food, and even peeling tangerines and feeding them to him. Before he could finish his words, Tao Lei saw Mang Weiqi giving him a look that seemed as if he wanted to kill him. Well. Tao Lei was frightened by being stared at, and he couldn't help but shuddered. He quickly explained, of course, this guy must be a relative of the campus beauty of Suzhou University. It's definitely not the first day we met. Well, that's more like it. Meng Weiqi said, even if they are not relatives, this guy must have known Su Ling for a long time, not just the first day. This kid's name is Yu Tuesday. Seeing Meng Weiqi retract his hateful look, Tao Lei breathed a sigh of relief, picked up his phone, looked at some information, and said, he is the top scorer in liberal arts from the Prairie Province. The Prairie Province? Upon hearing this, Meng Weiqi was very surprised and asked, does Su Ling know anyone from Prairie Province? Do you have any relatives from Prairie Province? I don't know that, but you know that too. Tao Lei expressed his true opinion, our Suzhou University campus belle's father is a businessman, and he must have cooperated with businessmen from other places. Perhaps, this Yu Tu was not a relative of the Suzhou University campus belle, but the son of her father's business partner. Maybe they have met a few times before. That does make some sense. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Weiqi suddenly thought of something and immediately said, no. If that's the case, then this guy might really be Su Ling's boyfriend? This. Why did Wei Ge think of this again? No. Thinking of this, Meng Weiqi clenched his fists and said, send someone to find out what this kid has to say tomorrow. By the way, don't use force. After all, this guy is from the Grassland province. He is tall and strong. A conflict with him will not be good for us. Chapter 13. I rarely play basketball. The next day. The freshmen have not had many classes these days, and it is only after the military training that the courses will be gradually arranged reasonably. After Yu Tu got up and washed up, he called Zhao Feihu, Gui Jiahao and Fan Yangyang to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. We don't have classes this morning, how about we go play ball after breakfast? After taking a sip, Zhao Feihu suddenly remembered that he had no classes today, so he suggested. Wow! Brother Zhao! Gui Jiahao smiled confidently, and while gesturing his shooting posture, he said, I'm not exaggerating. When I was in high school, I was a well-known three-point shooter in school. I could hit every shot accurately. Tisk, is this true? Zhao Feihu raised his mouth slightly, pretending to be disdainful and said, 3-point shots are useless. I'll keep a close eye on you and not give you a chance to shoot. You can't break into the paint either. I, Zhao Feihu, the power forward, will directly prohibit you from taking off, hee. I have to say that Zhao Feihu, who comes from the 3 northeastern provinces, is a tall man of over 1.8 meters, has a lot of muscles, looks very strong, and is indeed very suitable for the power forward position. A shooting guard and a power forward, what a coincidence. Fan Yangyang, who was sitting next to him, was holding a fried dough stick and said, I play point guard. Lao Yu, what position do you play? Me? Yu Tu was stunned for a moment, thinking carefully. Although I played basketball occasionally in my previous life, I was not very good at it. Every day, I tried to keep the company on the right track and occasionally took time out to have fun with colleagues. After traveling to this world, I rarely come into contact with basketball. Now that I heard that Zhao Feihu and others have their own exclusive positions, comparing themselves to them, what position do you play? Not clear. Sometimes the shot is accurate, sometimes it misses. Sometimes when attacking the basket, someone would block his shot. He occasionally makes mistakes in ball control and loses the ball. As for the power forward, even though I have muscles, but compared with Zhao Feihu, I am still nothing. Center? Singles is pretty okay. I'm not sure. I seldom play basketball in recent years. After thinking about it, Yu Tu said it based on his own situation. No way, old Yu, didn't you fight much in high school? Zhao Feihu asked. Yes, I mainly help my family herd cattle and sheep. Yu Tu shrugged and said very easily. This is true. Not only does it help the family to herd cattle and sheep, but it also utilizes its own activated system to help the family business grow gradually. There's nothing wrong with that. Hearing this, Zhao Feihu was stunned. At the same time, my mind recalled the scene of Yu Tu eating only vegetables in the cafeteria yesterday. Then I thought about the fact that Yu Tu's family raised cattle, so could he really be a poor student? My brother has little contact with basketball because of his family business, and he has no exercise to relax. No. I must take Lao Yu to play basketball today and feel the joy that basketball brings. Then you should play basketball today. Zhao Feihu immediately said, we don't have classes, and it's not like we're playing a game, so let's just leave it at that. Yes, yes, yes. Let me show you how powerful I am as a three-point shooter. Wei Jiahao said excitedly. Sure. You two smiled gently and said, we have nothing to do anyway. Military training will not start for another 2 days. Before that, let's relax. That's right. Zhao Feihu stretched out his fist and bumped fists with you two. Soon, the four brothers finished their breakfast, took a walk to digest the food, and then came to the open-air basketball court with a basketball. There are many basketball courts in Huacheng University, so there is no need to worry about not having a place to play. At this time, the three Zhao Feihu brothers had all changed into a clean set of basketball sportswear. Only Yu Tu didn't bring his basketball uniform. He was the only one wearing casual clothes. He did not bring his basketball uniform to school this time, and Zhao Feihu and the others only brought one set, leaving no extra for him. My casual clothes are also quite suitable for sports, a white sleeveless wide shoulder vest, black shorts, and a pair of white sneakers, which gives me a youthful look. The main reason is that Yu Tu has fair skin, obvious muscle lines, and is tall enough, making him a perfect walking clothes rack. As soon as he stepped onto the basketball court, he attracted the attention of some junior and senior students passing by nearby. Look, sisters, there's a handsome guy on the basketball court. Wow! So handsome. Sure enough, if you want to see handsome guys, you still have to go to the basketball court. Unfortunately, I didn't lift up his clothes, so I couldn't see his 8-pack abs. Ahem, I don't do this to look at handsome guys. I just like the sport of basketball. I love basketball. Bah! Are you watching basketball? I'm embarrassed to expose you. Those four boys are all good looking. Yes, yes. They are all new faces. Are they freshmen? What strange face. Look carefully. Isn't the guy without sportswear the boy from the campus forum? I didn't wear my glasses today, so I can't see clearly. But, looking at it this way, the back view really looks like her. What do you mean it's like? It was him. Quick, quick, take a picture. What Yu Tu and his three companions didn't know was that at this moment, a new post on the campus forum was gradually gaining popularity. School beauty's boyfriend shows up on basketball court, picture attached. Many people don't understand. It's just playing basketball on the court. What's so surprising about that? After clicking on it and taking a look, I have to say that the person who took the photo captured Yu Tu's playing movements particularly beautifully. Holding the basketball in his right hand, he jumped high under the basket. Bathed in the sun, he was filled with the youthful vibe of the campus. At this time, in the girls' dormitory 501. Yeah? There's a new post on the campus forum. Miao Shui, the oldest student in the girls' dormitory 501 at the age of 19, was surprised when she saw other classmates in the group chat saying that there was a new post on the forum with a screenshot attached. Immediately, I went to the campus forum to find out what was going on. Sure enough, I saw that the new post was gradually gaining popularity. What's new? Tian Shuxian stretched and asked lazily. They didn't have classes this morning, so they slept until now. Lingling's boyfriend. Miao Shui smiled mischievously and looked at Su Ling, who was putting on makeup. Baji. Upon hearing these words, Su Ling, who was holding the powder puff in her hand, was stunned for a moment. Miao sister, what are you talking about? Su Ling said with a frown and annoyance. By the way, Lingling, tell the truth. Miao Shui giggled and said, who was the junior student you had dinner with yesterday? If you don't explain, we will assume he is your boyfriend. That's right, confess and I'll give you leniency. When Song Yuzhen, who was washing up in the bathroom, heard that everyone was discussing the junior brother from yesterday, she immediately rushed out and asked with a curious look on her face. I saw you being called away by Teacher Song last night, and I didn't ask you when you came back. You must take a look and tell us about it today. Song Yuzhen said excitedly, quick, 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 how do you know that handsome boy Zay? How long have you known him? Chapter 14 Lingling, you are dishonest. What do you want to explain? Su Ling shrugged, rolled his eyes at the three of them, and said, he is my junior. Lingling, you are dishonest and you are hiding something from us. Tian Shuxian immediately took out her phone and said with an accusing look on her face, you agreed to go to canteen number 1 with us for dinner last night. We thought you accepted canteen number 1, but unexpectedly, you went there for your junior brother and left us sisters behind. That's it, woo woo. Song Yuzhen pretended to cry and seconded the proposal. Lingling, you value love over friendship. For your junior brother, you even abandoned your sisters. This is a heinous crime. Hearing this, Tian Shushan and Miao Shui also nodded. I remember that our Lingling is a germaphobe. I didn't expect that she would pick up food for the freshmen and peel tangerines with her own hands. Miao Shui said in surprise. Are you overthinking this? Su Ling explained, also, how can I be a germaphobe? I just pay more attention to hygiene. That junior is the one-on-one support target assigned to me by my senior. It is my duty to care for the poor junior. This is normal. Hearing this, the three of them nodded in unison and responded perfunctorily with a look of disbelief. What? You don't believe it? Su Ling blinked. They didn't believe what I said? Of course I don't believe you. You don't even use the water cups we touched. I don't believe you. You don't even want the starch sausage we've bitten. Having lived in the same dormitory for more than a year, they know Su Ling very well. Su Ling has a mild obsession with misophobia. She never shared daily necessities with others, let alone ate food from other people's plates. They were very curious because they hadn't noticed any signs that Su Ling was in love before. Where did this new student come from? After getting to know each other, they found out that this new student was also a freshman in the finance department. Yesterday in the cafeteria there were so many people that I was so shocked that I couldn't see clearly. Later, I saw the frontal photo of the freshman in a post on the campus forum. I have to say, this little brother is quite handsome. His face is smooth and fair, with sharp and cool features, sharp eyes and eyebrows, and he is particularly sunny and handsome. His looks crush most of the boys in the school. No wonder Su Ling has been so abnormal these 2 days. Something is wrong, definitely something is wrong. But seriously, this junior is really handsome. Yes, she's tall, good-looking, and a little bit arrogant. Anyone who sees her will have a better impression of her. My junior is the best. He is so cute, well-behaved and obedient. He is much better than Meng Weiqi. I like it, I love watching it. The three of them once again stared at the photos on the campus forum on their mobile phones, their eyes seeming to glow. In this post, latest. The frontal photo of the mysterious boyfriend of the campus beauty of Suzhou University is exposed, and his appearance is comparable to that of a popular male star. A video was updated. The video was shot exactly what happened in canteen number 1 yesterday, when Su Ling handed a piece of fried chicken to U2. U2 first turned cold to Shi, then frowned his handsome face, with a doting and helpless smile in his eyes, and had no choice but to eat the meat that Su Ling passed to him. After watching it, the three of them burst into wow again. Wow! This junior is really handsome. Lingling, is he really my junior? Is he really not your boyfriend? Lingling, do you have this junior's WeChat? Lingling, he. The three of them looked like the fairies in Ponzi Cave, looking at Su Ling with glowing eyes. What do you want to do? Su Ling immediately looked alert. Of course it's training. Miao Shui's pretty face paused, and she quickly changed her words and said, no, it's about caring for my junior brother. Yes, we want to give this new student a good care so that he can better integrate into his new life. Tian Shuxian smiled mischievously. Do you really want to take care of him? I'm embarrassed to expose you. Su Ling gave Tian Shuxian a displeased look. Hey, didn't you say that you and this junior are just classmates? Tian Shuxian said in a slightly coquettish tone. That's right. Song Yuzhen seconded the idea and said, since you are just classmates, you don't mind if we have a relationship with this junior? Mind. Su Ling uttered 2 words decisively, which was a very righteous refusal. Oh, do you mind? Song Yuzhen immediately said with a sly smile, I told you, you and this junior are definitely not simple. Snort. Su Ling snorted and said, it's not that it's difficult, but you three are too lustful. I don't feel comfortable leaving my junior to you. Good for you, Lingling. As she spoke, the pair of white and tender little hands began to scratch the itchy spot on Su Ling's waist. Ha ha ha. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. Ha ha ha. In the end, Su Ling was no match for 6 hands and was tickled to the point of being in tears and laughter, so he had to beg for mercy. Now you know how powerful we are, hee hee. Tian Shuxuan's lips curved slightly and she chuckled. I can't help it. I'm ticklish. Su Ling wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. By the way, Sister Meow, what new post did you just mention? Let Su Ling go for now, Tian Shuxian asked curiously, about that new student? Right. Miao Shui nodded, it's a photo of him playing basketball. You know what, he's really handsome. As she spoke, Miao Shui opened the campus forum and showed the photo of you two rushing into the basket and making a layup to Tian Shuxian and Song Yuzhen. Hearing this, Su Ling, who was sitting on the chair, was also a little curious. A photo of you two playing ball? Very handsome? How handsome? What does he play like? The two took the phone and looked at it, and immediately looked like crazy fans. No way. This is too cool. Although he's not wearing a basketball uniform, this sleeveless wide-shouldered vest really suits him. The muscle lines are just too perfect. They're not as muscular as those of a muscular man. They're just right. It really feels like Rukawa Kid in Slam Dunk. Yeah, my first thought was Rukawa Kid. When was this post updated? A few minutes ago. That is to say, my junior is playing basketball right now. Do you want to go and watch? Since we don't have classes this morning, let's go and take a look. As they spoke, the three of them quickly reached a consensus. Seeing Su Ling still sitting on the chair, seemingly motionless, Tian Shuxian asked, Ling, aren't you going? Aye. How could Su Ling not want to go? She wants it so much. The school gave her a one-on-one assistance task. Now her assisted student Yu2 is playing basketball at the school. It is naturally the best thing for him to put aside his identity as a poor student and play basketball with his classmates. He was afraid that some classmates on the basketball court would not play with him because he was a poor student. So, Su Ling certainly wanted to go and take a look in person. If there was any need, she would definitely help you too. Similarly, seeing the expressions of Tian Shuxian and the other two, Su Ling also became a little curious. Is you two really handsome when he plays basketball? Walk. So the four of them quickly packed up and headed towards the school basketball court. Chapter 15, A Shot Without Touching Anything. On the basketball court. A handsome boy with delicate features dribbled the basketball into the basket, jumped high, and with a hook of his white and slender fingers, he easily sent the basketball into the basket. Nice shot! Zhao Feihu, Wei Jiahao, and Fan Yangyang clapped their hands and shouted in unison. Call! Yu2 swung his hands, took a deep breath and said, I haven't played basketball for a long time. My touch is still as bad as before. Oh! Old you are so modest. Zhao Feihu took the ball, threw it, and then said, your shooting is pretty good. You have the ability to break into the offense and your footwork is fast. I think you are very suitable to play the center position. Yes, if there is a game in the future, you, old you, will play the fifth position. Wei Jiahao holds the same view. Just now the four of them were playing on the same court, not against each other, but simply shooting some basketball to warm up. In the morning, they heard Yu2 say with his own ears that he seldom played basketball. However, judging from the previous few shots, Yu2 has a strong reaction ability and quick steps. On several occasions, when Yu2 was about to break in, Zhao Feihu stepped forward to defend him. As a result, Yu2 fooled Zhao Feihu with a fake move, then he made a Buddha worship gesture, stepped back, and shot, hitting a three-pointer. With such smooth movements, you told me you can't do it? You rarely do it? It was a fluke. Yu2 smiled modestly and said, I rarely play basketball. Those few shots just now were just Lao Zhao letting me win. We're done warming up. There are four of us. How about a 2-on-2 game? Fan Yangyang jumped and suggested. Come on, I'm on the same team with Lao Yu. Zhao Feihu said happily. Oh my god, one of you is the strongest inside player and the other is the center, there's no way we can beat each other. Wei Jiahao was the first one to disagree. He is a three-point shooter shooting guard, and Fan Yangyang is a point guard playing the number one position. Although he can play, it is difficult for him to break into the inside first. I want to be on the same team with brother Yu. Fan Yangyang raised his hand and said. Well, Lao Yu, tell me yourself, who do you want to follow? Seeing this, Zhao Feihu had no choice but to throw this difficult problem to Yu2 to make the decision himself. It's all fine. How about you three shoot and I'll follow whoever makes the shot? Yu2 shrugged and said that he also felt strange. I'm such a badass, why are they still scrambling to be on the same team with me? Okay. The three reached a consensus. Soon, through free throws, Wei Jiahao was finally on the same team as Yu2. Soon, the 2-on-2 match began. Since Two controlled the ball, Wei Jiahao ran to receive the ball. Yu2 was not idle either. He took advantage of Fan Yangyang's double defense mistake and both of them went to guard Gui Jiahao. At this time, Wu Jiahao returned to the three-point line. In order to prevent him from shooting the three-pointer, Fan Yangyang rushed forward with all his strength. It was because of Fan Yangyang's action that Gui Jiahao found the right opportunity and passed the ball directly to Yu2 who was running into the basket. The basketball was passed. One connection. Lay up. Hit. A beautiful pass. Wow. So handsome. This cooperation is good. Pass the ball more, run more, find the open position, pass the ball for a layup, score directly, these are all details, write them down. This boy is so handsome, I want his contact information. They are both handsome, and the boy standing at the three-point line is also very smart and good at observing his teammates. Some students passing by couldn't help but cast their eyes over, and some even stopped to watch. As Yu2 and his three friends played basketball, more and more people gathered around to watch. Yu2 and his friends will not let this affect their attitude towards playing basketball. You watch yours and I do mine. After receiving another pass from Gui Jiahao, Yu2, who was standing outside the three-point line, made a decisive shot as he saw that there was no one defending in front of him. Just when everyone thought that Yu2 could make the shot and get 3 points, something dramatic happened. I saw the basketball spinning in the air and passing by the basket. 3 no sticks. Ah, this. Yu2 suddenly felt embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Zhao Fei, who couldn't help laughing immediately, "Old you, what's wrong with you? You actually did something that doesn't touch anything. I'm really not good at three-point shooting." Yu2 shrugged and smiled faintly. At this time, another boy squeezed out of the crowd. Seeing Yu2 and the others playing basketball, he decisively took out his mobile phone, took a video and sent it to a contact on WeChat. He pressed the voice button and said, "Wei, ahem, brother Meng, come quickly. The guy who had dinner with the campus beauty of Suzhou University is playing basketball on the basketball court now. This person is Meng Weiqi's roommate, Tao Lei. The picture I just captured with my mobile phone was the scene where Yu2 made this three-point miss. Just play ball, what's so surprising about that?" Meng Weiqi typed a response, "However, this kid is really bad at playing basketball. He can even miss 3 shots. Tao Lei, just now when I saw him rushing into the basket and making a layup, I thought he was quite skilled, but I didn't expect it was just luck. Meng Weiqi, Alii, aren't you a very good basketball player? Go up and show him what basketball is like." Tao Lei, "He is not strong enough for me to fight. For this kind of rookie, I will teach him what is a no-takeoff ban." After replying this, Tao Lei raised his head and looked at Yu2 on the basketball court, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved into a smirk. Just then, there was a commotion at the back of the crowd. 4 girls walked into the venue and came to the edge of the basketball court to watch their classmates play. One of the girls attracted the most attention. She was wearing a loose white mid-length short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of black shorts. Her long and straight legs looked perfect, so smooth and white that people couldn't help but want to play with them. This simple outfit is mainly because the girl is very beautiful. There was a gentle smile on her pretty face, and her eyes were bright. Walking through the crowd, the people who were watching the game just now had to shift their attention to this girl at this moment. "Look, isn't that the campus beauty of Suzhou University? Yes, why is Miss Su here today? There are 3 other beauties from their 501 class around here. Do they want to take a walk and exercise? I guess. I just came here for a walk after breakfast. No wonder the 4 campus beauties from Su University are all in such good shape. There's a reason for that. So this is the secret. Starting tomorrow, I will do more exercise and take more walks like the school beauty. But if the campus beauty of Suzhou University wants to go for a walk, shouldn't she go to the playground? Why is she here at the basketball court? Then maybe he wants to play basketball. They didn't even have the ball. Listen to what you are saying. If the campus beauty of Suzhou University wants to play basketball, why does she need to carry the ball herself? Suzhou University campus beauty, you want to play ball, right? Come on, use my ball. My ball is of good quality. Use mine. I always hit it right." As Su Ling walked towards the basketball, the boys watched her pass by and wanted to stuff the basketball into her arms and take her to play basketball. However, Su Ling smiled faintly, without any excessive reaction, and walked straight forward. Finally, he stopped at the edge of the basketball court where U2 and his team were, and sat on the bench nearby. Chapter 16, The School Beauty's Gentle Smile. Brother Meng, there is an emergency. As soon as Tao Lei saw the school beauty Su Ling coming to the basketball court with her 3 roommates, he immediately took a photo of Su Ling with his mobile phone and sent it to Meng Weiqi. If it were normal times, or somewhere else, Tao Lei would also take photos and show them to Meng Weiqi. But things are a little different now, because the place where Su Ling stopped was right next to where freshman U2 was playing basketball. What is this? He knew that Meng Weiqi liked Su Ling, but since yesterday, the campus forum had been dominated by this freshman, and it was rumored that the campus beauty of Soochow University was in love with this freshman. It's beginning to seem unlikely. But now the campus beauty of Soochow University has come to the sidelines to cheer for this freshman. What does this mean? There is definitely something fishy going on between them. Therefore, Tao Lei anxiously sent a message to Meng Weiqi, hoping that he could come over quickly, otherwise he was really afraid that something might happen. What? Meng Weiqi replied to the message. Tao Lei, the campus beauty of Soochow University, has come to the basketball court, and is on the same court where the freshman is playing. She is now quietly watching the boy play basketball. Meng Weiqi, what? There is such a thing. It seems that they really haven't just met each other. Tao Lei, based on this situation, it really doesn't seem like they just met. He's either a relative or the son of the business partner of the Soochow University campus beauty's father. Meng Weiqi, damn. If my dad hadn't come to see me today and I wasn't at school, I would have definitely come to the basketball court and crushed that freshman and made him look bad in front of Su Ling. Tao Lei, embarrassing himself? That's easy. I can just get a few people to beat him up. Meng Weiqi, are you stupid or am I stupid? Su Ling will definitely not be happy if we fight in front of her. Besides, fighting won't solve the problem. The problem is that it will make this kid lose face. Tao Lei, this is easy. Didn't the Soochow University beauty come to watch this guy play basketball? If I go up and beat him up now, she will definitely look down on this guy's basketball skills. Plus, there will be more and more classmates coming at noon, and this guy's shame will definitely be posted on the campus forum. Meng Weiqi, that's great. I'm not at school, so I'll leave this to you. Torture this asshole to death. Tao Lei, brother Meng, don't worry, leave it to me. After the chat, Tao Lei was not idle. He quickly found several classmates in the WeChat list and invited them over. On the basketball court, Wei Jiahao was stunned for a moment, blinked his eyes, and looked carefully at the 4 beauties on the bench next to him. He couldn't believe it for a moment. Jiahao, watch out for the ball. Fan Yangyang shot a 3-pointer, the basketball hit the rim and fell out, and he immediately shouted a reminder. Bang! Just when Gui Jiahao was stunned, the basketball hit him directly on the head, which brought him back to his senses. At the same time, there were bursts of laughter from the crowd around. Jiahao, what are you daydreaming about? Fan Yangyang hurried over and asked worriedly, are you okay? Are you stunned by the impact? Let me take a look. Hiss, I'm fine. Wei Jiahao endured the pain and said with his eyes, look over there, Goddess Su and her 3 roommates are here to watch us play. Oh my god. Fan Yangyang looked over and was also surprised. Then I will fight hard, brothers, I will not let you off easily, I will be serious and fight hard for the campus beauties of Soochow University to see. Come on, the school beauty didn't come here for you guys at all. Zhao Feihu couldn't help but laugh and said, don't be so self-indulgent, right, old you? U2 turned his head and looked at Su Ling, who was sitting on the bench, and smiled faintly. This smile came from Su Ling's kindness in helping him yesterday. Su Ling's thin lips moved slightly, her star-like eyes curved in a smile, and she responded with a smile on her pretty face. But every student around saw this scene and glared at U2 with gritted teeth. Damn it! The campus beauty of Soochow University actually smiled at that freshman. My heart melted when the beauty from Soochow University smiled. Isn't this classmate the one who had dinner with the Soochow University beauty in canteen number 1 yesterday? Why? Why can he receive such a sweet smile from the campus beauty of Soochow University? It's over, it's over. It looks like what was said on the forum is true. This freshman knows the campus beauty of Soochow University. She's really her boyfriend. Mom, I'm heartbroken. It's going to be a miserable day, starting now, woo-woo. People around were talking about it, but Su Ling didn't take it to heart. She came here to cheer U2 up, hoping that he would not care about other people's opinions. What's wrong with being a poor student? We all live on the same land, so why should we treat each other differently? As long as you two can play basketball with other students, it will definitely be a good thing to promote friendship among classmates. Come on. You two, classmate. I believe you can do it. Not long after. Just when everyone was hating Tu to the core, a boy with short hair walked out of the crowd. Behind him, there were two boys about 1.8 meters tall. They were wearing black jerseys and looked like athletes. The appearance and actions of the three of them naturally attracted discussions from the people around them. Some students who were unaware of the situation and were standing far away saw people getting closer and closer, so they came over out of curiosity to see what was going on. Look, look! Ning Qingsheng and Tao Yao are here too. Ning Qingsheng and Tao Yao are so handsome. Tao Yao, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. That boy looks like Tao Yao. Yeah, they are brothers, right? That classmate is called Tao Lei. You guys don't know that he is Tao Yao's biological brother, do you? No wonder they look so alike, it turns out they are really brothers. Looking at the posture of these three people, they are going after the freshman. He dared to defile the beauty of the Suzhou University. He simply didn't know how to live or die. Now, someone is finally going to teach him a lesson. With Ning Qingsheng and Tao Yao's abilities, they will definitely beat this freshman to a pulp. Tao Lei's appearance with his younger brother Tao Yao and Ning Qingsheng quickly won the support of a large number of male classmates. They only dared to bully and complain but did not dare to confront you two head-on. Now that someone has come forward, they will naturally give their full support. Hey! Classmate! Arriving at the basketball court, Tao Lei took the basketball and said to you two with a smile, "It seems that you guys play quite well. Do you dare to play a game with us?" You two looked at Tao Lei and the other two. I don't know him and have never seen him. However, looking at the two people behind the student who was speaking, they were both tall and strong, and their basketball skills were definitely extraordinary. Immediately, before Tu could speak, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Chapter 17. If you lose, stay away from the school beauty. Faced with the basketball competition proposed by classmates, please make a choice. Choice 1, refuse the basketball competition with classmates and do your own thing. Reward, gain Su Ling's favor. Option 2, accept the basketball competition with your classmates. Reward, basketball proficiency plus 200%. Since obtaining this selection system, over the years, the system has always given random choices, and as long as you choose one of them, you will be able to get a reward. Now that these two choices appeared before him, you two knew exactly which one he should choose without even thinking about it. If I choose the first one and directly reject the basketball match proposed by this classmate, I will play my own basketball and do my own thing. I am so willful. However, doing so will directly increase Su Ling's favorability towards Tu. The rewards given by this system will force you to like them, regardless of whether you like them or not. It's so domineering. However, you two now just wants to enjoy his college life in a low-key manner. Although being able to gain the favor of this campus beauty would naturally enhance the fun of college life, the second option also left you two with no reason to refuse. He is not short of money now, but what he lacks more is life skills or talents and techniques. This will definitely have a revolutionary effect on improving basketball proficiency by 200%. Although I seldom play basketball, I still have some ability. If he plays well, Su Ling will definitely look at him with admiration. Obviously, option 2 was his only choice. Classmate. Before he could respond, Zhao Fei, who stepped forward, looked Tao Lei up and down, then looked at Ning Qingsheng and Tao Yao, and said, "It seems that you are very confident in your abilities." Confidence doesn't know, but we know. Tao Lei chuckled and said proudly, "It's enough to beat up all of you." Hearing this, Zhao Fei, whose face instantly darkened. At this moment, the scene was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, as if it was about to explode at any time. It looks like these three idiots are here to cause trouble. Behind him, Gui Jiahao whispered to Fan Yangyang. "Just looking for trouble." Fan Yangyang nodded in response. "Classmate, your breath is so bad, you didn't brush your teeth this morning." Zhao Fei, who chuckled twice, looked at you two, and asked, "Old you, what do you think? Do you want to teach them a lesson?" Zhao Fei, whose temper is already surging. He is a freshman and has not seen the basketball skills of Ning Qingsheng and Tao Yao, but he is quite confident in his own abilities. He didn't think he was worse than the three opponents. Sure. You two also saw that Zhao Fei, who wanted to fight this confrontation, so he responded and looked at Tao Lei and asked, "Tell me, how do you fight?" It's very simple. Tao Lei said, "We will play 3 against 3, without scoring. Whoever hits 11 balls first will win." Can. Yu2 responded. Turning his head, just when he was about to talk to Guijiahao and the others about who to choose to fight, Tao Lei continued, "But it's boring to just fight like this, we need to add some chips." Chips? Turning back, Yu2 asked. "Yes, if you win, I'll pay for your meals in the cafeteria this week." Tao Lei was very confident, showing a smug smile, and then said, "If you lose, we won't ask you to pay for our meal cards." "It's easy, you." Tao Lei pointed at Yu2 and said, "Stay away from the beauty of Suzhou University in the future. Some people are not happy about you getting so close to them. Do you understand?" It turned out that he was angry for his beloved. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around them were instantly shocked. "Wow, I thought they were there to play ball, but it turns out they were there for women." Some people are not happy about being too close to the freshmen and the campus bell of Suzhou University, and finally they can't sit still anymore. It's not just one person who is unhappy, many people in the whole school are unhappy. It was this freshman who defiled the campus belle of Suzhou University. Even though he is indeed very handsome, he can date other girls, but not the campus belle. The goddess must not be defiled. Tao Lei, go, take your brother and Ning Qingsheng with you to teach this loser a lesson. Hearing what Tao Lei said, Zhao Fei who came to Yu2 and asked softly, "Old you, this is actually aimed at you and the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Are you sure? If not, let's not fight this game. What are you afraid of?" Yu2 shrugged and said, "There's nothing wrong between me and the school beauty. It doesn't matter whether we win or lose. We might as well accept the challenge. Maybe if we win, we can earn a week's meal card." "Sure." Zhao Feihu looked at Yu2 thoughtfully. "Is it true that he has nothing going on with the campus beauty of Suzhou University? So what about when you eat together and pass food to each other? I will also peel the tangerines for you to eat. You told me it's okay? Do I believe it? Bah! I don't trust you." On the other side, Su Ling was sitting on a bench not far from Yu2 and Tao Lei, and vaguely heard what they said. Yu2 knew that his ball skills were not good, but he still dared to challenge himself for a week's meal card. As for Ning Qingsheng and Tao Yao's basketball skills, she has been studying at Huacheng University for a year and naturally knows their abilities. Both of them are specially recruited athletes from Huacheng University and play for the Huacheng University basketball team. Although he is 1 year younger than his brother Tao Lei, he started studying at the same time as Tao Lei, which is why they are both sophomores despite being of different ages. She didn't know how good Yu2 was at playing basketball. All she knew was that Yu2 dared to challenge Ning Qingsheng and Tao Yao for a week's meal card. Su Ling admires Yu2 very much for this. At this moment, I secretly cheered for Yu2 in my heart. It doesn't matter even if he loses the game. With Su Ling here, she will definitely not let him go hungry. At this time, when everyone was optimistic about Tao Lei, Tao Yao, and Ning Qingsheng, a girl in white stood up and came behind Yu2. "Classmate Yu2, keep going." Su Ling clenched her fists and said with a hum, "Winning or losing is not important, what is important is the process of playing." "What? The school beauty, go up and cheer." "I'm so jealous. I've never heard the school beauty cheering me on. Woo woo woo. I shouldn't have come to play basketball. Not only did no one cheer me on, but I also had to eat a handful of dog food. I told you, the campus beauty and this freshman have known each other for a long time. These two are definitely in love. If these two didn't know each other before, I would have taken over all the land of this basketball court. Want to cheat for food and drinks again?" Hearing this, everyone around showed a look of shock. They took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the two looking at each other and uploaded them to the campus forum. It's so sweet. The look between the school beauty and her boyfriend is like a sweet love drama. Shocked. The school beauty showed up at the basketball court just to cheer him up. Freshman challenges Tao Yaoning to celebrate birthday, he knows how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. "Yes, I will, senior." Yu2 smiled gently at Su Ling and nodded. "Aha!" At this moment, the breeze blew slowly, ruffling the girl's hair. Her beautiful eyes blinked slightly, and she nodded gently in response, then turned back and sat down on the bench. Tian Shuxian, Song Yuzhen, and Miao Shui beside him kept looking at Su Ling. If someone said that this girl was not in love with her junior, the three of them would definitely not believe it. If this isn't love, then what is? Is it just because my junior is a poor student? Is this the treatment given to poor students? Chapter 18. Are all freshmen so strong? When Su Ling returned to the bench, Yu Tu and Zhao Feihu had already selected 3 people to play 3-on-3 with Tao Lei and the others. Tao Lei, with his younger brother Tao Yao and Ning Qingsheng, 2 sports basketball students, has greatly increased their chances of winning. Even Tao Lei himself often plays basketball and is familiar with how to cooperate when playing 3-on-3, so that he can confront more effectively and with less effort. On the contrary, Yu Tu's side filmed Yu Tu, Zhao Feihu, and Gui Jiahao. We have just witnessed the basketball skills of Zhao Feihu and Gui Jiahao. Although they cannot compete on par with the sports basketball students, they are still better than many people. Zhao Feihu is responsible for grabbing rebounds under the basket, while Gui Jiahao is a shooting guard and can score points more effectively. Yu Tu is not only the main character of this game, but also triggered the system task, so he has to take part. Just after accepting Tao Lei's invitation, I heard the system notification sound. Ding! The host chooses to accept the basketball match with his classmates. Congratulations on getting basketball proficiency plus 200%. What would it be like if it increased by 200%? Yu Tu muttered to himself. It's not that he can't play basketball, it's just that he has rarely come into contact with basketball since he traveled to this world. He still knows how to play, and when he gets serious, his skills are basically the same as Fan Yangyang's. And now, the proficiency has increased by 200%, which may bring about earth-shaking changes. This competition is very simple. It does not take into account the shooting score. Whoever scores 11 goals first wins. The 2 sides decided the game through free throws, and Tao Lei's team served first. Soon, the game began. Gui Jiahao threw the ball to Tao Lei, who served first. Tao Lei took the ball, observed everyone's running positions on the field, and decisively passed the ball to Ning Qingsheng. Ning Qingsheng quickly ran to an open space, received the pass, then immediately jumped up, swung his hand, and threw the ball. However, I thought this was a good shooting opportunity, but as soon as the basketball was thrown from my hand, a figure jumped high and stretched out his big hands. Bang! Yu Tu quickly jumped up, a little higher than Ning Qingsheng, and slammed the basketball with his big hand, making a loud noise. Hot pot cap. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. This speed is too fast. And this jumping ability, compared to just now, this is a completely different person. Ning Qingsheng was also dumbfounded. He had clearly run quickly to create an open space, and the freshman was clearly several body lengths away from him. How could his shot be blocked? This is unlikely. But this is exactly what happened. I got blocked. After landing steadily, Yu Tu glanced at his right palm, his heart filled with joy. This proficiency not only increases the skills, but also increases one's reaction ability in playing basketball, as well as jumping ability and so on. He only reacted slightly and his speed immediately caught up, so he was able to dunk the basketball in a short time. Beautiful. Olju, you built it so well. Zhao Feihu came up and patted Yu Tu on the shoulder with a big smile on his face. You're not pretending anymore, are you? You're finally going to show your true strength, right? Gui Jiahao also said this. No way? He was blocked at the very beginning? Ning Qingsheng was blocked by a freshman? Is this junior also a sports basketball student? I guess he was blocked because he hadn't warmed up yet. Once Ning Qingsheng warmed up, he wouldn't be able to be blocked at all. Yes, come on Ning Qingsheng. Come on, Tao Yao. The classmates who were shocked by Yu Tu also cheered for Ning Qingsheng and Tao Yao at this moment. On the sidelines, Su Ling stared with shocked beautiful eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. She was still immersed in the scene where Yu Tu jumped high and blocked the basketball just now, and had not yet come to her senses. I didn't expect that Yu Tu was so good at playing basketball. It was just the beginning and he had already given the other party a warning. Come again. Ning Qingsheng said in a deep voice. Since Yu Tu just blocked the basketball and the basketball was out of bounds, the ball possession still belongs to Ning Qingsheng. This time, Ning Qingsheng had the ball. He had just suffered a setback, and this time he was determined to get back the face he had lost. Yu Tu naturally became the person he wanted to save face for. He dribbled the ball left and right and made a fake sprint move, trying to fool Yu Tu. At this time, Yu Tu saw the opportunity and hooked his right hand. Bang! Successful steal. He dribbled the ball with his toes lightly touching the three-point line, then quickly turned around and attacked the basket. Tao Lei watched Yu Tu jump up with the ball, and he also jumped up, raising his right hand high, trying to block Yu Tu's shot in response. As a result, U2 made a layup in midair and then hooked the ball with his backhand. Hit a goal. Nice shot. Pretty. Wow. This air-staying ability is amazing. Everyone around was shouting good shot, as if they had forgotten at that moment that U2 had taken away their Soochow University campus beauty. Luck. Tao Lei said coldly and threw the ball to U2. After taking the ball, U2 shrugged and didn't say much. After my proficiency increased by 200%, my understanding of basketball has become deeper and deeper. What about three-pointers? I just threw a three-pointer, hee hee. Thinking of this, U2 found an opportunity and shot from outside the three-point line. The basketball flew high, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Swish. Hit. Oh my god. So accurate? Is this really the freshman who just revealed the three-point non-stick? Is this a lucky ball? In my opinion, just let him shoot. He doesn't have a blue ball. The last shot was just an accident. Seeing U2 score 2 goals in a row, Tao Lei and the other two no longer had the arrogance they had just now, and had to be fully alert to face this game. They underestimated the ability of this freshman. As time goes by, the game on the field becomes more and more intense. Soon, the score came to 10-3. That's right, U2's side is 10. All this is attributed to Zhao Feihu's rebounding ability. With his stature, he will often grab the rebound whenever others miss a shot. Coupled with the shooting ability of Gui Jiahao and U2, this game was already a landslide victory. And now, we have reached the match point. As long as U2's team can score one more goal, they will win the game. The key point is that the ball possession still belongs to Tu and his team, which is simply icing on the cake. Damn it, are all the freshmen so strong nowadays? Tao Lei said cursingly. Brother, you lied to me. Didn't you say that my junior is a nobody? Tao Yao shouted in a low voice. He was sleeping soundly in bed when he was woken up by a phone call from his brother Tao Lei, who said that there was a freshman who was showing off and stealing the limelight, and asked him to teach the freshman. Originally, she didn't want to come, but when she heard that the other party was the mysterious boyfriend of the campus beauty who dominated the hot list of campus forums in the past few days, Tao Yao became excited and immediately called her roommate Ning Qingxing to come over. As a result, not only did I fail to teach the freshman, but I was the one being taught a lesson instead. How embarrassing. Chapter 19, No Negotiation. He was clearly not like this just now. Tao Lei was also speechless. I have indeed seen U2's basketball skills with my own eyes, and they are completely different from what they are now. Could it be that this guy is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? No way. Do you really think you are the hero in the novel White Fox is Not White? Defend. Defend. Defense. Watch them closely and don't give them a chance to shoot. It's over, Ning Qingsheng and the others are going to lose. There were bursts of shouts at the scene. U2 took the ball and did not choose to shoot a three-pointer. Instead, he dribbled the ball quickly into the basket and used Gui Jiahao's running position to pull Tao Yao out of an open space, creating an opportunity for U2 to break into the basket. He exerted force with his legs and jumped up. Don't even think about shooting this ball in front of me. Successfully predicting U2's move, Tao Lei jumped high with his hands raised. At this height, as long as U2 shoots the basketball, he will definitely be blocked by Tao Lei. However, U2 had no intention of throwing the basketball. Instead, he held the basketball tightly in his right hand and raised it towards the basket. Gai Ta Mao. Quick. Wait. The new student hasn't made a move yet? What is he planning to do? No way, are you trying to dunk over Tao Lei? Oh my god. He can dunk with a height of 1.8 meters. His jumping ability is really amazing, and it's a head-on dunk. At this moment, everyone held their breath and watched U2's actions without blinking, for fear of missing any wonderful moment. Come down. Tao Lei shouted. Bang Shua. Separate dunk. U2 dunked over Tao Lei. A total of 11 goals won the game. Suddenly, the crowd around cheered excitedly. Oh my god. He did it. He did it. Are all the freshmen nowadays so strong? On the second day of school, they dunked over the seniors without showing any courtesy at all. Oh my god, I have to admit that this boy is indeed a little bit better than me. I finally understand why the campus beauty of Soochow University is in love with him. There is a reason for this. Wow, this classmate is so handsome, I like him so much. Classmate, can you give me your WeChat? This is so cool. Lose, we lost? Tao Lei, who was blocked by U2, looked at the floor with lifeless eyes and stammered incoherently. This completely overturned his previous understanding of the road. Are all students in the Prairie provinces so good at playing basketball? I was actually blocked. This is so embarrassing. When he thought of this, Tao Lei felt too embarrassed to stay here, so he turned around and wanted to leave. Wait a moment, classmate. When Zhao Feihu saw Tao Lei was about to leave, he stopped him and said, "You didn't forget the meal card for a week, did you?" This. Suddenly, Tao Lei felt a little distressed, but he had to admit what he had said. "I didn't forget. Add WeChat and I'll transfer it to you." After saying that, Tao Lei took out his phone and added Zhao Feihu on WeChat. Are you kidding? There are so many people around, how dare he go back on his word? Afterwards, he left this sad place in a puff of smoke. At this time, Fan Yangyang ran up with 3 bottles of water. Brother you guys are awesome. Fan Yangyang handed the water over and said excitedly, "Come, drink some water." Thanks, Yangyang. U2 took the water, unscrewed the bottle cap, and drank a few gulps. Okay, Lao Yu, you said you can't play basketball, but I think you are just pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Hey! Old Yu has to be good at pretending, otherwise we wouldn't have the chance to get a week's worth of free meals. Thanks to Lao Tai for his sponsorship. Brother Yu is so handsome. He successfully dunked over that guy. This also serves as a warning to the other two that our brother Yu is not someone who can be easily bullied. The 3 of us spoke one after another. From this moment on, Fan Yangyang became U2's little fanboy. Not only is he good at playing basketball, he can also seduce the campus beauty from Soochow University. He is definitely a capable person. Looking at U2 chatting and laughing with his 3 roommates and drinking water with his head tilted back, Su Ling, who was not far away, slapped his head in a daze. This stunned Tian Shuxian and the other 2. Lingling, what happened? Junior brother won the game, why did he pat himself on the head? Are there mosquitoes? Su Ling pursed her thin red lips gently and muttered to herself. Su Ling, how could you be so careless? You 2 must be thirsty after playing ball. In order to take care of the person you are helping, you should have bought some water and sent it to him by now. In this way, you 2 can better feel the warmth of the school. Write it down and remember it next time. Soon, because you 2 won the basketball game against Tao Lei, Tao Yao, and Ning Qingsheng, it naturally became a hot topic on the campus forum. Shocking. Tao Yaoning lost the birthday basketball game for the first time in a year. The winner turned out to be him. A freshman dunks over his senior and teaches him a lesson, showing no mercy. You haven't seen the school beauty's boyfriend yet? All 4K pictures are here. You 2 didn't pay any attention to the posts on the forum. It was only the 2nd day of school and it had already dominated various hot posts on the campus forum. I really want to keep a low profile. 2 days later. After the registration was completed, the military training for college freshmen finally began. At noon, the sun is scorching, and even the occasional breeze carries a scorching smell, which is also a torture to the skin. On the playground of Huacheng University, an old tradition that is performed every year is taking place military training. Many freshmen were already sweating profusely at this moment, and their clothes looked as if they had been washed with water. In comparison, the boys were still relatively well off, but several weak girls had to be carried away due to heatstroke. U2 was already extremely hot at this time. Not only his forehead but also his body were sweating profusely. However, he was standing at attention and could not raise his hands to wipe off the sweat, so he let the sweat fall freely. The clothes on my body have been completely soaked with sweat. If I wring them hard now, I can wring out a full cup of water. However, compared with other students, U2's physique is pretty good. Ever since he died of overwork in his previous life, U2, who was reborn, has been focusing on strengthening his own exercise. Therefore, these 20 minutes of standing at attention was nothing to him. At this time, the military training instructor Nagase glanced at the team with a sharp gaze and shook his head with some disappointment. Everyone, take a 5-minute break. He himself was a young man in his early 20s, a few years older than U2 and other freshmen, but he felt that the physical fitness of these freshmen was really too poor. They had only been standing there for a short while, but their faces had turned pale and their lips had lost color. Their physical condition was too poor. It seems that they still need to be well trained during this week's military training. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of freshmen who were still holding on cheered at this moment. He didn't care whether the ground was clean or not, and just lay down on the ground. For them, who would care about these things now? Just sitting there is already a pleasure. Chapter 20, School Beauty Delivers Water. U2 also sat on the ground with his classmates to rest. He reached out and grabbed the collar of the clothes and swung it. The weather in Guangdong was really hot, and the scorching sun hung in the sky, burning them. I was gasping for air, my mouth was dry, and I kept imagining in my mind that I would be able to drink all kinds of water after the training. What a wonderful thing that would be. Phew! I'm so tired. Who on earth invented military training on such a hot day? I'm really thirsty. If there's a bottle of mineral water in front of me, I can show you my unique skill. I can swallow it in seconds. It would be so nice if I had a can of Coke. But I don't know when the training will end. I really want to drink some fat otaku happy water. Damn, those seniors were so mean just now. They circled around us with watermelons and milk tea, shrimp and pig heart. Yes, he is so inhuman. Please finish the training soon, I want to drink Corico. Just when everyone was fantasizing about every can of Fat House happy water, footsteps were heard on one side of the playground. Everyone looked back. Several female college students wearing white t-shirts, ponytails and carrying student union ID cards walked towards them, followed by several boys pulling carts. These female college students wear light makeup, which can show off their sweet looks to the fullest. As she walked, her high ponytail fluttered in the wind, and her pretty face was filled with youthfulness. As I walked towards me, it was like a March breeze that blew away the summer heat. Wow! Is this heaven? There are so many beautiful girls. Are they from the student union? They all seem to be wearing student union badges. That cart at the back is full of water. These boxes are full of water. Is Senior here to bring us some water? Great! Come on, I'm dying of thirst. Senior sister, please look at me first. Please give me a bottle first. I need to be irrigated with water. Senior sister is awesome, I love you. Senior, I will give you my body. You are not repaying a favor, you are repaying kindness with hatred. As the classmates cast eager eyes, the girls from the student union first walked up to the instructor to greet him, and then walked to the front of the line. Dear juniors, you have worked hard in training. Our student union has sent you some water. Come and quench your thirst. After a senior student shouted, the freshmen cheered loudly. They excitedly took the bottles of mineral water, unscrewed the caps with trembling hands, and took big gulps of the water. Great! Drinking water in this weather is so refreshing. It's a pity that the water is not ice cold. It lacks some feeling. It would be so nice if I could drink ice water on such a hot day. It's good to have a drink again. What kind of bicycle do you want? The student union is so nice. They even arranged for these pretty seniors to bring us water during military training. I love it. Just a blind guess, this must have been a decision made by the student union president, Sude, the school beauty. Otherwise, how could the school be so humane? Don't you think so? I think so too. This is definitely the decision made by our beautiful and kind-hearted Suzhou University beauty. As expected of my goddess, she is indeed unique. I love her even more. Although it's not the water delivered by the school beauty herself, it can still solve my current thirst concerns. It would be great if this water was delivered by the school beauty herself. It would definitely be very sweet, sweeter than the farmer's 3 punches. Don't even think about it. It's good enough to have water to drink on such a hot day. Do you want the campus beauty of Suzhou University to personally bring you water? That's right, you're not the campus belle so-and-so. As soon as he finished speaking, some people looked towards U2 and a certain teen with mixed feelings. This man has an entangled relationship with the campus beauty of Suzhou University. On the campus forum, some people said he was a relative of the campus belle of Suzhou University, some said he was the campus belle's boyfriend, and some said he was the son of the campus belle's father's partner. There are all kinds of rumors. U2 was also given a bottle of water. He unscrewed it and took a few sips, which temporarily relieved the heat. I also heard the words of my classmates around me and found it inexplicably funny. It's such hot weather, and you still want the school beauty to bring you water personally? How is this possible? If you come out to deliver water in this hot weather, you must wear all kinds of sunscreen, otherwise you will get at least a shade darker. However, being able to drink water provided by the student union during training is also considered a good thing by the student union of Huacheng University. Perhaps, this might really be a suggestion made by the campus bell of Suzhou University. It is enough to see that this school beauty is a pretty good person. At this moment, the freshmen who were lying on the ground seemed to have seen something and struggled to get up one by one. Ha! Am I hallucinating? I seem to see the campus beauty. What? Campus beauty? Where is she? It's not an illusion, it's real, she's really the school beauty. Fuck. The school beauty is walking towards our team. I'm not seeing things. The school beauty is holding a bottle of water. What the hell? Am I hallucinating because of exhaustion? The school beauty actually came to deliver water in person. I saw a person coming towards me not far away, wearing a white t-shirt with letters, a plaid skirt with a waistline, and canvas shoes. She walked towards me with light steps. With her hair tied in a high ponytail in this outfit, she looks both sweet and salty, with a very pure aura. In his hand was a bottle of ice water, the surface of which had quickly condensed into a layer of water droplets due to the heat. Seeing this scene, the freshmen in U2's team all got rid of their fatigue. They all got up, dusted themselves off, and straightened their clothes. They all agreed that the campus beauty of Suzhou University had come to bring them water. The school beauty is coming. The school beauty is coming. The campus beauty of Suzhou University is here for me? Wow! Don't dream, they are clearly coming for me. They are here to bring me ice water. I was just saying that it would be nice if this bottle of water could be ice water. The Suzhou University beauty probably heard my cry and is here to change it to ice water for me. Campus beauty, I'm dying of thirst. Can I have this bottle of ice water? Goddess, don't listen to his bullshit. He just showed off a whole bottle of water. Wow! The campus beauty of Su University looks so good today. This ponytail really matches her outfit. Who will be the lucky one to be dressed up so nicely and come to deliver water? Sweet Su Ling smiled gently and nodded at everyone, but did not stop. Instead, she walked straight past one team after another. Su Ling's goal was clear and his eyes were determined as he locked onto U2, who was still sitting on the ground. U2, who was sitting still, naturally became the most eye-catching person in the crowd. Why did the Suzhou University beauty go to that square? Isn't that square formation the square formation where the freshman who dunked over Tao Lei is? Is he the boy who has been having dinner with the campus beauty of Suzhou University these days? Fuck. No way, again? That's not the way to show off your affection. That's what I was wondering. Why would the student union be so kind to send us water? There really is something fishy going on here. It's all because of that boy. The sky is falling. My goddess is actually giving water to other boys in such a hot day? Are you overthinking it? The instructor is also there. Could it be that the instructor sent water to him? Yes. The campus beauty of Suzhou University hates the president of the student union to death. It is only natural for her to express gratitude to the instructor. Yes, that's it must be like this. Chapter 21 Rejection, I don't want to drink water. At this time, U2, who was sitting in the same place, finally saw Su Ling coming towards him and was stunned. Damn it! It's so hot today, and you're still here to deliver water? Gansen demon. U2 was shocked when he noticed Su Ling's determined gaze staring at him. Could it be that she is coming for me? What is going on? Wasn't she called in for a talk by teacher Sonyu? He had heard about this from Zhao Feihu 2 days ago. Now that the university is at the center of the storm, why doesn't the campus beauty of Suzhou University come over to deliver water without any hesitation? This is just an assignment from the school. There's no need to take it so seriously, right? The instructor standing not far in front of U2 also looked surprised. Wow, what a beautiful girl. It's really rare in this school. What is she doing here? You are holding a glass of ice water in your hand. Do you want to give it to someone? Who is it for? Could it be a gift for me? No, she wasn't looking at me. It seems like I am looking at. The instructor followed Su Ling's gaze and finally stopped at U2, who was sitting on the ground. Just as the freshmen were looking forward to it, Su Ling took the ice water in her hand, reported to the instructor, and walked straight to U2. Student U Tuesday. Leaning forward slightly, with his left hand supporting his knee, and holding a bottle of ice water in his right hand, he smiled gently. Would you like some water? At this moment, all the freshmen around were excited. What? You're bringing him some water? Wow, if I had known I wouldn't want to take the water given by other seniors. I also want the water given by the school beauty. When can I enjoy the same treatment as him? No way. The campus beauty of Soochow University has handed the water to him, and she is half bending over. Why is this freshman still sitting on the ground? This is too ignorant. It's a complete waste to give him water. So, school beauty, please give me the water. I will never be like him. What's that kid's expression? Why is he so indifferent? Does it mean that the campus beauty of Soo University has to personally pass the bottle to your mouth and feed you to drink? Bah! Stop daydreaming. Drink if you want. This kid really pissed me off. It's only been a short time since the start of the school term, and this guy has already gotten a senior girl? She's even the campus beauty of Soochow University. Did he pay double tuition? Why don't I have a school beauty to send me water? U2, who was sitting on the ground, looked into Su Ling's eyes and blinked. He did not rush to get up to get the water. He really couldn't understand why Su Ling did this. What is she thinking? Why do you keep doing things that can easily lead to misunderstandings? Am I already so familiar with the campus beauty of Soochow University? Is it just to complete the assistant's task assigned by the school? Do you really think I'm a poor student? Just because I am a poor student, you take extra care of me? Please, this is just a school assignment. Is it necessary to be like this? This is too outrageous. Moreover, from the smile on Su Ling's face and the confident look in her eyes, does that mean she is sure that you two will accept it? But if I accept it the first time, will there be a second and third time? I really just want to go to college quietly, enjoy the good college life, and keep a low profile. But this is not a solution. No. This is too high profile. I have to think of a way to make the campus beauty of Soo University give up and stop treating me differently in this way. Just as U2 was thinking quickly, the voice of the system came into his mind again. When faced with the gentle watering of the school beauty, please make a choice. Choice 1, accept the ice water from the school beauty and attract the envy and jealousy of your classmates. Reward, Xingchen Technology stock investment worth millions. Choice 2, reject the school beauty's ice water. Reward, Xingchen Group's future investment direction planning proposal. These two choices are very important for Xingchen Technology, which has just moved from Grassland Province to Flower City, Guangdong Province. If you want to gain a foothold in Huacheng, you must make a name for yourself in Huacheng. For Star Technology, the most common thing is to invest in and acquire a small company. U2 currently has no good ideas about this, and is also looking forward to the opinions of Tang Xiaoqing, the second-in-command and executive president of Star Technology. He will then summarize and make amazing investment acquisitions. Although the $1 million stock investment in Star Technology is good, it is far inferior to the reward of the second option. How can a mere million compare with the plan for the future investment direction of Star Technology? This time, U2 did not act so willfully as to not choose either option. Sorry, I already drank the water. U2 calmly picked up the bottle of water he had just drunk from the ground, shook it, and said, water doesn't taste good at all. I prefer carbonated drinks, such as Coke and Sprite. After saying that, U2 casually threw the bottle of water in his hand at his feet, with a smirk on his lips and a hint of teasing in his eyes. Humph. I've already made it so obvious that I'm rejecting you. Let's see what you can do. Now, the campus beauty of Soochow University should give up, right? You should know what I mean, right? Don't blame me for being ruthless. There is no other way. I have to do this for the sake of my low-key and beautiful university life and the future investment direction plan of Star Technology. Hearing U2's words, Su Ling was stunned immediately, her tender lips slightly opened, and her eyes widened in shock. Student U2 doesn't he want to drink water? Want a drink? What does this mean? I braved the hot weather and personally went to buy him some ice water and brought it to him. Not only did he not accept my kindness and say thank you, he actually picked it? As the campus belle of Huacheng University, she is treated like a star wherever she goes. Even if Su Ling responded politely with a nod, the other party would be flattered and excited. Now, she has suffered unprecedented injustice. U2's provocation made Su Ling feel rejected in public for the first time. This feeling is both embarrassing and ashamed, and I wish I could find a hole to crawl into right now. But why did you two do this? No way? What did I hear? Am I suffering from heat stroke? Am I hallucinating? The campus beauty personally offered water to the freshman, but was rejected in public? Fuck. I would like to call this guy the best. He is probably the first person to reject a school beauty in public. Is this man sick? The school beauty personally brought him water, but he was still picky. He wanted a bicycle? No, he wanted some fat otaku happy water? If you don't drink, I will. Campus belle, give me this bottle of ice water. Well, I have a friend who is dying of thirst. His last wish before he dies is to drink ice water, especially ice water personally delivered by you, the goddess. On the playground, the freshmen's discussion suddenly exploded. Su Ling bit her lip, and there was a hint of anger in her eyes. The fingers holding the water bottle tightened silently. How did you two become like this? Ron. You two is definitely not such a person. He must have done this to protect his self-esteem and not be looked down upon by others, so he deliberately angered himself so that he would not have anything to do with himself. Right. It must be like this. Then if I get angry and leave now, wouldn't that be exactly what he wants? No, I can't let you two bear it alone. Classmate you two, I will definitely make you not care about other people's opinions. Okay, I'll buy it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ling turned around and left, walking towards the school supermarket. Chapter 22 I Want to Drink Milk Tea. Seeing Su Ling, who was wearing a white t-shirt and plaid skirt, say this and then turn around and leave, the freshmen next to her were all shocked. No way? Did I hear it right? This boy doesn't want to drink water, he wants a drink, so the school beauty goes to buy it for him? What kind of magical plot is this? Even novels written by White Fox and not White wouldn't dare to write like this. No. Are you really going to buy him a drink? In my opinion, the campus beauty of Soochow University is not like this. Is this still the same cool school beauty? Why isn't the campus beauty of Soochow University angry? Not only was she not angry, she even went and bought it for the new student. Don't you think this is outrageous? They were all stunned with their mouths wide open, looking at the back of the Soochow University beauty who was walking away in surprise. Why is this plot not right? After listening to the freshman's picky requests, shouldn't he have just splashed water on his face and then turned away angrily? This is in line with the image of the school beauty who is difficult to win everyone's heart. Only the freshmen who were nearby knew what had just happened. Those who were far away thought that it was the school beauty who brought water to you two, but was rejected by him because he was ungrateful, so they turned around and left in anger. Suddenly, there was a sound of wailing on the playground. How much these freshmen wish they could drink the water personally delivered by the school bell. For them, it is an honor and something they can brag about. But a freshman in that square formation actually rejected the kindness of the campus beauty of Sioux University. Damn it! If he doesn't drink, I will. I have been exposed to the new university life these few days, and I have also learned that the campus beauty of Soochow University has always been aloof and does not like to interact with boys since she entered the school. All those who were rich, powerful, and talented were rejected by the campus belle of Soochow University. But now, it was this freshman who rejected the campus belle of Soochow University. Times have changed. Just when everyone thought that the campus beauty of Soochow University was going to leave angrily, the next moment, everyone's three views were refreshed again. Why did the school beauty go to the campus supermarket? Were we going in the wrong direction? The goddess walked in. What is he doing at the campus supermarket? Just when everyone was confused, Su Ling came out with a plastic bottle of Coke in her hand. Soon, he returned to U2. Seeing the familiar plaid skirt appear in his sight, U2, who didn't know the truth, raised his head slightly and saw the sweet Su Ling standing in front of him with a bottle of Coke. Because the weather today was very hot, beads of sweat had already appeared on her forehead after the round trip. Moreover, her pace must have been quite fast just now, and she was still secretly breathing heavily. Suddenly, U2 showed a surprised expression. Is she going to buy me a Coke? Why did she do that? I deliberately made things difficult for her. Is she stupid? Seeing U2's surprised expression, Su Ling couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Humph. I knew that my junior rejected me on purpose. Alas! A man with a strong sense of self-esteem. This was Su Ling's initial impression of Tu. A few days ago, when Yu Tu was asked to fill out a form to claim the financial aid from the school, he did not fill it out because of his strong self-esteem. So, when Su Ling thought of this just now, he felt a little proud and went straight to the campus supermarket to buy a bottle of Coke and came back. "Junior, I bought you another Coke, and it's super, super cold." Su Ling raised the ice cola in his hand and said proudly, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Yu Tu was very surprised. He didn't expect the campus belle of Soochow University to be so persistent. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect Su Ling to actually go and buy a Coke. But Yu Tu just wanted Su Ling to give up in the face of difficulty, and to complete the choice given by the system. Generally speaking, if other girls were rejected in person in this situation, they would definitely be angry and embarrassed. But Su Ling wouldn't. Just to help a poor student? Just for a task assigned by the school? What on earth is this Soochow University campus beauty thinking? I just don't believe that you can be so persistent in doing the task assigned by the school. Thinking of this, Yu Tu simply gritted his teeth. "Thank you, senior, but..." Yu Tu was still sitting on the ground, looking up at Su Ling's eyes, and said indifferently, "I suddenly remembered that it's not good for boys to drink too much Coke, so now I don't want to drink Coke. If I can have a cup of iced milk tea, that would be great." As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on the face of the campus beauty of Su University froze and her eyes turned cold. Seeing this, Yu Tu felt satisfied and happy. "If I'm being so difficult, you'll definitely be angry, right? Being rejected in public by the same person repeatedly, even if you, the campus belle of Soochow University, want to complete the task assigned by the school, you absolutely cannot stand being treated like this. Really?" Su Ling bit her thin lips angrily and frowned. "This person. It's really too much. I ran to buy him water and Coke in such a hot day, but he not only didn't appreciate it, he also made things difficult for me. Now he's making things difficult for me by saying he wants iced milk tea? Just for your own self-esteem? A poor family background is just the current situation and does not represent the future. Why should you shut out all the people who care about you just for the sake of your self-esteem?" At this moment, Su Ling felt very aggrieved, and there was some soreness in the corners of his eyes. He threw the ice cola in his hand directly into Yu Tu's arms, then turned around and ran away with a sullen face. "Hello, senior. Senior, it's so hot today, do you want to go have a cup of milk tea?" On the way back to the dormitory, people kept coming up to say hello. But at this moment, Su Ling was frowning and looked angry. She decided not to be a pushover anymore. Isn't it nice to enjoy the air conditioning in the dormitory? Why did they film the water delivery on such a hot day? Moreover, not only did the junior student not appreciate his kindness, he also embarrassed him in public. "I'm so angry. Junior, you are such an idiot. Idiot. Pig head. I will go see the principal tomorrow, and let someone else take care of this poor student, Yu Tu. She is tired. But do we have to give up so easily? Do you give up when you are rejected?" It seems that the other party did not do this intentionally. The junior just wanted to avoid being seen as a poor student. "Su Ling, if you just leave like this, wouldn't that be exactly what your junior wants? But I shouldn't refuse you in public again and again. What to do? What should I do?" Su Ling stopped, feeling very conflicted, and Yu Tu's every move just now kept appearing in his mind. At this time, a boy came over holding a black sun umbrella. "Lingling, why are you standing in the sun?" Su Ling turned his head and took a look. A boy with delicate features came to her side with an umbrella, shielding her from the scorching sun and smiling gently at Su Ling. Chapter 23. We are not familiar with each other, please call me classmate Su. If it were any other girl, she would have been touched by this smile. After all, on such a hot day, having a handsome guy with delicate looks, fair skin and regular features holding an umbrella for you is definitely a plus. However, this boy was facing Su Ling. "It's okay, I just came back from the playground." Su Ling turned around, relaxed her tightly furrowed brows a little, and shook her head gently in response. "Playground? Why did you go and deliver water by yourself?" Nang Weiqi said in surprise. As the vice president of the student union, he naturally knew that their student union would deliver water to the freshmen who were undergoing military training today. Su Ling applied to the school personally, saying that the weather this year was too hot and she was worried about the health of the freshmen. But usually the water delivery was done by other members of the student union, and there was no need for her, the president, to go. So, Meng Weiqi was very curious, why would Su Ling go to deliver water personally? I happen to be free, too. Su Ling explained, plus, with such hot weather, if we have one more person to help, we can finish delivering water earlier and go back to the dormitory to rest earlier. So that's how it is. Meng Weiqi nodded and made an excuse for himself, saying, I wanted to help, but you know, we finance students often have to learn more about changes in the stock market. Teacher Song gave me an assignment last night, and I stared at the stock market early this morning, and I had a headache. Yeah, good luck then. Su Ling said lightly. He didn't want to know too much or understand too much about Meng Weiqi. She didn't have a good impression. This is all because Meng Weiqi has the support of his father. Although he appears to be harmless at school, he is actually very evil inside. Although she did not see all these with her own eyes, Tian Shushan and others had talked about this person many times. But what does this have to do with Su Ling? At this time, Meng Weiqi noticed that Su Ling pursed her lips, her brows were slightly wrinkled, and there was a little redness in the corners of her eyes. Seemingly. Lingling, what's wrong with you? Meng Weiqi asked curiously, you seem to be in a bad mood. Are you feeling uncomfortable or did someone make you angry? Tell me and I will help you teach the other person a lesson. As he spoke, Meng Weiqi pretended to be full of energy. It's okay. The weather is too hot. Maybe I just got a little heat stroke. Su Ling shook her head and emphasized, by the way, classmate Meng, please call me classmate Su from now on. We are not that familiar with each other. Don't call me Lingling to avoid misunderstanding. Meng Weiqi's heart was stunned for a moment, as if a cold arrow had hit him. As expected, she is still that aloof school beauty. I thought that calling out Deer Point would bring them closer, but in the end, I was poured cold water on. Afraid of being misunderstood? By whom? Will I be misunderstood by that freshman? Why is Lingling afraid of being misunderstood by him? Is everything said on the campus forum true? Is there really something between them? Damn it! That freshman, Meng Weiqi, will never let you go. Also, seeing Su Ling standing alone in the sun just now, with that aggrieved expression on his face, it really didn't look like he had heat stroke. Someone must have bullied her. Okay, Su-san. Meng Weiqi scratched the back of his head awkwardly, looked at Su Ling's red eyes, and asked, are you really going to have a heat stroke? Did someone bully you? No. Su Ling responded calmly with 2 words. Then I'll take you to the infirmary. Meng Weiqi really likes Su Ling. But it has been a year since I entered Huacheng University. During this period, I have hinted and expressed my love for her countless times, but she has always maintained this cold attitude. The harder it is to get, the more Meng Weiqi likes it. Only a woman like this is worth his efforts. Meng Weiqi is also good-looking and is one of the most handsome guys in Huacheng University. Many girls have expressed their love for him. But Meng Weiqi was just playing around with them. The only one he really liked was Su Ling. As for Su Ling, he had no interest in Meng Weiqi at all. No, I'll just go back and take a rest. Su Ling took a step back and said, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to the dormitory first. Goodbye. That. Meng Weiqi didn't know what to say, so he sighed and said, okay, then go back and have a good rest. After separating from Su Ling, Meng Weiqi felt more and more that Su Ling had suffered some injustice, so he immediately took out his cell phone and contacted Tao Lei, asking him to help find out the reason. Finally, I saw some news on the campus forum. A freshman refused the water offered by the school beauty and was picky, asking for Coke and milk tea. Mad. Who is this new student? You're such a beast to make things so difficult for Lingling. Meng Weiqi clicked on the post while cursing, and was stunned when he saw a high-definition side profile photo. On the way? Doesn't he have some relationship with Su Ling? Why does he continue to make things difficult for Su Ling? Just because he is Su Ling's one-on-one assistance target, you can make things so difficult for him? Is that intentional? Or is he relying on his other relationship with Su Ling to be picky? Meng Weiqi had naturally investigated you too, and he also knew that he was Su Ling's one-on-one assistance target. However, judging from the news that broke out on the campus forum in recent days, it always feels that the relationship between them is more than just a supportive one. But this is not a reason for him to bully Su Ling. Damn. I can't stand it. The more Meng Weiqi thought about it, the angrier he got. He decided to go to the playground to see what kind of boy dared to make things so difficult for Su Ling. A new round of standing at attention has begun. That graceful figure did not appear again, and Yu2 was relieved about this. Should I give up this time? She really treated me as a poor student. In order to complete the task assigned by the school, she went out in such a hot sun to bring me water and buy Coke. In fact, deep down, I am still somewhat grateful. But, I'm really not a poor student. I really don't lack money. In the 2.5 years since his rebirth, with the help of the system and his investment experience from his previous life, he has not only made a lot of money for his family, but has also set up a new company in Huacheng, the Xingchen Group. As long as you invest a little on a daily basis, you can earn more money in a day than others will earn in a year, 2 years, or even 5 years. You can make money in minutes just by lying down. Am I still a poor student in this state? I really just want to enjoy the relaxing and wonderful campus life. At the same time, 2 boys were standing under a shady tree not far from the playground. The 2 people were Meng Weiqi and Tao Lei, who were drinking ice cola and looking at the freshmen being exposed to the scorching sun. Wei, brother Meng, why did you 2 reject the kindness of the campus beauty of Suzhou University? Tao Lei asked as he took a sip of Coke through a straw. Ever since he was dunked over by Yu2 last time, and also because he took the initiative to attract the campus beauty of Suzhou University, he has already admired Yu2 very much. I learned from other people in the campus forum that Yu2 had just rejected the offer of water from the Suzhou University beauty, and I was stunned. Chapter 24 Tao Lei's direct recruitment. I don't know what's good for me. Meng Weiqi shrugged and said indifferently. It's better to refuse. As long as he rejected Su Ling would hate him, and over time, her relationship with him would gradually fade away. In this way, I will have a greater chance of getting close to Su Ling. Junior Yu2, well done. Then why are we here in such a hot sun? Tao Lei didn't understand. On such a hot day, isn't it uncomfortable to turn on the cool air conditioner in the dormitory? When they finish their training, let's go talk to you Tuesday. Meng Weiqi continued, to be honest, I haven't met him face to face since the beginning of the school year. But to be honest, this guy has a really good figure. He is indeed from the grassland province. He is really tall and strong. Compared with Yu2's figure, Meng Weiqi's figure is much smaller, and can be described as a thin dog. He is just handsome, but his body and muscles are not as perfect as Yu2's. This was also the reason why Meng Weiqi didn't dare to confront Yu2 face to face before, mainly because he was afraid that the other party would beat him. But it's different now, with the instructor here, even if something happens later, they won't dare to act rashly, as they will be punished. Let him remember that this is Huacheng, our Guangyue territory. Meng Weiqi took a sip of Coke and said arrogantly, no matter how powerful he is in the faraway grassland province, he should learn to be more restrained when he comes to our territory. It is better not to contact some girls if possible. Besides, he is still a poor student. Yes, how much money can a poor student's family have to compare with our brother Meng? Seeing this, Tao Lei immediately flattered Meng Weiqi. Meng Weiqi's family business is in the cosmetics business and is well known in Huacheng. It also has several processing factories that supply it. Keep a low profile. Meng Weiqi was very happy about Tao Lei's flattery, but he still pretended to be humble and said, although he is a poor student, we can't judge people by appearance. As long as he is sensible and stays away from Su Ling, I will naturally not make things difficult for him. Brother Meng, how about this? Tao Lei rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, he is a poor student with little money. Why don't you arrange a part-time job for him? As long as you give him some money, he will definitely listen to you and stay away from the campus beauty of Suzhou University because of his great kindness to you. Give him money? Meng Weiqi shook his head and continued, this kid has a strong sense of self-esteem. Last time Su Ling applied for a school scholarship for him, he refused it and said that the money should be given to someone who needs it more. Yes, he doesn't want a scholarship from the school, he wants to earn it with his own hands. Tao Lei said, so he needs a part-time job to make money, and just when he needs a job, hey. Brother Meng, you can give him this job. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are his savior. Hearing what you said, Meng Weiqi thought for a moment and said, it seems to make sense. My dad's company has a new product and is planning to promote it through live streaming. We need a few assistants. This guy is not as good looking as me, but he is definitely a handsome guy. We can let him give it a try. That's perfect. Tao Lei immediately clapped his hands and cheered, you gave him this job, and he made money with his own ability. You helped him, so he will naturally listen to you. Yeah. Very good. You have a good idea. Meng Weiqi nodded. Everyone, disperse where you are. Soon, the instructor's voice was heard from the playground. Today's standing at attention training has finally ended. A large group of freshmen sat down on the ground upon hearing the sound. There were also many freshmen who poked their heads out and kept looking into the distance, eagerly waiting, but still could not see Su Ling's graceful figure. It seems that the campus beauty of Soochow University will not come again, right? Of course, that boy really pissed off the school beauty. It's really outdated. It's good enough to have ice water to drink, why do you want ice cola? In the end, the school beauty bought ice cola and then said she wanted to drink milk tea. This person is too much. That's good now. The school beauty isn't coming anymore. We can't feast our eyes on her. With so many requests, why doesn't this kid go to heaven? The look these freshmen gave you too was filled with endless murderous intent. Who does this kid think their goddess is? A takeaway girl? What do you want? She is the face of Huacheng University, the campus belle of Soochow University, held in the palm of the hands of many boys. I'm actually being ordered around by a new junior? The problem is, it's such a hot day, it's good enough that I can buy you an ice cola, but you refuse me again and again. It's strange that I'm not angry. You two didn't take these people's words to heart. At most, people will say a few words to you, and it won't cause any loss to you, so just let them say what they want. Looking at the Coke in his hand, you two unscrewed the can and took a big gulp. Ah ha ha. Cool. This sip instantly quenches the summer heat. At this moment, you two, who had just raised his head slightly, suddenly noticed a white figure appear in front of him. You two opened his eyes wide and blinked. He was so shocked that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of Coke to the side. Puff. Cough cough cough. You two quickly screwed the cap on the ice cola in his hand, coughing, and looked at a girl walking towards him not far away, with a look of shock on his face. Fuck. Look. The school beauty is here. The school beauty is here? Did you really go to buy milk tea? Family members, who would understand? After being rejected 3 times, the school beauty not only didn't get angry, but actually went and bought iced milk tea, and even added pearls. So the school beauty wasn't angry when she first came, but went to buy milk tea for that boy? Envy. Whatever you wish for, you'll get it. The school beauty dotes on him so much, I'm so jealous. You two stood up and looked at Su Ling, who was walking towards him. At this time, Su Ling still seemed to be a little angry and walked very slowly. The black and shiny hair was gently blown up by the breeze. Due to the hot weather and the milk tea she bought for you two, Su Ling's fair skin had turned a faint pink. Beads of sweat on her forehead dripped down her pretty face to her chin. He came in front of you two, looked up at the surprised you two, and stretched out his hand holding the bubble milk tea. Here, the milk tea you asked for. She pouted her lips, frowned slightly, and spoke in a tone that did not allow Lu to refuse. But you two did not take the milk tea, but looked at Su Ling's smooth and straight calves. From the way Su Ling walked over with the bubble milk tea just now, you two realized that something was wrong. Now looking at the white calf, there is a little redness and swelling at the ankle. Then I look at the plaid skirt and see that there is some dust on it. Chapter 25 Systematic Calculation Suggestions. Fell? You two frowned slightly and asked deeply. None of your business, huh? Su Ling snorted and rolled her eyes at you two. Take the milk tea you asked for. Having said that, he handed the bubble milk tea to you two, then turned around and left. Looking at the girls limping back, you two felt mixed emotions. I didn't mean to make things difficult for Su Ling before. He has been working in the business world for many years and has seen too many intrigues and schemes. Now that I'm back to school, it takes me a while to get used to other people's aimless displays of kindness. From this moment on, you two finally knew that Su Ling was really doing this for his own good. Even though he made things difficult for her again and again, Su Ling still went to buy him iced milk tea on such a hot day, just to help him adapt to the new environment. Thanks. Looking at the girl's back as she walked away, you two smiled gently and whispered 2 words. At this moment, the freshmen around him were extremely envious of you two. A freshman could actually make their goddess devote so much to him. They knew they had lost, completely. I just hope that this boy doesn't disappoint the campus beauty of Soochow University. There were also Meng Weiqi and Tao Lei, who were sitting under a tree not far away. Both of them were dumbfounded at this moment. No, didn't they say that you two refused the water sent by the campus beauty of Soochow University? Tao Lei blinked and continued in disbelief, then the school beauty went straight back to the dormitory in a rage? That's right. I just met Su Ling and she said she wanted to go back to the dormitory. Meng Weiqi was also confused. However, just now after the instructor announced the disbandment, they wanted to go up and talk to you too. Before he took a step, he saw the campus beauty of Soochow University walking towards you two with a cup of milk tea. It turns out that she just lied to Meng Weiqi and said she was going back to the dormitory, but actually she was going to buy milk tea for you two? You're not angry at all when I make things difficult for you again and again? It's just to complete a task assigned by the school. Is it necessary to be like this? Meng Weiqi really couldn't understand this. The scene of Su Ling leaving just now flashed through his mind. She seems having trouble walking? Sprained your foot? This is a huge opportunity. When she had trouble walking, I showed up with ointment to help her relieve the pain from her sprained foot. In this case, Su Ling must be very touched. Wow! I am so handsome. Good. That's it. Thinking of this great opportunity to show off in front of Su Ling, Meng Weiqi immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, go get me some medicine for my sprained ankle right now. And get some cosmetics that can repair your skin. Remember, cosmetics must be packaged beautifully to make girls feel excited when they see them. This side of the playground. After watching Su Ling limping away, you two made a decision in his heart. Before I could execute it, the system's voice came into my mind. Ding! The host chooses to reject the school beauty's ice water, and the reward is Xingchen Group's future investment direction planning proposal. A proposal for the company's future investment direction? As you two walked towards the cool building, he kept muttering about the reward from the system. Since traveling to this world and activating this system, you two has completed many tasks and received many kinds of suggestions. It is also based on these proposals that you two can accurately invest in each project every time and get the most efficient returns. Gradually, my father Yu Jiangwo's Jianda Dairy also became the most successful enterprise in Chaoyuan province. So, you two found a cool bench to sit down, took a big sip of the pearl milk tea that Su Ling brought him, and then started to check the proposal. Based on the calculations of the system, it is recommended that the host consider making a budget for the battery industry. The best way is to reform the battery and replace the original battery with new energy. 2 words, reform. It is recommended that the host start investigating Su's Energy. This is a well-established company that has been established for nearly 30 years and is worth investing in. Its headquarters is located in the flower city of Guangdong Province. Su Energy? You two looked at the words displayed on the light screen that only he could see, and his eyes paused. Su family? Could it be Su? The headquarters is also in Huachang? What a coincidence, Su Ling's surname is also Su. I wonder if her foot is better now. After learning about the system's planning suggestions for the future investment direction of the Star Group, you two did not sit idle. He immediately took out his mobile phone and called Tang Xiaoqing, the executive president of the Star Group. Boss, are you taking a break? Tang Xiaoqing's clear and capable voice came from the other end of the phone. She knew that her boss Yu2 was having military training at school during the past week. I looked at the time and thought that they should be resting after training, so I said something as soon as I answered the phone. Well, the military stance is over. Yu2 said lightly. I called right after training. Boss, do you have any instructions? Tang Xiaoqing is indeed a strong woman in the workplace. She immediately guessed the purpose of Yu2's call. Moreover, every time Yu2 asked her to do something, it would eventually bring unexpected rewards. This is why Tang Xiaoqing followed Yu2 all the way to Huacheng, Guangdong Province to set up a branch. Moreover, after arriving in Huacheng, under Yu2's instructions, Xingchen Group also acquired many companies. Soon, it gained a high reputation in Huacheng. But outsiders only know that the president of Xingchen Group is a woman named Tang Xiaoqing, but they don't know that the real boss behind the scenes is a freshman. First, let me report on the company's recent acquisitions. Yu2 said. Okay, boss. Tang Xiaoqing immediately put on a serious look, holding his phone and reporting to Yu2. In the past few days, the company has successively acquired Feixiang Technology, Rui Pharmaceuticals, and Timmy Game Studio. These companies are all very good. They play a big role in helping our Xingchen Group gain a foothold in Huacheng, and they also have great potential for future development. Now the company needs more talents to join us. With the reputation of these companies, I believe it won't be long before our company can complete the paving. The Xingchen Group is not like their Jianda Dairy in the Grassland province, which only engages in dairy-related industries. The Xingchen Group established by U2 and Huacheng is mainly focused on investment. This is also the reason why so many companies have been acquired during this period. Moreover, there is basically no relevant overlap between these companies. There are technology companies, pharmaceutical companies, and game development companies. After listening to Tang Xiaoqing's report, U2 nodded with satisfaction. He is now mainly enjoying his campus life in university, and all the company's affairs are left to Tang Xiaoqing. She always lives up to expectations and does a great job. Tang Xiaoqing's abilities were obvious to all. For the same job, others may expect 70% to 80% completion rate. Tang Xiaoqing is different. Although she looks gentle, she has a very strong personality. As long as she is given a task, she can always complete it smoothly and better than expected. Chapter 26 U2, you big bastard. Not bad, not bad. U2 nodded with satisfaction and said, after acquiring these companies, our Xingchen Group has opened its doors in Huacheng. The next thing we need to do is to welcome customers. Xiaoqing. Seeing that Tang Xiaoqing did a good job in reporting, U2 went straight to the topic of this call. Next, you go to the battery industry to explore it. After my military training is over, report to me your views on the battery industry. And start investigating Su Energy. This is a well-established company that has been established in Huacheng for nearly 30 years. Perhaps this company is the key to our breakthrough in the battery industry. Go and sort out the information. Okay, boss. Tang Xiaoqing nodded immediately. While holding the phone in one hand, he started looking up information on the computer with the other hand. Su Energy, the founder, is also a native of Huacheng. Su Dongpa. Boss, is there anything else you need me to do? Tang Xiaoqing asked while checking the information. No, that's all for now. U2 said lightly. That. Tang Xiaoqing paused for a moment, then said with a smile, I wish the boss a smooth military training. I hope to see you next week. Don't get tan like a piece of charcoal. Ha, I hope so. At this moment, U2 also smiled gently. It can be said that he and Tang Xiaoqing have a relationship of superior and subordinate, but also a relationship of friends. Tang Xiaoqing is only a few years older than U2. Over the past 2.5 years, in addition to career, Tang Xiaoqing has also taken good care of U2 in daily life, giving her the feeling of a sister next door. After ending the call, U2 walked towards the dormitory with the cup of ice-cold bubble milk tea in his hand. Girls' dormitory 501. Snort. Pighead, pighead, pighead. Big idiot, big idiot. U2, you big bastard. Ah. Su Ling, who was usually aloof and calm, was acting out of character at this moment. She gritted her teeth, pursed her red lips, raised her little hand, and angrily punched the man wearing a teddy bear. U2, this big idiot, didn't even say thank you. This is too cold-blooded. It was a pity that she bought ice water, ice cola, and bubble milk tea for him today. Moreover, she even sprained her ankle for this cup of milk tea. Too much. Su Ling is famous for her good temper, but she can't stand U2's attitude. It's really infuriating. This violent beating of the teddy bear scared the 3 girls in the dormitory, and they quickly surrounded him. Lingling, what's wrong with you? Did someone make you angry? Lingling, tell us and we sisters will avenge you. I want to see which bastard made our Lingling angry. I'll punish him. Lingling, don't be angry yet. It's not good to make yourself angry. No. Seeing her good sisters come to comfort her, Su Ling was very relieved, but she could only say softly, maybe I'm too tired. Oh? Really? You're running around outside in broad daylight. Are you suffering from heat stroke? As she spoke, Tian Shuxian quickly reached out and touched Su Ling's face and forehead, and took her temperature. There is no sweating or coughing, and the body temperature is normal. The 3 of them looked at each other. This didn't look like a fever or heat stroke. Lingling, I think you are not sick. At this time, Miao Shui thought of Su Ling being outside in such a hot day, so she said jokingly, I heard that your student union delivered water to the freshmen in military training today? Wow! When did the treatment in our school become so good? We didn't have this treatment last year. That's right, that's right. Why is the treatment today suddenly so much better? Also, it's so hot today, our Lingling, instead of staying in the dormitory to enjoy the coolness brought by the air conditioning, ran outside. Tell me the truth, what did you do? Confess and be treated leniently, resist and be treated severely. As they spoke, the three men pretended to look as if they were trying a prisoner in court, staring at Su Ling to see how she would explain. It's mainly because the weather is too hot. Su Ling immediately explained with a guilty conscience, I was worried that everyone would get heatstroke, so I applied to the school. Fart. That sounds so nice. It must be because of that freshman. Do you think they don't know? What happened on the playground today has already been widely circulated in the forum. The campus beauty of Soochow University showed up at the military training site and delivered water to a freshman. Oh my god. I have been with Su Ling for a year, and I have never seen Su Ling be so considerate to any boy. Su Ling is not as aloof as everyone says. Some people's coolness is only on the surface. It's just that I may be a little cold towards people I'm not familiar with, just because some people are slow to warm up. After getting to know them for a long time, their attitude will naturally change. But Su Ling is special. No matter how close you are to someone, always maintain a suitable distance. She's nicer to girls, but never nice to boys. With so many suitors around her, Su Linka has never had this attitude. However, ever since the new student entered the school, Su Ling seemed like a completely different person. Not only do they sit together to eat, but they also pick up dishes and feed fruits to each other. It's too hot, but instead of using the air conditioner, he has to go outside. The problem is, even though she delivered water in the scorching sun, the other party not only did not appreciate it, but also deliberately made things difficult for the campus beauty of Soochow University. Why do you want ice cola when you have ice water but don't drink it? As a result, I bought the ice cola, but the other party wanted ice milk tea. Su Ling was rejected many times in front of so many people. How sad she must be. You applied for that new student, right? Song Yuzhen stared at Su Ling's beautiful eyes with a sly smile and said, I don't. Su Ling immediately felt even more guilty and his heart beat faster. It must be him. Niao Shui snorted and said, I brought him water but he didn't even appreciate it. He even wanted ice cola and ice milk tea. Lingling was pissed off by him and she cried. It must be him. Lingling, don't be sad, we'll go and help you vent your anger. Yeah, how could this freshman have such a low EQ? The campus beauty of Soochow University personally delivered water to him. This is something that many boys would never dream of, and yet he still tried to make things difficult for you. That's too much, sisters. Let's go teach him a lesson and let him know how powerful we are. Walk. Seeing their best sister being bullied, Tian Shushan and the other two were immediately furious and secretly vowed to teach this ungrateful freshman a lesson. You should know that Su Ling is not only beautiful, but also good at studying. She is so considerate and well educated. Whether it is boys or girls, everyone likes her very much. Everyone around her is coaxing and praising her, how could they bear to let her suffer such an injustice? It's none of his business. Seeing this, Su Ling hurriedly stopped him, I had a stomachache at noon. Upon hearing this, Tian Shushan, Song Yuzhen and Miao Shui all had an expression that said, do you think I believe this? Just when Su Ling wanted to explain something further, a WeChat message alert sounded from her phone. Out of curiosity, Su Ling picked up the phone and unlocked it to take a look. The note reads, Junior Student U2. Chapter 27, Is Senior Sister Free Tonight? Thank you for the bubble milk tea, Senior. I tasted the pearls in the first sip. It's delicious. Do you have time tonight? I have something I want to give you. Looking at the two messages sent by U2, Su Ling was suddenly stunned. This was the first time that U2 took the initiative to send him a message since he added him on WeChat. Usually Su Ling would send messages to U2, asking about his recent situation, whether he had met any new classmates, etc. Now that you were so proactive, you finally realize you were wrong. Snort. Too late. Su Ling simply read the message without replying and threw the locked phone aside. The other side. Male Dormitory 706. After the military training, Zhao Liqua, Fan and the other two, who had been holding back a lot of words, saw you two coming out after washing up, and immediately pulled you two aside for questioning. Old you, do you know that you are popular again? The campus beauty of Soochow University gave you ice water, but you asked for Coke. After drinking the Coke, you still wanted milk tea. You are really something. It must be said that our Lao Yu is the best. Others would be satisfied just to drink the water Su Ling personally delivered, but you, on the other hand, want this and that. The campus beauty of Suzhou University appeared on the playground and brought water to the freshmen. This scene was seen by many freshmen who were undergoing military training. Zhao Feihu and you two are not in the same major, so he is not in the same formation with you two. But his special envoy saw with his own eyes that the campus beauty of Su University walked past his formation and went straight to you two's formation. Being able to have the campus beauty of Suzhou University personally deliver water to you is a treatment that many people dream of. As a result, you two became even more aggressive. I want to drink Coke, it would be nice if I could have a cup of iced milk tea. Listen, what is this saying? Who gave you the courage to say such rude words to the campus beauty of Suzhou University? Was it given by Fish Leon? This is not the most infuriating and frustrating thing. The problem is, the school beauty actually agreed. No matter what you two wanted to drink, the campus beauty of Suzhou University actually went to buy it for him. Old you. No. Brother you will be my big brother from now on. Brother you, please teach me how to pick up girls. Master you. Please accept me as your disciple. Yes, please teach us the real skills of picking up girls. Our requirements are not high. We don't need to chase the school beauty, just chase the beauty in our class. Zhao Feihu, Gui Jiahao, and Fan Yangyang all looked at him with envy, and each of them admired Tu very much. This talent is innate. You two chuckled twice, rolled his eyes at the three people, and ignored them. I went back to the study table under my bed, sat down and picked up my phone to check. Su Ling still didn't reply. Are you really angry? Still mad at me? These two questions immediately appeared in you two's mind. Yes, it's not just the campus belle of Suzhou University. If anyone else was rejected and harassed like this again and again, they would have been angry a long time ago. Obviously, this was just a joke. He didn't want Su Ling to run around in the hot sun to complete the tasks assigned by the school. But this girl was different. In the end, she actually bought him some iced milk tea. He didn't even scream when he sprained his ankle. Because of this incident, you two was somewhat touched. At this moment, the phone beeped. You two, who had been staring at the WeChat message list in a daze, immediately saw a message from a contact at the top. The avatar is a cute ragdoll kitten. Su Ling. There is time. What is it? Su Ling sent 2 messages. You two, come to the Luiyue Lake Bridge near the school. I'll be waiting for you there. You'll know then. Su Ling, okay. After Su Ling agreed to come out, you two immediately changed into clean clothes, took a small bottle of medicine from the suitcase, turned around and left the dormitory directly. What is old you going to do? Zhao Feihu looked at the door that you two had just closed, and asked Gui Jiahao and Fan Yangyang curiously. I don't know. I just finished taking a shower and went out. Fan Yangyang shook his head and said casually, maybe he went to see his little sister. It seems to me. Gui Jiahao raised the corner of his mouth, tilted his mouth with confidence and complacency, and said, there is only one truth, brother, you went on a date with my goddess. Old you is going on a date with your goddess, and you're still so happy? Zhao Feihu took the opportunity to make a joke. Well. Gui Jiahao sighed deeply, although she is my goddess, I cannot control her. Only our brother Yu has the ability to control my goddess. I have no choice but to let her go for love. I hope they can be fine. Wow. So great. Hearing this, Zhao Feihu and Fan Yangyang put their hands in front of their mouths and shouted in shock. You two, stop it. Gui Jiahao immediately rolled his eyes at the two of them, and then continued, I have to say, old Yu is really good at picking up girls. He will be my brother from now on, and I want to learn how to pick up girls from him. As he spoke, Gui Jiahao clenched his fists. Obviously, this decision was true. He could even win over the aloof campus beauty from Suzhou University. If he could learn half of you two's skills, would it be hard to pursue the class beauty? The other side. Girls' Dormitory 501. Su Ling deliberately left you two alone for a while before replying to the message. Have something for me? What is it? Are you here to apologize for what happened during the day? Stupid, you don't have to spend money to buy a gift to apologize. Wouldn't it be better to save this money and use it in other more needed areas? Although Su Ling was still very angry about what happened during the day, when she thought about how you two had finally accepted her kindness, she couldn't let all her efforts go to waste just because of her anger. So, this is why Su Ling agreed to meet you two at Liuya Lake in the school. The evening at Huacheng University is particularly lively with a gentle breeze. On the basketball court, many boys were sweating profusely. On the playground track, some people were walking, and some were running around the field. Under the bright streetlights, some students were sitting on the benches, holding textbooks in their hands, reading and reciting. There were also couples walking hand in hand in the tree-lined paths, exuding the beautiful youthful atmosphere of the campus everywhere. After Su Ling agreed to you two, she took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and put on some light makeup. Although I promised you two, I can't just let him wait so obediently. Senior, I'm here. I'll be waiting for you at the bridge of Liuya Lake. I checked my phone and saw that you two had sent me this message about 10 minutes ago. It seems like you really came here tonight to apologize to me? You want me to forgive you? Snort. It's not that easy. It was clearly my good intention, but you refused again and again. I even sprained my ankle trying to buy you iced milk tea. Do you know you were wrong now? Carrot. Too late. I won't forgive you so easily. At least a sincere apology. In this way, I have to consider whether a good woman should not fight with men. Yes. That's it. But, if you want to apologize, just apologize. Why did you ask me to meet you at Liuya Lake? The junior student has just arrived at the school, so he probably doesn't know that this is a place frequented by campus lovers. Bah! 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 Su Ling, what on earth are you thinking about? My junior just wanted to apologize to me, how could he want to go on a date with me? No way, this couldn't possibly be a date. Su Ling quickly threw these messy thoughts out of his mind, picked up his cell phone and went downstairs. Liuya Lake is right next to the girls' dormitory. Just go downstairs and walk a short distance to get there. This is why the girls' dormitory is called the Lake View Room by students. Chapter 28 Junior, You Are Such a Straight Man. By the bridge of Liuya Lake. At this time, the surface of the lake was like a bright mirror under the bright moonlight. There is a wooden plank road by the lake, circling Liuya Lake. Further out are paths lined with green trees, flowers and plants, leading to various places in the school. At this time, you two was leaning against the fence by the lake, standing under the streetlight, looking up slightly, looking at the bright moon and the looming stars in the sky. Viewed from the side, you two can be seen to have perfect cheek contours and an alluring Adam's apple. After waiting for a long time, I still didn't see the campus beauty of Soochow University. I didn't see anything else, but instead I saw several pairs of cute couples kissing passionately. But I am here feeding mosquitoes. Bang! You two simply reached out and slapped to death a mosquito that was about to attack him. We can't just stand here and wait. By the time Su Ling arrived, he had probably been drained of blood by mosquitoes. Just as you two was about to walk along the bridge to avoid mosquitoes, he saw Su Ling walking towards him out of the corner of his eye. Tonight, Su Ling was wearing a white long dress, with her long, delicate black hair hanging down on her shoulders. She had a pair of bright eyes, clear and bright as stars, so sweet and charming that one could not take their eyes away. What's the matter with calling me here? A voice pretending to be indifferent sounded from Su Ling's red lips. If you just want to thank me for bringing you milk tea, then there is no need. It wasn't that Su Ling wanted to speak in this tone, she had already shown her good temper. If any other girl was treated like this, she would have gotten angry a long time ago. No. You two smiled lightly and reached into his pocket to take out a small, inconspicuous medicine bottle. This is a special ointment from our grassland province. It is very effective for bruises and injuries. It can quickly heal your sprained ankle. As he spoke, you two lowered his head to look at Su Ling's red and swollen ankle. When I saw Su Ling walking with a cup of milk tea during the day, I felt something was wrong and noticed at a glance that she had sprained her ankle. At that time, I remembered that when I left home, I happened to bring a small bottle of medicine with me. You still have a conscience. After returning to the dormitory in the afternoon, Su Ling had already applied ice. I didn't feel much pain at first, but after hearing what you two said, my ankle suddenly started to hurt for no reason, and the pain was even worse than in the afternoon. Thank you for your concern, Junior. Su Ling smiled faintly and said, It's nothing serious. It will be fine in 2 days. As he spoke, the pain surged into his heart, causing Su Ling to frown. Show off. These are the 2 words you two saw written on Su Ling's pretty face. It was obviously painful, but he said it was okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ling sighed quietly. You two called her to Liuya Lake, and she thought he was going to snort. Junior, you are such a straight man. Even if it's to apologize or express thanks, isn't it usually the case that you treat the girl to a meal? Or you can buy a cup of milk tea. It turns out that he just wanted to give me the small medicine bottle. Speaking of this small medicine bottle, when you two took it out, he already smelled a scent of herbs. Light. Although the smell was not strong, it was a bit strange, which made Su Ling frown and somewhat reluctant to wipe it off. Senior, don't you know? Seeing Su Ling's face full of resistance, you two had to pretend to be serious and said, if you don't treat your sprained ankle in time, it will swell up like a pig's foot the next day. It will be difficult to even walk. Senior sister, you don't want that, do you? No way? Immediately, Su Ling frowned slightly, somewhat unbelieving. Really? Why would I lie to you? You two nodded and said nonsense in a serious tone, it will be very, very swollen. It will be scary. Will it? Su Ling still found it hard to believe. Of course. You two nodded, pointed to the small medicine bottle in his hand and said, this is a secret recipe passed down from our old Yu family. It works wonders for sprained ankles. Just apply a little bit and the swelling will go down quickly. Tomorrow it won't be as swollen as a pig's foot. But, just as Su Ling was about to say something, he was interrupted by you two. Don't say but. You two pointed to the long wooden bench next to him and said, come on, senior sister, sit down. I'll help you apply the medicine. In the end, there was no choice. Under you two's exaggerated intimidation, the usually aloof campus beauty of Su University was now sitting obediently on the long wooden bench, contrary to her usual behavior. There is no girl who doesn't love beauty. She didn't want her feet to swell up as big as pig's feet tomorrow. How would she face people then? Looking at you two's sincere eyes, Su Ling no longer felt wary. In her eyes, you two was just a simple, kind and honest schoolmate. What bad intentions could a junior like this have? Besides, people use their ancestral secret recipes to apply on their own feet. Seeing Su Ling sitting down obediently, you two half knelt down. He helped Su Ling take off her sandals, then lifted the sprained foot and placed it on his knee. Su Ling has beautiful feet. Delicate, fair, snow-white and small. You two's eyes lit up when he saw it. No wonder men have so many weird habits. Before applying the medicine, you two needs to gently massage his ankles. Ah! Su Ling didn't feel anything at first, but when you two's hand just touched her feet, the contact made her head buzz. Why should I scream? It hurts. At this moment, one can clearly see a blush starting to creep up Su Ling's neck and all the way to her pretty face. At that moment just now, it was because no man had ever touched her feet. You two was the first one. At that moment, Su Ling was very nervous. But you two thought differently. He was thinking, if such beautiful legs were to be worn with black stockings, white stockings, fishnet stockings, or over-the-shoulder socks. Hiss. I dare not think about it. The impact of that picture is so strong. Even you two, who had seen all kinds of things, couldn't stand it. Stay calm. You have to stay calm on the way. Don't think too much. Don't think too much. Amit ba. Soon, you two forced himself to suppress this thought. Unscrew the cap from the vial. Suddenly, a strong smell of herbs wafted out. He scooped some of the black ointment from the small medicine bottle and applied it on his fingers. This smell is so stinky. The unpleasant smell of medicine was so pungent that it calmed down Su Ling, who was originally embarrassed and angry. He frowned and said, well, it does smell a bit bad. You two nodded and said, but the effect of the medicine is very strong. As long as you apply this ointment, I guarantee that you will be full of energy the next day. Not only can you walk, but you can also run very fast. Is it so magical? Su Ling was very surprised. Is this ointment really as powerful as you two said? Of course. You two said confidently, our cattle and sheep can get well by applying this ointment when they are injured. Sigma. Su Ling was stunned immediately. What? He actually used the ointment for treating cattle and sheep, to apply on his own feet? Chapter 29, Applying Medicine to the School Beauty. Let go of your hand, I won't apply the medicine. Su Ling, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, was furious at this moment. The shame and anger just now disappeared and turned into anger. This person is really going too far. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ling withdrew his foot, stood up with the help of the bench, and was about to leave. Sit down. At this moment, Yu-tu changed his usual calmness and put on a serious expression, saying, if you leave, you won't be able to walk tomorrow. Suddenly, Su Ling was yelled at. Subconsciously, he sat back obediently, not daring to move, and didn't know where to put his two little hands. This was the first time he had been yelled at so loudly by a man he had just met for a short time. Moreover, this was a commanding tone. At this moment, Yu-tu seemed like a different person. Although he still looked the same, there was an indescribable domineering aura in his temperament, and he suddenly became calm and steady. After being shocked by Yu-tu's aura, Su Ling also became like a good boy. The other person was yelling at her so loudly, she should have walked away angrily. But at that moment, my legs went limp with fear. Just sit down, why are you yelling so loudly? After sorting out his thoughts, Su Ling pretended to be calm and turned his head away, deliberately not looking at him. Afterwards, he would occasionally glance at Yu-tu from the corner of his eye. Sorry. After Yu-tu said something softly and gently, he applied the black ointment on his fingers to Su Ling's ankle. Suddenly, Su Ling felt a cool feeling. The ankle, which was originally very painful, cooled down at this moment. It seems, it really doesn't hurt that much anymore. Looking at Yu-tu holding her feet and applying ointment, Su Ling blinked her beautiful eyes and thought that the ointment was magical. It's just as Yu-tu said, the effect of this medicine is too powerful. Such an effective medicine must be very expensive, right? Su Ling, Su Ling. This is such a useful and precious medicine, and you actually despised it just now. I acted so disgusted just now, will my junior be sad? Thinking of this, Su Ling's tall nose wrinkled slightly, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. That. After sorting out her thoughts for a while and clenching her fists, Su Ling whispered, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Yu-tu tilted his head, glanced at Su Ling, who was feeling mixed emotions, and didn't say anything else. After finding the tissue and wiping his hands, he put the small medicine bottle away. Then, put Su Ling's sandals on. Looking down at the boy who was putting shoes on her, Su Ling pursed her lips slightly. Su Ling explained hesitantly, I just had a little mysophobia. I didn't mean to dislike this bottle of ointment. It's okay. Yu-tu raised his head, looked at Su Ling, and a gentle smile appeared on his handsome face. This can't be blamed on Su Ling. Many girls don't like things that smell bad. This is normal. I can understand why Su Ling reacted so strongly just now. Okay, I'll take you back to the dormitory. After packing up, Yu-tu handed the small medicine bottle in his hand to Su Ling and said, take this medicine, and remember to apply it tomorrow. Looking at this inconspicuous little medicine bottle, Su Ling blinked. When she thought about the unpleasant smell coming out when she opened the lid, her eyebrows furrowed. What? You're not listening? Yu-tu stood up, lowered his head slightly, and looked at the petite and cute Su Ling. Hearing this, Su Ling was shocked. Why do I feel something is weird? Am I not a senior? Hearing my junior's tone, why does it feel like my identity and his have been swapped? Moreover, what's the matter with this inexplicably domineering tone? What if I don't listen? After thinking about it, Su Ling stood up and said deliberately, I want to see what my junior can do to me if I don't listen and don't apply the ointment tomorrow. If you don't listen. Yu-tu smiled slightly, looked at Su Ling's ankle again, moved the fingers that were massaging Su Ling's feet just now, and said, then I will come here every day and apply medicine to you like I did tonight. Hearing this, Su Ling blushed immediately. Well. I have something else to do. I have to go first. Goodbye, Junior. Su Ling quickly turned around and ran away. Then she remembered that she had not yet taken the bottle of medicine given by Yu-tu, so she ran back. After taking the small bottle of medicine from Yu-tu, she limped away quickly from this place that made her heart beat faster. Looking at the back of the Soochow University beauty leaving, Yu-tu put his hands in his pockets, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a beautiful smile. This senior is really cute. Afterwards, he turned around and left Luiyue Lake alone and returned to the boys' dormitory. What Yu-tu and Su Ling didn't know was that when Yu-tu was applying medicine to Su Ling and leaving, there was someone secretly watching them on the other side of Luiyue Lake. He held a gift box in his hand and clenched his fist. I took a look at the contents of the gift box and saw that they were cosmetics and an ointment that could reduce swelling. This person was none other than Meng Weiqi, the vice president of the student union. After knowing that Su Ling had sprained her ankle during the day, she immediately asked someone to find an ointment that could reduce swelling and pain and effectively improve the sprain. Knowing that girls love beauty, she got the latest cosmetics from her father's company and wanted to give it to Su Ling. When I went to the girls' dormitory just now, I saw Su Ling heading towards Luiyue Lake. Having been at Huaqing University for a year, Meng Weiqi naturally knew that Luiyue Lake was a place where many young couples went to date and confess their love. It's late at night, and the campus beauty of Soochow University is dressed so beautifully and comes to Luiyue Lake. Is she going on a date? With this curiosity, Meng Weiqi followed. In order to avoid being discovered, he deliberately went around to the other side. As a result, he saw that the person Su Ling was looking for was the freshman, the rumored boyfriend of the campus beauty of Soochow University. He couldn't hear what they were saying on the other side. Before Meng Weiqi could react, he saw Yu Tu putting Su Ling's feet on his knees. He was so angry that he almost wanted to jump into the lake and swim over to teach this ignorant junior a lesson. Then we saw Yu Tu applying medicine to Su Ling. It turned out that someone else had gotten there first. This freshman is going too far. Since he entered school, Su Ling's attitude towards him has been completely different. If he hadn't appeared, Su Ling would definitely have a better impression of me. If he hadn't appeared, I would have been the one applying medicine to Su Ling tonight. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. No, we have to teach this kid a lesson. When I think of Yu Tu's stature and compare it to my own petite stature, I know I am definitely no match for him. Got to find some help. So Meng Weiqi picked up the phone and made a voice call to someone on WeChat. Chapter 30, Classmates with Accents. The next day. The military training time for this class of Huaqing University is 15 days. Such days are so boring and tedious. Every day, apart from standing at attention, they would march in step, and these simple movements would be repeated mechanically hundreds of times. In addition to these two, there are also movements such as standing at attention, at ease, turning while standing still, marching, marching in step, standing in line, running, stepping, stopping, saluting, and ending the ceremony. In addition, Huaqing University's military training ends with live fire shooting. Through the practical training of military training, students can develop an indomitable willpower, enhance their physical fitness, and promote the formation and development of spiritual character. Today's training is still not very intense, it's still standing at attention, marching in step and marching in unison. It's just that most students nowadays are spoiled and lack exercise in their daily life. With the sudden increase in high-intensity training, some thinner and fatter boys couldn't keep up physically. After all, there is a scorching sun overhead emitting high heat, and the temperature of over 30 degrees is too much for many freshmen to bear. Why are you all so useless? The young instructor had a bad temper. Seeing so many freshmen failing to meet the most basic training standards, he was so angry that he almost had a heat stroke. He shouted with a look of disappointment, "Learning is important, but training is also important. You guys are really the worst class I've ever taught. There are still people walking the same way. No, is marching so difficult? If the left foot moves, the right hand moves, and vice versa. Isn't it enough to just have the feet? Besides..." At this point, the young instructor walked up to the student holding the red flag on the far left of the first row of the square formation and asked seriously, "Where's your hat?" Report. The boy with a middle-parted hairstyle and round glasses stood up straight and replied, "My head was buzzing when I woke up this morning. My hat was placed next to my pillow and was stolen by my family." As soon as this boy spoke with a broken Mandarin accent, the students around him couldn't help but laugh out loud. This cannot be blamed on them, it is simply because Mandarin is too fragmented. And as soon as the accent comes out, everyone knows where this boy is from. Yu Tu, who was in the middle of the square, didn't smile much when he heard the boy talking, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Fan Yangyan's Mandarin has an accent, but it's not that loose. It's still quite standard, except for some unusual accents occasionally. As a result, this student has now directly surpassed Fan Yang. No. Not beyond. But crushing. This Mandarin is absolutely bulk. Quiet. When the instructor heard the Mandarin with an accent, his mind was buzzing. He stretched out his palm, ready to correct the student's Mandarin, and said, "This morning." This morning. The boy repeated the words the instructor said. Instructor, wake up. Classmate, wake up. Instructor, headache. Classmate, head moving. Pain. Move. It hurts. Dang. It hurts so much. The instructor read out the words one by one. Unexpectedly, the student's answer was, "It's amazing." Upon hearing this, the instructor immediately covered his head with his hands, shook his head, and quickly lowered his head, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Over the years as an instructor, he had encountered people who spoke non-standardly, but this was the first time he had seen someone speaking so non-standardly. He just didn't believe that he couldn't correct this classmate's Mandarin today. Just a simple sentence, I must make him change his ways. My head hurts. The instructor who didn't believe in evil said again. My head hurts. Puff. Hearing this, the instructor couldn't help but chuckle, and immediately sorted out his thoughts. He pointed to his head and said, brain. Head. Forget it, forget it. Hearing that the student still had the same accent, the young instructor was helpless. You have a headache, so you don't wear a hat? The male student responded. And then it was stolen? Who stole it? It's not a chicken loss. Have no idea. Hearing a brand new version of Mandarin, the instructor immediately corrected him word by word. No chicken lost. Puff. The instructor couldn't help himself again and said again, I don't know. No chicken lost. No. Chicken. Road. Leave. As the instructor corrected him, the boy's voice became lower and lower, and he was a little unsure of his pronunciation. How can it be lost? It's the Tao. Leave. Okay. The instructor was also helpless. He looked at the boy and said, it will take a while to correct your Mandarin. Come on, smile. He. Hearing this, the male student immediately did as he was told, smiling like a naive person. Afterwards, the instructor had no choice but to let him go. After letting everyone in the square stand at attention for a few more minutes, he said loudly, this morning's training ends here. We will continue with training in the afternoon. Everyone, disperse. As soon as the words fell, there was wailing all around. Help! Why is this military training so tiring? When I think about the fact that this military training will not end for another 2 weeks, my head starts to tremble. Ha. That classmate's accent is really funny. Why is not bad at all. Why does Wa's accent become the same as his? I'm so hungry. I have to go to the cafeteria to eat. I'm so thirsty. I want to drink some ice water, preferably from the school beauty. You're just dreaming. Will the campus beauty of Suzhou University bring you ice water? Oh, yeah, why didn't the school beauties come to deliver water today? Because she was mad at that guy, the school beauty didn't come today. Damn it. Even if it's not water sent to me, it's nice to be able to see the beauty of the Suzhou University during these boring days of military training. It's all his fault. That's right. At this moment, many people looked at U2 who was resting on the side. It seems that there will be no school beauties delivering water to the freshmen today. U2 naturally ignored these people. He took off his hat to fan himself, then picked up a bottle of mineral water and drank it in big gulps. Afterwards, he left the playground with the main group. On the way, the message alert on the mobile phone suddenly rang. At first glance, it was sent by Su Ling. Thank you for the ointment, it really works. My feet feel much better today. U2 immediately typed a reply, you're welcome, it's my duty. Remember to apply the medicine today as well. Yeah, well behaved. You must be exhausted from today's military training, and the sun is so hot. How about I bring you some ice water this afternoon? Su Ling lowered her head and stared at her phone, typing with a focused expression. Stop it, senior. This kind of thing only happens once. I don't want to be the target of envy and jealousy in everyone's eyes. Besides, your foot isn't fully healed yet, and I don't want you to aggravate the injury by bringing me water. I have my own water, so you don't have to make the trip, okay? U2 typed quickly, fearing that Su Ling would not obey and would really send someone to deliver ice water again in the afternoon. Once is enough. If it happens again, won't those envious and jealous classmates beat him up to vent their anger? That's fine. If you're too tired, remember to ask the instructor for a rest. The two of them chatted word by word. Chapter 31 I'm hungry. At the same time. In the student union meeting room. Everyone, this is all about our welcome party plan. Any other students want to add anything? Everyone is welcome to speak up. In the spacious conference room, members of the student union sat in 2 rows at their desks. Meng Weiqi, who became the vice president, is now full of confidence. After all, it took him a long time to put together the plan for the freshman welcome party. That's right, he was ready to accept the admiring gazes from everyone and the campus belle of Soochow University. So, when he finished speaking, his eyes turned to Su Ling, who was sitting on the student union president's seat on his left. But I saw that the president of the student union was now looking down at his mobile phone with a focused expression, as if he was chatting with someone, and there was even a faint smile on his face. You know, when facing outsiders, the campus belle of Soochow University always shows a hint of hospitality and never shows her emotions, making her hard to figure out. However, the campus beauty of Soochow University seems to have become a different person recently, always smiling from time to time. Did something happy happen? Yes, President. Meng Weiqi straightened his back, looked at Su Ling and asked, "How are your preparations for our financial competition going?" Su Ling seemed not to hear and continued staring at her phone. Being ignored by Su Ling, Meng Weiqi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. President? The female classmate next to her gently poked Su Ling's arm and said softly, "Vice President Meng is talking to you." Oh. Su Ling, who had a smile on her face just now, instantly regained her usual aloofness. "I am fully prepared for the financial competition, don't worry." That would be great. Meng Weiqi nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since everyone has no other additions to the upcoming welcome party, and it's time for lunch, then how about we end today's meeting here?" As he spoke, Meng Weiqi looked at Su Ling. Good. Su Ling stood up, a powerful aura emanating from her perfect figure, and said, "Today's meeting ends here. As for the welcome party, I would like to thank everyone in the student union for your efforts during this period of time." As the meeting ended, people in the student union meeting room left one after another. Su Ling. At this time, Meng Weiqi walked to Su Ling's side, looked at Su Ling's profile, and said, "Recently I found a super delicious Japanese restaurant. Now it's time to eat. Come on, I'll take you to eat." No. It is said that girls can't resist delicious food, but Su Ling didn't even open her eyes to look at Meng Weiqi, and said coldly, "I made an appointment with my classmates to eat in the cafeteria." Having said that, Su Ling walked out of the meeting room in a haughty manner, leaving Meng Weiqi, who had been turned away, standing in a daze in the meeting room. Made an appointment with classmates? Male or female? This U2 again. Bang! As soon as U2's face appeared in his mind, Meng Weiqi punched the table in anger. At noon, when it was time for lunch, students came one after another. "Hurry, hurry, Auntie, fill my bowl with rice." "Auntie, I'm hungry. Military training has exhausted me. I am so hungry that my stomach is sticking to my back." "Come on, you don't even have breasts, and you own the airport at such a young age." "I'm going to have 2 servings of white rice today. Even Jesus can't keep this rice." "I said so." "Wow, there are pork ribs with sauce for lunch today, I want it. And these braised chicken legs, sauce-flavored pancakes, and fried pork chops are all my favorites." "I won't eat rice today. I'll eat noodles. I've been craving those oil-splashed noodles for a long time." There are many food stalls in Canteen Number 1, serving a variety of delicious food. There were students queuing in an orderly manner in front of each stall. After taking a shower on the way to Canteen Number 1, I no longer had to wait in such a long line. Came to a stall. This stall has more than a dozen meat and vegetarian dishes. For a picky appetite like U2, these dozen dishes are enough for him to choose from. Just when it was almost U2's turn to get food, a girl in a sweet French-style lace chiffon waist dress walked towards him. Since there was no one queuing behind U2, the girl naturally stood behind him. "Look over there. That's the school beauty." Yeah, got it. Don't you think it's strange that the beauty from Soochow University comes to Canteen Number 1 to eat? What's the big deal? It's not the first time. Since the beginning of the school term, the campus belle of Soochow University has often come to Canteen Number 1 to eat. I've seen her many times. But having said that, it's not bad to eat in the same canteen with the campus belle of Soochow University. Who do you think is the person in front of the campus beauty of Soochow University? It seems like the freshman who refused the school beauty's ice water during military training. Sure enough, the relationship between the two is not simple. What was said on the forum is true. Some male students in Canteen Number 1 saw Su Ling coming and couldn't even eat their meals properly, their eyes staring straight over here. Some classmates even came forward to ask Su Ling what she wanted to eat, but Su Ling rejected them all with a faint smile. Yu2 stared at the big spoon in the serving aunt's hand, and her hand was shaking even more as if it was vibrating. Looking at the back of the boy in front of her, Su Ling blinked her big watery eyes, stretched out her slender white index finger, and gently poked Yu2's back. Feeling someone poking his back, Yu2 turned around. At first glance, a very sweet girl came into view, which immediately perked him up. Su Ling is so beautiful today. At this moment, my heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat, as if it was beating even more violently than usual. Why are you here too? Yu2 smiled faintly, turned around, looked into Su Ling's beautiful eyes, and asked. I'm hungry. Su Ling tilted her head slightly and replied very cutely, I'm hungry, so I can't come here to eat? Can. This problem almost made Yu2 unable to solve it. Hee hee. Su Ling chuckled proudly twice. In fact, being hungry was another matter. She came here mainly for Yu2. She told Meng Weiqi that she had a dinner date with her classmates, but in fact she didn't have a date with anyone. During the meeting, she learned from the chat with Yu2 that Yu2 had just finished military training and was going back to the dormitory to take a shower before going to canteen number 1 for dinner. In order to make Yu2 better integrate into the big family of Huacheng University, and to ensure that Yu2 eats a nutritionally balanced meal, she must work harder. So, she calculated the time exactly, and when Yu2 arrived at canteen number 1, she immediately followed him in. Soon, it was Yu2's turn to get food. Auntie, I want this fried tomato and eggs. Yu2 pointed to the dishes in the glass window and continued, there is also this lettuce with oyster sauce, and mapo tofu, thank you. Although Yu2's appetite had long been spoiled by the beef and mutton on the grassland, after these few days, Yu2 gradually adapted to the food here. Originally I only ate light vegetables, but today I ordered a stronger dish called mapo tofu. Good boy. When the auntie saw that Yu2 was a handsome boy, she didn't even shake her hands and directly put a big spoonful of food on the plate. Son, is this enough? Auntie, I want one too. At this time, Su Ling behind him took a small step forward and popped his little head out from behind Yu2's shoulder. Chapter 32, The School Beauty Forced to Pay the Bill. All right, kid. Seeing Su Ling's pretty face, the auntie serving food also recognized her. Huacheng University is recruiting, who doesn't know the beauty from Suzhou University? Not only does she have good academic performance, she is also very polite when meeting elders and teachers. Her colleagues also like this little girl very much. But people have to line up in order to get food, so the lady serving the food had to smile and say, Child, wait a moment, I'll serve you after I serve this classmate first. It's okay, auntie. I'm done. You can give it to senior sister. As he spoke, Yu2 took out his cell phone, waited for the aunt to see how much the 3 dishes cost today, and prepared to pay. Ah, yes, the aunt we're with. After saying that, Su Ling ignored Yu2 and went right up to Yu2, holding his hand as she ordered food, saying, Auntie, I want sauced spare ribs, braised chicken legs, fried pork chops, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Good boy. Auntie was serving the dishes with some surprise. Why did Su Ling eat such meaty food today? It seems that he is really hungry. Give her more care. Well, kid, you have a total of. Just when the aunt was about to tell Su Ling how much it cost, Su Ling interrupted her. Auntie, could you please add some fried pork chops and preserved vegetable meat pie to that plate? Su said, pointing at Yu2's plate next to him. Auntie and Yu2 were both stunned at the same time. What is this operation? No, senior sister, these are enough for me. Yu2 blinked, somewhat confused as to what Su Ling was doing. Never mind. Su Ling said this forcefully, but this sweet face made her words sound a bit fierce. Auntie, beat me as I say and we'll both pay. Senior, I can just pay for it myself. Yu2 said hurriedly. No, this is to thank you for the little medicine bottle you gave me, so I'll treat you to dinner today. Su Ling explained. But it was because of me that you sprained your ankle. Yu2 responded blankly. Didn't you apply medicine to my feet yourself? As she spoke, the blush on Su Ling's neck rushed to her pretty face again like last night, and she said shyly, This meal is to thank you for the small bottle of medicine you gave me. It's very useful. Isn't this the same thing? Yu2 blinked and looked at Su Ling, whose pretty face was flushed. No matter what, I'll treat you to a meal today. Su Ling turned her head, bit her tender lips, and stared into Yu2's eyes with a determined look. It seems that the senior student really wants to treat me to a meal, and she will definitely not be happy if I refuse. At that time, it will attract the curiosity of the students around. Forget it. It's better to have less trouble than more. Since the senior wants to treat us, let her do it. Well, thank you for the hospitality, senior. Then, the auntie put the 2 dishes that Su Ling had just mentioned on Yutu's plate, and Su Ling also paid the bill. Just when Yutu was about to take his plate from his aunt, Su Ling's fair little hand reached out first. Senior, what are you doing? Yutu asked. This is mine, this is yours, this is the other. Su Ling pretended to be innocent and said this, secretly happy in her heart. Isn't this the dish I wanted? Yutu asked, you ordered the other one. Oh, I suddenly remembered that I need to eat more vegetables and tofu today. Su Ling opened her mouth slightly and said, I forgot about it just now. I was thinking about eating meat. Junior brother, I have gained weight recently and cannot eat so much meat. So, I'll ask you to help me eat it, okay? You. Can you too refuse? The sweet girl in front of you begged you in a weak tone and blinked her watery eyes. I dare to ask which boy can withstand such a test. All right. If he didn't agree, Yutu believed that Su Ling would continue to be strong, so he had to accept it. Carrying the full plate of meat, Yutu and Su Ling came to a deserted corner to eat. This was not the second time they had eaten together. These days, any student who comes to Canteen No. 1 to eat can basically see the campus beauty of Soochow University, with a freshman sitting next to her. They were so envious and jealous. The school beauty invites me to dinner? I want one too. Why wasn't I the one invited by the Soochow University beauty? Because you are not a junior, you are not as handsome as a junior. Isn't he just a little bit more handsome than me? I didn't expect that the campus beauty of Soochow University also has such a strong side. My junior is just a little puppy in front of her. I like it so much. This junior is so handsome and well behaved. You can't compete with the campus beauty of Soochow University. Please give me more of this kind of junior fellow student. Please give me more of this kind of senior sister. Yutu was used to eating under the gaze of a group of classmates and didn't think anything of it. Whether you are envious or not is your business. Anyway, I'm really hungry. The amount of exercise in this military training is really intense. How can I make up for it without eating something? Soon, after lunch break, the afternoon military training began again. In addition to training such as standing at attention, the young instructor also attempted to correct the student who came from Guangxi province and had an accent. But in the end, he gave up. The young instructor was devastated. I can't change it. I can't change it at all. Classmate, I don't know how to wear shoes. I don't know how to wear shoes at all. On the other side, the training room of Huacheng University Judo Club. A boy who looked pretty good, wearing a white robe and a black belt, was talking to a boy with handsome features. Weiqi, you don't seem to be in a good mood recently. The boy in white robe and black belt unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Meng Weiqi, who was visiting today, revealing a pure and sunny smile. Oh no! What can I do? I am helpless too. Meng Weiqi shook his head helplessly, sighed, and said, Dayuan, ever since this new student came to our Huacheng University, why do I feel like the whole school is revolving around him? Others don't talk about it, now Su Ling is sticking with him all day long. Do you think they really met on the first day? Why do I feel like something is wrong? Am I being kept in the dark? As he spoke, Meng Weiqi took the water and took a big gulp, as if he was drinking beer. He made a WeChat voice call to someone at Luiyue Lake last night. That person was Zhu Yuan, the man in white robe and black belt. Zhu Yuan is not only a good friend of Meng Weiqi who grew up together, but also the president of the Taekwondo Club of Huacheng University. After receiving a call from Meng Weiqi last night, I asked him to come to the club to find him today, and felt that this matter needed to be carefully considered. We must have just met not long ago. Zhu Yuanjun smiled and said, didn't you say that this freshman is a poor student from Prairie Province and is also the target of one-on-one assistance from the campus beauty of Soochow University? Yes. So it's normal that the campus beauty of Soochow University has been helping him all this time. It's not like what you imagined. Zhu Yuan continued, as for what you said last night about applying medicine to the campus beauty of Soochow University, it was probably just to thank the campus beauty for buying him milk tea, but the campus beauty sprained her ankle and he felt bad about it. In my opinion, that's all. Chapter 33, Finding Helpers. But Meng Weiqi sighed again, frowned, and said, even so, I feel uncomfortable watching them interact like this. A few days ago, Tao Lei said he saw this freshman playing basketball with his roommate. I thought Tao Lei, his brother Tao Yao, and Ning Qingsheng were in the basketball club, so I asked them to play for the freshmen. I thought that Tao Yao, who was specially recruited by the basketball club, would be able to teach them a lesson, but in the end, he was bullied by the freshmen instead. Tao Lei was even dunked over by this freshman. It even made the rounds on the campus forum. That's good. It will make this freshman even more popular. When it comes to this, Meng Weiqi gets angry. It's so embarrassing that two athletes from the basketball club can't beat those three amateurs. Maybe that freshman is really good at basketball. Zhu Yuan's view on this matter was different from Meng Weiqi's. He said, otherwise, how could he dunk over your roommate? Don't you think so? It seems so. I saw it from the videos taken by other students. Meng Weiqi touched his chin and analyzed himself. That dunk was similar to the one in the NBA, it was super powerful. If I didn't play basketball often, I would definitely not be able to do such an awesome move. That's right, so. Zhu Yuan smiled slightly and said, before we embarrass him, we need to first understand what he is not good at. That makes sense. Meng Weiqi also smiled and said, you say. Is this guy powerful? How would I know that? I only saw the photos on the forum. Zhu Yuan laughed and said, he has a good body proportion, great muscle lines, and should be quite strong. He probably exercises regularly. How about you call a few brothers and beat him up in the alley? At this time, Meng Weiqi was overwhelmed for some reason and came up with a bad idea. Are you crazy? Zhu Yuan chuckled and continued, how can you, the vice president of the student union, say something like this about school violence? If the school finds out, my judo club will have to be closed down. No, you can do it yourself if you want to. I'll go? Meng Weiqi said in surprise, can I fight with my small body? I told you to exercise and you refused. Now you know what happened. Zhu Yuan laughed, very loudly. This childhood friend of his, apart from being handsome and having some money from his family, is just too thin. Some classmates even gave Meng Weiqi a nickname, the most handsome thin dog. Many times, Zhu Yuan asked Meng Weiqi to work out with him, but he was just a lazy person. School violence is not encouraged, but if Meng Weiqi thought about it and suggested, how about asking him to have a judo match with you? Forget it. Zhu Yuan refused directly. He really didn't want to be punished by the school for fighting with the freshmen. Even if I want to have a judo match with a freshman, I need their consent. If the other party doesn't fight you, you can only be rejected. Instead of doing it yourself, it would be better to ask some people outside the school to do the intimidation. Anyway, there will always be a moment when the freshman steps out of the campus. Oh yes. Got it. When Zhu Yuan thought of this, he immediately asked, why should we do this ourselves? What do you mean? Meng Weiqi asked curiously. Zhu Yuan has been a devious kid since he was young, which is why when Meng Weiqi wanted to teach you two a lesson, he came to find Zhu Yuan. Let's find some thugs from outside the school and scare the new student. Zhu Yuan said, by then, won't he dare to get too close to the campus beauty of Soochow University? It seems quite reasonable. Hearing this, Meng Weiqi nodded and continued thoughtfully, this way, we don't have to show up in person and can still teach the freshmen a lesson. Do you know anyone out there? Meng Weiqi asked. Have. Zhu Yuan chuckled and said, there is a gang of thugs in the snack street near Huacheng University. They often go there and collect all kinds of protection fees. Okay, give them some money and let them do it for us. As he spoke, Meng Weiqi's face darkened at this moment. Teach that freshman a lesson. Just don't kill anyone, just beat him up a few times. Also, don't let Su Ling know that this matter has anything to do with us. Tell them to keep their mouths shut. Okay, I'll do it tonight. Zhu Yuan nodded, and thought about the time of the freshman's military training, and said, however, it shouldn't be possible to teach the freshman a lesson so quickly. Why? Meng Weiqi asked. Military training. All the freshmen are in military training now. They can't even leave the school. Zhu Yuan explained, military training won't end until next weekend, so we can only catch him then. 2. Meng Weiqi nodded and continued, it's okay. You can contact him first and ask him to keep watch at the school gate. Once you see him, start doing it. I'll transfer some money to you, and you can go and take care of those thugs. As he spoke, Meng Weiqi took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to Zhu Yuan, saying, as long as we can teach that freshman a lesson, money is not a problem. I'll transfer more money to you if you need more. Okay, okay. Zhu Yuan smiled complacently and said, "Don't worry about me taking care of things. Come on, have some water." As they spoke, the two of them clinked the water bottles in their hands together and drank from them in big gulps. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The fulfilling yet boring military training life is already halfway through. As long as we persist for 5 more days, we will be able to end this kind of life. However, after these days of training, some freshmen still failed to become stronger and are still as useless as they were at the beginning. This made the young instructor so angry that he drank Chinese medicine every night to reduce his fever. "I'm not saying anything bad about you guys, but it's been more than 10 days and there are still students who can't even march properly?" The young instructor put one hand on his waist and pointed at the freshman in the formation with one hand, and shouted sternly, "How long have you been running around the track this morning? You are all out of breath. If you can do it, go ahead." That's right, it's easier to talk while standing. Such a young instructor is probably just pretending. At this time, several slight voices were heard from the square formation, very quietly. But the sound did not escape the instructor's ears. "Oh, it seems that there are still many students who are not convinced, right?" The young instructor smiled lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said, "Okay, I will give you one chance today. Didn't you say that I am young and may not even be able to beat you? Well, you can choose any of the items we train you in. As long as he can beat me, I will allow him to skip training today and give him a day off." "How?" The instructor spoke the last 2 words slowly and with a lot more emphasis, which was quite intimidating. Chapter 34, 20 kilometers training. To the instructor? How can this be compared? After all, the instructor has gone through many years of training. If we compete with him, isn't that courting death? Who were those idiots who were saying bad things about the instructor just now? I'll just watch the show. I won't go up and humiliate myself. But then again, as long as I can beat the instructor, I can take a day off from training. That's great. What should I do? I really want to give it a try. Try and you will die. Don't you think about it? Which of the items we have trained these days can compare with the instructors? Speed running? Goose step? Push-ups? Military boxing? Come on, none of this can compare to the instructors. At this moment, everyone basically backed out. Yu Tu, who was in the center of the square, also had a look of confusion on his face, wondering who was the stubborn one who dared to compete with the instructor. What? Didn't you talk a lot just now? Seeing that no one stood up, the young instructor smiled smugly. "As long as you beat me, you can have a day off." How nice. Damn it, the instructor is tempting us. That's right, but, after such intense training, it would be great to be able to rest for a day. I want to rest, too, but I can't beat the instructor. Everyone. The young instructor said, "Everyone is silent? Don't you know what you want to challenge me with?" Since everyone doesn't know what they are going to challenge me with, I do have some news to tell you. After these words were spoken, everyone started to speculate again. What news? Good news or bad news? Judging from the instructor's character, this is probably not good news. Everyone, no training this afternoon. The instructor said loudly. What? Did I hear that correctly? You heard me right, I definitely heard me right, no need to train this afternoon. What a great day today is. The instructor is finally behaving like a human being. Why do I always feel like something is wrong? We just started training today, and suddenly they announced that we don't have to train in the afternoon. This is something fishy. As soon as the instructor's words came out, everyone was excited and showed excited and happy smiles. But what they don't know is that there are greater challenges waiting for them. Everyone have a good rest this afternoon. The instructor snorted and said, "Everyone gather here at 11:30 tonight." According to the school's tradition, every freshman at Huacheng University must have this unforgettable experience, a 20-kilometer training run. As the ancients said, when God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make his heart suffer, his muscles and bones tired, and his body hungry. If you can't even stand this 20-kilometer military training, how can you still want to take the Huacheng entrance exam? When you enter Huacheng University, don't talk about physics, chemistry, Chinese, mathematics and English first, just walk 20 kilometers. Many students will ask, why? Actions speak louder than words. Walking is more important than talking. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd in the square array burst into mourning. I told you they weren't so kind as to let us rest. So this is the calm before the storm. Storm? I just checked the weather forecast this morning, and it's going to rain early this morning. What? Raining? I hope the weather forecast isn't right. The weather forecast is never accurate. Don't worry, it won't rain. Even if it didn't rain, this 20-kilometer training in the early morning would tire me out. I want to escape, but I can't. It turns out that they were afraid that we would die of exhaustion in the middle of the night, so they let us rest in the afternoon. No, I have to go back and have a good sleep in the afternoon. 20 kilometers training? When U2 heard this word, he was stunned. This reminded him of his previous life, when he was looking for a job after graduating from college. Some companies occupied their employees' weekends for team building. Some companies' team building activities include rafting, dining, KTV, etc. But the company that U2 worked for before actually occupied the employees' weekends to organize an outdoor walking race, also of 20 kilometers. Walk from the city to the outer ring road to have dinner at a farmhouse. People like them who sit in the office all day have no time to exercise. This 20-kilometer march is almost killing them. By the time they arrived at the farmhouse, they were all so tired that they had no appetite anymore. After being reborn into this world, U2's physical strength has also improved a lot with the help of the system. I also have to help my family herd cattle and sheep all day long. Sometimes I have to ride a horse, and sometimes I just run to chase the cattle and sheep. After thinking about it, maybe these 20 kilometers are not difficult for him, he just needs to rest more. For the safety of students, the school will definitely set up rest areas along the way so that students can just drink plenty of water. Ding! In order to strengthen the host's physical factors, a new task is issued. Option 1, complete the 20 kilometers training, reward, comprehension of the God-level Shaolin boxing. Choice 2, refuse to participate in the 20 kilometers training, unlock the title of doing my own thing, reward, God-level piano playing. Another mission? God-level Shaolin boxing? God-level piano playing? These two rewards are somewhat different from the usual selection rewards, and they are both rewards for improving yourself. But, if he refuses to take part in the 20-kilometer training march, won't the instructor beat him to death? Pretending to be sick? This is indeed a good way to avoid going on a 20 kilometers training run. But this God-level Shaolin boxing is very attractive to you too. This is a good martial art for self-defense. Now that I am worth so much, I will inevitably compete with those cunning opponents in the business world in the future. Some people will use dirty tricks like intimidation and threats. Therefore, it is time for U2 to learn martial arts to defend himself. It's just a 20-kilometer training march. Other students can complete it, but I can't? At this moment, U2 also had a choice in his mind. Soon, it was past 11 o'clock in the evening. At this time, many students had already come to the playground with their packed bags. According to the instructor's request, they all tied up their quilts with ropes and carried them on their backs. Because the weather tonight seems unfriendly, and the weather forecast says that it is very likely to rain in the early hours of this morning. So, the freshmen took the transparent plastic bags provided by the school and wrapped their quilts to prevent them from getting wet in the rain. At the same time, everyone also had a disposable raincoat and a bottle of water. Although 20 kilometers is a long way, I don't know why, but I'm actually looking forward to it. Me too. I slept the whole afternoon and now I feel refreshed. It's just a 20-kilometer training session, come on. The moon is blocked by dark clouds. It looks like it will rain heavily soon. It's raining, let's go back and sleep. No, please. I finally packed the cups and put them in bags. I had to go back 3 times and untie and retighten them twice before I finally packed them. Please don't tell me that the training was cancelled because of the rain. Me too, I'm still looking forward to it now. Come on, classmates, let's take a group photo. It feels really different to train in the rain. Yes, let's take a picture to commemorate it. As some students suggested taking a group photo, many of them took out their mobile phones to take pictures. There are still a few minutes left before the 11:30 assembly time, the instructor said. No one is as nervous as they were during the day. Instead, they are more excited. Chapter 35 Shaolin Boxing. Junior. I saw in the weather forecast that it's going to rain soon. Do you have a raincoat? How about I send you a raincoat now? While the classmates were taking pictures with their phones, U2's phone also received 3 message alert sounds. When I took it out and looked at it, I saw that the avatar was a little kitten. U2 smiled faintly. it was a message from Su Ling. The school has given each of us a pair of disposable raincoats. Senior, you should have a good rest in the dormitory. It's going to rain soon. What if you come to give me an umbrella and get caught in the rain? U2 typed a reply. If I gave you an umbrella and you caught a cold, you have to take responsibility for it. Su Ling replied jokingly, adding a little expression of covering her mouth and laughing. Are you trying to scam me? In this case, if you catch a cold, I will have to make you medicine every day and take care of you personally, right? Seeing that the other party was joking, U2 did not hesitate and also said jokingly. When Su Ling, who was lying on the bed, saw the 3 words personal care, she blushed and sat up all of a sudden, her heartbeat inexplicably speeding up. What on earth is he thinking about? What he means is, if I catch a cold, he wants to live with me? Isn't this cohabitation? No. I don't have a cold now, what on earth am I thinking about? Calm down, Su Ling, you have to stay calm. Ha ha ha. Su Ling took a deep breath and readjusted her thoughts before typing, but if you don't give me the chance to send you an umbrella, I can't touch porcelain. As soon as I sent the message, U2 also sent me a photo at the same time. Su Ling clicked it and took a look. I saw a boy wearing a white transparent raincoat, a training suit, and carrying a bag on his back. He made a yeah gesture to the camera, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved, revealing a very gentle smile. So handsome. Why did he send me this photo? Look, senior, what I said is true. I have all the equipment. As the photo was sent, U2 also sent a text message. Upon seeing this, Su Ling blinked and was stunned for a moment. It turns out that the junior just wanted to show me that he really had a raincoat. That's good. Remember to drink plenty of water, tell the instructor if you're tired, and get more rest. I will, senior. Let's not talk about it for now. The instructors are going to assemble the group. Come on, I believe you can do it. After finishing his chat with Su Ling, U2 put away his phone and stood with everyone else following the instructor's instructions. After the principal's mobilization and speech before the training began. As soon as 12 o'clock in the morning arrives. Everyone, let's go. Following the order from the school beauty, all 3,500 freshmen began the training in an orderly manner from the east playground with neat steps. 3,500 freshmen have to walk 20 kilometers carrying weights. The team advanced in 3 columns. Walking at the outermost side of the team, they are the guardians of youth and witnesses of growth. They are the instructors and counselors. Not long after we set off, there was a loud thunder in the sky. Soon, dense drizzles like rice grains began to fall. Starting from the playground of Dongda University, walk to Shuatang Road, Qingfu Road, Huacheng South Road, Ximen, Kamo Building. It was already 4 in the morning when we reached the end of the journey. The garden is very quiet. Every warrior who completed the entire journey surpassed himself. After a 20-kilometer march on a rainy night, we were already suffering from hunger and cold. The journey ends, back to square one. A bowl of hot rice porridge warms a tired body and encourages a strong mind. This military training in the rain taught these students to persevere and overcome difficulties. I also learned a truth: a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. After actually walking a certain distance, I found myself getting closer and closer to my goal. Although military training is a bit tiring, it is just as the instructors often say. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. Like his classmates, U2 also completed the 20-kilometer march on the rainy night. The moment he stepped into the finish line, the system's voice rang in his ears. Ding! The host chooses to complete the 20-kilometer training. Reward: God-level Shaolin boxing. Suddenly, countless Shaolin Kung Fu moves kept flooding into U2's mind, flashing through his mind quickly like a movie. Gradually, U2's understanding of Shaolin Kung Fu reached its peak. It only takes a few seconds of understanding for those who practice martial arts to fully comprehend it, even in their entire lives. At this moment, U2 could fully feel the knowledge and improvement that Shaolin Kung Fu brought to him, as if he was a martial arts master. Standing in the rain, raindrops splashed on his body. When he moved, the raindrops seemed to be blocked away. With his legs spread to one side, he made a movement similar to a horse stance, and his right hand turned into a fist and clenched it tightly. Drink! Punched suddenly into the air. An invisible fist force was then released, and the raindrops falling from the sky were directly turned into mist when they came into contact with this force. Fortunately, there were no classmates standing around U2 at this time, otherwise, they would definitely be shocked when they saw this scene. After entering the playground at the finish line just now, the other freshman ran to hide from the rain, and only you two walked to the other side of the playground. He just wanted to test how powerful the Shaolin Kung Fu was. But his action of standing alone at the other end of the playground also attracted the curiosity of many freshmen. Look over there, is there a person standing there? Yeah, is that person upset by something? Why is he in the rain? Could it be that he has become stupid after this 20-kilometer training? You're emotionally traumatized? No, look carefully, does that person look like the one the school beauty personally delivered water to? What the hell? What is he doing? Punching the air? Punching the air? Are you practicing military boxing? The classmates were puzzled by Yutu's action, but the instructor was inexplicably moved. Wow! Cry to death. When the young instructor was standing at the end of the playground directing other students to take shelter from the rain and rest, he saw Yutu throwing a punch in the distance. His eyes immediately moistened. This student not only completed the 20-kilometer rainy night training, but now he is reviewing military boxing as soon as he came back. At this moment, the young instructor silently gave extra points to the freshman who was boxing in the rain. But Yutu didn't know all this. He just wanted to try out the power of Shaolin Kung Fu. He didn't use his full strength in the previous punch. It can be said that he only used 20% of his strength, but he was able to fully feel the powerful force coming out. What if this is a full-strength fight? If he gets hit by one punch, wouldn't his bones and legs be broken? Now, Yutu has truly mastered the skill of self-defense. Staring at his fists, Yutu was very excited, and a smug smile appeared on his handsome face. Chapter 36, Blackmailed. In the blink of an eye. This boring military training life is finally over. After the military training, the school decided to give the freshmen 2 days off to allow them to have a good rest and adjust their condition. Early in the morning, Yutu took a shower and changed into some clean clothes. Boss, do you want me to drive over to pick you up? Tang Xiaoqing's voice came from the phone. Today is the first day that Yutu visits a company after arriving at Huacheng University. No, that's too high profile. I can go there by myself. After Yutu directly refused Tang Xiaoqing's offer to pick him up, he hung up the phone. Definitely rejected. Tang Xiaoqing drove a Mercedes-Benz S450L when he went out. Such a luxury car stopped at the school gate to pick him up, which was totally inconsistent with the low-key life he wanted. As I walked out of the school gate, my stomach started to growl. Seeing that it was still early, I remembered that there was a snack street next to the school, and there must be many delicious local breakfasts in Huacheng. Have breakfast first. Muttering to himself, Yutu walked towards the snack street. At this time, in an alley of the snack street, a boy was surrounded by a group of people in an alley. This was a dead end, with a wall behind blocking the way, and 5 thugs in fancy clothes approaching in front, smiling. Next to these 5 gangsters, there was a woman with dyed red hair, a white waist hugging top, and super short shorts. She had a pretty impressive figure. Boy. A yellow-haired man among the gangsters slowly walked forward, put his hands in his pockets, smiled smugly, stared at the boy who had nowhere to escape, and said, "You are so young, why don't you study hard and learn from others to steal money? Even we look down on you." I didn't. You are slandering me. The boy responded immediately, but facing so many thugs surrounding him, he also felt scared, his breathing became rapid, and his chin trembled. No? Huang Mao Tutade. He stretched out his hand and moved his index finger, and another gangster behind him handed a red wallet to the yellow-haired man. My girlfriend said she has $2,000 in this wallet. After a snort of laughter, the yellow-haired man continued, "You were the only one who touched the red envelope just now. You didn't steal the money. Could it be that the money can grow legs and run away by itself?" As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow-haired man's tone became heavier, and the younger brother behind him immediately kicked a bucket at the side of the alley in anger. There were a few clanging sounds, and the boy shrank back in fear. This little boy has no way to defend himself. Today he just got up early and went to the snack street next to the school to buy steamed dumplings, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. As I walked to the Xiaolong Bao stall, I saw the red-haired woman's wallet, which was tucked in the back pocket of her shorts, fall to the ground. The boy reminded her, but the red-haired girl was wearing headphones and didn't hear him. Seeing this, he had no choice but to walk forward, bend down, and pick up the wallet. That is, he had just picked up the red envelope and was about to reach out and gently touch the red-haired woman's shoulder. The red-haired woman turned back. Then she saw the boy holding her red envelope. Thief! The red-haired woman immediately shouted loudly. Suddenly, the boy was confused. I was clearly helping her pick up the red envelope, so how did I become a thief? As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Mao and his 4 younger brothers rushed out from the side. I thought the yellow-haired guy was acting bravely, but I didn't expect that the red-haired woman was the yellow-haired guy's girlfriend. After opening the red envelope, the red-haired woman insisted that the 2,000 yuan in her red envelope was missing and was stolen by the boy. Therefore, the boy was blocked in this dead end by Huang Mao and others, who forced him to hand over 2,000 yuan and pay compensation for mental damage. At this moment, the boy finally saw it. They were in the same group and worked together to defraud him. What day is today? Why is it so unlucky? Boy, if you don't learn good things, why do you learn bad things? Huang Mao chuckled and said, you should honestly hand over the 2,000 yuan you stole, and compensate my girlfriend 1,000 yuan for her mental damages. We are all very busy, so let's just leave it at that. I don't have any money. The boy had a sad face and was very panicked inside. How much is his monthly living expenses? Where would he get 3,000 yuan? Besides, he didn't steal the money. No? Huang Mao turned his head and looked at his younger brother behind him, then turned back and said, if you don't have money, you will suffer a lot. As soon as he finished speaking, several hooligans walked slowly towards the boy with clenched fists and smirks on their faces. He has no money and it is impossible for him to just sit and wait for death. I am unlucky today. The boy saw the right opportunity, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards the crowd with all his strength. With his reaction ability and his usual basketball training, if he tries hard, he may be able to escape from the clutches of the devil. Fuck! Is this kid crazy? Still want to resist? The boy tried desperately to avoid being caught by the thugs, but before he could go far, he was kicked to the ground by the yellow-haired guy. He flopped down and fell heavily to the ground. You want to run away without paying me? Immediately, Huang Mao's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Hit me. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 younger brothers rushed up and punched and kicked the boy. The boy had no power to fight back and could only hold his head with both hands to protect it from injury. But the gangster kicked him hard in the abdomen, and the pain forced him to bend over. Okay, stop for a moment. As the yellow-haired man's voice came, the 4 thugs stopped their punches and kicks. Boy, why don't you just give me the money honestly? The yellow-haired man squatted down, looked at the boy with a bruised face, and smiled evilly. I'll give you a chance. Bring 3,000 yuan to the school gate before sunset today. Don't think about just leaving. We are here for some time because we have something to do. You can't get away. No. Brother. The boy gasped and said with tears in his eyes, I really didn't steal the money. I know. Huang Mao stopped pretending and said directly, there is no money in that wallet. We just want to get some money from you to buy breakfast for us brothers, and you are the lucky one. What kind of lucky guy is this? He is clearly an unlucky guy. Anyway, pay before sunset. 3,000 yuan is your protection fee. From now on, I, Ma Zi, will protect you in the area around Huacheng University. If anyone bullies you, tell me, Ma Zi, and I'll teach him a lesson for you. But if you don't pay the money before sunset, I'll beat you up every time I see you from now on. As he spoke, Ma Zi reached out and patted the boy's cheek with a smile on his face. This. The boy looked worried. $3,000. How much is his family's monthly income and how much are their monthly living expenses? Just because of my momentary kindness, I was blackmailed and my family lost 3,000 yuan. This. No, you must call the police. Before that, you have to escape from these people. Just as the boy was about to pretend to compromise, a boy's voice was heard at the intersection of the alley. Hey! So many people bullying a college student, how can you handle this? Chapter 37 Can you respect my profession? Ding! Someone is being blackmailed. Please make a choice. Choice 1, pretend you didn't see it, just pass by, reward, none. Option 2, rescue and teach these blackmailers a lesson, reward, God-level singing voice. U2 came to the snack street, walked around, and saw a variety of special breakfasts, which were much richer than what he had seen in the grassland province. When he was standing in front of the Xiaolongbao stall, he heard some noises similar to quarreling coming from the alley next door. As soon as I got close, the system came with a task. And looking at the reward, it seems that I have to choose one or the other. Over the years, sometimes there are no rewards in the choices given by the system, which is normal. God-level singing voice? Are you good at singing? It seems pretty good. If someone is being blackmailed, then that means a fight has to happen, right? It's just right, I can try out the power of the God-level Shaolin boxing in actual combat. So, U2 stood at the intersection of the alley, took out his mobile phone and took pictures of the boy being beaten by Huang Mao and others, and his words were also recorded. Hey! So many people bullying a college student, how can you handle this? U2 held his phone in one hand while recording the video and put a bag of dumplings into his mouth with the other hand. Delicious. Who the hell are you? This is none of your business. I advise you to stop meddling in other people's business. Seeing someone coming, Ma Zi was not panicked at all. He pointed at U2 who was eating a steamed dumpling and shouted, "If you know what's best for you, get out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Zi was stunned. Hiss. This person. How? Big brother, big brother. At this time, a younger brother came forward and whispered in Ma Zi's ear, "Why does this person look a bit like the person we are looking for?" You know what, they really do look a bit alike. As he spoke, Ma Zi took out his cell phone from his pocket, opened the first photo in the album, and compared it with U2. Exactly the same. So you are U2. Ma Zi immediately stood up and smiled in surprise. U2 was stunned immediately. What's going on? Know me? You made it so hard for us to find you. I didn't expect that. I wanted to wait for you after breakfast. Ma Zi said happily, "You are so lucky to have come to my door." That's good. We can save some effort. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 guys came forward and surrounded U2. System, you are cheating me. Looking for me? U2 blinked. Boy, I won't say any more nonsense, anyway. Ma Zi continued, "If someone's woman is not yours, don't touch her. Fighting with others for women will only bring you unnecessary trouble." Why does this sound so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere. Hey, classmate, are you okay? However, U2 ignored Ma Zi's words and turned his gaze to the classmate lying on the ground. No big deal. The classmate shook his head, stood up with some effort, and looked at the man who came out to save him. Just as he was about to say thank you, he was stunned. Huh? You too? You know me too? How come everyone knows me? Am I so famous? No, if you think about it carefully, it seems to be the case. U2 also knew that he was personally received by the beautiful campus belle of Soochow University, was fed fruits, and was given ice water during military training, and that he had dominated the hot posts on the campus forum. It seems that this classmate has also seen me on the campus forum. Forehead. The classmate was speechless for a moment, and prompted, "Don't you remember me? We played ball together. Have you ever played ball?" U2 blinked and tried hard to recall. 3 against 3. The classmate then reminded, "The guy who was blocked by you at the beginning, there is another player on our team who was dunked by you." Blocked shot, dunk? As soon as these 2 words appeared, U2 suddenly remembered, it turned out to be you. Once before, when they were playing basketball with Zhao Feihu, Gui Jiahao, and Fan Yangyang on the court, Tao Lei brought Tao Yao and Ning Qingsheng to challenge them. Although he didn't know the names of the 3 of them, after hearing this, U2 finally remembered the boy who was being bullied. "What's your name?" U2 asked. Ning Qingsheng. Ning means to rather celebrate, Xing means to celebrate, and Shang means to live. Ning Qingsheng responded. Ever since he played basketball with U2 last time, Ning Qingsheng was impressed by U2's basketball skills, so he also investigated U2's information. Although he didn't get much information, Ning Qingsheng wanted to bring U2 into their basketball club. What an all-round talent! As long as U2 is willing to join the basketball club, entering the college basketball league will be much easier. At the same time, Ning Qingsheng also felt a little guilty. Last time, he followed Tao Yao and Tao Lei to find trouble, and he didn't know whether the other party had blacklisted him or not, leaving a bad impression on him. If this is true, then it would be even more difficult to win over U2. One thing he didn't expect was that when he was in danger, the person who came to rescue him was U2. Hey, are you 2 catching up? Being ignored by the 2, Ma Zi immediately became angry. "Can you please respect my profession? Who are you?" U2 looked into Ma Zi's eyes and asked coldly. Fuck. Ma Zi got even angrier, pointing at U2 and saying, "I'm Ma Zi, the boss of this street, and someone wants me to teach you a lesson. Stay away from that school beauty in your school, you hear me?" Why? U2 shrugged. No reason, this order. Why should I listen to you? So you don't want to give me, Mazi, this face? I don't know you. Okay. At this time, Mazi was so angry at U2 that he clenched his fists and gave his younger brothers a look. The younger brothers surrounding U2 raised their fists and rushed towards him. Careful! Seeing the gangster behind U2 punching him, Ning Qingsheng immediately spoke up to remind him. Don't panic. U2 smiled faintly, having already noticed the actions of the gangster behind him. He moved his legs and kicked his left foot backwards suddenly. The bullet hit the gangster right in the chest and sent him flying 2 meters away. Then came another right whip, forcing the other three to retreat. By the time everyone reacted, U2 had already assumed a fighting stance, clenching his fists, ready to punch out at any time. This kid, seems like he's practiced before. Ma Zi murmured, saying that it was difficult to fight with bare hands. Everyone grab your weapons. As soon as he finished speaking, several thugs took out sticks. No martial virtue. U2 rolled his eyes at a few people. All's fair in war. Ma Zi said this and rushed forward. Keep yourself hidden. U2 said something to Ning Qingsheng, then kicked up a broom next to him and rushed forward to meet the enemy with a stick in hand. Seeing U2 fighting with the gangsters for him, Ning Qingsheng originally wanted to run to the police. But U2 was alone and there are so many people on the other side, how can he win? With blood boiling, Ning Qingsheng no longer cared about anything else and rushed forward to fight with U2. Chapter 38 Ning Qingsheng's Apology. Although there were 5 thugs and 1 woman, they were no match for U2, who had mastered the god-level Shaolin boxing. Even without Ning Qingsheng's help, U2 could easily deal with these thugs by himself. This is not. Counter each move with a counter move. After a short while, Ma Zi and others were knocked to the ground by U2. Brother, I was wrong. Ma Zi immediately put his hands on his head and begged for mercy. Wasn't that pretty awesome just now? U2 patted Ma Zi on the head and said with a laugh, with your mediocre skills, you still want to collect protection fees in this snack street? No, from now on this is your territory, big brother. Ma Zi covered his swollen face from being hit by U2 and spoke timidly. Who on earth is this person? How come you are so awesome? He is clearly a martial artist, and he defeated them in just a few moves. For such an amazing person, he only asked for 5,000 yuan. A few days ago, he received a job, which required him to teach a freshman named U2 a lesson at Huacheng University. If you teach him a lesson, you will be rewarded with 5,000 yuan. It was not difficult to teach a college student a lesson, so Ma Zi agreed without thinking. Since yesterday, he and his friends have been squatting at the school gate. I know that there were military training days a few days ago. Normally, freshmen are not allowed to go out. But the military training ended yesterday, so they came to squat. Early this morning, they also came to the school gate. They were hungry, so they came to the snack street to find something to eat. They saw Ning Qingsheng, a student who looked a little dazed. So, he set a trap with his girlfriend and planned to get some money from Ning Qingsheng. But this is not the problem. The biggest problem is, why is U2 so good at fighting? Why didn't the client tell me in advance? If he knew U2 was such a good fighter, he would definitely ask for more money. No. He won't even take this order. Now he is in trouble. He is outnumbered by 5 people and is pinning him to the ground. Do you think I'm bullying others like you guys? U2 rolled his eyes at Ma Zi in anger. Just now you said someone wanted you to teach me a lesson. Tell me, who is it? Brother, I don't know. Ma Zi said timidly. You won't say it, right? U2 immediately raised his hand and pretended to slap Ma Zi. Big brother, big brother. Ma Zi panicked and said, I really don't know. I don't know where the other party got my WeChat account from. After adding me, he transferred some money to me. I really don't know anything else. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. As he spoke, Ma Zi took his hand out of his pocket and opened the chat history with someone. The other person's profile picture was a black picture, and his name was just a period, and his circle of friends was not public. Apart from that, there are only some chat records and no other useful information. After thinking about it, I realized that being so close to the campus bell of Su University would indeed arouse the jealousy of some of the campus bell's followers. I guess this is what one of the followers called out. Then what's the matter with you bullying my classmate just now? U2 asked. My girlfriend said he stole her money. Ma Zi's voice became smaller and he spoke softly. Are you sure? I heard everything and recorded it. U2 said seriously. No, I remembered it wrongly. Seeing this, Ma Zi immediately backed down and changed his words. I took the money from my girlfriend's wallet. It has nothing to do with this little brother. Apologize to him now. U2 snorted coldly and pushed Ma Zi away. I'm sorry, it was just a misunderstanding. How could Ma Zi dare to be as arrogant as before? He was really afraid of making U2 unhappy and getting beaten again, so he bowed to Ning Qingsheng and apologized, and took out a few red banknotes. We hit you too hard just now, take this money and go and take care of your wounds. If you come to this snack street in the future, just come to me if you have any problems. We are all family. If everything is alright, brother, you will withdraw first. Ma Zi turned around and asked U2. Now he just wanted to get away from U2, this dangerous man, as soon as possible. During the fight with U2 just now, the opponent's boxing skills were obviously those of a martial artist. I, a kid, am still holding my abdomen. It must be because my ribs were broken by that punch. My face still hurts. Get out of here. U2 said coldly. Suddenly, Ma Zi and his men ran away, and the injured brother was carried up by the other brothers and ran away. Are you okay? After Ma Zi and his companions left, U2 walked up to Ning Qingsheng, looked at him with blood coming out of the corner of his mouth, and asked. Fine. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ning Qingsheng chuckled. Sometimes you get bumped while playing basketball, but this injury is nothing. You don't have to go to class today. You'd better go see a doctor later and get some medicine to rub on. U2 said. Yes, the fee is paid. Ning Qingsheng shook the few $100s that Ma Zi had just given him in his hand. I got beaten up and made $500, so it shouldn't be a loss. U2 joked, patted Ning Qingsheng's shoulder lightly, and said, Then I'll leave first, I have something else to do. As he spoke, U2 walked towards the entrance of the alley. Wait. Seeing U2 passing by him, Ning Qingsheng gritted his teeth and turned around immediately. Sorry. Ning Qingsheng bowed to U2, and then said, I was wrong to offend you before, but you let it go and came out to save me today. I really don't know how to make up for it. Before? U2 blinked. Are you talking about playing basketball before? That's nothing. It's just a competition between classmates. Don't take it seriously. U2 turned his head, smiled faintly, waved his hand, and said, Let's go. You really don't care? Ning Qingsheng asked. At that time, the three of them looked down on U2 and his roommates. As a result, he was slapped in the face by this ordinary boy. If you feel bad, then please treat me to breakfast. I haven't had it yet. U2 put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly outside. Ning Qingsheng was stunned for a moment, then he came to his senses. Oh, okay. I'll take care of breakfast today. Having said that, Ning Qingsheng followed. With Ma Zi's sponsorship of 500 yuan, Ning Qingsheng took U2 to the snack street to eat many kinds of breakfast. I have heard that there are many kinds of rice noodle rolls in Guangdong province. Having been craving for Cantonese rice rolls for a long time, U2 directly ordered one. There is also a small portion of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, fried dough sticks, xiaolongbao, and soy milk. While eating, U2 also asked Ning Qingsheng some questions about Huacheng University and Huacheng. From this moment on, Ning Qingsheng's view of Tu, the new student, had a qualitative leap. Mr. U2, don't worry. Although you are a poor student from the Prairie Province, don't worry, if you need me in the future, I, Ning Qingsheng, will do my best to help you. After breakfast, U2 and Ning Qingsheng separated. One went to the hospital to see a doctor and get medicine. One of them called a DD on the platform and rushed to number 57 Linjiang Avenue, Zhujiang New Town, Tianhe District, Huacheng. Chapter 39, Xingchen Group builds its reputation. In the car. When U2 was watching TikTok on his phone, the system's voice came into his mind. Ding. The host chooses to rescue Ning Qingsheng, reward, God-level singing voice. In just a moment, U2 felt that he had become a different person. It was like a sudden enlightenment, and my whole body relaxed to the extreme. There is a tingling sensation in the throat, which is very refreshing. At this moment, singing skills, vocal skills, and emotional investment skills have been integrated into his body and become a kind of muscle memory. I tried to hold your hand on this windy day. But the rain gradually became so heavy that I could no longer see you. Yu2 tried to sing twice and was immediately shocked by his own singing. "Oh my god, little brother, your voice is so beautiful." Not only was Yu2 shocked by his own singing, but even the driver was shocked. "This is the sound of nature. It sounds so beautiful. Just 2 sentences and my scalp is already exploded. Little brother, are you a music major?" The driver asked curiously, secretly glancing at Yu2 through the rearview mirror from time to time. "What a young guy, he is so handsome and has such a beautiful singing voice. Is he a celebrity?" "No." Yu2 smiled gently and responded, "I'm a finance major." "That shouldn't be the case. Your singing voice is so beautiful. I really thought you were a music major." The driver pursed his lips and said, "What a pity. You are a singer who was held back by your finance major. If you were to participate in The Voice of China, you would definitely be the champion this year." "Master, you think too highly of me. It's just my hobby." Yu2 responded with a smile on his face. Indeed, even in his previous life, although Yu2 loved music very much, due to the pressure of life, he could only treat music as a hobby. In his previous life, he taught himself guitar and piano, and occasionally went to KTV with his colleagues to sing. Now, with the help of the system, my voice has completely changed. But Yu2 had no choice but to give up his career and pursue the path of music with those who truly had musical dreams. "Once upon a time, I also had a dream of music." The driver sighed and said, "But I have no choice but to drive Didi in order to make a living. By the way, little brother, can you sing the Blue Lotus?" "A little bit." "That." The driver was a little embarrassed and asked, "Can you please sing for me? I really like your beautiful voice. Even a few words will do." The driver also once had a dream of becoming a musician. Isn't this the same as Yu2 in his previous life? "But now, in order to make a living, I live a boring life every day." "Okay, I'll try." As he spoke, Yu2 searched for the accompaniment of the song Blue Lotus on his mobile phone. "So, I started humming along with the music. Nothing can stop it. You're yearning for freedom. A life of imagination. Your heart is free of worries. Through the dark years. I also felt confused." These lyrics, coupled with Yu2's heavenly voice, word by word, directly struck the deepest part of the driver's soul. Let him have the desire to break free from the shackles and pursue the life he longs for. "The moment you lower your head. I just found the road under my feet. The free world in my heart. So clear and lofty. Blue Lotus." As Yu2 continued to sing, the driver became excited as well. The more he listened, the more he felt that the person in Yu2's song was talking about himself. He has been working hard in society over the years. He went out to work at the age of 18 and has experienced too many dark years. Sleep under a bridge. Look through the trash can. I have been cheated of money by a labor agency. He was even placed under house arrest by a pyramid scheme company. If he hadn't had dreams in his heart, he wouldn't have been able to get through those most difficult years. "But now, I repeat the same work day after day, leading a boring life that I can see the end of." Is this really the freedom he wants? No. Why not take advantage of your youth to see the beautiful rivers and mountains of our motherland? Can he be willing? Yu2's singing made him redefine the word freedom. Nothing can stop it. Along the way, the driver also hummed along with Yu2, and drove together to number 57 Linjiang Avenue, Zhujiang New Town, Tianhe District, Huacheng. Xingchen Group, first floor lobby. "Okay, Mr. Tang, don't worry." "Yes, I understand. I will inform you as soon as possible." Zhang Ting, the receptionist who had just been on the job 2 weeks ago, hung up the phone with an excited look on her face. Because today is the day when the company's big boss is coming to inspect. I just heard Mr. Tang say on the phone that this big boss is still a young man. Zhang Ting, who just graduated from college this year, sent her resume to many companies, but all her applications were rejected. The HRs of these companies basically have one problem. Our company is indeed recruiting fresh graduates. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting became motivated and saw hope. The HR turned around and asked, "Do you have any relevant work experience?" Some companies are even very deceptive. Under the pretext of recruiting fresh graduates, they actually want to use them as the cheapest labor force and kick them out once the 3-month internship period is over. Don't disbelieve it, many of Zhang Ting's classmates were cheated by such unscrupulous companies. Although Zhang Ting was very angry, she had to continue submitting her resume in order to get an internship certificate. After being rejected again and again, just when Zhang Ting was about to despair, she received an invitation from Star Technology. Star Group? Zhang Ting first checked it on the internet. The Xingchen Group is a company that was registered not long ago. It owns many companies and covers a wide range of sectors. Her classmates who were looking for jobs with her all advised her not to come and to be careful of being cheated. Just registered? 50 million registered capital? Generous salary, 5 insurances and 1 fund, 2 days off a week, and meal allowance? Can I organize overseas tours every year and bring my family members? Paid annual leave? If I work overtime on weekends, will I get double the compensation? Does such a company really exist? Only those fraudulent companies would speak so nicely. After hearing what her classmates said, Zhang Ting hesitated. However, as she was in urgent need of a job, she decided to give it a try. Unexpectedly, when I came for the interview, the Xingchen Group already had a lot of applicants. Among these applicants, there are many graduates from 211 key universities. Many young girls were vying for a simple front desk position. Zhang Ting, who graduated from a third-rate university, lost all hope when she saw the fierce competition. Just when she was feeling dejected and preparing to go back to her hometown to find a job, she passed the interview of Xingchen Group. Officially become an employee of Xingchen Group. After joining the company, Zhang Ting witnessed the courage of the Star Group. First, it aggressively acquired several companies, whether in the technology, pharmaceutical, or gaming industries. Another large number of recruits. In just less than 2 weeks, under the leadership of CEO Tang Xiaoqing and her elite team, the securities company that was on the verge of bankruptcy was reorganized, and its shares soared by 10 percentage points in an instant. This powerful and successful approach shocked the entire financial circle. From this moment on, no one in the financial circle was unaware of the Star Group. Those who were trying to persuade Zhang Ting at the beginning are now almost dying of envy. Chapter 40, Visit the Company. Hearing that the company's boss was coming to inspect today, Zhang Ting at the front desk organized her thoughts and began to take today's work seriously. Moreover, he would look towards the hall door from time to time, ready to welcome the arrival of the company's boss. Soon, a young man got out of a car and walked straight into the hall. The young man was dressed simply, wearing a burgundy t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of white shoes. He looks like a student who has not yet left the campus, but his appearance is 1 in a million. So handsome. This little boy has such a clean and fair face. He is so tall too. The muscles in this arm are perfect, not too strong, nor too thin. Is he here to apply for a job? That is great. First he becomes my colleague, and then he can become my little boyfriend. Ahem. Hello sir, who are you looking for? Putting aside these thoughts in her mind, Zhang Ting quickly sorted out her thoughts, smiled and greeted everyone warmly. Hello, I'm looking for Tang Xiaoqing. I've already made an appointment. Tang Xiaoqing? Zhang Ting was stunned for a moment that the young man in front of her dared to call her by her name. Who is Tang Xiaoqing? He is the de facto second in command of the Star Group. The leader of the entire core team. Apart from the mysterious boss of the group, the person Zhang Ting admires most is Tang Xiaoqing. Tang Xiaoqing has delicate features and looks like a typical Jiangnan woman. However, contrary to her appearance is her personality. She is decisive and efficient, a true strong woman in the workplace. People in the company secretly call her the Iron Lady. Although he is only 2 years older than her, Tang Xiaoqing has grown to a level that ordinary people can hardly reach. Could it be that the person who dared to call Mr. Tang by his name was? That's impossible. In Zhang Ting's imagination, the big boss of Xingchen Group should be dressed in a suit and leather shoes, followed by several burly bodyguards in suits and black sunglasses. But this boy in front of me is too young. I heard that the big boss has been active in the business world for several years. If the young man in front of him is the big boss, then he has to start doing business since junior high school? Obviously, Zhang Ting mistook the young man in front of her for a high school student. Even though the other party was not the big boss she had imagined, Zhang Ting did not treat him differently at all. She was still very professional and smiled gently and professionally at the young man. Okay sir, please take a seat here first. Please wait for a moment. I will contact Mr. Tang immediately. You two nodded, turned around and sat on the sofa, looking very relaxed. By the way, sir, what is your name? Zhang Ting looked at the young man's profile and asked as she picked up the phone and prepared to call Executive President Tang Xiaoqing's office. On the way. About what? On the way? Isn't this the name of the big boss? Suddenly, Zhang Ting was dumbfounded. Soon. Yu Tu sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping his coffee slowly as the girl at the front desk glanced at him frequently. The lobby of Xingchen Group is very spacious. Sitting on the sofa, you can see everyone in the lobby busy. The sofas you sit on are all leather sofas. There were some high-end fresh cakes and fruits on the coffee table in front of me. There are several oil paintings on the white asphalt wall, all of which are from famous artists. Although the decoration is very simple, it reveals low-key luxury everywhere. Seeing all this, Yu Tu nodded with satisfaction. It turned out to be the right thing to do by Tang Xiaoqing. Sorry, I was in a meeting just now. I kept you waiting. Just a few minutes after Zhang Ting at the front desk finished her phone call, the elevator door opened with a ding. Tang Xiaoqing walked out gracefully. She was wearing a black professional suit, which made her look elegant and refined. Her slightly unstable aura betrayed her eagerness to come. Tang Xiaoqing's executive office is on the 16th floor. Obviously, he was in a hurry to finish the meeting and rush down in these few minutes. It's okay, I just got here too. He could feel Tang Xiaoqing's presence, but Yu Tu did not point it out, just smiled faintly. After exchanging a few simple and subtle words with Tang Xiaoqing, they walked towards the elevator together. Came to the president's office. Yu Tu sat on the chair and casually flipped through the company report handed to him by Tang Xiaoqing. Just like I reported to you last time, I have recently acquired several good companies. Tang Xiaoqing stood aside and added, we have also completed the reorganization of Thunder Securities. The stock price has now risen to 23 yuan. Judging from the current trend, there is still a large growth rate. Besides, as Tang Xiaoqing spoke, she quietly looked at Yu Tu. He has become thinner. Maybe it's because of the military training, his skin color has become several shades darker, and his skin has a very healthy wheat-colored luster, making him look more masculine, and his previous childishness is slowly fading away. This temperament between youthfulness and maturity made Tang Xiaoqing unable to help but take a few more glances. Well done. Looking at the report, Yu Tu nodded with satisfaction, raised his head, and looked directly at Tang Xiaoqing. Su Energy, what do you think? Since the last calculation in the system, Yu Tu also went to learn some information about Suez Energy on his own. In his opinion, the current prospects of the power battery industry are still good. Although the gross profit margin is not high, it is stable in the long term. As established companies are declining, new energy sources are beginning to emerge in the industry. From the initial small household appliances and smartphones to the later electric cars and so on. The battery industry is updating and iterating very quickly. Rapid development, changing lives, and even changing the entire world, everything is full of infinite possibilities. That's the beauty of the battery industry. Many office workers have replaced their cars with electric cars, which they enjoy driving. It is only a matter of time before electric vehicles completely replace traditional fuel vehicles. When Tang Xiaoqing was looked at by Yu Tu, she became a little nervous and couldn't help but straighten her back. The young and green high school student has changed a lot. His eyes swept over with full of momentum and the sense of oppression of a superior. Even though Tang Xiaoqing has been in the business world for many years, he still can't cope with it. Through our investigation, we found that the founder of Suez Energy, a long-established company that has been in business for nearly 30 years, is called Su Dongpa. Recently, Suez Energy has run into a technical bottleneck and is in urgent need of a large amount of capital injection. While listening to Tang Xiaoqing's report, Yu Tu continued to look through the investigation report. In the investigation report on the desk, the words Su Energy were highlighted. Yu Tu flipped through the article roughly and, combined with his previous research, he had a general understanding of the company. From a small workshop selling batteries, it has now become a well-known large enterprise in Huacheng, and its products are sold to various provinces across the country and even Southeast Asia. This took only less than 30 years. This shows that the founder, Su Dongpa, is a very capable person. Chapter 41 Su Ling's Date. Su Energy has spent more than 2 years on the research and development of new projects. Specializing in graphene. The biggest problem in the electric vehicle industry is energy storage and battery life. As a new material in the electric vehicle industry, graphene has good toughness, high strength, and good thermal conductivity. Countless researchers who want to break through the bottleneck of battery technology regard it as a life-saving straw. When Su Energy launched this project, it carried the slogan of improving the battery industry by 20 years. Suddenly, those large companies that were very optimistic about graphene extended olive branches. However, the preparation method of graphene is too complicated, costly, and difficult to disperse, which is very unfavorable for mass industrialization. 2 years ago, when Haitian Energy just established the project team, it was also crossing the river by feeling the stones. Nowadays, it is a blessing to have such research results. But project research is never a bottomless pit that can be filled. Who knows what the final research results will be? I heard that Haitian Energy has dragged down several investors, and they all lost all their money. Now it's like a mud pond, no one is willing to take over. It is also called the investment pit by the industry, which can never be filled. Boss. Seeing you two lost in thought, Tang Xiaoqing asked softly, "Are you optimistic about Su's energy?" You two nodded. If it weren't for the technological bottleneck and the difficulty in capital turnover, Su Energy would definitely be a high-quality company with long-term development. Aren't they short of funds? Just give it to him. You two is not afraid of what others dare not accept. One has sufficient working capital, and the other has technology and sales channels. They can definitely form a powerful alliance. Boss, we just acquired a battery company a few days ago. Tang Xiaoqing reported and suggested, there happens to be a business forum meeting in a couple of days. How about I go and talk to Su Dongpa about this? Okay. You two nodded. He felt very confident in Tang Xiaoqing's work. In short, Su Energy is bound to win. Night. Yu Shuwei Wan Community. In a room full of girlish atmosphere. Su Ling was wearing a suspender pajamas, lying on the bed, typing on her cell phone. The skin on the neck is white and smooth, and the two straight and slender legs swing back and forth. Junior, the military training is over. Are you adapting to our school life? I sent a WeChat message to you too, but he didn't seem to be on the phone and didn't reply. Burying her head in the quilt, Su Ling sighed softly and pursed her tender lips. Are you busy, Junior? Why haven't you replied to my message yet? Just when Su Ling was feeling a little resentful, the message alert on her cell phone rang. Su Ling immediately raised her head, and her black and shiny hair flew up and fell on her shoulders. There was a kind of beauty in the mess. It's pretty good. I've adapted a lot. Seeing you two reply to the message, Su Ling immediately picked up the phone and started typing. After a while, the two chatted about some random things. It's a day off today, what did you do? Did you sleep or play games in the dormitory? No, I went to meet a friend this morning. Meeting friends? Male or female? No. Could it be that he is going to meet his junior's relatives in Huacheng? That. Su Ling's slender white fingers danced quickly on the screen. Junior, do you have time tomorrow? Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't have time. I'm free. What can I do for you, senpai? Seeing that the other party's reply was so brief, Su Ling bit her rosy lips, deleted and reduced the edited text, and then sent it to the other party. This is my junior's first time in Huacheng. As the host, I must show my hospitality. After sending the message, Su Ling felt a little nervous. Most children from poor families are concerned about appearance. Especially young boys, who are at the age when they are competitive and never give up in anything they do. Su Ling was afraid that you two would think too much, so she quickly took out her phone and added. There are several new shops opened on the commercial street, and the clothes are very nice. I want to go shopping. But my friends and classmates around me are not free, so I can only trouble my junior. Please, please. Poor.jpg. Su Ling also sent a pitiful little expression. Harmful. My junior fellow student is so pitiful. Even though life is already so difficult, he still appears enthusiastic and cheerful. Moreover, I have never seen my junior students complain about anything. Although he seemed to be indifferent, Su Ling could still see through his pretended strength. On the first day in the cafeteria, he sat alone at the table. While other students were eating various meats, he was the only one eating plain vegetables with only a little white rice in his bowl. No one around him wanted to get too close, even his roommate looked disgusted. At that time, he looked gloomy and there was a knot between his brows. That scene has been deeply imprinted in Su Ling's mind. Were you, the junior students at that time, very sad? Being isolated, does he also want to have a friend? It is great to have someone who doesn't care about his answering environment and stands by his side and supports him without any concern. If, in her own words, I finally got into Huacheng University from Chaoyuan province. Full of expectations for college life, I traveled thousands of miles south. Unexpectedly, I was ostracized and isolated in the end. Just thinking about it a little bit, Su Ling felt sad to death. She has parents who love her wholeheartedly. A teacher about loving yourself. There are kind and friendly dormitory sisters. And what about fellow student you too? No, none of these. Maybe, the only thing we have is the love of our parents. At that time in the cafeteria, you two must have really hoped that someone would stand up for him. So, at that time, Su Ling ignored the eyes of the people around him and walked over immediately. He personally picked up food for his junior and peeled tangerines for him. What surprised Su Ling the most was that his junior brother Yu Tu had never eaten tangerines. This is obviously just a very common fruit. At that time, Su Ling thought of Yu Tu, who came from a poor area in the grassland province. Many things there were not like for them who lived in big cities, where they could get whatever they wanted. Eating is a very difficult thing, let alone eating fruit. It turns out that for some people it is difficult enough to even survive. Therefore, Su Ling put aside her previous aloofness and was willing to be the first person to approach Yu Lu. Su Ling has never cared about other people's opinions. Whether it was posts on the campus forum or gossip discussions among classmates, he just pretended not to see them. Just be yourself. Why should we meet other people's expectations? No problem. Soon, Yu Tu's reply came on the phone. Then let's meet at the central square at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Seeing that Yu Tu agreed, Su Ling couldn't help but smile. Good. Yeah, hey. Putting down the phone, Su Ling happily made a yeah gesture. Brother Yu Tu, don't worry. With me here, no one can break your wings. Su Ling clenched her fists, her eyes determined. Chapter 42, Su Energy's investment is withdrawn. 3 updates. La la la. Listening to the humming coming from her daughter's bedroom, Su Ling's mother Li Mingzhu was a little puzzled. What happy thing happened to this little girl that makes her in such a good mood? Just as Li Mingzhu was about to knock on her daughter Su Ling's door, there was a noise at the door. Su Dongpa, with a drunken look on his face, was staggering into the house. He stepped on his right heel with his left foot and took off his shoes drunkenly. Why are you back so late? Li Mingzhu immediately went up to him and smelled a pungent smell of alcohol. Did you go drinking again? Belch. Su Dongpa burped and loosened his tie, and then he felt his throat better. Well. Hearing his wife's complaining tone, Su Dongpa was also helpless and said, Old AI and the others organized a drinking party to separate us. I can't refuse at all. As he spoke, he looked towards Su Ling's door. Seeing his daughter's tightly closed door, Su Dongpa quietly changed his slippers and asked in a low voice, Is Ling Ling asleep? Not yet. Li Mingzhu leaned close to Su Dongpa's ear and whispered quietly, Just now I heard this little girl humming a song in the room. I don't know what made her so happy. She's still a child. Hearing his wife say this, Su Dongpa showed a loving smile on his face. His daughter, Su Dongpa, should be so carefree. As parents, we all hope that our children can live a happier life. Just leave it to adults to worry about. Afterwards, Li Mingzhu brought a cup of warm water and some hangover medicine and asked Su Dongpa to take it. Sitting down on the sofa, Su Dongpa couldn't help rubbing his temples. Are you still worried about the company's affairs? Seeing her husband's worried look, Li Mingzhu asked with some concern. No way. The company's new research and development project is about to produce results, but the company's funds are running out of money. Those investors sounded nice at first, saying that I could just do the research and development and they would cover the cost no matter how much money I spent. As a result, when the critical moment came, everyone just acted stupid and dumb. Speaking of this, Su Dongpa got angry. Before, when he said that Su Energy was going to develop new projects and use graphene to replace traditional materials, these people wanted to come and get a piece of the pie like hyenas smelling meat. One by one, they made big promises to Su Dongpa, saying that Su Energy only needed to focus on research and development, and they would solve the financial problems. Nowadays, when R&D projects encounter technical bottlenecks and need financial support, they all disappear one by one. Old Su, it's not that I don't want to help, it's mainly because I don't have any extra funds right now. Please wait a little longer. Once my funds are turned around next month, I will transfer the money to you immediately. Brother Su, I know you are anxious, but please don't worry. I don't have much money now. I am also in a difficult situation. Old Su, you said that your research on this project has not produced any results so far. How can I feel confident to continue investing in it? Boss Su, please give me a definite answer. 3 months. Can you guarantee that we can start production within 3 months? If you can, I will pay you right away. What? It will take at least half a year to develop? Mr. Su, there's nothing I can do about it. This is a bottomless pit business. Sorry, Lao Su, I just invested in an industry recently and I'm very busy. Hello? Mr. Su, what did you say? I'm in the mountains now, and the signal here is not very good. Hello? Hello? Several colleagues who used to flatter Su Dongpa even called Su Dongpa to ask if he wanted them to transfer a few thousand yuan to him as an emergency measure. Being humiliated like this, Su Dongpa was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. These people are short-sighted and the worst of all bastards. Businessmen are profit-oriented and can even turn fathers and sons, brothers and sisters against each other for the sake of profit. Su Dongpa, who is also a businessman, can understand these. The development of new projects is a continuous burn of money. The monthly expenses for equipment and material depreciation are astronomical. From the beginning to the successful development of a project, the markets it goes through and the amount of money spent are incalculable. Su Dongpa had already explained all this to these investors at the very beginning. However, these people had made solemn promises at the beginning, and they had repeatedly assured Su Dongpa that they would provide the funds in a timely manner. Let the project team not have to worry too much and just focus on research and development with confidence. As a result, not long after, these people withdrew their investments for various reasons just because they did not see any reports. The main researcher of the new project is named Su, a senior scholar, rigorous in character, and a longtime friend of Su Dongpa. Some time ago, Lao Su made this promise to Su Dongpa. In another half a year, the consumption of new materials can be reduced to 5%, and they can be put into mass production. Since Lao Su said so, it can definitely be achieved. When it seemed that it had reached a critical juncture and was almost about to produce results, the project died halfway due to lack of funds. Su Dongpa really couldn't accept it. Su Energy is the fruit of my life's work. I cannot let it be destroyed in my hands. I heard that there will be a business forum in a few days. I wonder if I can find suitable investors. When he thought of this, Su Dongpa sighed worriedly. At that time, we can only try our luck. The next morning. Because he was always thinking about the appointment with you two, Su Ling got up very early today. Brush teeth, wash face, put on makeup, and dress up. Looking at his precious daughter who got up early, Su Dongpa, who was sitting at the dining table, was surprised. Isn't it said that young people like to sleep in? His darling daughter is the same. When it comes to the weekend, she usually won't get up until 10 o'clock, and sometimes she even sleeps until the afternoon. But today. What's going on? Su Dongpa asked curiously. Our little lazy pig got up so early today. Did the sun rise from the west? Dad, I'm an adult. Immediately, Su Ling pouted in embarrassment and glared at Su Dongpa. Only in front of her parents, the usually aloof campus beauty from Soochow University would act like a little girl. Yes, our Lingling is a big girl now. Su Dongpa smiled dotingly and asked, the weather is nice today, do you want to go fishing with Dad? No, I have an appointment with my classmates to go shopping. Su Ling bit her little head and refused directly. Classmate? Su Dongpa took a sip of the porridge and asked casually, is it a boy or a girl? Male. Su Ling almost blurted out a boy, and quickly changed her words nervously, it must be a girl. Dad is such a fool. He and his junior U2 are just ordinary classmates. However, if I say it out loud, I'm afraid my parents will nag me. So, in order to avoid her father's questioning, Su Ling told a little lie. Chapter 43, My Daughter is in Love? Fourth update. Taking advantage of the break from eating, Su Ling quietly sent 2 messages to U2. Brother, are you up yet? Don't forget our agreement. I received a reply from the other party very quickly. Don't worry, I won't forget it. Replying to the message immediately showed that the other party also took it seriously, which made Su Ling happy. After breakfast, I took a nice bath. Su Ling took out all the clothes in the closet and stood in front of the floor-length mirror to try on clothes. This grass green embroidered Cheongsam shirt seems pretty good. No, that's too high profile. A pink baby doll shirt? No. Too childish. Su Ling picked up a white lace corset dress and tried it on. It seems too plain. No, change another one. There is always one piece of clothing missing in any woman's wardrobe. Why can't I find a suitable dress? The campus beauty of Su University looked at the pile of clothes scattered on the bed with a slight distress. In the hall, Su Dompa was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Li Mingju walked over quietly, listened to the noise inside, and whispered in the direction of her daughter's bedroom. She's still changing clothes since this morning. Girls. Su Dompa didn't care, it's normal to love beauty. What is normal? Li Mingju glared at him for being slow. This is not normal at all. Has Lao Su gone crazy doing business? Just now at the dinner table, after my daughter received a message, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up and her eyes lit up. That look, shy yet bright. As someone who has experienced this, Li Mingju knows it very well. This is clearly a sign that a girl is in love. A mother knows her daughter best. The slightest change in the daughter cannot escape the old mother's eyes. Although my daughter has received many confessions from boys since she was a child. After school, I always find a pile of gifts in my daughter's school bag. Love letters, chocolates, flowers, necklaces. However, the next day, my daughter returned all those things. When I was in high school, there were still boys who brought gifts to our home. At that time, she and Su Dompa were worried all day long, fearing that their daughter would fall in love too early and affect her college entrance examination results. However, Su Ling's calm attitude made Li Mingju and Su Dompa completely relieved. What did Su Ling say at that time? Mom and Dad, don't worry, I won't fall in love too early. The most important thing in high school is studying, and I will focus on my studies. If I fall in love one day, I will tell you the first time. Although their daughter is already 18 years old, they shouldn't interfere too much. However, Li Mingju couldn't help but worry. Old Su, you said Ling. Just when Li Mingju was about to say something, the bedroom door was opened with a click. Seeing this, she quickly stopped throwing the ball into the sea and tried her best to appear calm. Su Ling came out wearing a rose-red long dress and carrying an exquisite lady's bag. The girl's skin is snow white, and her pretty face is only lightly made up, which is already stunning enough. Oh, our little princess is dressed so beautifully today? Su Dompa looked up and praised him. Is it nicely dressed? She just dressed up a little. We're just going shopping together, there's no need to make it so grand. But you also have to leave a good impression in front of your juniors. But in the face of Su Dompa's praise, Su Ling's hand holding the bag strap curled up nervously. Girls must dress up when they go out. Mom and Dad, I'm going out. Li Mingju reminded from behind, come back early. No. A girl's crisp response came from outside the door. As soon as the door was closed, Li Mingju's smiling face immediately changed. My daughter's unnatural shy look just now clearly showed that she was like a little girl who was in a hurry to keep a date. Old Su, there's something wrong with my daughter. How could that be? Isn't that normal? Didn't you notice that your daughter wore beautiful clothes today and even put on makeup? Feeling that his wife was making a fuss, Su Dompa comforted her perfunctorily, she's grown up now. Which girl doesn't love beauty nowadays? There's nothing wrong with putting on makeup. No, Ling said before that rose red is too gorgeous, but you actually wore that dress today? Seeing Su Dompa's puzzled expression, Li Mingju couldn't help but hit him. When we were having breakfast this morning, she was still holding her phone and grinning foolishly. Tell me, is Yan in love? That's impossible. Su Dompa shook his head with a smile on his face, but in his heart, he kept guessing like Li Mingju. Could it be that my little darling is really in love? Today is the day to go shopping with the campus beauty of Suzhou University, and our destination is the Central Square. The Central Square is not far from Huacheng University, only 4 stops away. After getting on a bus, you two threw a coin into the alley and found a seat to sit down. When he received the news from the campus beauty of Suzhou University last night, he was in a meeting with the key members of the Xinchen group. So I waited until I had dealt with the company's affairs before replying to the message. Yu2 was actually a little helpless about Su Ling. He wasn't annoying. After all, he had rarely seen girls as beautiful as Su Ling, even in his previous life. He has seen a lot of intrigues in the business world. Looking at the girls around him, Yu2 always felt that they were approaching him with some purpose. But, look at the beauty of Suzhou University. Like, did they really just treat him as a poor student who sold his cow to raise tuition? Ha ha. This is too naive. Even a little silly, in a cute way. How should I explain to her so that she knows that I am not really a poor student? Do I have to take a bunch of keys and put them directly in front of the campus beauty of Suzhou University? Look. I have plenty of money. Come on, this is too stupid. Besides, having a pretty girl sticking to you is a pleasure even if nothing happens. Otherwise, why are there so many vases in society? As U2 had nothing to do recently, he also wanted to visit the Flower City. After receiving the proposal from the campus beauty of Suzhou University, he readily agreed. U2 has 2 properties in Huacheng, both of which were rewards from the system after he traveled through time. But he didn't go over. The house had been uninhabited for a long time and had no life at all. After declining Tang Xiaoqing's invitation to dinner, he went straight home. The beds on campus still make people feel at ease. We've arrived at the central square. Recovering his wandering thoughts, U2 got out of the car from the back door. Checked the time. 8:55. He is a punctual person and usually arrives 5 minutes early. The central square is bustling with people. Many girls were dressed refreshingly, with belly-bearing tops and fishnet stockings, forming a beautiful landscape. When U2 stood there at this height, his pair of long legs were particularly eye-catching. His refreshing and handsome appearance attracted the attention of girls passing by. The bolder girls will come directly and ask for contact information. However, U2 politely declined them all. But the most outrageous thing is that there was actually a man who also asked for contact information. U2 immediately glanced at him coldly, filled with murderous intent. Roll. The boy was so scared that he ran away immediately. Chapter 44, First Date 5th Update. As U2 was looking around, Su Ling came towards him wearing a rose-pink gauze dress. Her jet-black hair was tied up high, revealing her slender swan neck. There was a bouquet of light-colored roses embroidered on the dress, half opened. It is delicate but not tacky, making the girl's fair skin look even more delicate, like a rosebud about to bloom. U2's eyes couldn't help but brighten. I'm sorry, I'm late. Su Ling felt a little apologetic. She seldom takes the subway, and she almost got late. Plus, this was her first time dating a boy. Wrong. It's shopping alone. No. It is to help my junior classmates get familiar with city life so that they don't get nervous. Yeah, that's it. The campus beauty of Suzhou University seems to be different from before. I can't describe the feeling. Different from the innocent attire of a good girl in school, today she has the charm and beauty of a young woman, as if an iceberg is beginning to melt, so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her. What's wrong? U2's gaze was too focused, and Su Ling subconsciously thought there was something wrong with her clothes. Is there something wrong with me? No. Hearing this, U2 retracted his gaze. This dress suits you very well. Su Ling was a little surprised to hear the appreciation in his tone. I didn't expect that the seemingly dull junior could say such words. Let's go to Douyin Road. U2 originally wanted to take a taxi, but the campus beauty of Suzhou University didn't want to and insisted on taking the bus. From Central Square to Douyin Road, take bus 809 for 10 stops, then transfer to Metro Line 3. There are many people going to Douyin Road for shopping. When the two of them went up, there were no seats left. The campus beauty of Suzhou University is very beautiful. As soon as she got on the car, she attracted the attention of people around her. People from all directions cast envious or jealous glances at her. There are many people on the bus, and it is easy for girls to be harassed. But line 3 is too congested. Just now, there was an auntie who came to buy vegetables. She was there, but the vegetables were not. There was also a young man who had just gotten off the bus and had one of his leather shoes accidentally stepped on and fell off. He was shouting frantically outside, asking a kind person to throw the shoe away for him at the next stop. Su Ling couldn't help feeling a little regretful. I shouldn't have taken the subway earlier. I didn't expect there would be so many people on line 3 on the weekend. It's worthy of being line 3. Although the air conditioner was on in the car, the smell of sweat and body odor mixed together, which was quite intoxicating. There were so many people around that there was no place to step. The two were squeezed into a corner from the door. Su Ling leaned against the car, and U2 stood in front of her. Su Ling doesn't like getting close to strangers, and even less likes being touched. When the greasy back of a man on the left was almost touching her arm, Su Ling frowned subconsciously and couldn't help but dodge to the side. At this moment, an arm stretched out and blocked the man's movement. Then the owner of the arm placed his hands directly on the carriage, circled out a small open space, and protected Su Ling in the middle. From beginning to end, the boy didn't say a word. Su Ling couldn't help but look up. At this distance and height, I couldn't see the boy's expression at the moment. I could only see his chin with smooth lines like a static sculpture. An indescribable emotion suddenly arose in her heart. For the first time, I felt protected, like a young bird being cared for. Careful and full of security, just like Dad. Bah! What are you thinking about? Su Ling quickly drove this inexplicable thought out of his head. Soon, the two came to the pedestrian street of Doan Road. There is a lot of traffic and crowds here. Different from the high consumption in Shangxiaju, this place takes the popular route. The clothes are diverse in style, fashionable, and affordable. Many students and office workers like to come here for a stroll. In this way, Su Ling could also find an excuse to buy clothes for Yitraru. If the clothes were too expensive, she was afraid that he would feel burdened. Junior, how about this dress? Good. What about this one? That's about the same. After getting off the car, Su Ling had a clear goal and went straight to the clothing store. The campus beauty of Soochow University is a natural clothes hanger who can handle any style of clothes. Whether fresh, gentle, or gorgeous, every piece of clothing can create a different sense of beauty when worn on her. Yu-Tu couldn't give any advice, so he had to help carry the bags obediently. While Su Ling went to try on clothes, he sat outside and waited patiently. Such a handsome man and beautiful girl were a feast to the eyes, and the clerk even thought they were a young couple. At this time, Su Ling picked up a piece of clothing. I want to buy a piece of clothing for my dad. Can you help me try it on? As he said this, he handed the clothes to Yu-Tu and asked him to help him try them on. Wow! The clerk was stunned for a moment, but immediately gave an ambiguous smile. Quite interesting. Is this how young people play nowadays? Yu-Tu was speechless as he looked at the fashionable men's suit handed to him. Judging from the age of the campus beauty of Soochow University, her father must be at least 40 years old, right? Then why do you still choose styles for young people? The campus beauty of Soochow University, the senior student of Soochow University? Can you come up with a more decent excuse? Are you going to buy clothes for yourself? But I don't like clothes at all. Yu-Tu's clothes are all custom-made, handmade by foreign design masters. He doesn't have any requirements for clothes, as long as they are comfortable, simple, and elegant. To this end, he customized many pieces of each style of clothing. Yu-Tu is wearing this one today, and he has 5 more sets at home. Unfortunately, Yu-Tu could not hold out for less than 10 seconds and was defeated under the gaze of the campus beauty of Wenzhou University. What can he do? If the campus beauty of Soochow University asks you to try on clothes, then just go ahead and try them. At worst, after buying the clothes, Yu-Tu can compensate the campus beauty of Soochow University in other ways. After being a fitting model for half a day, the campus beauty of Soochow University looked at the casual suit that Yu-Tu was wearing and finally nodded with satisfaction. Take this dress as a thank you gift for accompanying me shopping. Su Ling handed the bag to Yu-Tu and said in a look that did not allow for refusal, if you refuse, it means you don't treat me as a friend, and I will be very angry. These clothes are not expensive, averaging around 1 or 200 yuan, which is quite acceptable for college students. The campus beauty of Soochow University was very thoughtful, which gave Yu-Tu no reason to refuse. Ha! When Yu-Tu and Su Ling were strolling around, a middle-aged woman dressed fashionably looked at their backs and asked in confusion, "Why does that little girl look a bit like Ling Ling? Yeah, hey? Why is there a boy with her?" The middle-aged woman took a few steps forward, quickly took out her cell phone from her exquisite leather bag and took a picture. It's a pity that because the photo was taken in such a hurry, only Su Ling's profile and the boy's back were captured. Then, I sent the photo to someone. Chapter 45 Ling Ling lied. The other side. Mingzhu, I think I saw Ling Ling just now. She is on the pedestrian shopping street of Dowen Road, and there is a boy with her. When Li Mingzhu received the message from her good sister, her heart skipped a beat. I couldn't help but think of my daughter's recent abnormal behavior. Holding the phone and smiling foolishly. Dress up carefully. And put on makeup. Could it be that Ling Ling is really in love? This feeling was both uneasy and worrying, as if my daughter was going to be kidnapped. Dongmei, did you really see Ling Ling? Li Mingzhu was a little anxious, and quickly asked her good sister Ma Dongmei about the situation. Are you still with a boy? Looking at the photo sent by Ma Dongmei, Li Mingzhu clicked on it and enlarged it. Although the photo was not very clear, Li Mingzhu was able to confirm at a glance that the girl in the photo was her daughter, Su Ling. Oh, Mingzhu, don't think too much about it. It's possible that we misunderstood. I watched for a long time, and Lingling and the boy didn't hold hands, nor did they do anything else that intimate. Maybe they are just ordinary friends or classmates. Good sister Ma Dongmei comforted Li Mingzhu and tried to persuade her. It's normal for little girls to fall in love. Lingling is not a child anymore. It's time for her to have a boyfriend. That boy seems to be quite handsome to me. Why don't you give Yen Yen a call and ask her? I might have recognized the wrong person. Li Mingzhu could no longer hear what her good sister said later. She was in a panic and her hands were shaking for a long time before she dialed her daughter's number. On the other side of the commercial street, Yu2 followed the campus beauty of Soochow University, carrying a lot of bags. Junior, I just accidentally bought an extra cup of milk tea, can you help me? Junior, I can't eat the extra cake, so I'll give it to you. This sausage smells so good. I thought I could eat too. Alas, I can only ask you, Junior. The fruit salad here is also delicious, you should try it. Su Ling would rush over to buy anything delicious she saw, but would then say she didn't want to eat it anymore. In the end, all the milk tea, cakes, and grilled squid were fed to Yu2. When they came to a pan-fried bun stall, Su Ling's cell phone rang. Hello. Lingling, where are you now? Hearing the familiar voice coming from the phone, Su Ling was startled and looked around panically. Seeing that there was no one familiar around, I felt relieved. I'm in the library with my classmates. After saying that, Su Ling, feeling guilty, blocked out the noisy sounds outside with his hands, and made a gesture to Yu2 beside him to keep quiet. Oh, are you a male or female classmate? How could it be a male classmate? Of course it's a female classmate. Oh, will you come back for lunch? No, Mom. I'll just eat outside with my classmates. After hanging up the phone, Su Ling let out a long sigh and patted her chest. She was scared to death just now. If her mother knew that she went shopping with a boy, she would start to have all kinds of thoughts. She and Yu2 are just classmates, and it would be troublesome if her parents mistakenly thought they were in a relationship. Fortunately, she was smart enough to fool me. Besides, it is a fact that she went shopping with her classmates, she just slightly changed the gender of her classmates. I just told a small lie, so it shouldn't be considered cheating my parents. On the other side, Li Mingzhu felt very disappointed after hanging up the phone. The child is a piece of flesh that fell from her body. Nothing can be hidden from a mother. She knew her daughter was lying. From childhood to adulthood, Lingling has never lied to her. Could it be that they are really in love? Thinking of this, Li Mingzhu could no longer care about anything else and quickly called her husband Su Dongpa. Su Dongpa, hurry up and come back here, something terrible has happened. Lingling is actually shopping on Dowen Road, and with a boy. Tell me, is Lingling in love? How old is she? After Su Dongpa received the call from Lao Pai, he hurried back from outside. After returning home, the anxious Li Mingzhu pulled him aside to complain. Su Dongpa finally understood the whole story. No wonder my daughter is dressed so beautifully today. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. Lingling has grown up. Just as Su Dongpa was about to lament the passing of time, he was hit hard on the shoulder by Li Mingzhu. Are you listening to me? Listen, you said your daughter went shopping with a boy and was seen by your little sister, right? Su Dongpa obediently got up from the sofa and served tea and water to his angry wife. Didn't they say that? It's possible that they recognized the wrong person. When Li Mingzhu heard it, the sound went up an octave. What do you mean? What do you mean you recognized the wrong person? It's clearly Lingling in the photo. My own daughter, how could I not recognize her? Fearing that innocent people would be affected, Su Dongpa quickly comforted her. Yes, honey, calm down first. Even if the person in the photo is really Lingling, the two children are not holding hands and are just strolling around the street. What if they are just ordinary classmates? Wouldn't that cause a big misunderstanding? Besides, Lingling is a college student, not a child. Seeing her husband's disapproving expression, Li Mingzhu felt a little depressed. I don't want to bother with her, but Lingling actually lied today. She lied for a boy? She used to be very well behaved and never lied to me. Looking at Li Mingzhu, who was still indignant, Su Dongpa couldn't help but feel a headache. Is this the point? Shouldn't the focus be that my daughter might be in love with a male classmate? Why are women's focus always so strange? Su Dompa was overwhelmed as he looked at his furious wife. Why did my daughter lie? It's because once I say it, Li Mingzhu will definitely ask me all kinds of questions. Lingling, where is that boy from? Is he your classmate? Which school are you from? What major are you in? What does the boy look like? You two are shopping, where are the other classmates? When he thought about being questioned by Li Mingzhu incessantly, he would not say anything. Don't be anxious, wife. Just listen to me first. Of course, facing his wife who was on the verge of going berserk at any time, Su Dompa didn't dare to say what was in his heart. Lingling will be back soon, we must not force her to answer. What if we push her too far and Lingling starts to feel that we are being dictatorial and starts to rebel? Just leave it to me and let me ask. You, just pretend you know nothing. Li Mingzhu was a little worried and looked doubtful. I'll leave it to you, can you handle it? Don't worry, I will complete the task. Su Dompa patted his chest and assured. But I still feel. At this moment, the doorbell rang, and Li Mingzhu quickly stopped talking and went to open the door. I'm back. As soon as she entered the door, Su Ling couldn't wait to kick off her shoes. After walking so much, her legs were almost broken. Fortunately, today's results are very good. You two finally stopped being so repulsive and began to accept her kindness. Chapter 46 I Scold Myself. Wow, so happy? You're back. What are you so happy about? Su Dompa, who was pretending to read a newspaper, raised his eyebrows, glanced at his daughter, and asked. Dad? Why did you come back so early today? Su Ling was a little surprised to see Su Dompa. She knows a little about the company's affairs. Su's energy has recently encountered a technical bottleneck, and my father has been extremely busy with this matter. He gets drunk every day for social events and comes home very late. However, she couldn't help. I can only secretly hope that the company can overcome the difficulties as soon as possible. There's nothing to do at the company, so I came back early. Seeing Su Ling was going back to her room, Su Dompa patted the sofa beside her and said, It just so happens that we haven't talked for a long time. How are you doing in college? If you have any happy things recently, come and tell your dad about it. Are you hungry? I'll go to the kitchen and prepare dinner for you. Li Mingzhu left the living room to the father and daughter, and winked at Su Dompa before leaving. In the living room, the father and daughter were sitting on the sofa chatting idly. How's school been lately? Fine. You are the president of the student union. Are you too tired and stressed? It's okay. Looking at his daughter sitting obediently on the sofa, Su Dompa felt a little disappointed. Before we knew it, the little girl had grown into a graceful young lady. Are there any boys you like in school? A boy that you like? When asked by Su Dompa, Su Ling was stunned for a moment. There's a freshman who's a pretty good guy. Oh? Tell me about it. No one knows a daughter better than her father. From childhood to adulthood, Su Ling has never taken the initiative to approach boys. She has rejected hundreds, if not thousands, of boys. For a moment, Su Dompa really couldn't figure out what a boy who could make his daughter look at him differently looked like. Dad, you don't know that this junior is a poor student from a grassland province. His family is very poor. In order to raise money for college, he sold all the cattle in his family. But he never complained, studied very hard and worked very hard. I always wear the same piece of clothing, and when I go to the cafeteria I only get vegetables. Most importantly, he has never even eaten a sugar orange. He was very stubborn and refused to accept the school's scholarship. He even said he wanted to leave it to people who needed it more. How can there be such a stupid person? He is the one who needs help the most. Su Dompa nodded. It is inevitable that young people who come out of poverty will be arrogant. I just wondered if I could help him. Su Ling was thinking. Do you want Dad to help your classmate find a part-time job? Su Ling shook his head and directly rejected Su Dompa's proposal. No, I've already asked a senior for help with the part-time job. Through family connections? If his junior knew about this, he would definitely be very angry. Su Ling, are you there? There's news about the part-time job you asked me to help find. Our company has a project recently and needs to recruit a few college students or graduates to work part-time. There were two soft buzzing sounds. It was a message from Senior Zhang Teng. Wang Lily was a senior from a neighboring school whom Su Ling met at a social gathering when he was a freshman in college. She was kind and enthusiastic, and the two had always had a good relationship. It is said that it is difficult for fresh graduates to find jobs, but Zhang Ting, who graduated from a second-tier university, quickly joined a good company, Xingchen Group. Su Ling checked this company. Although it is small in scale, it is strong and wealthy. The recent reorganization of Thunder Securities caused a sensation in nearly half of the financial circle. The news went viral in the financial group, and everyone said that Xingchen was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. The teacher who taught probability theory also used Thunder Securities as a classroom case analysis. When Su Ling saw Zhang Ting's circle of friends, she immediately thought of U2. Since junior U2 is unwilling to apply for a scholarship, then help him find a part-time job with good salary so that he can be self-reliant, right? I asked Zhang Ting to help me find out if there was a part-time job. I didn't expect the results to come out so soon. Really? That's great. Thank you, senior. You're too polite. You helped me a lot back then. I don't know how to thank you. By the way, is your junior free tomorrow morning? Let him come over for an interview? Yes. Okay, I'll send you the interview address. No problem. Thank you, senior. I'll treat you to a nice meal next time. Okay, I'll definitely give you a good meal then. Su Ling was somewhat delighted and suppressed her excitement to share the good news. Junior, can I take half a day off tomorrow? I have an interview at 9 a.m. Can you accompany me? U2 felt overwhelmed after reading the message sent by the campus beauty of Suzhou University. He was a little confused about the train of thought of the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Why do you suddenly think of taking a part-time job? Isn't it rumored that the campus beauty of Suzhou University comes from a very wealthy family? Doesn't her father run a company? Did it go bankrupt in just a few days? Or does the school beauty want to experience the life of an ordinary person? Senior, I think college students' time is very precious and they can do many meaningful things. U2 began to persuade him patiently, trying to dispel his desire to work part-time. Your time is very valuable. There is no need to waste it on a part-time job. Think about it. We haven't even graduated yet. The only part-time jobs college students can find are tutoring and reading. Handing out flyers under the scorching sun, Snow White can turn into charcoal at the end of the day. The campus beauty of Suzhou University immediately sent a bunch of question marks. But I've already promised someone else. I have checked this company. There is no problem with its qualifications and its strength is also good. And the salary offered is much higher than the market average. I heard that after completion, bonuses will be given based on the evaluation of the results. Even if you are rejected in the interview, your round-trip fare will be reimbursed, but only in the Flower City area. Oh, yes, there is one more thing. U2. As news about the campus belle of Suzhou University came out one after another, U2 felt that it was unreliable. This is probably a scam company, right? High salary, good benefits, and long-term training for outstanding performance. If the boss of the company is not wealthy, he must be a fool. There are also some companies that use the name of recruiting part-time jobs to specifically trick girls into interviews. It is too dangerous for a beautiful and innocent female student like the campus belle of Suzhou University to go out. I don't think it's reliable. Why don't we just forget it? You're not really short of money, so there's no need to do an internship in your sophomore year. Many companies recruit fresh graduates, and we haven't even graduated yet, so the company can't even recoup the cost of our initial training. Spare no effort to persuade along the way. If the campus beauty of Suzhou University really wanted to do an internship, he could just tell Tang Xiaoqing and arrange Su Ling to the Xingchen Group. Su Ling will definitely learn a lot by following Tang Xiaoqing. That's why I asked you to come with me. Su Ling replied, when the time comes, I will be interviewing inside, and you can follow me. I'll take you, no problem. Besides, if there is a problem, you should call the police immediately. Seeing this, U2 felt numb all over. He asked without giving up, must I go? Su Ling must go. Chapter 47 I am the big boss of Xingchen Group, don't believe it. 3 more chapters. The next day, U2 got up early. Under the constant reminder and WeChat bombardment from the campus beauty of Suzhou University, U2 finally changed into his newly bought clothes. He wore a clean and refreshing striped shirt on the upper body and a pair of brown suit pants on the lower body. The campus belle of Suzhou University has good taste. This outfit makes you two look bright and handsome with his broad shoulders and narrow waist. I have something to do in the morning. You guys, remember to ask for leave for me. After some bargaining, Zhao Feihu and his men were easily bribed by a bag of buns. A few people ate buns and complained sourly. Oh my god. Olju, why are you dressed so well today? You're dressed so provocatively. Are you going to meet a girl? Tell me the truth, are you going on a date? Or are you meeting a beautiful female online friend? You dare to skip Master Miju's class? You are so bold. You two ignored them and left behind only a cool figure. The girls' dormitory 501 was in chaos at this time. Su Ling was dressing up, applying blush lightly on her face with a small brush. Draw eyeliner, apply mascara, and put on lip gloss. The three sisters in the dormitory stood there in a daze, staring at Su Ling applying the paint with dull eyes. It took a long time. Hiss. It hurts so much when I pinched you. I'm really not dreaming. The campus beauty of Suzhou University has changed her personality? Friendship is always there. From time to time, he held his phone and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corners of his mouth. Didn't you previously dislike the fact that cosmetics were harmful to the skin and were unwilling to wear makeup? Lingling, do you really want to do a part-time job? No. Didn't you advise us not to do part-time jobs before? Didn't you say you were working part-time? The Suzhou University beauty who was applying lipstick turned her head in confusion. Did I say that? The three sisters nodded in unison. You have. Practice is the key. I'll give it a try first. After all, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. After saying that, the campus beauty of Suzhou University, fully dressed, walked out of the girls' dormitory with a powerful step. Set off. In the taxi. You two frowned and looked out the window. Out of the corner of his eye, he just happened to see the campus beauty of Suzhou University secretly glancing at him. After a while, he took another look. What's wrong? You two turned his head and asked in confusion. Junior. The campus beauty of Suzhou University said firmly, Are you nervous? I'm nervous? Please, it's you who is going to the interview, not me. You two quietly rolled his eyes in his heart. He is the one who always interviews others, why should he be nervous? But the campus belle of Su University doesn't think so. Don't be afraid. Su Ling calmly reached out her hand and patted you two on the shoulder. When I talk to the interviewer later, you just watch from the side. If you feel nervous, take 3 deep breaths. Don't worry, I have a senior to protect you. You two was somewhat moved by the determined expression on the girl's face. Today, Su Ling was wearing a white shirt and a light blue skirt. Her face was specially made up, with fiery red lips, and she looked elegant and charming. The crisp and slim-fitting fabric of the skirt shows off her exquisite figure to the fullest. Without the immaturity of a campus girl, what comes to mind is the beauty and boldness of a career lady. The campus beauty of Suzhou University leaned back in the back seat, looking elegant and calm. If her hand had not been tightly holding the briefcase, it would have revealed the girl's uneasy heart. You two almost believed what was said just now. But he didn't expose it. Senior, which company did you interview with? Can you tell me now? If you let me follow the interview, you have to let me prepare in advance. You two asked. It's not me who is interviewing. The Suzhou University beauty corrected her, it was us. You and I were interviewing together. Why us? You two was shocked. Senior, I don't think I agreed. You didn't refuse. The campus beauty of Su University looked very serious. Anyway, I assumed you agreed. You two looked hopeless. He got on a pirate ship by accident. Su Ling had a smile in her eyes and pretended to comfort him. This will help you gain experience. More work experience will make it easier to find a job in the future. No wonder Su Ling seemed to be afraid that he would run away, and confiscated his cell phone as soon as he got in the car. It turned out that she was waiting for him here. This woman is so cunning. You two slumped in his chair, speechless. This is a new company, located in Zhujiang New Town. Su Ling continued to chatter. I checked. Although this company was established not long ago, the management team is very capable. And he's very wealthy. He just acquired a lot of companies last week. Thunder Securities, do you know? When U2 heard the words Thunder Securities, he inexplicably had a bad feeling. A senior student I know is in there. I heard the treatment is pretty good. Don't worry, we're just applying for a part-time job. With me here, you won't fail. Su Ling talked freely and handed over the document in his hand, on which were 4 words written in black and white. Star Group. Everyone on the road was dumbfounded. What is going on? The part-time job company that the campus beauty of Soochow University found for me was actually opened by me? Did I scold myself last night? Shocked, a business owner actually went undercover to work part-time in his own company? Why don't you want to be an intern when you have a good boss job? My employees earn $100,000 a month, but I only get $2,000? What's wrong with this? And U2 didn't want his identity to be exposed. He just wants to have a peaceful and stable college life. But his cell phone was confiscated by the campus beauty of Soochow University. There was no way to tell my subordinates in advance. It will be exposed in a moment? U2 was a little panicked. Death is not scary, but social death is scary. Is it too late to tell the truth to the campus beauty of Soochow University? Senior. U2 turned his head and looked at the campus beauty of Soochow University with a serious expression. There is something I must tell you. Well, go ahead. Su Ling turned her head and looked at U2. Actually, the company you're interviewing for is owned by me. I'm the big boss of Xingchen Group. After saying that, U2 quietly waited for the other party's reaction. Whether the campus beauty of Soochow University was angry or furious, he accepted it. Unexpectedly, the campus beauty of Soochow University looked calm and not surprised at all. She also turned to look at U2 with a solemn expression. Junior, your joke isn't funny at all. After saying that, Su Ling chuckled. The two got out of the car and looked at the familiar company gate. U2 refused to go in no matter what. Junior, you're walking too slowly. Seeing that U2 was walking slower than a turtle, Su Ling, who was walking in front, was speechless. She was understanding and comforted him. Relax, it's just an interview, it's okay with me here. After saying that, he grabbed U2's arm and dragged him towards the hall. My neck hurts a little. Ouch. I think I have a stiff neck. It hurts so much. I have to go to the hospital. Seeing U2 being so disappointing, the pretty campus beauty's face turned cold. Hold on. Even if the sky falls today, wait until the interview is over. U2. Chapter 48. Why does the boss always interview part-timers? 4th update. Star Group. Lobby reception. Zhang Ting and the newly hired front desk girl are busy recording visitor information. Hello, Xingchen Technology, who are you looking for? Okay, I'll make an appointment for you. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ting suddenly frowned and covered her stomach in pain. Ting, what's wrong with you? I think I have a stomachache. You keep an eye on me for a while. I'm going to the bathroom. Then go quickly and come back soon. Looking at Zhang Ting's embarrassed figure, the girl at the front desk shook her head helplessly. At this time, a boy and a girl walked into the gate of Xingfei Technology. The boy is handsome and about 1.8 meters tall. The girl has a pure and elegant appearance and is extremely beautiful. This combination of handsome men and beautiful women makes the front desk look bright. Hello, who are you looking for? The campus beauty of Soochow University walked forward calmly and handed over the 2 resumes in her hand. We are here for an interview. Okay, please take a rest here. The girl at the front desk had a very sweet smile and thoughtfully brought hot water and snacks to the 2 of them. Su Ling was very satisfied and secretly gave Xingchen Group a thumbs up in his mind. U2, who was following behind, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing was exposed. The girl at the front desk looked unfamiliar. She must be new and had never seen him before. It turns out that he is. It's too early to relax. A man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses found him in the applicant's profile for a part-time job interview. Boss? 5 minutes ago. 2nd floor of Xingchen Group. Great. Thunder Securities stock has risen again. The department's bonus will definitely be there this time. Mr. Tang will have to treat us to a meal then. Boss Tang will definitely treat us. If possible, it would be great if the big boss could treat us. That's right. Unlike the bustling outside, the director's office is very quiet. Director Guan, this is the applicant information for the part-time job interview. The assistant placed a stack of documents on the table and walked out. A professional man in a navy blue suit sat in the boss chair and casually flipped through the applicant's information. Guan Dongzu, 32 years old this year, looks gentle and wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The lenses are plain and he is not nearsighted, so wearing glasses is just a personal preference. Guan Dongzu was born with a young face. Ever since his boss told him that he looked more like a high school student than he did, he fell in love with glasses. I don't know if I can find any good seedlings from it. He recently interviewed several people, but was not very satisfied with any of them. Zhou Xiaoxiao from Fudan University, a fresh graduate. Huacheng University, Su Ling, sophomore, winner of the International Economics Competition. Guan Dongzu picked up the resume and read it carefully. The boss seems to be at Huacheng University as well. This girl and the big boss are schoolmates. This girl's resume is pretty good. With training, he might become the elite backbone of the company. I specially circled Su Ling's resume to mark it. Guan Dongzu then picked up the next resume, and what came into view was a familiar 1-inch photo. Huacheng University, U2. Guan Dongzu couldn't help but widen his eyes with a shocked expression. What the hell? Am I too busy lately and my eyes are blurry? Or is it because of excessive overtime that I have hallucinations? The big boss comes to interview for a part-time job? When I was reading the resume just now, I was so scared that I almost bit my tongue. What is the big boss doing? Is he on a secret visit? Guan Dongzu could no longer sit still. After asking the assistant about the situation, he hurried out of the office. With a ding sound, the elevator door opened, revealing Guan Dongzu's confused face. Coincidentally, U2, who was sitting on the reception sofa board, raised his head. Eye to eye. Guan Dongzu looked confused and blurted out subconsciously. Boss? At this time, the campus beauty of Su University looked up. The man in the elevator was dressed in a suit, looked frail, and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looks gentle and refined, and should be a senior executive of the Star Group. The man in the suit had a strange expression on his face, his mouth was wide open and his eyes were round. The sofa was a bit far from the elevator entrance, and Su Ling didn't hear clearly what the other party shouted. But this person's expression looks scary. Is there anything wrong? Junior. Su Ling subconsciously came over and complained in a low voice, this person is so weird. The girl's fresh body fragrance came faintly. Unfortunately, U2 was not in the mood to feel anything at the moment. As soon as Guan Dongzu came out of the elevator, he started to wink at the other person frantically, and now his eyes are about to twitch. Now that the other party has finally returned to normal, he should be able to receive. Seeing Guan Dongzu pause for a moment, he walked out of the elevator without hesitation and walked straight towards the side. I am so. A breath was stuck in his chest and U2 narrowed his eyes. Junior, is he heading towards us? Perhaps he sensed something, and when he was about to reach the sofa, Guan Dongzu walked past the two of them and went towards the man with a beer belly at the door. Ha ha ha. Boss Xiao, I didn't expect such a distinguished guest to visit us. Director Guan, what are you talking about %%#? Without waiting for the other party to say anything, Guan Dongzu covered his mouth and went upstairs by his arm. The campus beauty of Suzhou University patted her chest and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You scared me. She turned her head and muttered, I thought he was coming for us. No, you didn't think much. He just came towards us. U2's back was soaked. The Suzhou University beauty then noticed that U2's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Junior, why are you sweating so much? U2 wiped the sweat from his forehead. Am I nervous? After a while, several people for interviews came into the hall one after another, both men and women, almost everyone. Just then, the assistant called the interviewee to go upstairs. Zhongmin, Zhou Zikai, Su Ling, U2, please go to the interview room on the second floor. On the other side, out of the elevator. Guan Dongzu's smile instantly collapsed, and he pushed his department colleague Lao Zhao aside with disgust. What the hell, he's really the big boss. The boss's eyes just now were so dangerous and full of murderous intent. It was a close call. Fortunately, he was quite smart. Guan Dongzu immediately took out his cell phone and called Tang Xiaocheng. Boss Tang, something big has happened. The boss is actually interviewing part-time workers in the company. After the call, Guan Dongzu opened the company employee group. Attention all departments, attention all departments. This is not a drill, this is not a drill. Shark is coming, alarm, alarm. Incognito, just downstairs. Sales department, received. Planning department, received. Operations department, received. Receive. At this moment, everyone in the company was fully alert to face this sudden incognito visit. Chapter 49. I'm not nervous at all. Fifth update. In the elevator, the men and women who came to apply for the job were whispering. Su Ling and Yu2 stood in the corner of the elevator. Hey, did you hear about it? Xingchen recruits new members to select the reserve force for the elite team. The girl who was speaking was Zhao Yu, 25 years old, and a master's student from Huaqing Jiaotong University. Is this true? Is this news reliable? Of course it's true. This is what a relative of mine who works at Xingchen Finance told me. Elite Group? Isn't Thunder Securities run by the elite group of Xingchen? Of course. I heard that the team received tens of millions in bonuses. Xingchen offers good treatment, high bonuses, and I can learn a lot. It would be great if I could pass it. Oh, you are a master's student from Shanghai Jiaotong University, you are so outstanding, you must be able to do it. Let's hope so. If I can be selected by Xingchen to join the elite group, I can save at least a dozen years of hard work in my life. Yu2 had no expression on his face, but Su Ling's eyes were bright. If Yu2 succeeds in entering the elite group, with his excellence, he will definitely achieve great results. No more being looked down upon. He can walk around the campus with his head held high. There are comfortable clothes and delicious meals. After graduation, I can afford to drink coffee, eat Western food, and go in and out of office buildings. She imagined Yu2 wearing a handsome suit and walking in the sunshine with a smile, and she couldn't help but smile. She must help her junior to succeed in the interview. After exiting the elevator, go straight ahead and turn right, and you will reach Xingchen's conference hall. More than 20 men and women applying for the job sat in 2 rows in the corridor. Su Ling and Yu2 sat in the middle. The two of them stood out among the interviewees because of their good looks. Hi, which school are you from? I'm a graduate student in the Department of Management at Fudan University. What about you? Oh, I'm a graduate of Jingnan University. The interviewees were talking quietly, trying to find out each other's information. Su Ling was a little worried. Almost all of these people are top students from prestigious universities, and each of them is an elite. She and her junior brother Yu2 are just college students. It seems, the competition is very fierce. With such a comparison, everyone would choose the graduate. They are so well prepared and have the connections. Thinking of this, Su Ling instantly lost his confidence. He had a bitter face and drooped his eyelashes. On the contrary, Yu2 on the side had no expression on his face. The posture is relaxed and carefree. The whole building belongs to him. Coming to Xingchen is like coming home. The last time I was here, I was having a meeting with the elite group. When you revisit an old place, do you become the person being interviewed? I don't know who the interviewer will be. Guan Dongzu's big mouth must have gone viral in the company group. It shouldn't be exposed, right? Shanghai Jiaotong University, Zhao Yu, please interview. The girl who was called walked into the door of the conference hall with a look of confidence. The soundproofing effect of Xingchen is very good, and no sound from inside can be heard. Less than 2 minutes later, the girl came out. So soon? How was your interview? Su Ling saw that the other party's face didn't look very good, so he probably didn't pass. Sure enough, when she heard the question, the girl shook her head in frustration and turned away. The people nearby didn't have time to say anything. The door to the conference room opened and the assistant shouted from the doorway. Reorder Zhou Zikai, please come in for the interview. After the man with glasses walked in, people on both sides of the corridor breathed a sigh of relief. Why is Xingchen so strict? Yeah, I thought that girl just now would pass. Don't know what the eligibility criteria are? Su Ling couldn't help but become nervous as she listened to the discussions. Neither she nor Yu2 has the same education level as the other, nor does she have much experience, so she doesn't know if she can pass the interview. After a while, the man with glasses came out with a dejected look on his face. Another one eliminated? Are the requirements for a part-time job so strict? Su Ling's heart began to lift. U2, who was standing aside, was looking at the applicants around him with great interest. I looked around and felt a bit bored. Just stare at the wall in a daze. Su Ling turned around and saw the scene. The boy looked depressed, his eyes had lost their former luster, and he looked into the distance in disappointment. The campus beauty of Suzhou University, who was originally nervous, suddenly felt heartbroken. Junior U2? U2 turned around in confusion. What's wrong? In the eyes of the campus beauty of Suzhou University, he appeared as a lost and pitiful little thing who was in urgent need of encouragement. You are the best. Come on. Believe in yourself. Don't be afraid, I'm here. No matter what the interview result is, it will be a very interesting experience for us. U2 was completely speechless. Is he nervous? Why is he so nervous? Please stop imagining. I don't know what is going on in this girl's brain. She is obviously so scared and nervous, but she pretends to be strong and comforts herself. Don't worry. The campus beauty of Suzhou University raised her fist with a serious look on her face. The interviewer is just asking for some personal information, he won't eat me. It seemed as if stars were falling in the girl's bright eyes, which were like a mirror, reflecting U2's face clearly. U2 sighed. This girl is so stupid. But it doesn't feel bad. Just then, the assistant's voice sounded at the door. Huacheng University, Su Ling. U2 from Huacheng University, come in for an interview. There is a big desk in the conference room. There were 2 interviewers, one male and one female. The middle-aged man with a simple and honest appearance is called Wang Chang. The woman with high cheekbones is called Wu Bing. Relax, don't be nervous. Wang Chang looked up and saw that it was a pretty girl. He softened his tone and said, "Please introduce yourself first." Su Ling calmed herself down, smiled and nodded at the interviewer. My name is Su Ling, and I'm a sophomore majoring in economics. This is my junior, U2, a freshman in the Department of Finance. Hearing that the two were still college students, the interviewers looked at each other. The information of job applicants passed through the hands of Director Guan Dongzhu. This time we are recruiting for a part-time job, and I really want to take a look to see if there are any good candidates. As the former top investment manager of Yuanfang Finance, Wu Bing has his own pride. Although she had only been working at Xingchen for a short time, she was very clear about the strength of the elite team. Guan Dongzhu, who usually looks lazy, is actually a real industry genius. There are 2 red circles specially marked on the interview form. Wu Bing was a little surprised and didn't understand why Guan Dongzhu looked at these 2 people differently. Why are there 2 of you interviewing together? As a college student, what advantages do you think you have that enable you to be qualified for this job? Wu Bing looked over and stared at Su Ling with cold eyes. As soon as the words fell, the conference room fell silent. It feels very oppressive. Su Ling's thoughts, which had just been sorted out, were instantly disrupted. However, thinking of U2, Su Ling quickly calmed down. She tidied the hair around her ears, revealing her fair and clear ears, and thought quickly in her mind. How should I answer to impress the interviewer? Chapter 50, Being Despised by My Own Employees. U2, who was standing aside, was observing the 2 interviewers in front of him calmly. He had some impression that Wu Bing was once a gold medal investment manager of an investment company. However, he had a strong personality and could not tolerate any injustice, so he was ostracized by his competitors. During the last meeting, U2 asked Tang Xiaoqing to quickly recruit people from the headhunting company. The first person confirmed was Wu Bing. Wang Chang is the manager of the Human Resources Department. The last time he came, U2 only met people from the elite group. Therefore, the 2 people didn't know U2 at all and didn't know that the young man in front of them was the big boss of the company. Su Ling quickly adjusted his mood, as if he was back on the debate stage of the school competition. Hello, because I believe that the effect will be better if we work together. We are students from Huacheng University, and the relevance of our majors matches your company's part-time job needs. Su Ling's eyes were bright and she continued in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. When we were in school, we had done relevant simulated investment projects, so we have a certain foundation in financial practice. The girl's calm answer and good on-the-spot reaction made the 2 interviewers look at her with new eyes. During the interview just now, Wu Bing casually asked a professional question. One little girl was so nervous that she couldn't answer and burst into tears. He is a master's degree student from Shanghai Jiaotong University. Oh. Since you are a student of Huacheng University, let me test you. Wu Bing had a serious face, but a smile appeared on his lips. You have two stocks. One stock has dropped from 200 yuan per share to 100 yuan today, with no dividends at all, while the other stock has risen from 50 yuan to 100 yuan today, with a 5% dividend every year. Which stock do you think has a high forward price? This is a typical no arbitrage principle. Su Ling was calm and composed. The price is high without the bonus. Looking at the girl who answered fluently, interviewer Wang Chang still smiled even though he didn't understand. Wu Bing on the side continued to ask questions. Then let me ask another question. There are 3 closed doors on the podium, 2 of which are empty, and only one door has a prize behind it. Now, you can pick a door, but don't open it yet. The host will choose one of the other 2 doors without a prize and open it. At this point, you can choose the last door, or you can stick with the door you originally selected. After a pause, the interviewer Wu Bing looked up with a strange look in his eyes. Excuse me, what is the wisest choice? Wang Chang was completely confused. This question has nothing to do with finance, right? You too, who was standing by, realized that Wu Bing was setting a trap. If you insist on not changing the door, the probability of getting the prize is only 1 in 3. But if you insist on changing, assuming the door you choose first has a prize, there is a 2/3 chance that you will not get the prize if you change the door. If the door you choose for the first time does not have a prize, then the chances of persisting in changing doors will still be 2/3. Su Ling thought about it and said seriously, I will change the door. Why? Wu Bing asked. Because the probability has increased. A confident smile appeared on the girl's face. After hearing Su Ling's answer, a smile finally appeared on the woman's cold and rigid face. Wang Chang, who had been a background board for half a day, clapped his hands. Although he was the head of the Human Resources Department, he could not understand the conversation between the 2 parties. But he will watch. First prize in the group competition of the finance competition, and first prize in the national economics competition. It can be seen that this girl is very outstanding. Although there are many excellent talents among the people I just interviewed. But they were all so ambitious that before they had even answered 2 sentences, they began to test whether they could join the company's elite group. Elite group? What are you thinking about? This young man has a wild idea. I'm already thinking about becoming a boss before I even start working. Although the company does have the idea of recruiting new talents for the elite team. But can anyone join the elite group? You're fine. Wu Bing said with satisfaction, now I officially inform you, Su Ling, that you have been admitted to Xingchen. Hearing the interviewer's words, Su Ling breathed a sigh of relief, with joy in her eyes. But Su Ling didn't hear Yutu's name, so she was very confused. Excuse me, where is my junior? You can. Wu Bing's cold voice said very clearly, but he can't. Wu Bing's voice rang out in the conference room, resoundingly. Upon hearing this, Yutu, who was standing behind him, immediately frowned. I didn't say a word. As a result, he was despised by his own employees? Why? Su Ling, who was standing by, had lost her initial joy and questioned directly. Why not let junior brother Yutu finish his introduction? The reason she came for the interview was for Yutu. As long as he finds a job, he can earn extra income. Xingchen Group is good in all aspects and you can learn a lot from your internship there. However, I didn't expect the interviewer to directly refuse. Don't even give him a chance? Su Ling was very dissatisfied. Yutu was a little amused and helpless. The boss of a good company came to interview for a part-time job. Before I even had the chance to introduce myself, I was rejected by my own employees. He's just a freshman who just arrived. Wu Bing was still cold, as if he was an emotionless robot, and you have experience in investment simulation at school, but he doesn't. Su Ling was a little anxious, but my junior is very outstanding. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Prairie Province. He is also hardworking and good at studying. We are here for the interview together. With my help, I believe he can complete the task. The campus beauty of Su University argued anxiously, her little face turning red with anxiety. In that pair of big eyes, there was grievance, confusion, and a hint of indignation. Yutu was somewhat touched, even though the campus beauty of Suzhou University sometimes had different trains of thought from that of ordinary people. But at the critical moment, I still defended him. Seeing Yutu's indifferent expression, Su Ling's eyes turned red with anxiety. Junior, just say whatever you want. She quietly tugged at Yutu's arm, just the words I taught you in the car before. Little girl, don't be in a hurry. Wang Chang, who was standing at the side, smiled and acted as a peacemaker. Think about it, this student has just entered college and is very busy with schoolwork. He is not familiar with the school and everything should be focused on his studies. If he wants to come to Xingshan, he can come for another interview when he is a sophomore. We at Xingshan Group always welcome talented people to join us. Wow, the people in my company are really talented. What a beautiful statement. If he wasn't the one being looked down upon, you two would definitely stand up and applaud. Su Ling's eyes were red, knowing that the other party had refused. If junior brother you two fails the interview, then there is no point in me coming to Xingshan. Su Ling bit her lip and made a silent decision in her heart. Wherever you two is, there she is. Since the star group doesn't welcome them, then they can just leave. Su Ling made up his mind and decided to advance and retreat together, and was about to pull you two away from here. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rang and Wang Chang picked up the call. Hello? Mr. Tang? Oh, okay, got it. The interviewer Wang Chang handed the phone to Wu Bing with a serious expression on his face. Manager Wu, President Tang said that she will personally interview the new hires this time. Chapter 51, Getting an Outrageous Internship Salary. President's Office. After hanging up the phone with Guan Dongzhu, Tang Xiaoqing stood up from the sofa. You two came to the company for an interview in person? Or interviewing for a part-time job? Tang Xiaoqing was also a little confused. I looked up at the calendar on the table and it was indeed Tuesday. Shouldn't we be in school at this time? Why did you suddenly appear in the company? Or did something happen in the company? Tang Xiaoqing held his forehead, feeling a little headache. Knowing that Wu Bing had a habit of turning off his phone during interviews. After thinking about it, Tang Xiaoqing called Wang Chang. Manager Wang, are you still interviewing for part-time jobs? Okay, wait a moment. I will interview the newcomer myself. After hanging up the phone, Wu Bing's face finally showed a hint of fluctuation. She looked at you two suspiciously, then glanced at Su Ling. What is so special about these two newcomers? If you say that the girl was chosen because she is outstanding, the boy is obviously just a freshman and has little work experience. First it was Director Guan, and now it's Director Tang. Please wait a moment, both of you. The CEO said he wants to interview you personally. Hearing this, you two's mouth twitched. It must be Guan Dongzhu who told Tang Xiaoqing. This is so embarrassing. With Tang Xiaoqing's intelligence, she should be able to understand the look in his eyes. Su Ling next to him had a puzzled look on his face, with confusion in his big eyes. The CEO is coming? Interview them? She was already very nervous when facing the two interviewers Xingshan. Now he has to face Shang Fei's big boss. The campus beauty of Soochow University quietly moved closer to you two, looking for some sense of security. With a bang, the door of the conference hall was opened from the outside. A young woman in a business suit walked in. She is about 24 years old and has a beautiful face. She was wearing a slim-fitting black business suit that showed off her perfect body curves. With her hair tied up high, a slender neck, a plump chest, a pair of straight and long legs wrapped in black stockings, and red high heels, she walked towards me step by step. Sharp, flamboyant and domineering, as if the queen has descended. Mr. Tang. As soon as Tang Xiaoqing appeared, everyone was stunned. So beautiful. This was Su Ling's first feeling. She has a pure and elegant temperament and looks cold and aloof, like a solitary orchid in a valley. Tang Xiaoqing is different. She has been in the workplace for many years. She has a sharp temperament in her eyes and eyebrows. She is used to big scenes and is as unrestrained as a burning flame. One is like a pure white rose, the other is like a gorgeous red rose. Two stunning women appeared in the conference room at the same time. The entire conference hall seemed to be brightened. Compared to the woman's capable professional attire, Su Ling felt that he was losing in terms of momentum as he was dressed like a campus student. She envied these strong women in the workplace. Turning around, you two also had a stunned expression on his face. Su Ling felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Are women wearing black stockings really that beautiful? This woman's legs are indeed long and straight, but her legs are also very beautiful, no worse than this woman's. She even thought that her junior brother Yu2 was dull and simple, and was a good student. As expected, all men are pigs. Su Ling curled her lips and glared at Yu2 quickly. Unfortunately, Yu2 was so caught up in his embarrassment that he didn't see it. The interviewers Wang Chang and Wu Bing were very shocked. Not long after the Xingchen Group was established, Tang Xiaoqing had to make decisions on all matters, big and small. What's going on today? How could Mr. Tang come in person for an ordinary part-time job interview? Could it be that these two young men have some special identities? Mr. Tang, please take a seat. Wang Cheng from the Human Resources Department was very perceptive and quickly made way for him. After Tang Xiaoqing sat down, he took the resume that Wu Bing handed over and started to read it. Then she raised her eyes and swept her gaze across the faces of the two men. She paused on Yutu's face, then looked away calmly. How did the assessment go? Her voice is pleasant to the ear, and her tone is as cheerful as that of a strong career woman. Boss Tang, this girl is very good and has passed the assessment. Tang Xiaoqing's eyes fell on Xingli's face and he nodded appreciatively. Then he turned his gaze to Yutu. Where is this boy? Wu Bing opened his mouth but said nothing. This boy is a freshman. Wang Cheng turned his head and whispered to Tang Xiaoqing, so? The implication is that you are not qualified. Yutu raised his eyebrows. Su Ling, who was standing by, felt something in his heart. Since Mr. Tang asked, maybe I still have a chance. She hurried forward to help Yutu fight for it. Hello, although my junior is a freshman, he has excellent grades and may not be unable to do this job. And the level of education does not necessarily mean the level of ability. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoqing looked up in surprise. Seeing the girl's serious face, she couldn't help but look at her carefully. A pair of beautiful phoenix eyes moved between the two of them. Wow! Such a beautiful girl. She is a senior from the same school as my boss. The most important thing is to protect the boss. Could it be that the boss is pursuing someone? Think about it this way. It seems that everything can be explained. No wonder you two came over without saying a word. It turned out that he was accompanying the girl he liked to the interview. Tang Xiaoqing smiled meaningfully and gave Yutu a knowing look. Do you want me to help you? Yutu thought she was asking about part-time jobs and blinked quickly. Sister, don't reveal my identity. Tang Xiaoqing thought he was agreeing. The two of them exchanged eye contact. They were talking at cross purposes and thought they had a perfect understanding of each other. If Xingchen only accepted you. Tang Xiaoqing opened her red lips slightly. Your junior didn't make the interview, what will you do? Excuse me. Su Ling didn't even think about it and simply answered, then I won't stay in Xingchen either. Okay then. Tang Xiaoqing smiled and said, since you are so determined, I will allow your junior to be admitted as an exception. But let me make it clear first, if he is not qualified for this job, it will be deducted from your salary. Is this an admission? Yutu suppressed his excitement and nodded, okay. I just don't know how much your company's salary is. The original part-time salary of Xingchen Group was 5,000, which was very high for an intern. But since you two came here in person, the price should at least go up a bit, right? Tang Xiaoqing was about to open her mouth when she saw the look Yutu gave her. 6,000? The voice turned a few times and the ending tone rose. Su Ling? She didn't expect. The salary for part-time jobs in Xingchen Group is so high. A cough was heard in the empty interview area. Ahem. Yutu secretly gave a look to Tang Xiaoqing. They are still students, so the salary they are offered shouldn't be too outrageous. However, Tang Xiaoqing was a little unsure of Yutu's intentions and thought that the salary was too low. How about 10,000? 10,000? Su Ling was confused and asked back subconsciously. Coco. Yutu next to him coughed twice. Sister, that is too much. The people who earn an average monthly salary of 1 million are all from somewhere. In reality, some office workers who have worked for a few years do not even earn over 10,000 yuan a month. What's more, they are both part-time workers. Tang Xiaoqing winked at Yutu calmly. Not enough? She has devoted all her attention to her career and has never had much of a romantic relationship. She is a novice in relationships. I thought the boss was doing that to make the little girl happy. What about 20,000? Su Ling opened her eyes wide in disbelief, unable to react. Is it so that I am already so outstanding? I actually got the chance to be interviewed by the CEO himself. Moreover, from what the other party said, as long as I can stay, they can offer any salary I want? Fearing that the other party would go back on his word, Su Ling agreed immediately. Okay, then 20,000. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became a little strange. Wang Chang and Wu Bing opened their mouths wide, doubting their lives. The campus beauty of Suzhou University glanced at Tang Xiaoqing and then at U2. When talking to her, Mr. Tang's eyes were wandering and he always fell behind her intentionally or unintentionally. Su Ling couldn't help but frowned. Woman's sixth sense tells me there must be something fishy going on between these two people. Chapter 52, Is the School Beauty Jealous? 3 updates. 6,000. 10,000. 20,000. Don't be too outrageous. U2 hissed and gasped. Could it be that there was something wrong with my eyes just now? Why is the salary getting higher and higher? Although the campus beauty of Suzhou University is excellent, she is still a student after all. She has sufficient theoretical knowledge but no practical work experience. As the executive president, Tang Xiaoqing is experienced and knowledgeable. How is it possible to see the potential of the other person just through an interview? In order to keep the other party, you pay such a high salary? The campus beauty of Suzhou University didn't suspect anything either? I don't know whether to say she is too confident or too naive. U2's eyes twitched, and he stood aside muttering. Tang Xiaoqing smiled and shook hands with the campus beauty of Suzhou University. My 2 classmates, welcome to Zhuangxingchen. Exit the gate of Star Group. U2 couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He almost lost his mind. During the interview in the conference room, he winked at Tang Xiaoqing frantically. My face is almost cramping. Unfortunately, her flirtatious glances were directed at the wrong person, and Tang Xiaoqing didn't understand her hint at all. Just when U2 was lost in thought, the campus beauty from Suzhou University next to him suddenly spoke. Junior, is Miss Tang pretty? U2 was a little puzzled. What does this mean? Could it be that she saw that he knew Tang Xiaoqing, so she was testing him? It's okay. U2 glanced at Su Ling cautiously and spoke cautiously. That's beautiful, right? There was a hint of sourness in Su Ling's tone. She didn't know what was wrong with her. I was in a bad mood when I came out of Xingchen Group. When I think of the interview scene, and the look my junior gave Mr. Tang, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. Sour and astringent. She had never felt this way before. Hear U2's answer. What's beautiful? Su Ling glanced at him and asked. When U2 heard this, he had a lot to say. Tang Xiaoqing has a cool and elegant appearance, with sharp and delicate beauty in her eyebrows and facial features. She has a slender and plump figure, with a curvy figure and a free and easy temperament honed through years of work experience. It's impossible to ignore it at first sight. Well, she's pretty, has a nice figure, and long legs. U2 summed it up, the most important thing is outstanding ability. The key point is the last sentence. The reason why the newly graduated Tang Xiaoqing was chosen was because of her abilities. Tang Xiaoqing has also proven his business prowess over the years. U2's praise had a different meaning in Su Ling's eyes. My junior classmate really likes women like this. Actually. And you observe so carefully. No wonder he kept staring at her. When I think of Tang Xiaoqing's plump breasts and her long legs. The campus beauty of Suzhou University was feeling depressed. Oh, man. No matter what age, all you see is a woman's face, breasts, and legs in black stockings. Su Ling felt inexplicably irritated, like a bowl of spilled sour plum soup. U2, who was standing next to him, didn't notice anything. He raised his right hand and checked the time. After coming out of the interview at Xingchen Group, it was almost 11 o'clock without me noticing. There was a milk tea shop on the side of the road, and several people were queuing. Senior. U2 turned around and asked, would you like some milk tea? During military training, the campus beauty of Suzhou University brought us water and milk tea. He still felt a little guilty. Reciprocity. Please take this opportunity to come back. No. Su Ling was still a little angry, and turned her head away. I want to drink sour plum soup. All right. Yu Lu followed the advice and turned away. After a while, he came back with milk tea and sour plum soup in his hands. Senior, your sour plum soup. Unexpectedly, the campus beauty of Su University glanced at him, put her hands behind her back and did not take it. I don't want to drink sour plum soup again. U2 was speechless. Then what do you want to drink? The campus beauty of Suzhou University did not say anything. She turned her head and looked to the side, not looking at U2. After waiting for a while, his eyes drifted over cautiously again. U2 was a little puzzled and didn't understand why the campus beauty of Soochow University suddenly got angry. Could it be that I was praising Tang Xiaoqing for her good looks? Did you make the campus beauty of Soochow University unhappy? It seems that women don't like men who are prettier than themselves. Hey, I was just joking. If we talk about being awesome, you're the best, senior. If it weren't for you, I might have been eliminated. After hearing this, the campus beauty of Soochow University looked over with her big eyes. I'm really that awesome? U2 nodded hurriedly and said affirmatively, a salary of 20,000 is quite impressive. It's okay, not that bad. The girl blinked awkwardly and put her hair back with a bit of reserve. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was a hint of joy in his eyes. U2 was not stupid either. Seeing Su Ling's face turn from cloudy to sunny, he quickly continued, thanks to the help of senior sister, what do you want to eat today? I'll treat you. You're welcome. Su Ling smiled, helping juniors is what seniors should do. Although he said that, his eyes curved into crescents. I feel a little thirsty suddenly. Give me the cup of milk tea in your hand. After the two returned to school, the campus beauty of Soochow University went straight back to the dormitory. U2 had classes in the afternoon. The professor of political economics was a rather old-fashioned old man, and what he hated most was people skipping classes. Before we knew it, it was night and we were in dormitory 607. Buzz. The kitten on WeChat jumped up. U2 clicked on the message and saw that the campus beauty of Soochow University had sent a photo of herself in a white suit. Junior, does this dress look good on you? It's okay. He had a bit of a headache. It seemed that the campus beauty of Soochow University was quite traumatized. I'm still thinking about what happened this morning. Do all girls work as white-collar workers? What is so good about being an office worker? Once you enter society and experience the hardships of life, you will realize that the most comfortable time was during college. What about this one? Maybe because U2's attitude was a bit perfunctory, the campus beauty of Soochow University sent another picture. U2 clicked it and took a look, his eyes narrowed. A picture of black stockings. U2 held his forehead with his hand. Seeing that U2 didn't answer, the Soochow University beauty asked, do you guys like this kind of long legs and black stockings? U2 touched his nose, not knowing how to reply to her. It would be a lie to say I don't like it. As long as you are a man, no one can resist the temptation of black stockings. The slightly translucent, mysterious, and silky thighs under the stockings are more attractive to men than any sweet girl in the second dimension. Their essay saying that goes like this. Cuteness is vulnerable in the face of sexiness. It seems like he likes it. U2. He felt that this topic was a bit awkward and touched his nose guiltily. Su Ling's figure is better than Tang Xiaoqing's. She is tall, with thin, white, and straight legs. She must look great in black stockings. In the girls' dormitory, Su Ling was wearing a light blue cotton pajamas, lying on the pillow, poking the screen with her slender white fingers. Humph! Men are indeed lustful animals. She wrinkled her nose and opened the homepage of Taobao. I selected several different styles, clicked into the shopping cart, placed the order and paid. Snort! It's just a suit and black stockings, I can do that too. Chapter 53, The Old Fox in the Mole 4th Update. A few days later. At the exchange meeting of the 10th New Energy Business Forum. Boss Joe, long time no see. Mr. Lee, nice to meet you. Here is my business card. Okay, I'll contact you when I have time. Tang Xiaoqing was dressed in a professional suit, looking capable and sharp. Holding a glass of red wine, he socialized with ease. Thanks to the magical operation of Thunder Securities, in just half a month, Xingchen Group became famous in the investment industry and became an instant hit. The higher the share price of Leiting rises, the more famous the Star Group becomes. Investing in Thunder may seem reckless, but it is actually a deliberate deception to the outside world. Although U2, the boss, is young, he has a very calm personality. Their team started planning and laying out the plan half a year ago. Tang Xiaoqing still remembers what U2 told her before coming to Huacheng. Xiaoqing, remember, when you get to Huacheng, get the Thunder Securities first. We are new here, and it is difficult, very difficult, to get a piece of the pie in this playground of the world. In terms of background and connections, we are definitely no match for those old foxes. But when it comes to investment vision, you too, have never been afraid of anyone. The more powerful you are, the less they will dare to act rashly. The more humble you are, the more they will look down on you. As it turned out, you too was right. However, a blacksmith must first sharpen his own tools, and these old foxes must see you two's strength. Tang Xiaoqing withdrew her thoughts and continued to maintain a polite and elegant smile. Her eyes swept over calmly, and then fell on two middle-aged men at the edge of the crowd. The middle-aged man in a red tang suit is called Mo Yunpeng, the boss of Pingxiang Chip. The elegant-looking man next to him is Su Dongpa. He looked away and poured himself another half-glass of red wine. The corners of Tang Xiaoqing's rosy lips slightly raised, and she walked over there. I'm not saying anything bad about you, Lao Su, but you said you were developing this project 2 years ago. Have the research and development produced any results so far? No? That's a bottomless pit. I have been raising investment for you and finding connections for you in the past 2 years. I treat you as a brother, and you can't treat me as a sucker. The CEO of Xinjiang Group just showed some interest, but you turned him away. Look at what you said. When Tang Xiaoqing walked over, Mo Yunpeng was persuading Su Dongpa with an angry look on his face. Su Dongpa retorted, Haitian is my hard work, I can't just give it to others. Mo Yunpeng was spitting as he spoke, and looking at Su Dongpa's stubborn expression, he looked very disappointed in him. Isn't it just a little bit of shares? Just give it to him and that's it. Get the money first, then we can talk about it. This is a business forum, not a charity auction. Marriage requires a good match between the two families. How could you be so good as to specifically look for a sucker to help you alleviate poverty? Let me ask you, why? Mr. Mo? Mo Yunpeng was talking excitedly when he caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure out of the corner of his eye. Seeing the beautiful Tang Xiaoqing, Mo Yunpeng instantly put on a smiling face, as kind as Mithra Buddha. Hey, Mr. Tang is here too? Nice to meet you. Tang Xiaoqing readily extended her hand and started talking to Mo Yunpeng. I've heard of President Tang's name for a long time, but I didn't expect that he is so young and beautiful. No, you're too polite. After some business flattery, Tang Xiaoqing turned her beautiful eyes and looked at Su Dongpa, who was left aside. Mr. Mo. Su Dongpa is a fairly decent person and rarely attends business meetings. As a newcomer in Huaqing's investment industry, if Tang Xiaoqing acted too familiar, it would make Su Dongpa wary. Mo Yunpeng reacted and pulled Su Dongpa over. This is Mr. Su from Su Energy, Su Dongpa. Xinjiang Group, this name has never been heard of in Huaqing, but I didn't expect it to be such a big deal. No one was optimistic about Thunder Securities at the beginning, and the industry even regarded the news of Xinjiang's investment in Thunder as a joke. Unexpectedly, the Thunder rebounded from the bottom and soared all the way. Mo Yunpeng also invested in stocks, but they were all small investments. Unlike Xinjiang, who is so wealthy, his net worth skyrocketed just by relying on Thunder Securities, and he even acquired several small companies in succession. As a rising star in the investment world, of course you need to build good relationships. If there is a suitable project, take it. If not, just treat it as making more friends. Besides, he and Su Dongpa have been friends for many years and he really wants to help each other. Rumor has it that the reason why Xinjiang Group is so confident is that it has the support of Jianda Dairy, a leading enterprise in Chaoyuan province. That is the real king of the grassland. Last year's annual report revenue was as high as 89 billion yuan. It's nice to lean on a big tree for shade, but I don't know what the relationship is between Xinjiang's boss and the other party. If the other party is interested and can invest in Su Dongpa's new energy project, maybe he can help this brother overcome the difficulties. Boss Su, you. Seeing Mo Yunpeng's enthusiastic introduction, Tang Xiaoqing politely extended her hand and shook hands with Su Dongpa. Congratulations to Mr. Tang first. Thunder's stock is soaring, and it's all thanks to Mr. Tang's keen eye. Mo Yunpeng is very talkative, cheerful, and easygoing. Su Dongpa, on the other hand, doesn't talk much. As they chatted, the topic somehow turned to Su Dongpa. Oh, Mr. Tang, you don't know that my brother's project is about to produce results, but it's stuck at this step. What a pity. What a pity. If graphene is developed, the new energy vehicle market will be transformed in the future. Tang Xiaoqing turned her beautiful eyes and looked at Su Dongpa. Oh? I wonder if you can introduce Mr. Su's project? The other side. Boys' dormitory and school. Ring ring ring. A phone call came in. The caller ID showed Tang Xiaoqing, and U2 answered the phone. Boss, I met with Su Dongpa. Sorry, the cooperation didn't come to fruition. He wants to meet you and consider whether to agree to Xingchen's investment. U2 couldn't help but hold his forehead. Tang Xiaoqing is still a little too naive to deal with these old foxes. It's not easy to be in the business world. Especially for those who are the helmsmen of old local enterprises like Su Dongpa, they have all come from the era when business was all about cannibalism. As expected, I guess that Tang Xiaoqing was not the person in charge of Xingchen. Since he wants to meet, then let's meet. I was also thinking about meeting the boss of Su Energy. Okay, when is the appointment? Tang Xiaoqing on the other side replied, Friday evening at 8 o'clock, Jinjiang Hotel. It's Friday again. In the Daijingchang Villa. Tang Xiaoqing has had someone clean Yutu's house in Daijing City during this period. Yutu changed into a dark blue striped suit, a tie, and leather shoes. I was going to meet Su Dongpa to discuss business, so I had to dress formally. Tang Xiaoqing drove a Rolls-Royce to pick him up. Boss, did I do well in my last interview at the company? Tang Xiaoqing had an expression on his face that showed he wanted to take credit, and he made a teasing sound. You too. Yutu's forehead was filled with black lines and he rolled his eyes. So you spend my money and pay me such a high salary, and you still get credit for it? Thank you so much. There was no urgent need to tell Tang Xiaoqing about this. After all, interviewing for a part-time job at my company with the campus beauty of Suzhou University was just a small episode. Chapter 54 U2's 3 Views. Not long. The two came to Jinjiang Hotel. Wine and food have been prepared in the VIP box. Su Dongpa had been waiting for a long time. Boss Su, sorry for the long wait. As the two entered the door, Tang Xiaoqing greeted them first. Mr. Tang, you are too polite. Please come in. Su Dongpa smiled elegantly and quickly stood up to greet him. When he saw there was another person in front of Tang Xiaoqing, he understood immediately. I wonder who this person is. Su Dongpa pretended to be confused. Didn't President Su always want to see me? U2 smiled calmly. Let me introduce myself, I am U2 from Xingchen Group. After Tang Xiaoqing's last report, U2 secretly thought that something was wrong. The old fox Su Dongpa was most likely trying to blast her. They had just arrived in Huacheng and Tang Xiaoqing was in charge of everything on her own. Others would think that Tang Xiaoqing is the person in charge of the Xingchen Group. No one knew that he was behind the Star Group. Su Dongpa's statement that he wanted to meet the boss of Xingchen Group was just a formality. If Tang Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment, then that explains the problem. After taking his seat, Su Dongpa secretly looked at the young man in front of him and felt a little surprised. I didn't expect that the person in charge of Xingchen Group is so young. It was really beyond his expectations. Less than a month after its establishment, Xingchen Group has been very active, acquiring shares in several companies. In just 1 week, Thunder Securities was turned around. One has to admire the ability and skills of the boss behind the scenes. At the beginning, Su Dongpa did think it was Tang Xiaoqing's trick. However, after 1 or 2 contacts, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. During the last negotiation, he had intentionally or unintentionally irritated Tang Xiaoqing. Unexpectedly, it really exploded. Don't be offended, boss you. I have no choice. Su Dongpa poured a glass of wine over and said, Xingchen wants to invest in Su's, so I have to talk to the person behind it in person, don't you think? Mr. Tang, I'll toast you a glass as an apology. Mr. Su, you are too polite. It's just a few hours, but I came here with sincerity today. You two chuckled and changed the subject. I wonder what Mr. Su thinks of our cooperation? To be honest. Su Dongpa put down his wine glass and sighed. Mr. You must also know that Su's company is having financial difficulties due to the development of new projects. You two listened and nodded. It is no big secret in the industry that Su Energy is short of funds. For a new project to go from development to research results, it requires not only professionalism but also large financial support. From a small battery company to today's Su Energy. I don't know how much effort Su Dongpa put into it. Logically speaking, as long as he lived off his savings, Su Energy wouldn't be in the current state. But Su Dongpa chose to change and innovate. If it were you two, he would not touch it easily unless he was absolutely sure. In the previous life on Earth, graphene had already been developed, and 1 gram was more expensive than gold, but it still could not be put into production for so many years. Why? It's because the cost is too high and the output is low. Although Su Dongpa looks gentle, he is very courageous. This made U2 somewhat impressed. A person who dares to think and act will not be ashamed even if he loses. It's not that no big companies have approached me, but I rejected them all. Su Dongpa smiled bitterly. Mr. Yu, I want to ask, what do you think of the future of the new energy industry? U2 thought for a moment and said seriously, to be honest, I am very optimistic about the new energy industry. Oh? How do you mean? I think there are 3 points. First, the global new energy industry is an irresistible trend. Low carbon and environmental protection are inherently contrary to fuel vehicles. This is the significance of the new energy industry. Second, regarding policies, I believe Boss Su also knows that the higher-ups like to take the initiative to change and have been vigorously supporting the new energy industry. The third point is market demand. Fuel vehicles are very energy-intensive. If new energy vehicles can achieve breakthroughs and have a better cost-effectiveness than fuel vehicles, my country's population will be the biggest bonus. Su Dongpa felt a little emotional. I didn't expect this young man to be so knowledgeable. He raised his eyes and looked at U2 with burning gaze. If I agree to Xingchen's investment in Su's energy, I want to know what Mr. Yu can bring to Su's. U2 smiled and said, I'll get straight to the point and say that if the Su Group agrees, then Xingchen will give the Su Group 3 billion in financial support. Mr. Yu. Su Dongpa's eyes lit up slightly, and he looked at U2 with some complexity. It's the same investment, why do you think I would choose Xingchen instead of other companies? Because President Su and I are like-minded, I started a company not just for the money. Su Energy is President Su's hard work, and Xingchen is also my hard work. U2 felt that Su Dongpa was also a man of temperament. Otherwise, he would not have given up Su Energy's existing industries to seek breakthroughs, which shows that he is not old-fashioned. A business is like a child to its founder. When you hand your child over to others, you have to test it. See if the other party is truly good to the child, or just kicks the child away after taking advantage of him. Thinking of this, U2 gave Su Dongpa another reassurance. After acquiring a stake in Su's energy, I will not interfere with Su's decision-making. Research needs to be done in a down-to-earth manner. Ignoring quality and speeding up production to make money is digging into Su's heels, and Xingchen doesn't need that. I hope that one day the new energy industry will bring disruptive changes to our country, improve our country's energy security, and earn money abroad. It will benefit future generations, and it will benefit the common people. Most importantly, I can provide technology to Su Energy. Hearing this, Su Dongpa swept away his previous dejection and looked over with a burning gaze. For example, improving the quality of graphene by 80%. U2 smiled, poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Does Mr. Wen think that I am sincere enough now? After discussing the cooperation, Su Dongpa was relieved of the burden that had been weighing on him for a long time. Boss Yu, Boss Tang, come on, eat some food. Su Dongpa looked relaxed and greeted U2 and Tang Xiaoqing warmly. Su Dongpa was amazed when he learned that U2 was only 18 years old. He knew U2 was not very old, but he didn't expect him to be so young, the same age as his daughter. I can't believe that Mr. Yu is so young. It's true that heroes emerge young. U2 drank tea instead of wine. Mr. Su, thank you for your praise. The two chatted about the shortcomings of the new energy industry, and the more they talked, the more interested they became. Su Dongpa felt that U2 was so knowledgeable and experienced at a young age. He could point out many problems that took him many years in the industry to understand, but U2 could do so accurately. U2 also admired Su Dongpa's many years of experience in the business world, and the two felt that they had met too late. Su Dongpa was still hesitant at first, but later he simply left Tang Xiaoqing aside. Hey! He drank a few cups happily and grabbed U2's arm. I am a few years older than you, so I will call you Brother Yu and you can call me Big Brother. Big Brother. U2 readily accepted the advice. I am young, and I will need more guidance from the elder brother in the business world in the future. Okay, ha ha ha. Chapter 55, Women's Desire to Win. Wife, I'm back. Su Dongpa walked into the house drunk. Hearing the sound, Li Mingzhu frowned and went over to help Su Dongpa lie down on the sofa. Why did you drink again? What if you drink too much and your stomach hurts? Seeing Li Mingzhu nagging, Su Dongpa didn't care. Now that Su Energy has obtained funding from Xingchen, it no longer has to worry about research on new projects. A while ago, in order to attract investment, he begged and pleaded with everyone. I'm so worried that I have several white hairs. Now that this big problem has finally been solved, he feels so happy. Not to mention that this brother Yu is very loyal. He not only brought funds to Su Energy, but also new technologies. The boy is handsome and smart. The two of them wanted to become sworn brothers on the spot. He leaned back on the sofa and said with a smile, "I am happy today. The Su family is finally saved." Seeing her husband smiling, no longer as gloomy as before, his whole mental state has changed, and Li Mingju feels happy. The problems at her man's company were finally resolved, and she was completely relieved. However, when I think about my daughter. Li Mingju's face, which had been smiling just now, fell again. Last time I asked my husband to find out about our daughter's love life, he agreed, but in the end he didn't get anything out of it. Seeing Su Dongpa lazily lying on the sofa, Li Mingju complained, "What are you talking about? You just work all day long. If you have time, you can pay more attention to our family and our daughter." Ling? Isn't it good? Su Dongpa rubbed his eyebrows. What's good? Li Mingju was a little speechless. She knew her husband was unreliable. "You didn't even ask the questions I asked you to ask last time." Su Dongpa then remembered that Li Mingju asked him to help ask about her daughter's love life. He quickly comforted her. "I talked to my daughter last time, and she said she is not in a relationship." After hearing this, Li Mingju angrily threw the hot towel on Su Dongpa's face. Not in love? Ling never lied before. Last time, because of a boy, I even learned to lie. Su Dongpa wiped his face with a towel. When he heard his wife's voice getting louder, he was so scared that he quickly looked in the direction of the side lying. "Keep your voice down. Don't let Ling hear you." Li Mingju is not the kind of narrow-minded parent who would worry that her daughter would be hurt if she fell in love. "We dated in college and broke up after graduation. Nowadays, all the college boys are extremely fickle. Where are the young talents? What if her daughter Su Ling is so beautiful and is bullied by a scumbag? Hubby, it's not that I don't want my daughter to have a relationship." Li Mingju was a little worried. She sat down next to Su Dongpa and said, "I'm mainly worried that she might meet a bad boy and get hurt. What should I do?" "You don't know, our neighbor downstairs, Lao Wang's daughter was badly deceived by a male college student. How could I bear to let those boys who don't know how to cherish my precious baby trample on her?" Su Dongpa held his wife's hand and comforted her. "You just think too much. Sometimes we as parents need to let go. Our Ling is very smart. You have to trust her judgment of people. Besides, there are many good guys among college students. Don't be prejudiced." As he said this, Su Dongpa thought of you too, his face full of admiration. "Wife, let me tell you, the guy I met today is really good. He is so energetic, tall, handsome, and young, and his business is booming. Besides, he is also a college student. He's only 18, and he's already the boss of a big company." Hearing this, Li Mingju was a little surprised. She rarely saw her husband praise others, and he praised them as much as he did today. Thinking of this, Li Mingju looked at her husband Su Dongpa with a skeptical look. "Is it really that good?" "That's it." Su Dongpa was somewhat unhappy to hear that his brother was being questioned. "I don't know if brother Yu has a girlfriend. I kind of want him to be my son-in-law." Li Mingju didn't say anything, but she kept this in mind. Simple and cozy girl's bedroom. The light fell gently, and the hour hand on the watch pointed to 10 o'clock. After hearing that there was no more noise outside the door, Su Ling quietly lifted the air conditioning quilt and got out of bed. She tiptoed to the bedroom door and stuck her little head out to peek outside. The hall was dark, and the door to the master bedroom was closed. "It looks like my parents have gone to bed." Su Ling didn't dare turn on the light. Using the light from the bedroom, she tiptoed to take the packages at the door back to the room. Closed the door quietly. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Cut open the bag, take out the stockings you bought, and spread them on the quilt. White, flesh-colored, pink, black stockings, fishnets, half-length socks. Never worn these. Su Ling's face was red and there was a strange look in her eyes. Let us start with the black one. She gently pushed open the door of the wardrobe and took out a white and a black women's suit. These two suits were bought by Su Ling when he was a freshman in college. Like other girls, Su Ling also fantasized that one day she would shine in the workplace and become a glamorous white-collar beauty. However, she has never worn these two suits since she bought them. She was wearing a white suit and her long, soft black hair was tied into a bun with a small wooden hairpin. Milky white legs and tender white ankles stretch out in black stockings. Put on a pair of high heels. Su Ling walked to the floor-length mirror and was also a little stunned. The girl in the mirror is tall and slender with a well-proportioned figure. The V-shaped design of the coat extends down along the white collarbone and stays in the fullness. Under the suit skirt, there is a pair of soft, white and delicate long legs wrapped in thin black stockings. Her legs were originally long and straight, and with the modification of stockings, they looked even more slender and straight, and felt tingling when touched. Slide directly from the thigh to the calf. Su Ling felt a little unconvinced when she thought about how you two kept looking at the woman's legs in black stockings during the interview. Her legs are obviously very beautiful, no worse than those of Mr. Tang. She kept adjusting her posture, imitating Tang Xiaoqing, walking a few steps in front of the mirror and turning around. The girl in the mirror has lost her campus youthfulness. Quiet and mysterious, sexy and elegant, with a feminine and intellectual beauty. She will wear this outfit when she goes to Xinchen for a part-time job tomorrow. When junior brother Yutu sees me, he will definitely be more unable to take his eyes off me than when he sees that President Tang. Su Ling bit her red lips lightly, her expression a little unnatural. Ah! Damn women's desire to win. And at this time. Click. The bedroom door was gently pushed open. Li Mingju was shocked when she took a glance into her daughter's bedroom. She was a little thirsty and was about to go to the kitchen to get some water when she saw light coming from her daughter's room. What was my daughter doing just now? My face turned red like that. Still wearing those thin and transparent black stockings? Is this still her good and obedient daughter? My daughter's behavior is so abnormal. Who changes clothes so late at night? Are you wearing it for other boys to see? Could it be the boy we went shopping with last time? Li Mingju was panicking and subconsciously wanted to shout out. No, no. Lingling has grown up and can no longer be like her childhood. We have to take a long-term view. Chapter 56, still accompanied by the pipa and half-covered face. Close the door gently. Li Mingju returned to the bedroom cautiously, but her complexion still did not improve. Su Dongpa had recovered from the drunkenness and was lying on the bed reading a book. Seeing Li Mingju's expression, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Honey, guess what I just saw." "What did you see?" "Just now, I actually saw Lingling changing clothes in her room. She was wearing black stockings and a women's business suit. She looked so mature." Su Dongpa was puzzled. "This is nothing." Li Mingju vented all her anger at her daughter and hit him with her hand. "Nothing? Nothing? She's still a student, why would she dress like that? Don't office workers dress like this?" Su Dongpa rubbed his shoulders and frowned. "Is this a mock interview organized by Lingling's school?" Li Mingju became even angrier when she saw his confused look on his face. "What school? Does the school allow us to wear the same clothes as this? Lingling is grown up now and will hide things from us. I think our daughter is probably in love. Otherwise, why are you all so conceited? And facing the mirror. Posing in front of the mirror." She really couldn't say it. Seeing that Li Mingju was obsessed with the issue of love, Su Dongpa suddenly felt a headache. It's normal for college students to fall in love. He put the book aside and said, "We can't take care of our daughter forever. She has to walk the future path on her own. Don't always control her. She might complain." Li Mingju retorted, "I am doing this for my daughter's own good. For Yan Yan's own good, you should respect her instead of interfering with her and controlling her like you are doing now." "How can you be doing this for her own good?" Li Mingju said angrily, "It seems that I am the only bad guy, right? Humph. You two just don't like me and you always irritate me. Don't sleep on my bed, get up and sleep on the couch." Su Ling in the room tossed and turned on the bed. When she thought about working part-time at Xinchen tomorrow, she felt excited and looking forward to it. What expression would Yutu have when he saw her? Is it stunning or surprising? Would he think she was pretty? Will he look at her the same way he looked at Tang Xiaoqing? I think so. After all, my figure and appearance are not inferior to anyone else. Su Ling crawled out from under the quilt. He picked up his phone from the bedside table, turned it on, and started typing a message. "Junior, don't forget our part-time assignment at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." After a while, the other party replied, "Don't worry, senior sister, I won't forget it." After receiving the reply, Su Ling felt a little excited and nervous. The posture changed from lying prone to lying on the side, and then lying on the back, covering the head, and suddenly pulling away the small quilt. Ouch, so annoying. What if she is too nervous to sleep? I wonder what my junior classmates would think when they see her dressed like this. Early the next morning. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Yutu casually put on a white t-shirt. After eating some buns, I took a taxi to Xingchen Group alone. The campus beauty of Suzhou University lives not far from Xingchen, just a 10-minute walk away. Boss working part-time in his own company? His subordinates had to pretend not to know him. I feel speechless just thinking about it. There is no other way. Since I have promised the campus beauty of Suzhou University, I will find an excuse to resign later. When he arrived at the gate of Xingchen Group, he didn't see Su Ling, so he casually sent a message to the school beauty. "Senior, I'm here, where are you?" When he lowered his head to look at his phone, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. When Yutu turned around, he saw the girl looking at him with a smile. Today's Suzhou University campus beauties are a little different. She changed out of her school uniform and put on a white business suit. Her hair was combed into a bun, she had delicate makeup on, and a small pearl adorned her earlobe. She has red lips, fair skin, and a slender figure, and walks towards me with an elegant gait. The most important thing is? The campus beauty of Suzhou University is wearing silk? Faced with such a powerful weapon, Yutu was somewhat overwhelmed. Who doesn't love black silk? Especially beautiful girls wearing black stockings. She still holds the pipa, with her face half covered, mysterious and hazy, has a fatal attraction for men. Yutu's eyes were almost wide open. This Suzhou University campus beauty is so beautiful and charming. Seeing Yutu's stunned expression from afar, Su Ling felt very proud. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes were shining like stars. It seems that this outfit is the right one. In the morning, she waited until Li Mingzhu went out before quietly coming out. From Yutu's expression, you can tell that the effect is very obvious. Humph. Finally, her careful preparations over the past few days were not in vain. When he came closer and saw the look of surprise in Yutu's eyes, Su Ling puffed out his chest proudly. Then she pretended not to care and asked, "Junior, does my outfit look good today?" Yutu nodded quickly, "It looks good." The campus beauty of Suzhou University has a great figure. She usually wears loose clothes at school, so it is not noticeable. After changing into professional attire, her impressive figure immediately stands out. It was so stunningly beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes away. So, am I better looking or is Mr. Tang better looking? Yutu was speechless. Here we go again. I didn't expect that the campus beauty of Suzhou University is still thinking about this. He just praised her a few words, but women are so competitive. However, upon careful comparison, the campus beauty of Suzhou University obviously has a better figure, more beautiful appearance, and a purer and more refined temperament than Tang Xiaoqing. So, Yutu didn't hesitate much. Of course, senior is prettier. Su Ling's eyes lit up, and she nodded modestly with a hint of a smile on her lips. Thank you for the compliment, Junior. The two entered the building of Xingchen Group. Because it was a part-time job, Tang Xiaoqing specially arranged an independent office for her. The purpose is to give the boss an opportunity to pursue girls and be alone with them. Except for the assistant coming to get the information, no one disturbed me at other times. However, this is exactly what Yutu meant. So many people in the office on the second floor knew him, and he would be exposed if he was not careful. It's better to be quiet here. In order to comply with the status of an intern, Yutu did not dare to do his daily work. Instead, he followed the campus beauty of Winsei University and honestly processed the industry data analysis materials sent by the assistant. He is the founder of Star Group, and no one knows Star better than the boss. Although he is a novice, he seems to be able to do things with ease. Su Ling was watching from the side and was secretly surprised. She didn't expect that as a freshman, Yutu actually had extremely high levels of data collection and computer skills. Even for some information that gave her a headache, Yutu could find the key information at a glance. This greatly improved the work efficiency of both of them. I originally thought that after entering Xingchen, I would have to rely on myself to lead my junior classmates. As a result, it was Yutu's guidance that helped her more. Senior, the market size and market growth here are a little different. Yutu stood beside Su Ling and tapped the pen in his hand on the data report. Su Ling leaned over and asked, "Where?" The girl has a delicate profile and fair, smooth skin that seems as smooth as a baby's. The scent from her body came over clearly, elegant and fragrant, lingering at the tip of my nose. The two were so close. The aroma is everywhere. It can't be stopped. U2's thoughts were a little confused. I tilted my head slightly and just happened to see the collar of the campus beauty of Sioux University. The blood rushed out and I almost had a nosebleed. Oh shit. What kind of cadres can withstand such a test? Seeing U2's embarrassed look, the campus beauty of Soochow University seemed to react. Realizing that the distance between them was getting close, he stood up hurriedly. But I didn't expect that I got up too hastily and sprained my heel. Oops. The campus beauty of Soochow University screamed, lost her balance and fell to the side. U2 was quick-witted and quick-handed. He stretched out his long arm and grabbed the falling figure. The campus beauty of Soochow University threw herself directly into his arms. At this moment, both of them were stunned. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Chapter 57 The Voice of Misunderstanding Part 3. Su Ling had never been in such close contact with a boy. She placed her hands on U2's chest and listened to the strong heartbeat coming from his chest. Plop, plop. The fair, oval face suddenly felt hot. Su Ling was both ashamed and angry. She had never worn high heels before, and she was not used to them the first time, and felt uncomfortable. Su Ling was momentarily flustered when he realized that the two were a little close to each other. He stood up too hastily and retreated too hastily, and ended up spraining his ankle. Ahem. It was U2 who broke the silence first. He reached out and helped the campus beauty of Sioux University sit on the chair, then squatted down to check her foot injury. I'm fine, I just got a little nervous, I just need to rest for a while. Su Ling didn't want to embarrass herself in front of him, so she struggled to stand up. Unexpectedly, as soon as she moved, she felt a piercing pain under her feet, and she couldn't help but take a long breath. It hurts so much that tears are coming out. This time is much more serious than last time. Don't move. U2 held her calf and said, You sprained your foot. Let me take a look. As she spoke, U2 raised her hand and took off her high heels, revealing her little feet wrapped in stockings. Su Ling's fair cheeks flushed red and she curled up her toes shyly. Men are visual animals and have no resistance to women wearing black stockings. I can't help but imagine. How can the calves be so delicate and smooth under the black stockings? Now, the feet wrapped in black stockings are right in front of me. U2 couldn't help but feel moved. The feet of the campus beauty of Soochow University are white and small, and at this moment they are tucked in obediently under a thin layer of stockings. U2 needed to tear off his stockings to check the injury on his ankle. This kind of scene is so exciting. Through the stockings, there was a big swelling on the slender ankle of the campus beauty of Soochow University. Senior. U2 looked up at her and asked for her advice. I need to tear off my socks to see the injury on my ankle. The campus beauty of Soochow University's cheeks were as red as if blood was dripping from them, and she nodded gently. The stockings were torn apart with a swish sound. The white toes and swollen ankles are exposed. U2 pressed lightly on her ankle, causing Su Ling to hiss in pain. She looked at U2 pitifully, and her eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist. It hurts a little. U2 moved gently, checked it carefully, and touched it again. There was a big lump on Su Ling's ankle, with some bruising and swelling under the skin, which looked quite serious. There's nothing wrong with the bones. U2 nodded, however, the cartilage tissue is severely bruised. There are some troubles. He didn't have the medicine for his last injury with him, so he needed to go back to school to get it. Apply the ointment when the time comes. I believe that the injury on the foot of the Soochow University beauty will be healed in 2 or 3 days. I'll rub it and it will be fine in a while. Su Ling looked down at him, feeling a little sorry. No. If your foot is sprained, ice is the best way to treat it. If you are not a professional doctor, massaging the swollen area will only make the bruise worse. U2 stood up and went to the assistant to ask for a bag of ice cubes. He wrapped the ice in a towel and put it on Su Ling's red and swollen ankle. The cold touch spread along her skin, making Su Ling tremble all over. She looked down at U2 silently. The boy was helping her treat her wounds carefully without a trace of impatience. I didn't blame myself for being careless, messing up the work and delaying progress. This touched Su Ling's heart. Junior U2, you are so gentle. I don't know which lucky girl will become his girlfriend in the future. People who are protected by their junior classmates must be very happy, right? As Su Ling thought about it, her flowers turned red and the skin on her neck turned light pink. What are you thinking about? He is just a junior. Right. Just a junior. Ice can only temporarily relieve the pain. I'll give you a massage. U2 held the fair white feet of the campus beauty of Soochow University in one hand. Su Ling instinctively retracted his feet, but was held down in time. Don't move yet, it might hurt a little. U2 gave a warning, pulled the dislocated joint, then pushed and turned it. Ah! There was an unexpected pain and the campus beauty of Su University cried out in pain, tears filling her eyes. It hurt so much. A group of people had gathered outside the office door. The elite group formed a large circle and, like thieves, quietly put their ears to the door and eavesdropped. When Tang Xiaoqing came over, he happened to see this scene. What are you all doing here? The person at the door was startled and quickly greeted the visitor. Hello, Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang. Seeing Tang Xiaoqing asking questions, they all turned their eyes to the closed office door. Guan Dongzhu was in the crowd, winking at her in an arrogant manner. The boss and the part-time student are in there. Tang Xiaoqing was feeling a little strange when suddenly a strange sound came from the office. Ah! A strange voice of a girl was heard. Does it hurt? This is the voice of my boss. Yes, a little. The girl's voice was weak and had a hint of crying in it. Oh, I'll be gentler then. Hiss. Tang Xiaoqing was completely stunned. This voice. This is in the office. After realizing what was happening, Tang Xiaoqing's cold and fair face turned red. Go away, everyone, get back to work. What are you doing standing here like this? After sending away the onlookers, Tang Xiaoqing glanced at the tightly closed office door, the heat on his face still not dissipating. In broad daylight. Boss, you are too bold. However, U2 didn't know what was happening outside. Otherwise, he really should consider whether he should fire Guan Dongzhu tomorrow just because he entered the company with his left foot. The company has a special first aid kit, and U2 brought back a tube of anti-inflammatory and analgesic medicine. There was nothing wrong with anything else, except that the assistant's eyes were a little strange. He didn't care. After pouring the ointment, he smeared it on the ankles of the campus beauty of Su University. The white feet were held in the hands, the shell-like toes were pink and tender, and curled up shyly. Su Ling groaned in pain. U2 felt a little lighthearted. The campus beauty of Soochow University shrank into her chair nervously. When massaging, the skin that has been touched will feel a little burning. She originally wanted to hold it back, but she didn't expect it to be so painful. When I shouted out loud, I realized that my voice sounded strange. It's so shameful. Su Ling was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. U2 warmed the ointment in the palm of his hand and gently applied it on the red and swollen ankle. The campus beauty of Su University had her face and ears completely red, her calves were straight, and she bit her lips lightly, not daring to look at him. Senior. U2 secretly chuckled and couldn't help but want to tease her. How do you feel? Does it still hurt? Su Ling blushed and nodded hesitantly, not bad. While suppressing my inner shyness, I forced myself to comfort myself. This is my junior fellow student. Just as Su Ling was trying hard to convince herself, her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone in a panic. Hey, Ling, where are you? Li Mingju's voice came from the phone. Mom made delicious food for you. I'm busy. Listening to her daughter's flustered voice, Li Mingju felt a little confused. It's so hot today, why is my daughter running outside instead of staying at home? The voice of the speaker seems a little hurried. What's wrong with your voice? Li Mingju was a little worried. Is he sick? No. I'm not sick. Afraid that Li Mingju might hear something, Su Ling quickly added a sentence. Mom, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. Li Mingju stared at her phone in a daze. My daughter just hung up the phone in a hurry, as if she was a little anxious. The voice is weird too. How come she vaguely heard a boy's voice beside her daughter? Chapter 58 Senior Sister, I'll carry you forth update. Hang up the phone. Su Ling still felt guilty and looked around panicking. When she answered the phone just now, U2 pressed on the sore spot on her leg and she almost cried out. Fortunately, she hung up quickly. Otherwise, I don't know what I will be misunderstood for. After a while, the medicine was applied. You two went downstairs and bought a pair of women's slippers for Su Ling to change into. Su Ling's face was flushed and she didn't dare to look at him for any longer. This is so weird. An afternoon passed quickly. With you two there, the two quickly completed today's market report. When I walked out of the company gate, it was the rush hour for getting off work. Su Ling lives not far from here, in the nearby Yushuiwan community. Since she can afford a house in the center of Huaqing City, it seems that the school beauty's family is indeed well off. Senior, shall I call a taxi for you? You two lowered his head to glance at the ankle of the campus beauty of Sucha University, applied ointment, and the redness and swelling subsided a lot. The campus beauty of Sucha University shook her head and looked aside, not meeting you two's gaze. No, it's very close. I can walk home in a little while. He hadn't taken 2 steps before his face turned pale with pain. You two had no choice but to squat down and said, "Come on, I'll carry you." The boy has a broad and thick back, and he looks very safe. But, if I was carried on the shoulders of my junior? That seems too intimate. Apart from her father, she has never been carried by any other boy. You two urged, "If you really want to walk back, your legs will be useless the next day." Su Ling bit her lower lip and looked at him awkwardly. She lay on the boy's strong back shyly, not knowing where to put her hands. "Senior, you have to hold my neck. What if you accidentally fall down?" You two laughed softly, and seeing the soda beauty at a loss, he grabbed her fair little hand and put it around his neck. "Senior, hold on tight, let's go." He held Su Ling's legs and stood up. The strong feeling of weightlessness made the campus beauty of Su University so nervous that she didn't care about anything else and clung to him tightly. Su Ling lay on the boy's strong back, lowered her head and blushed. The feeling of being carried on the back of a boy for the first time was so weird. Very warm, very safe, very happy. It's like drinking a glass of watermelon juice when you're thirsty in summer. My whole heart feels sweet. After carrying someone on his back for a while, you two couldn't stand it anymore. The campus beauty of Suzhou University is not heavy and it is quite easy to carry her on your back. However, this is really too challenging. The head of the campus beauty from Su University was resting against his neck. This will inevitably lead to breathing. Lead to. He was covered in goosebumps. And feel the weight behind you. You two's Adam's apple moved and he couldn't help swallowing. If he continued walking, he was afraid that he would lose control. Whatever the reaction is, it will be embarrassing. Senior. While you two was looking around to see if there were any empty taxis, he called out to Su Ling, "My hands are not convenient for me, can you help me stop a taxi if there is one?" "Oh." The campus beauty of Suzhou University whispered in her ear. An empty car with its red lights flashing drove up. You two quickly said, "Master, take a taxi." Hearing the joy and a hint of impatience in Yutu's voice, Su Ling, who was lying on his back, frowned unhappily. What's the meaning? Is she heavy? Is he so anxious to abandon me? She greedily sniffed the faint scent of laundry on the boy's clothes and the warm breath coming from his body. She was actually a little reluctant to leave and didn't want to get off his back so early. Su Ling stretched out her little hand in a huff and waved at the driver. The driver shook his head in understanding. With such a beautiful girl by your side, why would you take a taxi if you don't seize the opportunity to spend time with her? Don't know how to cherish. How stupid. She rolled down the window and gave the boy an ambiguous look. The driver, who was nearly 40 years old, drove slowly past with a sigh on his face. Alas, as I get older, I can't bear to see these young people wasting their youth. I hope this boy can understand the girl's painstaking efforts. He could only help so far. Oh. You two was stunned. What's going on? He didn't stop the car and even mocked me? Su Ling on his back smiled secretly, playfully put down her little hand that was waving to the driver, and raised the corners of her mouth with some pride. I'm sorry, Junior, you two. Since I can't get a taxi, I can only ask you to carry me home. Taxis drove by one after another. You two's eyes turned green. Too much. I don't know what is wrong with the taxis in Huacheng. It's obviously empty, but they just don't stop. The drivers all smiled at him strangely for no apparent reason. What's wrong with this? Are these taxis kidding me? Senior. You two was a little confused. Did you help me stop a car? I stopped him. Su Ling played dumb, but they didn't stop the car. He spoke confidently, but his eyes showed some guilt. It's a pity that you two didn't see her expression. Forget it. It's not far from the school beauty's home anyway, so I might as well just send her home. At the gate of Yushui Wan Community. Senior, do I really not have to walk you to your doorstep? You two put the Suzhou University beauty down and rubbed her shoulders. No, thank you for today, Junior. I feel much better after applying ice and medicine. Su Ling shook her head. You go back to school first, I'll ask my mother to pick me up. Okay, then be careful. You two nodded and said goodbye to Su Ling. What the two of them didn't know was that not far behind them, Li Mingzhu came back from the supermarket after buying groceries and happened to see the scene. She quickly picked up the vegetables and hid behind a big tree, observing quietly. My daughter was actually carried home by a boy? I'm still wearing the same white suit I wore last night. Li Mingzhu's heart skipped a beat. The two of them were chatting and laughing, and seemed very close. She threw the vegetables on the ground and looked through the bushes. The boy was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of ordinary jeans. The man was tall and big, and I was a little far away so I couldn't see his face clearly. However, judging from the way he dresses, he doesn't look like a city kid. It seems that this boy appeared in the photo sent by her little sister last time. I heard from Lao Su that his daughter was helping poor students in a school. Could this be the person my daughter is in love with? Could it be that Lingling was deceived? Li Mingzhu looked worried and a little anxious. At this moment, the cell phone in my pocket suddenly rang. Caller ID, daughter. Li Mingzhu was startled and thought she was discovered. Hello, Lingling? Mom, I'm at the gate of the community. Are you back? I sprained my ankle. Come pick me up. Li Mingzhu's heart skipped a beat and she asked anxiously, how did you twist it? Is it serious? Tell me, kid, why are you so careless? Lingling, don't run around. I'm out buying groceries and will be back soon. After saying that, Li Mingzhu hung up the phone and looked at the door. I originally planned to go out directly, but I was afraid that my daughter would find out that I was peeking. Li Mingzhu thought about it, picked up a bag of vegetables, and went out through the path behind the tree. Arrived at the gate of the community. Li Mingzhu hurried over with the dishes in hand. Su Ling was wearing a pair of slippers, and her torn black stockings revealed her white and tender toes. Lingling, why are your socks torn? Su Ling touched her nose and said, I sprained my ankle, so I cut my socks to apply the medicine. Li Mingzhu took a closer look and saw that her fair ankle was swollen and covered with white ointment. Where did you go today? She felt sorry for her daughter. How did she become like this? And what is she wearing? I'm working part-time. Seeing that her mother was about to get angry, Su Ling hugged Li Mingzhu's arm and said coquettishly, of course I have to wear professional clothes to work. Why are you taking on a part-time job? Does our family need your pocket money? Su Ling curled her lips and said, of course I want to experience life, otherwise how would I know how hard my parents work? Li Mingzhu was so angry that she reached out and tapped her forehead. Girl, you're causing me so much trouble every day. After complaining about her daughter, Li Mingzhu pretended to ask casually, are you the only one working part-time? Yeah, I'm alone. After saying this, Su Ling felt inexplicably guilty and didn't dare to meet Li Mingzhu's gaze. She felt that Li Mingzhu's eyes were a little scary, as if she could see through her at any time. Li Mingzhu felt very disappointed. Just now, my daughter's eyes were evasive, she was clearly lying. She clearly came back with a boy, but she refused to admit it. Li Mingzhu was so angry that her chest hurt. This damn girl. She didn't stay, because the child grew up and had his own ideas. Thinking of what her husband had told her before, Li Mingzhu couldn't help swallowing the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She didn't intend to ask further. It looks like my daughter won't tell the truth even if I ask her. I can only wait for my husband to come back in the evening. Chapter 59, Su's Father and Mother's Hint. 5th update. When Su Dongpa returned home in the evening, he learned that his daughter had sprained her ankle. He felt sorry for his daughter and a little guilty. I have been busy with work recently and have neglected my family. Now that the funds from Xingchen Group have arrived, Su Energy's project development is proceeding in an orderly manner. He no longer has to worry about project development, and it's time to return to his family. Just as Su Dongpa was thinking about how to compensate his daughter, Li Mingzhu, who finally waited for Su Dongpa to come home, pulled her husband into the room with an anxious look on her face. Hubby, I can't stand it anymore. I have to talk about Lingling's matter. Today, when I was going home from shopping, I happened to see a little boy carrying Lingling on his back. The two of them were talking and laughing at the gate of the community. I saw it all. The boy today is the one who went shopping with Lingling last time. Do you think Lingling is really in love? Sudompa was also a little surprised. Without telling anyone, my daughter actually fell in love? Could this be a mistake? He recalled the last time he chatted with his daughter. She mentioned helping poor students. Wife, don't be anxious. This doesn't necessarily mean we're in love. The last time I talked to Lingling, she told me about their school's one-on-one assistance program, which allows senior students like them to help children from poor areas. I heard that the poor student Lingling assigned to her is from the Prairie province. Although my family was not well off, I studied hard and was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the Grassland province. He is just very strong-willed. He would rather not eat well than accept the school's subsidy for poor students. Such a person should not be a bad person. Sudompa told Li Mingzhu everything and said thoughtfully, besides, Jianyan sprained her ankle. Isn't it normal for someone to carry her back? It shows that this child is compassionate. Did you let your daughter come back on her own with a sprained ankle? Seeing that Sudompa didn't take it seriously, Li Mingzhu couldn't help but twist his arm. I wonder why you keep turning your elbows outward all the time. I'm just talking about the facts. Ah. Li Mingzhu retorted, boys nowadays have many tricks up their sleeves. They may look good on the surface, but they may be hiding a lot of bad intentions. I don't care anyway. I have to explain things to Lingling today. Honey, calm down. What are you going to ask? What do you mean? Just ask directly, who is the boy who sent her back? Are the two of them in a relationship? Sudompa couldn't help but frown after hearing this. No. Lingling is already this old, and girls are sensitive. If you ask her directly, she will think we are interrogating her. If we're not in love, do you think it's awkward? Li Mingzhu was still unconvinced. Then what do you say we should do? We need to be strategic when doing things. At least we need to be roundabout. Let's do this. At dinner time, Li Mingzhu stewed pig's trotter soup. They say like cures like, so this way your foot injury will heal faster. The white soup is filled with emerald green onions, and its rich aroma whets your appetite. Lingling, drink more soup, you will get better soon. Li Mingzhu filled a bowl of pig's trotter soup, handed it to Su Ling, and secretly winked at Sudompa. Hubby, have you heard about the incident with the old wine's daughter upstairs? Sudompa immediately interjected curiously, old one's daughter? What happened in his family? Hey, isn't his daughter studying in another city? She's secretly dating a boy from school, and I heard she's pregnant. The boy wants to break up, but the girl refuses, and everyone in school knows about it. I heard that the two of them were asked to drop out of school. How old is she? Her future is ruined. Sudompa was surprised, so serious? Oh, young people nowadays are really incredible. Of course not. Li Mingzhu nodded, of course not, wasn't it reported in the news a few days ago? There was a male college student who was dating several girls at the same time. He was cheating on the feelings of little girls. The couple looked at each other, and their daughter was concentrating on eating and didn't react. Su Ling was struggling with the pig's trotter soup and didn't react at all. Her parents were talking about her for a long time. Lingling, don't you think so? Hearing Li Mingzhu's question, Su Ling buried his head in his food and said, yeah, that's right. Looking at her daughter's perfunctory attitude, Li Mingzhu was speechless. Lingling, you can't do this. Girls must protect themselves. Even if they are in a relationship, they cannot do anything out of line with boys. Oh, don't worry, Mom. Su Ling picked up a piece of food and said while eating, I've said it before, don't fall in love in college, and focus on your studies. Even if we're in a relationship, I'll tell you right away. Besides, you two is her junior. They have a very pure classmate relationship. Right. Pure relationship between senior and junior. Su Ling added silently in her heart. Sudompa saw that his daughter had a calm face and did not seem to be lying, and he was confused for a moment. Lingling is not in love? Li Mingzhu looked at her husband, and Sudompa also shook his head at her. Could it be that she was really overthinking? When you two returned to school, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. As soon as I entered the dormitory, Zhao Feihu and his friends surrounded me and started questioning me. Old you, is there something wrong? I haven't seen you all day. You're back so late? did you go on a date with a girl? Olju has a woman scent on him, something is wrong. Where, let me smell it. As he spoke, several people were about to come over and smell his clothes. Yutu kicked a few people away and said, "Get out of the way. I'm going to take care of business." Business? Is your business serious? The three roommates all had smirks on their faces, with expressions that we all understood. I can't believe you and our school beauty are progressing so quickly. TSK, I'm convinced. It's been less than a month and he's already hooked up with our cool school beauty. Olju, your progress is so fast. I admire you so much. Yutu was just about to take a shower and sneered when he heard this. It's useless for you guys to be jealous. The friendship between me and our school beauty is purely revolutionary. This statement drew a round of disgust from the roommates. Ugh. Pure, Olju, please don't insult the word pure. You don't recognize me after you put on your pants. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Olju. TSK. How dare you to have sex with our Soochow University beauty and then abandon her, what a scumbag. Get lost, what a mess. Yutu was too lazy to pay attention to them. He took off his t-shirt, revealing a muscular body with several tight abdominal muscles clearly arranged together. Several people in the dormitory screamed in envy, jealousy, and hatred again. All of them are boiled chicken, and their abdominal muscles are almost the same. Seeing Yutu take out a white t-shirt and walk out of the dormitory with Bai Shuai, the three roommates sighed again. Fuck, didn't Olju buy these clothes wholesale from the market? He bought dozens of just one style, right? Aren't you tired of wearing it? If I hadn't shared a dormitory with Olju, I would have thought he never changed his clothes. Chapter 60, Su Ling's Wild Thoughts 6th Update. The other side. Senior, does your foot still hurt? Su Ling held the phone awkwardly, drawing circles on the table with her fingers. She had just finished taking a shower when she received a voice message from Yutu. The boy's clear and deep voice came clearly from the phone. Su Ling, okay, it doesn't hurt that much anymore. Yutu, are you free tomorrow? I'll bring the medicine to you. It's a secret recipe passed down from my ancestors. I guarantee it will work. Su Ling, then I'll trouble you, junior brother. Thinking about what happened in the office today, a blush began to creep up on Su Ling's face. He reached out and picked up a corner of the stockings, and with both hands, he easily tore open the smooth black stockings. My junior is so strong. While lying on his back, Su Ling could feel the strong muscles in his arms, and his powerful arms pressed against the skin of her thighs. A rosy face was reflected in the makeup mirror on the table. The little hand was placed on his leg, and the warmth of the other person's arm seemed to still remain on his skin. Su Ling blushed a little. Oops. Ah. Student Su Ling. What's wrong with you? How come you're just like the crazy girls in TV dramas? Why do I think of this again? So embarrassing. Fortunately, the other party can't see my current appearance or expression. The next morning, Yutu brought the medicine. Su Ling was already standing at the gate of the community waiting for him. Looking at the beads of sweat dripping from Yutu's forehead, she bit her lip and felt a little touched. I didn't expect that he cared about me so much and came to deliver medicine early in the morning. Su Ling sat on the chair and watched the boy lift her feet carefully and apply the ointment carefully. Still the familiar herbal scent, still the familiar formula. It feels cool when applied. My ankle, which was aching before, doesn't hurt much anymore. The feeling of being carefully and tenderly cared for caused ripples in Su Ling's heart again. What a strange feeling. My mother's words are still fresh in my mind. I have never thought about falling in love in college, nor have I ever liked anyone. But if the person you are dating is Yutu, a junior, it seems not bad. Why am I starting to have wild thoughts again? Don't think too much, he and I are just ordinary classmates. But what if the junior likes her? Then, what should she do? Su Ling patted her cheeks, trying to cool down the burning temperature on her face. A confused heart is drifting farther and farther away. After all, no matter how mature she is mentally, she is still a young girl full of youth. The old saying is true. Which girl doesn't have love in her heart? Who doesn't want a sweet love? Yutu was wondering while applying the medicine. Is the campus beauty of Soochow University having a fever? How come her face turned so red just when she was applying the medicine herself? Like boiled shrimp. Okay, just rest for a few more days and everything will be fine. The campus beauty of Soochow University said in a low voice, well, what about the part-time job? It's okay. At worst I can ask for leave for you and I can finish the rest of the work. Oh. The campus beauty of Soo University is silent again. U2 gave her a strange look. Why does my face feel redder? After giving the other party a few instructions, U2 handed the ointment to her. It's still the same old rules, just like before, apply it once in the morning and once in the evening. Oh. The campus beauty of Soochow University agreed obediently and nodded. He was extremely well behaved, completely different from his usual aloof attitude. U2 was a little confused and thought that the other party was just there during those days. Otherwise, the whole person would be abnormal. After saying goodbye to the campus beauty of Soochow University, U2 called Tang Xiaoqing and explained the situation. Boss, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Tang Xiaoqing joked on the other end of the phone. U2 was completely speechless. I knew they were thinking the wrong thing. The office door was closed, and a man and a woman were alone in the same room. There were also strange noises coming from inside, as well as conversations that led to misunderstandings. It inevitably makes people think of some unhealthy images. Don't think too much, I just sprained my ankle. Tang Xiaoqing repeatedly said, I'm not imagining anything. The boss won't deduct my salary. After all, this is considered a work injury. Hearing the other party's laughter, U2 couldn't help but roll his eyes. U2's ancestral medicine is very effective. In less than 3 days, the campus beauty of Soochow University was already full of life. U2 Han began a regular life commuting between the dormitory and the classroom. In a few days, it will be the annual National Day. My mother Shui Pingping called. Baby, how are you doing in school? Do you know any pretty girls? Are you going home for the holidays? Do you have a girlfriend? If you get a girlfriend, you must bring her back. Mom has already prepared gifts for her future daughter-in-law. U2 had a headache, but his mother's thoughts were still jumping as usual. It has been less than a month since I started school in September. Where can he find a future daughter-in-law for her? Mom, I'm not going back. You and my dad should have fun and go traveling if you have nothing to do. If you two feel too bored, just train a new account. The third child is now open, so go for it. Ms. Shui Pingping cursed on the phone. You little bastard, we are already old, why are you still having children? If you really want to be filial, then find a girlfriend, get married, and have twins. I can help you take care of the children. I was speechless on the way. I was urged to get married just after I entered college. His mother is amazing. Twins? He looked through the Laoyu family tree, but none of his ancestors had this gene. After talking with his mother for half an hour, U2 finally calmed down Ms. Shui Pingping. After hanging up the phone, U2 finally breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't plan to return to the prairie provinces as he has other plans during the National Day holiday. At the very least, you have to visit the Flower City first. Just when I was thinking about whether to go traveling abroad, I received a text message from the campus beauty of Soochow University. Su Ling, Jr., what are you busy with? U2, I'm going to visit the Flower City and take a look around. Su Ling, aren't you going home for the holidays? U2, no more. There was silence on the other end. After a long while, the campus beauty of Soochow University responded. Have you eaten yet? Let's have a meal together to thank you for your ancestral magic medicine. The two met at a small restaurant on the food street in front of the school. The campus beauty of Soochow University said she wanted to eat grilled fish and asked U2 if he could eat spicy food. His taste is not strong, he can eat spicy food, but he doesn't like sweet food. For example, tofu pudding should be eaten salty, and rice dumplings and mooncakes must be eaten salty. Well, the campus beauty of Soochow University is a heretic who loves to eat sweet tofu pudding. When we arrived, a hot grilled fish was already on the table. At the third table by the window, the campus beauty of Soochow University waved at him from the sofa. Junior, here. She was beautiful and attracted the attention of everyone in the store as soon as she entered the store. The store owner even gave her a large bottle of sour plum soup for free. U2 walked over and handed her the hot milk tea in his hand. The campus beauty of Soochow University took it and immediately took a sip, her eyes narrowed with a smile. Chapter 61 Wilderness Survival Training. The two ate and chatted. The grilled fish here tastes very fresh, has a strong spicy flavor and is very delicious. The campus beauty of Suzhou University took 2 bites of the fish and ate it with great relish. Junior, you're not going home for the holidays, what are your plans? U2 has a special liking for the sour plum soup in the store, which tastes sour and sweet and is quite delicious. Walk around Flower City, or just stay in the dormitory. Hearing this, the campus beauty of Suzhou University paused for a moment as she was picking up food with her chopsticks, and her eyes turned a little red. She quickly lowered her head and pretended that she was burned by the spicy pepper. She knew this would happen. Junior brother U2 must be afraid that the fare is too expensive and he doesn't dare to go home. Grassland Province is too far away from Guangdong Province, more than 4,000 kilometers away. The round-trip fare, even with the cheapest green-skin station ticket, would cost more than 1,000 yuan. Many students who live far away from home stay in school to save money on travel expenses. Being a stranger in a foreign land, I miss my family all the more during the holidays. How could they not miss home? It's just because of life's constraints that I can't go home. I thought of U2 silently hugging the quilt and crying secretly at night because he missed home. Su Ling felt very uncomfortable. With her around, Junior U2 will never feel lonely. She has already thought about how to arrange for Junior's National Day holiday. The school recently organized a field training for college students, which was initiated by their student union and sponsored by a field training camp. This was a 5-day outdoor survival activity with the theme of Get Out of Campus and Challenge Bravely. After the event, the team will receive a reward of 20,000 yuan. It's fun and there's money to be made, so she must help her junior get this opportunity. If you get this money, you can also get money from part-time job. My junior's life will definitely improve a lot, and he won't need to worry about tuition and living expenses. By the way, Junior. Su Ling pretended to ask casually, tell me about the grasslands. I have rarely been out of Flower City and have never been to these places. I am really looking forward to it. The girl looked over with sparkling eyes, expectant. Being looked at like this, I couldn't even think of refusing. U2 nodded. What do you want to hear about, senior sister? Jungle exploration, survival in the wild, your bizarre experiences in the prairie provinces, I want to hear about them all. Oh, she is still a little girl after all. I guess it's because I've watched too many videos online. Survival in the wild in reality is not that easy. U2 thought for a moment and started a conversation, then tell me about an experience I had while exploring the wild. One time I went to the mountains and there was snow everywhere and I almost sank to my knees. I was walking when I suddenly heard something moving behind me. I thought it must be a cow or a deer. That thing was quite close to me, and its breath was spraying on my neck. When I turned around. As he spoke, U2 bent his hands into claws and made a gesture of lunging forward. Hull, it's a big skinny brown bear. Ah! The campus beauty of Sioux University screamed softly, her face pale with fear, and she covered her chest with her hands. People at the surrounding tables raised their heads. That bear is 2 meters tall when it stands up. It just woke up from hibernation and is the hungriest at this time. U2 gestured with his hands as he spoke, and his description was very vivid. The campus beauty of Suzhou University looked at him nervously. What then? What are you going to do? I broke out in a cold sweat. You can't lie down and pretend to be dead now. As soon as you lie down, the bear's paw will come over and scratch you, and you will lose a layer of skin. I can't beat the bear, and I can't run away from it, so I say to the bear. Another time, I was herding sheep and found a bug on my thigh. I slapped it and the body of the bug flew out, but the head remained in the flesh. That's what I was thinking at the time. Oh no! This is a tick. How do you get this thing out? There's no village in front of me, and no shop behind me. Will my leg be crippled? The guests from the nearby tables moved their dishes to the table near U2 and listened attentively. The campus beauty of Suzhou University stopped eating fish. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Then, what should we do? I didn't expect that I had the potential to be a storyteller. U2 glanced around and smiled. I felt my bag and luckily I had a military knife with me. I took out a bottle of white wine, sprayed it on the blade, and placed the knife over the fire to disinfect it. There was no time to waste. I pinched her thigh hard, took out a knife and cut a half-centimeter cut at the place where she was bitten while it was painful. How painful is it to cut the flesh on your own leg? The campus beauty of Suzhou University looked at U2 with a look of pity. I didn't expect that my junior classmates all live this kind of life. While others were taking classes in spacious classrooms, he was herding sheep on the grassland. Fine. You two continued to talk. I didn't feel anything at the time, I just felt that the knife was quite hot. The scalpel is still blunt. Is the incision too big? Another time, when I was herding cattle, I encountered a tiger. When you two finished telling the story of how he scared off a tiger single-handedly and knocked out a python with one punch, the campus beauty of Soochow University looked at him differently. Admiration, pity, and heartache. A young man at the next table gave me a thumbs up in admiration. Brother, I admire you. You are such a man. Some people in the restaurant applauded him. You two smiled and waved hello, you're welcome. The campus beauty of Soo University had a complicated expression on her face. My junior has such rich experience. He has even beaten pythons, beat up wild boars, and scared away tigers. Tiger? When did tigers first appear on the grassland? The living environment is totally unsuitable. This guy. Are you lying again? Thinking of this, the campus beauty of Soo University put away her surprised expression and glared at him fiercely. There are no tigers on the grassland, you are making up stories again. You two nodded, not feeling the embarrassment of being exposed at all. After years of hard work, I have developed a thick skin. Yes, what kind do you want to hear? I'll make up another one for you. The campus beauty of Soo University turned her head away angrily. You lied to me, and I'm angry. She was so worried about him and felt sorry for what happened to him just now. He is so good at making up stories. You two sighed and pretended to beg for mercy. Senior, please be magnanimous and don't bother with me. If you want me to forgive you, you can do it, but you do me a favor. The campus beauty of Soo University turned her head and looked at him with smiling eyes, like a little fox. What's up? You two crossed his arms across his chest, a look of alertness on his face. The student union will have an activity recently, which is about wilderness survival training. Since you have so much experience, you can go with me. Survival in the wild? No wonder the school beauty kept asking him about wilderness survival knowledge. He thought the school beauty was simply curious. No. Is there something wrong with the school leader's brains? Do you agree with this? These frail college students are like flowers in a greenhouse. When he was running a ranch in the grassland province, he met many hikers. These people have read a few books on survival in the wild or watched a few variety shows. I was brainwashed. I feel so awesome that I can go on adventures in the wild. He has saved many such adventure travelers. These people do nothing but cause trouble. When you encounter danger outside, others have to spend a lot of manpower to rescue you. It's all taxpayers' money. A few years ago, there was a very popular program called Man vs. Wild. Many people are fascinated by Bear Grylls' fearless spirit of adventure. However, do you really think that Bear Grylls is trying to survive? He is accompanied by dozens of people to ensure his safety at all times. What Baggy has to do is to eat all kinds of disgusting bugs in front of the camera. You two really wanted to knock open the school leader's head to see if it was filled with straw. But there must be no brains inside, otherwise it wouldn't be able to do such a thing. You let them try it out in the wild? What to do if there is danger? Chapter 62, The Tough Su Ling. As if she knew you two's worries, the campus beauty of Soochow University spoke quickly. It's not dangerous. We're not going to a purely wild jungle. This is a mountain forest where we camp all year round. Besides, there is a special guide, so there will be no danger. You two still shook his head. He felt even more bored. These college students are almost all stay-at-home guys and girls. There are not many people who exercise regularly, so how can we expect them to train? Normally, if you can sit, never stand. If you can lie down, never sit. Even when we go camping, we start complaining after just a few steps. You two didn't want to go over and take care of the child. The campus beauty of Soochow University was determined to go, and seeing that no one could persuade her, she even resorted to acting like a spoiled child. She reached out, grabbed you two's arm and shook it. Junior, I have already signed up, I can't not go. If you're not with me, what if I get lost in the wild with my classmates? Please, please, please. A pair of beautiful eyes looked over pitifully. You two twitched his lips and complained madly in his heart. Classmate, your character has collapsed. Is this the ice goddess who is cold and indifferent in front of others? Look at this pitiful look, with his cheeks puffed up with grievance. Who would believe that she is the cool and aloof campus beauty of Soochow University? Yu2 held his forehead with his hand, feeling a little overwhelmed by the beauty of Soochow University. When I think of the care the school beauty has taken for me during this period of time, well, it can barely be considered as care by the school belle. I really don't know how to refuse. Okay, I agree. The cloudy sky immediately turned sunny for the campus beauty of Soochow University, with her big eyes sparkling. Thank you, Junior. I knew you were the best. The next day, Su Ling helped Yu2 sign up. It was as if she was afraid that if she stayed a second longer, he would regret it. After he registered, the campus beauty of Soochow University pulled him into a WeChat chat group called Hwacheong University Camping Training. There are a total of 7 students participating in the camping training this time. 4 boys and 3 girls. Including the guide, there were 8 people in total. The guide was Lu Yuan, about 40 years old, a retired soldier. The profile picture shows a dark and strong man, who is said to have 10 years of experience in leading teams. The other students are Zhang Peng, Tian Yi, Fang Yuanyuan, Cui Shuiying, Meng Weiqi, Su Ling, and Yu2. Among 7 students, Zhang Peng and Tian Yi are seniors. Tian Yi and Fang Yuanyuan are junior students. Cui Shuiying, Meng Weiqi, and Su Ling are all sophomores. The only one who was a freshman is Yu2, who has just been enrolled for a month. In this comparison, Yu2, as a newbie, is extremely new. As soon as he entered the group leaders went wild. Lu Yuan, there are new people joining the group, welcome everyone. Zhang Peng, welcome new members. Scattering flowers fireworks. Fang Yuanyuan, welcome new members. Scatter flowers fireworks. Cui Shuiying, welcome new members. Throwing flowers fireworks. Tian Yi, welcome you too. Fang Yuanyuan, at Tian Yi? Why did you disrupt the formation? Tian Yi, I made a mistake. Try again. Tian Yi, welcome new members. Scatter flowers fireworks. Yu2 looked at the chat interface and smiled. It seems that Tian Yi is an honest man. So Yu2 typed a few words and sent them to the WeChat group. Hello everyone, I am Yu2. The scene was lively and several people in the group lined up to welcome him. The only discordant voice was Meng Weiqi's. Meng Weiqi, at Su Ling, is this the caregiver you found? Meng Weiqi, you're still a freshman? Come on, newcomers don't have much experience. If they enter the woods, they probably won't even be able to tell the direction. Meng Weiqi, what if it slows down the team's progress? Every word Meng Weiqi said was full of thorns and hostility towards Tu. For a moment, Yu2 was confused. Meng Weiqi? Have I ever offended him? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Who mentioned this name? Whom? Not familiar with him, I don't know him. I guess there is always a nitpicker in every group. This kind of argumentative person likes to make all kinds of trouble and highlight his superiority by attacking others. Now that I have a second life, my 2 lifetimes combined are enough to be this man as father. Yu2 was too lazy to bother with this little brat. I threw my phone aside and went to the supermarket to buy some things I needed for camping. However, not long after Meng Weiqi sent the message, Su Ling directly replied. Su Ling, brother Yu2 has experience, so there is no need to worry about the team's progress. Zhang Peng, since junior sister Su Ling has said so, maybe the new student does have experience. Let's not worry too much. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Zhang Peng and the group began to smooth things over. He knew that Meng Weiqi was a member of the student union, his family was wealthy, he was a second-generation rich, and he had always liked the campus beauty of Soochow University. However, the campus beauty of Soochow University never paid any attention to him. This time, Su Ling brought in a new person, a boy. I guess Meng Weiqi couldn't sit still anymore. Meng Weiqi, student Su Ling, I'm doing this for your own good. Meng Weiqi, some people like to brag in front of girls, praising themselves to the heavens and earth, saying they can do anything. Meng Weiqi, actually, I don't understand anything. I'm just worried that you've been cheated. Su Ling, no need. The campus beauty of Soochow University was not polite this time. She doesn't like too much contact with boys. This Meng Weiqi always comes to bother her, like a fly, so annoying. Lu Yuan, at Yu2, it's okay. I'm here. Just follow my instructions and it won't be a problem. Zhang Peng, Yes, it would be nice if the newcomers followed me. Meng Weiqi, ha, I hope so. Meng Weiqi, I'm afraid some people will be self-righteous and bring trouble to the team. Su Ling, at Meng Weiqi, Mr. Meng, please watch your words. Su Ling, you two is my junior, and I have already reported the situation to the school. I will take responsibility if there is any problem, and I don't want anyone to question it anymore. Meng Weiqi, Su Ling, don't be angry, I care about you. Su Ling, Meng, we are not that familiar with each other. Please call me Su. Su Ling, thank you for your concern, but I don't need it. I'd rather spend more time caring about myself. The campus beauty of Su University was so popular in the group that the others were stunned. Zheng Pang, Fang Yuanyuan and Shui Shuiying have all had dealings with the campus belle of Suzhou University. People who are familiar with Su Ling know that although she is cold, she is polite to others, and has never been like she is today. Who is this U2? How could he be protected by the campus beauty of Suzhou University? Is this still the cold and aloof goddess who refused to approach strange boys? It's so abnormal. Could it be that everything posted on the school forum is true? Is the campus beauty of Suzhou University dating this freshman? If it weren't for love, they really couldn't imagine it. What other reasons are there that could make Goddess Wen favor her so much? Meng Weiqi was almost mad with rage. He had heard before that the campus beauty of Suzhou University bought milk tea for a freshman. Meng Weiqi also read about the campus forum, but he didn't care that much. He has liked Su Ling since high school. However, the campus beauty of Suzhou University is very cold and never speaks kindly to boys. Even though they had known each other for several years, the two of them had never spoken more than 10 sentences. In Meng Weiqi's opinion, no one can win the favor of the campus belle of Suzhou University. What is more, he is a freshman who is just enrolled. Send milk tea? Most likely, the campus beauty of Suzhou University lost in a game of dare. Later, thinking about the fact that the other party was a poor student, Meng Weiqi looked down on U2, the freshman, even more. Chapter 63, Keyboard Warrior, Meng Weiqi Third Update. In this training camp, there were originally 3 boys and 3 girls, with 1 boy taking care of 1 girl. Girls don't have the physical strength to keep up, so they need a boy to accompany them. He had long wanted to take this opportunity to develop a relationship with the campus beauty of Su University during the camping trip. Unexpectedly, a Chongyao Jin jumped out halfway. Not only did the Suzhou University campus beauty personally invite the other person to join the group, she also selected the other person as her companion. Why? Meng Weiqi was so angry that he questioned the newcomer directly, hoping to make him give up. At the very least, it made the campus beauty of Suzhou University realize how wrong it was to choose an inexperienced newcomer. Unexpectedly, the goddess would speak up for a freshman. The wording is merciless. Meng Weiqi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He just couldn't think of anything to say in response. This feeling is so depressing. By the time he came back with lots of bags, the topic in the group had changed. At this time, a private message came. I clicked on it and saw it was sent by the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Su Ling, I'm sorry, Junior. Because of me, you were targeted. What's going on? U2 was confused. What happened? He just went to the supermarket and didn't see what people were talking about in the group. After thinking about it, U2 thought it was something that he was questioned about when he first joined the group. U2, why are you saying sorry? This is not your fault. After the message was sent, U2 opened the group chat. Naturally, I also saw the post by the Suzhou University beauty. U2 is my junior, and I have already reported the situation to the school. If there is any problem, I will take responsibility, and I don't want anyone to question it anymore. When she was questioned, she actually defended herself like this. It would be a lie to say that I'm not touched by a girl's selfless care for me. What is more, she is such a beautiful girl, the campus belle of Suzhou University. U2 felt a little emotional. U2, screenshot. U2, I didn't expect that senior sister has such a side to her. I admire her so much. The campus beauty of Suzhou University did not reply for a long time, and the chat box showed, the other party is typing, when questioning her. Su Ling, nothing, it's my responsibility to protect my juniors. Su Ling, don't think too much, I just don't want him to say that about you. U2 was a little curious about where this Meng Weiqi came from. U2, senior, is there something wrong with this Meng Weiqi? I don't think I have ever offended him, right? About 10 seconds later, Su Ling sent a text message. Su Ling, Meng Weiqi is a member of the student union and has been pursuing me since high school, but I didn't agree. Su Ling, I haven't spoken to him many times, so we're not very familiar with each other. Please don't misunderstand me. After clicking on the reply from the Soochow University beauty, Yu2 was speechless. So that's what it is. It seems like he was tricked by the campus beauty of Soochow University. Why did I become the other person's love rival for no apparent reason? However, what does the last sentence of the Soochow University beauty mean? Misunderstand? What's the misunderstanding? Could it be that the campus beauty of Soochow University is worried that I will misunderstand her relationship with Meng Weiqi? It seems there is no need to explain it to myself. The campus beauty of Soochow University didn't say anything else, and Yu2 didn't dare to ask any more questions. The group has returned to normal. Lu Yuan sent a document. Lu Yuan, classmates, the file contains what you need to prepare for this camping trip. Please be sure to download it. After he finished speaking, the group was immediately filled with a string of received messages. Yu2 took a look and found that the items on it were quite complete. Things like tents, flashlights, compressed dry food, lighters, firewood, etc. Originally, the campus beauty of Soochow University wanted to help him prepare a toolkit, but Yu2 refused. He made a phone call and asked his family to send his frequently used backpack to him as soon as possible. There are tools in there that I am used to using. It's too troublesome to buy now, and some things are not available at the last minute. Yu2 also made a list of things he would need for camping. More detailed and complete than Lu Yuan's. This list was only sent to the campus beauties of Su University and not to the group. Firstly, there is no need for it and he is not that enthusiastic about it. In the blink of an eye, National Day is here. As soon as October arrives, we enter autumn completely. The heat finally dissipates and the temperature drops a lot. Lu Yuan asked everyone to gather at the school gate. The campus beauty of Soochow University was wearing camping winter clothes and the sun mask that Yu2 Rang bought for her, and she was wrapped up tightly. If it weren't for the slender waist brought out by the belt, she would be unrecognizable at all. Yu2 was carrying an extra large backpack that was bulging with stuff. Zhang Peng and his friends were also dressed in the same attire, and they were greeting each other. Hello, Junior, I'm Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng is a tall man of about 1.8 meters, a little taller than Yu2's. His skin looks a little dark and red due to years of camping. Hello classmate, my name is Fang Yuan Yuan. Fang Yuan Yuan is a petite girl with a sweet voice. The tall girl next to her is Cui Shuiying. The campus beauty of Soochow University is completely two different people in front of him and in front of others. He looked aloof and distant, didn't say much, just gave a brief introduction and then stood aside. Yu2, on the other hand, greeted people with a smile. Hello everyone, I am Yu2's. Ha ha ha, hello, junior brother, tell me if you have anything to say. Among the few people, Zhang Peng is the most outgoing. Tianyi is still not talkative and looks fair and clean. The two girls saw that Yu2 was handsome, and after greeting him, they whispered in his ear. After greeting them, Yu2 looked at the last person. Meng Weiqi is not tall and wears a pair of rimless glasses. When he saw the campus beauty of Soochow University, he wanted to go up and say hello. Unexpectedly, before I got close, I saw a boy standing next to the campus beauty of Soochow University. On the way. Meng Weiqi pondered in his mind and felt a little scared. This new student is big and strong, and it seems he is not someone you want to mess with. I heard that the people in the grassland province are tough and eat meat all year round, and wrestling and fighting are common. I said those things in the group yesterday. Will this newcomer punch me to death? Yu2 was a little speechless. The other person looked at her with a look of "don't come over here," as if she was a virgin encountering robbers. He thought that Meng Weiqi would be as arrogant as he was in the WeChat group yesterday. I didn't expect the real person to be so cowardly. Could this be the famous keyboard warrior? I am timid in real life, but I strike hard online? It was the first time that Yu2 met a living person in real life, and he couldn't help but look at the other person with some curiosity. Meng Weiqi over there became even more nervous. Feeling the other person's gaze, his hair stood on end. What is this freshman looking at? Is it to see where your bones are the most brittle? Could it be that this person is looking for an opportunity to beat him up? Just when Meng Weiqi was trembling with fear and his face turned pale. It's time to depart. The guide Lu Yuan counted the number of people, roughly checked the necessary supplies, and asked a few people to get on the bus. Meng Weiqi rushed forward, carrying his things on his back, crawling and rolling. He was so frightened that his legs went limp. If it was a second later, the new guy would come over and beat him up. U2 looked puzzled. Am I that scary? I was actually looking forward to Meng Weiqi coming up to die so that I could have a good time teasing him. I guarantee that I will scold the other person so hard that he will kneel down and beg for mercy and call me daddy. In the end, I didn't do anything, but the other party climbed into the car with a look of horror on his face. U2 smacked his lips with some regret. The real-life battle with keyboard warriors ended before it even began. Lu Yuan and others got in the car and waved his hand. Set off. Chapter 64. I'm bragging, do you really believe it? Fourth update. After getting on the bus, the girls were all excited. Everyone started chatting about all sorts of things. Knowing that U2 was from the Grassland province, everyone asked him questions curiously. Junior, do you always ride a horse when you go out? Junior, do you live in a yurt? Junior, do you eat meat every day? Junior, is there a grassland right outside the door when you open it? U2 was speechless. How should he respond? These questions are the most common stereotypes people have about the prairie provinces. In fact, this prejudice exists not only in the prairie provinces, but in all regions. Like what? Dong people eat green onions at every meal. People in Tianjin can all tell crosstalk. People in Guangxi can all sing folk songs. Sichuan people keep pandas as pets. People in Yunnan go out to ride elephants and keep peacocks as pets. It's all because the Grassland province doesn't know how to promote it. See what's going on outside? This is a common problem all over the country. Too modest, he won't even promote himself above. Otherwise, the United States will have no chance to spread rumors internationally. He was just a high-ranking official in the Grassland, but he was a real Han Chinese, and he didn't even get extra points in the college entrance examination. The prairie province is huge. There are forests, grasslands, and deserts. The places where people live are also divided into towns and pastoral areas. They are not savages. Of course, I live in a residential building, which is no different from other cities. As for the yurt, U2 had lived in one when traveling in his previous life. The price is so expensive, almost the same as a 4-star hotel. We eat beef and mutton every day. They are more expensive than pork, but not cheap either. However, the beef and mutton in the Grassland provinces are of good quality and not smelly. The Grassland people cannot get used to eating mutton outside. Many people who travel actually eat rat meat soaked in sheep urine. It would be strange if it didn't smell smelly. Since leaving the Grassland province, U2 has been asked this question at least 800 times, if not 1,000 times. He was too lazy to answer such a stupid question. The campus beauty from Soochow University next to him looked over with curiosity. Even Lu Yuan, who was sitting in front, moved his seat to the row in front of U2. Seeing that everyone was so curious, U2 cleared his throat. Since everyone is so interested, let me talk about our college entrance examination. In fact, the college entrance examination in the Grassland province is different from that outside. Your exams are for liberal arts and science, while ours are for horse riding, archery, building yurts, and roasting whole lamb. I am a liberal arts student. Science students are tested on horseback riding and archery. Liberal arts students have to shoot arrows while riding a horse. If you hit within the 9th ring, you will be admitted to the 1st class. If you hit within the 6th, 7th, and 8th ring, you will be admitted to the 2nd class. If you hit within the 6th, 7th, and 8th ring, you will be admitted to the 3rd class. If you hit within the 8th ring, you will be admitted to the 3rd class. If you miss, you can only go to a junior college. If you miss, you can only repeat the year or stay at home. When I was shooting arrows in the college entrance exam, I was unlucky because the wind was so strong that it blew the arrow off course. U2 clapped his hands and sighed with emotion. Oh. Otherwise, I could go to Peking University. Seeing U2's face full of sighs, his expression was sincere and didn't seem fake. Zheng Ping and the others also felt very sorry. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Yes, I almost went to Peking University. Oh. What a pity. U2 shook his head. My situation is still good, you don't know my classmates, they are so miserable. I was able to get into Huacheng University because of my exceptional performance in the last subject, roasting a whole lamb. Our seniors from the previous class had it much worse. After selecting the sheep, killing them, skinning them, cleaning them, and roasting them, they have to be weighed first. If they don't meet the standards, they will be eliminated. There is someone in my class who is even better at studying than me. He could have gone to Tsinghua University or Peking University. It was because I didn't control the time when roasting the whole lamb, so it was burnt. In the end, I could only go to a second-tier university. We will also have a hunting test in the afternoon, which is to compare the types and weight of the animals hunted. Let's put it this way, we hit the eagle and get 60 points. If you shoot a wild wolf, you can get 40 extra points. Shooting the rabbit only adds 10 points. No points if you shoot the mouse. One of my classmates got off topic during an archery competition. He thought he was hunting and saw an eagle in the sky, so he shot it down and got 0 points. An eagle that I shot down was taken away by a wolf. I was 40 points short. Otherwise, I could have gotten into a 211 university. The most nervous people are not us examinees, but the invigilators. During the college entrance examination last year, a student in the examination room was so nervous that his arrow missed the target. I shot the invigilator. Tell me, isn't that tragic? The people sitting in a circle opened their eyes wide. This is too miserable. If I shoot the invigilator, won't that mean I get 0 points? You guys are so tough in the college entrance exam. Yeah, there's actually a wolf shooting competition? Brother, what did you shoot? You have such good grades, it must be a wolf at least. U2 shook his head, that's not the case. I shot an eagle and a rabbit. Zheng Peng, who loves adventure, had his eyes brightened. Student U, can I watch your college entrance examination? I want to go to the examination room and experience it for myself. The girls also followed suit, saying, it's really amazing, Thai pants are hot. The campus beauty of Sioux University looked at him with admiration. My junior is so awesome. This is how he got into Huacheng University. Archery, horse riding, galloping across the vast grassland. Just thinking about it makes people feel yearning. Meng Weiqi took a deep breath. He didn't expect that this freshman was so tough. Shooting eagles? Wild wolf? Fortunately, I didn't have much conflict with him. It's too dangerous. Next time I see this person, I must stay away from him. Seeing that everyone looked convinced, U2's mouth twitched. Oh, I just said that casually. Do you really believe it? After telling the story, the relationship between the few people in U2 became much closer. Zheng Peng almost became sworn brothers with U2. The journey to the destination was still long, so U2 prepared to lean back on the seat and take a rest. Camp training is hard work. Especially at times like this, the more you need to maintain sufficient physical strength. Riding in a car is a very boring experience, and Zheng Peng and a few others have already started dozing off. U2 turned his head and glanced to the side. The girl had closed her eyes and fell asleep, her little head nodding. U2 was afraid that she would hit her head, so he simply reached out and lifted her head, which was leaning towards the car window. He lowered his left shoulder so that Su Ling could lean on his shoulder. This will make sleeping more comfortable. The girl's fair face was slightly flushed, and her rosy lips were like freshly picked cherries. The sunlight came in through the car window and fell on the girl. Long eyelashes, like butterfly wings. Apply a dark shadow on the face. Sniffing the faint fragrance around him, U2 closed his eyes. After more than 5 hours of driving, the bus finally reached its destination. The place we chose for camping this time is called Lure Mountain, and the slope is not too high. Lure Mountain is not a mountain, but a group of mountains. It is named because it looks like a group of prone deer and is the choice of many hikers. There is a tourist area nearby and a village at the foot of the mountain. The vegetation on the mountain is dense and lush. When U2 and his friends arrived, it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The shaky mountain road almost made people fall apart. Chapter 65. I have a lighter, so I don't need to drill wood to make fire. 5th update. After getting off the bus, breathing the fresh air in the mountains and forests, several people unconsciously relaxed. In an open space by the river, Lu Yuan asked a few people to set up tents. Work in pairs, 1 male and 1 female. Meng Weiqi was not assigned a task, so Lu Yuan assisted him. Looking at the pretty figure of the girl in front of him and the tall and straight boy, Meng Weiqi could only grit his teeth secretly. Originally, he should have been the one setting up the tent with the school beauty. Meng, you connected the two wrongly. What did I teach you before you came here? Meng Weiqi came back to his senses and glanced at Lu Yuan's dark face. His heart is bleeding. On the other side, U2 and the campus beauty of Suzhou University work in perfect harmony. Aluminum poles, windproof ropes. Oh, here. Su Ling reached out and handed over the tube. There are many tips for setting up a tent. The entrance should be sheltered from the wind and the terrain should be flat. Fortunately, I had experience, chose a good place, and was skilled, so I set up the tent in just a few minutes. The efficiency of the two people caused people around them to marvel. No wonder the campus beauty of Suzhou University protects this freshman so much. It turns out that she has real talent. Lu Yuan also looked over with admiration. Compared to Meng Weiqi, who was sweating profusely next to him, U2 was obviously more experienced. Seeing Meng Weiqi put the wrong aluminum rod in again, Lu Yuan was so angry that his head hurt. The tents were set up, and 8 small tents were arranged in a circle in the open space like small mushrooms. The boys went around looking for usable firewood. If there was no fire source when camping outside, they would not be able to cook at night. U2 felt the humidity in the air and it seemed like it had just rained. A few people came back after a while. U2 carried some dead branches and brought back a small bag of mushrooms. Is this mushroom edible? Isn't it poisonous? Will it make you ascend to heaven if you eat it? This looks like one of those small poisonous mushrooms. It's called dog urine moss. Seeing U2 bring back mushrooms that look like popcorn, everyone was a little scared. Brother U2, why did you bring back the poisonous mushrooms? You can't just pick them in the wild. If you pick something poisonous, it will be troublesome. It's not poisonous. It's a chicken mushroom. Lu Yuan is well informed and recognized it as a chicken mushroom at first glance. It has fine white threads, tastes delicious and crispy, grows on termite nests, and this is a chicken mushroom flower. This stuff makes a delicious soup. It tastes really good. We are in for a treat today. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Zhang Peng stepped forward to take a look. It seems to be chicken mushroom. This is what we eat in my hometown. I didn't realize you were so capable. You went out for a while and brought back a bag of wild delicacies. U2 smiled and said, nothing, I just happened to see it and picked it up. When the campus beauty of Suzhou University looked over with her beautiful eyes, she knew that her junior U2 was very impressive. How could it be a coincidence? Several boys went out just now, and only U2 picked mushrooms. If you don't have a broad knowledge base, even if Ganoderma lucidum or ginseng is placed in front of you, you might mistake it for a weed. Several people put down the firewood and started to boil water and cook. Meng Weiqi took a wooden stake and a stone to chisel out the monster. Several people heard the sound and turned their heads. Seeing the curious look of the campus beauty of Suzhou University, Meng Weiqi sold himself even more. He had previously looked up information online and studied tutorials on how to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. Humph, he just doesn't believe it. When he helps everyone light the fire easily, these people will not bow down to him in admiration. U2 walked over slowly. Hearing the voice, Meng Weiqi looked up at him with a somewhat proud expression. Could it be that this freshman is trying to learn secretly? He knew that this move of his was so powerful that even this freshman came over to learn the technique. If he could create a fire in front of the school beauty, Su Ling would definitely look at him with new eyes. Why don't you start a fire? Seeing the pride that could not be hidden in the other party's eyes, U2 was completely speechless. This person must be a fool. U2 took something out of his pocket and lit the pile of firewood under Meng Weiqi's surprised look. I have a lighter, so I don't need to rub wood to make fire. Meng Weiqi, who had a smug look on his face just now, was now stunned. I worked hard to drill with a wooden stick for a long time, but not even a spark came out. The man walked over slowly, calmly took out a lighter from his pocket, and then lit the fire in front of him. He actually used a lighter? How can he use a lighter? Normally, shouldn't the two of them compete to see who can light a fire with wood the fastest? Why doesn't this person play by the rules? You're cheating. Camping tests your survival skills, how can you use a lighter? U2 looked over speechlessly. This child is probably mentally retarded, right? It tests one's ability to survive in the wild. In order to enable people to protect themselves when encountering danger in the future, they use everything around them to stay alive. I didn't tell you to be a primitive man? The conditions for making fire by drilling wood are very harsh, requiring dry and porous pine wood, as well as flammable materials such as bird feathers and leaves. The friction between my hands made them hot, but the temperature was only around 50 degrees Celsius. If you really try to make fire by rubbing two sticks together in the wild, the chances of success are slim. Even if it succeeds, both arms will be useless. Moreover, the most important thing for survival in the wild is to conserve your energy. Why don't you use the wisdom of our ancestors and instead go seek death? Classmate, rubbing two sticks together to make fire is exhausting. Why not use a lighter? They finally made it from primitive society to modern civilization. You want to change back after a camping training? How many kilograms of spring water have been poured into your brain? With a physical strength like Meng Weiqi, who hasn't exercised for years, he would definitely not be able to get up the next day. Hearing Yutu's rebuttal, Meng Weiqi's face turned red like pig liver. The people around him looked at him as if he was a fool, and he almost lost his mind. Fang Yuan and Shui Shuiying standing by felt a little guilty. Although Lu Yuan mentioned lighters in the list, they thought it was boys who needed to smoke. They are girls, why do they carry lighters? Might as well bring an extra bottle of sunscreen. Yutu is right. The most important thing for survival in the wild is to conserve your energy. Lu Yuan walked over, took a look at the wooden stick on the ground, and immediately agreed with Yutu's words. He didn't expect that after he sent out the list of items, some people still didn't follow it. These college students are not only spoiled, but also extremely proud. Do you think that after studying for a few years, you can conquer the world with the knowledge learned from books? What a wild idea! He has a stubborn temper, is difficult to manage, and doesn't like to be told what to do. In order to perform in front of girls, common sense is thrown aside. Student Meng is quite adventurous. However, the fastest way to get it in the wild is with a lighter. It's too much trouble to make fire by drilling wood together. For the sake of safety, let's not think about it. Alright, students, hurry up and cook. It will be dark soon. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he asked a few people to cook. The boys helped set up the stove, and the girls helped set up the pots and wash the vegetables. The vegetables were wild vegetables found by Lu Yuan. At the foot of the mountain near the river, there are some tender wild shepherd's purse and green onions. When he saw it, he dug it up as well. Although I wasn't as lucky as you two, I didn't find any chicken mushrooms. But these wild vegetables have plump leaves and are great as side dishes. Chapter 66, Fishing with Branches 6th Update. Yutu glanced at the flowing river and went over to greet Lu Yuan. I only ate a few pieces of bread in the car at noon, which was enough to get by. There's no taste in my mouth. Yutu just saw the shadows of several fish in the river. If you can catch one or two fish to satisfy your appetite, you can make some fish soup. That's even better. Lu Yuan glanced at Yutu's day. He admired this new student very much. Experienced and doesn't cause any trouble. Why? You want to go fishing? Yutu nodded. Yeah, I saw some small Christian carp in the river just now. Are there any tools? Lu Yuan asked doubtfully. I'll give it a try first. It would be best if I can catch it. Okay, don't go too far, try to stay near the river, and don't go into the deep water. After saying hello, Yutu looked around and found a straight branch nearby. He took out the military knife from his bag and started sharpening the wood. After a while, one end of the branch was cut into a conical point. Old you want to go fishing? Wait, I'll go too. Zhang Peng has changed the way he addressed him from classmate Yutu to old you. If I could drink fish soup, it would be much better than eating wild vegetables. Yutu took off his shoes, rolled up his trouser legs to his knees, and walked towards the river holding the branch. Big fish are timid and highly vigilant. They like to stay in deep waters and will run away very fast at the slightest sign of trouble. Generally, experienced fishing enthusiasts like to fish in deep water areas. The campus beauties of Soochow University had finished picking wild onions and shepherd's purse, and several girls were about to take them to the river to wash them. Seeing the two people going to catch fish, everyone ran over with interest. Tianyi and his friends had just made a fire and were bored, so they ran over to watch. Fish hide in deep waters, Yutu, where you're standing is too shallow. The person who spoke was Lu Yuan. He had fished in the wild before while on a mission. The fish in the river are different from the farmed ones. They are very smart and cunning. Are there any fish here? Why don't I see any? Wild fish run very fast, and there are no fishing nets. How can we catch them? Using branches to spear fish? There is refraction on the water surface, so the visual estimate and the actual distance are different. Zhang Peng splashed all over the water and his hair was wet. He just saw a fish swimming past his legs, and when he reached out to grab it, he didn't even touch the fish's tail. He almost fell into the river, splashing a lot of water. Fuck, this is too hard to catch. It won't work without tools. Come up here, old you. You're definitely not going to catch any fish. Don't waste your energy. Several people were not optimistic about the journey because there were no fishing nets or hooks, and the fish were very smart. U2 used a branch as a fork, but there was no way he could stick the fish into it. Su Ling stood aside, not really caring about what others thought. She whispered, "Come on, junior brother." It didn't matter whether she could catch him or not, she just wanted to be there to support her junior. Seeing the Suzhou University beauty looking at the boy intently with a gentle expression on her face, Meng Weiqi curled his lips in disdain. Isn't it just that you want to show off in front of the goddess? If you fail to catch any fish in a while, I'll see how you'll step down. Old you. Zheng Peng came out of the water in a panic. Don't bother, it's hard to catch. Even if you work until dark, you still can't catch it. Crash. There was a splash and U2 lifted the branch out of the water. A large wild carp had its stomach pierced by the sharp tip of a branch. Out of the water, struggling violently. Oh my god. Old you really came up with this? Awesome, U2, you are so amazing. Forking fish with a branch, 666. U2 is so handsome, we have fish soup today. You're so lucky. You can catch a fish like this? U2's skill in catching fish was instantly recognized by everyone. The campus beauty of Suzhou University had sparkling eyes and a proud expression on her face. When he looked at U2, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, as if he was expressing something to everyone. The people I bring with me are extraordinary. At this moment, it seemed as if she was the one who had done the meritorious service by spearing the fish. U2 looked very calm, not because he was so lucky. Instead, he observes. When I was in the pastoral area, I ate either beef or mutton all day long. No matter how delicious the food is, you will get tired of it eventually, so you will find some fish to satisfy your hunger. In the wild, water conditions mean fish conditions. Experienced drivers can quickly determine whether there are fish in the river by observing the color of the water. After the beginning of autumn, wild crucian carp and carp like to move close to the shore. If the water is a little turbid, it basically means there are fish making a fuss at the bottom. Don't be impatient at this time, and don't cut directly on the tip of the branch. The underwater scene seen by the human eye is different from the actual distance. The pitchfork must be aimed in front of the fish and you cannot hesitate. Fast, accurate and ruthless. The fish can't escape. Lu Yuan has good skills and can scrape the scales quickly and cleanly. Gut the fish and remove the viscera and gallbladder. Use the small bottle of cooking oil you brought with you to fry the soup until it turns milky white. Add the delicious chicken mushroom flowers and emerald green wild onions. The soup is fresh and delicious, and the fish is tender and smooth. Take a sip and you'll instantly enjoy the aftertaste. A crescent moon hung high above our heads and a bonfire was burning next to the tent. The novelty of camping has worn off, and all that remains is the fatigue of the long journey. After having a delicious meal, they went into their respective tents to rest. The next day, the sky was bright. Several people got up early, packed their things, and headed towards Lure Mountain. Although the altitude of Lure Mountain is not high, it is covered with dense forests. Once you enter, you can't tell the directions. Lu Yuan led the way. Then came the two boys, Meng Weiqi and Tian Yi. In the middle are Fang Yuan, Shui Shuiying, Zheng Peng, Su Ling, and U2 is at the rear. Carrying heavy backpacks, several people climbed over two mountains and took a short rest on the hillside. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After taking care of our physiological problems, we gathered at the original place. Lu Yuan began to count the number of people. Why is there one person missing? Who hasn't come back yet? Chui Shuiying looked a little anxious. Report, Yuan hasn't come back yet. She and Fang Yuan went to the toilet together, which was not far from the camp. When she came out, Yuan was no longer around. Chui Shuiying initially thought that Fang Yuan didn't wait for her and went back first. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan was not at the gathering point at all. She then became a little anxious and quickly ran over to tell Lu Yuan. Where did she lose it? Do you know? Lu Yuan looked calm, but he was a little anxious in his heart. However, he did not dare to show it for fear of affecting the morale of the troops. There are dense forests and mountains here, and it is easy to get lost if you are not careful. There is no signal here, so the mobile phone cannot send messages. The little girl is timid and easily panics when encountering things. What if you accidentally encounter a wild beast? Several people quickly went to look for him separately. Fang Yuanyuan got lost with Cui Shuiying, so Lu Yuan asked Cui Shuiying to lead the way. Yu Tu showed his rich experience along the way, so Lu Yuan chose him as the first choice for the team and drafted him into the team. You two, Meng Weiqi, come with me to find someone. Zhang Peng, Tian Yi, and Su Ling will stay behind. Tian Yi already had a blister on his foot, so in order to prevent it from getting worse, he ignored it. Lu Yuan originally wanted Meng Weiqi to go out and find someone, and let the experienced Zhang Peng stay. This way, with Zhang Peng watching over the gathering point, we wouldn't pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. As a result, Meng Weiqi refused to do it, and the reason he gave was very high-sounding. Guide Lu, I'm sorry, I might have eaten something bad and my stomach hurts a little. Going there will only cause more trouble. Why don't you let someone else go? I'll stay in the camp and wait for you to come back. I wanted him to go out and find someone else to rest with, but he refused to go. This Fang Yuanyuan will cause trouble. It is obviously her own fault, but she still has to trouble others. The forest is so deep and the road is difficult to walk on, so it's better to wait here. What if you encounter danger while looking for someone? He is the only child in their Zhao family. Chapter 67 Su Ling is lost. Lu Yuan's eyes were a little cold and he glanced at Meng Weiqi expressionlessly. People's true nature is most easily revealed when they are camping. Some people can abandon their companions without hesitation for their own benefit. What Lu Yuan learned in the army was the military spirit of unity, cooperation, and never abandoning or giving up. If soldiers retreat when faced with danger, how can we expect them to protect the motherland and the people? He was a little disappointed, but more angry. The college students today are the future and hope of our motherland. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel chilled. Okay. You stay here, Zhang Peng, come with me. The campus beauty of Sucha University said, Teacher Lu, I'm going too. Lu Yuan shook his head, it's too dangerous. You are a girl, just wait where you are. Su Ling said seriously, I have received relevant training on wilderness survival, so I won't cause any trouble to the team. As Fang Yuanyuan's classmate, I also want to contribute. Student Su Ling, just listen to Guide Lu. When Meng Weiqi saw Su Ling step out, he quickly dissuaded them, with the help of these people, they will definitely be able to find Fang Yuanyuan. Why don't we wait for them to come back here? Besides, don't we have classmate Yu Tu? He's so powerful, he will definitely be able to find the person back. Yu Tu didn't say anything, but just gave the other person a look that scared him so much that he immediately shut up. Su Ling had a cold expression and didn't even bother to look at Meng Weiqi. How can such a person like her be worthy of liking her? Not only did he abandon his teammates for his own safety, he also fanned the flames. Looking at the other person's face, she felt physically nauseous. Compared with fellow student Yu Tu, this person is totally useless. The primeval forest is uninhabited. Human beings are very fragile and insignificant in nature. Especially in the wild, survival is a very difficult thing. The longer the time goes, the more dangerous Fang Yuanyuan will be. Lu Yuan and Cui Shuiying led the way, followed by Lu Peng, Su Ling, and Yu Tu. In order to make it easier to find someone, several people did not carry any luggage and traveled light. Of course, except Yu Tu. He never leaves his backpack. If you accidentally get separated from the team, the supplies in your backpack can ensure your survival. He has good physical strength and is young and strong. A weight of nearly 50 kilograms can be easily carried on the back. Yu Tu marked the tree trunks along the way with a military knife to facilitate the final return. After a while, they arrived at the place where Fang Yuanyuan disappeared. The grass on the ground showed signs of being stepped on. But Fang Yuanyuan was nowhere to be seen. Yuanyuan, where are you? Swoosh! A loud whistle sounded, and the lingering sound was heard. This is the tool Lu Yuan uses to communicate. Anyone who hears it will gather at the whistle. I shouted a few times, but there was no response from anywhere. The sky gradually darkened and Lu Yuan became a little anxious. It is early autumn now, and the temperature difference between day and night is large. At night, the temperature in the mountains can sometimes drop below zero. The highest cause of mortality in the wild is freezing to death due to internal hypothermia. Fong Yuan didn't have any supplies or anything warm to keep herself warm. If the person can't be found in time, Fong Yuan will be in danger. Search separately, and try not to lose each other's sight. In 10 minutes, no matter whether we can find it or not, we must come back here and gather together. Several people searched in 4 directions, and Cui Shuiying and Lu Yuan were in one team. Senior Yu2 was a little worried about Su Ling, so he said, let's form a team and look for her in the east. Unexpectedly, Su Ling refused. Junior, I know you mean well, but if we look in one more direction, we'll have one more chance. This activity was initiated by our student union. I have the responsibility to ensure the safety of every teammate. Seeing Yu2's worried expression, Su Ling looked confident. Don't worry, I have already received wilderness survival training and skills training before coming here. I still have the whistle you asked me to buy. If there's any danger, I'll call you immediately. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Yu2 could only remind her again and again, okay, senior sister, if you find Fong Yuan's trace, you must blow the whistle in time. It doesn't matter if you don't find it. Don't go deep into the jungle. Make sure you are safe first. He was afraid that he would not be able to find Fong Yuan and would instead risk the lives of other teammates. The campus beauty of Su University nodded again and again, stretched out her little hand, picked up the whistle around her neck, and waved at it too. Several people acted separately. Look eastward on the way. Su Ling went south. The forest on Lure Mountain is dense and lush, blocking out the sun. Use a hiking stick to clear the way on the road. There is a good chance there are snakes in the lush grass. In order to avoid being bitten for no reason, a hiking pole is a good tool for exploring the way. Yu2 walked eastward with his bag on his back, but he couldn't find Fong Yuan after looking around. However, when he turned back, he found new clues. The marks of broken grass and trees are very recent, most likely left by Fong Yuan. Yu2 followed the traces for a while and found that they extended in the direction they came from. This Fong Yuan, could it be possible that she has gone back? Could it be that they just happened to stray from the group that was coming to look for her? Yu2 glanced at his watch and returned the same way he came. How's it going over there? Did you find it? As soon as Yu2 came back, Lu Yuan, Zheng Peng and Cui Shuiying hurried forward and asked. I found some clues. Yu2 told them his discovery. Lu Yuan and his companions finally felt relieved. Turn around and take a look. Lu Yuan, Zheng Peng and Cui Shuiying were all there, but Su Ling was the only one missing. Is senior sister Su Ling not back yet? Yu2 asked. Lu Yuan and his companions looked at each other. They were just busy looking for Fong Yuan and thought that the campus beauty of Sucha University would come back with Yu2. Unexpectedly, with Fong Yuan's clue, Su Ling was lost instead. Teacher Lu. Yu2 glanced at the sky and said, take the team members back first. I'll be here, senior. How can that be possible? Lu Yuan immediately objected, what if you are in danger? Believe me, I have experience. It's getting dark now. If the team doesn't cross this mountain in time, it will be more likely to encounter danger. You guys go back and see if Fong Yuan has returned to the meeting point. I'm going to go find senior sister Su Ling. Let's meet up at the foot of the mountain. If we still don't have any news at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, call the police. After hearing what Yu2 said, Lu Yuan hesitated. However, seeing the huge backpack on Yu2's back, he could only nod and agree. Yu2 has supplies and a cooler bag on him, so there shouldn't be any big problems. After a few people parted ways, Yu2 turned around and walked south. Fong Yuan, where are you? At this time, Su Ling was looking for someone carefully. After separating from Yu2 and the others, she headed south to search alone. There are 4 directions, east, south, west, and north. 5 people are more than enough to be responsible for each direction. Cui Shuiying followed teacher Lu Yuan. However, because Cui Shuiying was timid and afraid, there were only 4 people left in the team who could take action. She also contributed to the camping activity organized by the student union. She didn't want to see anyone in the team in danger. She couldn't do such a thing as to ignore the safety of her teammates. The trees on the south side are more dense, with short shrubs and weeds growing on the ground, almost knee-high. Su Ling struggled to wave his sword left and right to drive away the danger hidden in the bushes. She made a mark on the tree and was about to take a step. A small green snake hung down from the branch above my head. Ah! A shrill scream sounded in the deep forest. When Su Ling met the little green snake's cold eyes, all the hairs on his body stood up. What she feared most were these slippery, cold-blooded animals. What if this snake is poisonous? Su Ling stepped back warily and looked at the snake nervously. It would have been better if she didn't retreat. As soon as she retreated, the snake immediately came over following the sound. Don't come over here. Su Ling was so scared that she turned around and ran away. When she came to her senses, she didn't know how far she had run. The numbers around it look exactly the same. Where is this? Stopping in front of a tree, Su Ling looked around in panic. It happened so suddenly that she had no time to react. The environment in front of him was very unfamiliar and Su Ling was a little dumbfounded. She seems lost. Chapter 68 Helpless Su Ling. Su Ling stood there, breathing softly, his chest rising and falling slightly. When she saw the little green snake crawling over, her mind went blank. The only thought in my mind was, run. The farther you run, the better. In a panic, she was at a loss as to what to do. I just wanted to get rid of the poisonous snake and didn't notice how far I ran. Looking at the vast expanse of trees all around, Su Ling was a little dumbfounded. Where is this? She seems lost. When she stood on a high place, she could clearly tell the direction. But once he entered the jungle, Su Ling could no longer tell the directions. The surrounding scenery looks very similar, with branches so lush and leafy that it is difficult to tell the direction. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Stay calm, don't panic. The more panicked you are at this time, the easier it is to make mistakes. Haven't you learned the skills to survive in the wild? Think about it carefully. We will definitely find a way out. Su Ling silently cheered herself up in her heart. She stood there, trying hard to recall the survival skills she had learned. What is the first solution to getting lost in the wild? First, you need to turn back in the direction you came from. The slope of Lure Mountain is quite steep, and we went down the mountain when we escaped before. In other words, she now needs to go up to get back to where she was. Su Ling carefully identified the broken branches on the roadside and the traces of trampling in the grass. This is the hope that will bring her back to where she came from. She had lost her hiking stick while trying to drive away a poisonous snake. I went downhill too fast just now and it hurt my knees a lot. When she came to her senses, her muscles were sore and swollen and she felt very uncomfortable. He reached out and broke off a long branch from a nearby short tree to use as a tool for exploring the way. Su Ling gritted his teeth and walked up with difficulty, holding onto the branch. The temperature in the mountains has dropped, and the cold wind is whistling past. The higher he went, the more panicked Su Ling became. The jungle before my eyes seemed to have no end and I couldn't get out. With a crisp sound, the supporting branch broke. It's a dead tree. Su Ling was panicked and his body tilted and he fell backwards. There is a steep slope behind me. If I fall down, I will be half dead even if I don't die. The panic of weightlessness makes me desperate. In a hurry, she waved her hands and grabbed to the side. As he fell, tree branches scratched his white arms, leaving red marks. Hiss! It hurt so much. Ignoring the pain in his body, Su Ling grabbed hold of all the weeds and trees around him for support. Her nails dug into the mud and beads of sweat covered her forehead. The rate of decline finally slowed. Su Ling finally couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. A sharp pain in her calf made her feel a little relieved. Enduring the pain, Su Ling found a slightly flat open space and stopped to rest. Sweat trickled down my cheeks and the stings on my arms were painful. There was no one around, and after escaping death, the pain in my body became more and more obvious. Su Ling took out his cell phone from his pocket, but there was still no signal. She touched the whistle around her neck and blew it hard. Pity. No response. Su Ling was a little discouraged. The wind was howling and the sky was gradually darkening. Ga. Strange bird calls came from all directions. The cry sounds sad and creepy, a bit like a crow. A black shadow flew overhead. The entire forest was so quiet that it seemed as if she was the only one there, and yet it seemed as if countless eyes were staring at her. A cold wind blew past, and she immediately got goosebumps all over her body. Su Ling shuddered with fear, feeling both scared and helpless. There seemed to be something scary peeking out from the surrounding bushes. It might jump out at any time and eat her up in one bite. Su Ling had never regretted so much. She should have listened carefully. If I had gone with you two at the beginning, wouldn't we have avoided danger? I am so useless. I can't help it all and I'm causing trouble for everyone. The people in the team should have noticed that she is missing, right? Have they walked out yet? Will they come to me? Will I die here? She buried her head deeply in her knees and whispered U2's name. U2, where are you? Woo woo. U2 strode through the woods. A snake with bright patterns jumped out and was knocked away by the hiking stick. There was still no sign of the Soochow University campus beauty around. This made U2 feel a little anxious. Getting lost in the wild is not scary. What is really scary is that people can easily panic and become scared when they are lost. Running around like a headless fly will only get you further away. The most dangerous thing is that if you accidentally slip and fall, suffer hypothermia or get injured. It is now dark and the temperature in the mountains is dropping. The wind blowing from all directions was cold and damp. Once the ambient temperature drops below 20 degrees, a person's body temperature will be lost in large quantities. Without sufficient sugar calories, even the healthiest people won't be able to survive. Once a person's body temperature drops below 35 degrees, they will lose consciousness or even fall into a coma and die. Many hikers who go hiking in the wild have suffered accidents due to hypothermia. U2 still remembers a major news event that happened in his previous life on Blue Star. More than 20 athletes and participants were killed in a marathon in the Gonlang area due to extreme weather. In this environment, if there is no tool to keep warm, the consequences will be disastrous. The campus beauty of Soochow University did not carry any supplies with her. The longer you delay, the greater the possibility of encountering danger. Thinking of this, U2 looked more anxious. Su Ling! Where are you? Suddenly, his eyes stopped on a pile of stones under the tree. Several small stones were piled together, covered with a few broken grass leaves, and the traces were still fresh. It means the other party is nearby. Senior! Su Ling! Su! His last word was choked in his throat, and his eyes were fixed on a big tree in front of him. The figure huddled into a small ball, hugging his knees. If not the campus beauty of Soochow University, then who is she? U2's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and he walked over with firm steps. The other person raised his head and looked at him in disbelief. U2 smiled at her and extended his hand without hesitation. Don't be afraid, senior sister, hold on to me. Su Ling huddled up with her arms folded across her chest. Why did she seem to hear the voice of her junior brother U2? I must be hallucinating. I heard that if a person's body temperature is too low, they are prone to auditory hallucinations. This was a sign of hypothermia, which meant her condition was critical. Woo woo woo. Is she going to die? She is not even 20 years old yet, still in her youth. I haven't stepped into society yet, and haven't had the chance to have a sweet love. Su Ling raised his head slightly from his knees and looked towards the source of the sound with wide eyes. Yu Tuzheng strode over, with handsome features and a hint of a smile on his face. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Su Ling's eyes were sore and his vision was a little blurry. She blinked hard, trying hard to see the other person clearly. The figure in front of me did not disappear, but got closer and closer. You too, fellow student? Su Ling's voice trembled a little as he verified it carefully. She was very scared, afraid that everything was just her imagination. What if no one comes to find me? What if it was just her illusion? Just in case. Chapter 69, It seems like being a boyfriend is not bad. Third update. Senior, it's me. Sensing that Su Ling's voice was full of uneasiness, Yu2 sighed lightly. I'm here to see you. Yu2 handed her his hand and said softly, Give me your hand. Su Ling opened her eyes wide and stared at the other person without blinking. It really was his junior, he came to see her. He didn't give up on himself. My vision was becoming increasingly blurry, and something was about to flow out of my eye sockets. Su Ling held back her tears and stretched out her hand carefully. The other person took her hand in his and held it tightly. His palm was big and warm. Feeling the warmth coming from his hand, Su Ling could no longer hold back. She threw herself into the other's arms without caring about anything. With a cry of wow, he burst into tears. Woo woo woo. Brother Yu2, you are finally here. I thought I would never see you again. Yu2 felt distressed when he heard the girl in his arms sobbing and breaking down. He raised his hand and gently patted the girl's back, just like how his family would comfort him when he was a child. I felt a sense of fear, but also a sense of relief at having found it again. Fortunately, I arrived in time, and fortunately Su Ling was not in danger. Otherwise, he really didn't know what to do. After the Soochow University beauty calmed down, Yu-tu helped her sit on a rock. He put his backpack down, took out his headlamp and put it on his forehead. With the help of the brightness of the light, the disinfectant spray, wound medicine, and gauze were laid out in order. He rolled up the girl's trouser legs and carefully treated the wounds she had sustained from tree branches. Su Ling sat on the stone without saying a word. She looked down at Yu-tu's head and a blush appeared on her cheeks. She was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to face the road. Su Ling never thought that one day she would lose her composure like this. She actually burst into tears in a boy's arms. She didn't cry even when she accidentally got lost, was scratched by tree branches, and even in such a dangerous situation just now. But, when Tu handed her his hand, the tears that I had been trying so hard to hold back could no longer be held back. She was crying so hard that she was out of breath and couldn't stop. Thinking of this, Su Ling couldn't help but cover her face. So embarrassing. I actually threw myself directly into the other person's arms. What will her junior classmates think of her? The smell of disinfectant filled the air. Hiss. Su Ling couldn't help but take a breath quietly. Bear with it for a moment. Yu-tu comforted the other person. It may hurt a little, but it will be fine soon. Su Ling nodded obediently. After disinfecting the wound, applying medicine, and wrapping it with gauze, he also treated the scratches on the arm of the Su University beauty. Yu-tu raised his right hand and took a look. The time showed 5 o'clock and it was already getting dark. They were now halfway up the mountain, and the forest was very humid and not suitable for camping. Yu-tu packed his things into his backpack, took out a piece of chocolate and handed it to the other person. Senior, we have to camp on the top of the mountain. It's safer this way. Yu-tu hung his backpack in front of him, turned around and squatted down. Your leg is injured, I will carry you. Good. Su Ling bit her lips lightly and lay obediently on the other's back. It was getting darker and darker, and the two of them hurried on their way relying on the lights above their heads. There were overlapping shadows of trees beside him, but Su Ling was no longer afraid. There is heavy dew and many mosquitoes at night. Yu-tu was very considerate and attentive. He covered her with a rainproof blanket and sprayed mosquito repellent on both of them. Generally speaking, traveling at night is dangerous. However, Yu-tu relied on his good eyesight and strong sense of direction and quickly found his way out. He walked through the gathering point of Lu Yuan and others, but it was already empty. Yu-tu did not stop and continued walking up with the campus beauty of Soochow University on his back. He walked steadily and at a fast pace, and the two of them were getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain. Junior, am I really stupid? I actually got lost. Su Ling lay on his back and talked to him. No, it's hard to walk in the woods here. It's easy to get lost. But, I wanted to help find someone, but I ended up losing myself. Thinking of this, Su Ling became a little discouraged and his voice became lower. Will the junior blame her for being stubborn? If she had not refused to listen to advice and wanted to act alone, this result would not have happened. Senior. Yu-tu shook his head. Your idea is wrong. You can never guess which will come first, the surprise or the accident. When something happens, don't think of blaming others first. You're just trying to help, no one will blame you. And in my eyes, you're okay, that's the most important thing. After something happens, just blaming the other party is a sign of cowardice. Actively looking for solutions is what you should consider most. This is the principle that Yu-tu always follows in his dealings with people. After hearing the other party's words, Su Ling felt a little warm in her heart. There are very few people in this world who can do without blaming others for their mistakes. Even her family finds it difficult to do so. I remember when she was a child, she accidentally broke a cup. Li Mingzhu's first reaction was not to check if she was injured, but to blame her. How could you be so careless, kid? Junior Yu-tu, you are really great. He is handsome, good at studying, has positive values and good character. If such a person were to be my boyfriend. It seems pretty good. Junior, if someone gets lost in the wild, what are the ways to deal with it? On his back, Su Ling asked curiously. If you get lost in the wild, don't panic. Nature has many natural compasses that can help you identify. Before he finished speaking, he immediately attracted the disgust of the campus beauty of Soochow University. Junior, how do you memorize the text? I asked you to teach me some ways to deal with getting lost, and you fooled me again. The campus beauty of Sioux University lay tightly on his back, her warm breath hitting him. Okay, then I'll teach you a few secret recipes. U2 coughed twice awkwardly. The first method is to use a watch to find the direction. This method is suitable for daytime and is more suitable for people like me who carry a watch with them. Look, the time on my watch is 18 o'clock now. Divide this number by 2, and you get 9 o'clock. Aim the 9 o'clock direction at the sun and see which direction 12 o'clock on the dial is pointing to. That is north. The campus beauty of Soochow University looked up at the sky and frowned. But there's no sun now, what should I do? U2 chuckled and said, even if there is no sun, there are ways to do it. For example, if it rains, you look at the leaves of the trees. The side that is growing lushly must have plenty of sunlight, so it is the south. If the foliage is sparse, it's north. Su Ling nodded, with a hint of surprise in her tone. I've learned this. Junior, do you rely on observing leaves to find your way at night? She looked around in confusion. Why can't I see where it's lush? U2 shook his head, his laughter tinged with teasing. This is a secret, which means I am a little bit better than you, senior. Humph. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Su Ling pretended to snort, but the corners of her mouth curled up. The two of them talked and laughed, and the gloom of being lost in the jungle seemed to have dissipated, and even the tiredness of traveling was easily eliminated. Chapter 70, Bedtime Story 4th Update. The wind is light and the clouds are thin, and a full moon hangs high in the sky. There are relatively few trees on the top of Lure Mountain, but there are many large smooth rocks. Su Ling was standing by the fire, watching over the dinner in the small pot. When U2 took out beef jerky, canned fruit, chocolate, instant noodles, and a small cooking pot from his backpack, Su Ling was almost stunned. U2's backpack is like a treasure box, even more magical than Doraemon. No need to worry about food or danger. Being with someone like this makes me feel so safe. On the other side, Su was waving a shovel, trying to shovel out a piece of flat ground to set up the tent. He was quick and efficient and the tent was set up in no time. Lay out the moisture-proof mat and put away the sleeping bag, and a warm and comfortable shelter is successfully created. Looking at U2's busy figure, Su Ling stirred the noodles in the pot with chopsticks. Junior, the noodles are almost ready, come and eat. Coming right up. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ling felt that the conversation just now was a little strange. How do you feel? She and her junior seem like a couple? In the evening, the husband returned home after a tiring day, and his virtuous wife was preparing dinner carefully. Bah! 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 What is she thinking about? Su Ling's cheeks turned slightly red, and she secretly glanced at U2's back. He reached out and patted his cheeks, and the heat on his face slowly subsided. A simple bowl of instant noodles with vegetables, eggs and meat. The two of them held the noodles as if they were holding the most delicious food in the world. Today's experience was too rich, shocking, and terrifying. They had been busy for too long and had long since digested the little food they had for lunch. U2 and Su Ling were both a little hungry. After finishing their meal, U2 and the other man stood in front of the tent, feeling a little overwhelmed. There was only one tent and one sleeping bag, but there were two of them. A man and a woman alone, in the same room. Am I going to sleep with my junior brother U2 tonight? The campus beauty of Soochow University had a red face and was a little afraid to look at the other person. Senior, you sleep in the tent. I'll keep watch outside. Seeing that the situation was a bit awkward, U2 touched his nose. The campus beauty of Soochow University was frightened in the afternoon. Her face and calves were scratched by branches. She was frightened and needed a good rest to recover her strength. He didn't care. It was no big deal for him to stay up all night. He was young and could handle it. How can that be possible? Su Ling frowned when she heard this. It's very cold outside, what if you get sick? Fine. U2 tried to comfort her. I have thick skin and I'm used to it on the grassland. After hearing what he said, Su Ling didn't know what to say. Otherwise, I would think I was inviting the other party. She bit her lip and glanced at U2, her little face flushed. Well, if you're cold, stay in the tent for a while. U2 nodded in agreement, turned around and sat at the entrance of the tent, tending to the fire. Not long after I sat down, the voice of the campus beauty of Sioux University came from the tent. Junior, I can't sleep, can you tell me a story? The voice was a little muffled, and I didn't know if it was because of the experience in the afternoon. U2 frowned slightly, looking a little distressed. Bedtime story? How could he tell any heartwarming sleep stories? It would be better to ask him to tell ghost stories. Turning around, through the transparent tent entrance, the campus beauty of Sioux University was lying quietly in her sleeping bag, her eyes looking at me with sparkling eyes. All right. U2 nodded awkwardly. I searched my brains for some stories that weren't so scary. Once upon a time there was a little rabbit. She went to Mr. Hippo's shop to buy something. Hippo said there are no carrots here. The little rabbit said, "No, I'm here to eat fishball noodles." The hippopotamus said, "I don't have any rough noodles." The next day, the little rabbit came again, and the hippo said, "There is no coarse noodles today." Little rabbit said, "Really? Then have a bowl of fishball rice noodles." Hippo, "No fish balls." The little rabbit asked again, "How about fishball noodles?" Then the hippopotamus said. U2 paused for a moment and glanced at the tent secretly. The campus beauty of Soochow University has changed into a lying position. Is this falling asleep? Before he could turn around, a crisp voice came out of the tent, and then? What did the hippo say? "Oh, so you didn't sleep." U2 continued helplessly. Hippo said, "You dead rabbit, take a good look at me, I'm in a photo studio." With a puff sound. The campus beauty of Sioux University laughed out loud in the tent. "Ah, Junior, this is so funny." After telling end stories, the campus beauty of Soochow University not only did not sleep, but became more and more energetic. "Senior," U2 suggested sincerely, "why don't you just count sheep?" He told every heartwarming story he could think of in the past 800 years, and his mouth was dry. Unexpectedly, it not only failed to coax the baby to sleep, but also had the opposite effect. The campus beauty of Soochow University listened with great interest. "How can I sleep like this?" Su Ling was wrapped in a sleeping bag like a silkworm pupa, and she pleaded with U2 outside the tent in a low voice, "Junior, I'm almost asleep, please tell me one more story." She's still acting like a spoiled brat. On the way, I looked up at the sky in silence. Isn't she the aloof and cold school beauty, the icy queen? How come the iceberg melted in front of him and she became a good girl? Senior sister, your character has collapsed. Well, I will tell you the story of Aunt May, a teacher in the mountain village. U2 resigned himself to adding 2 more pieces of firewood to the fire. Only the ghost story could be told. If the school beauty doesn't sleep after talking to her, he really won't be able to do anything. The boy's voice was light and low, slowly echoing on the empty mountaintop. Once upon a time, there was a young man named Xiao Ming. He and his friends were bored and wanted to play some games. Old man Xiao Ming was walking on the street when suddenly a very hollow voice called him. Xiao Ming was startled and looked up. The Old Corpse in the Mountain Village was the first horror movie U2 had ever seen in his previous life, and it was his introduction to ghosts. At that time, U2 naively thought that this was an art film about the May 4th youth going to the countryside to teach. Unexpectedly, the more he watched it, the more he felt something was wrong. Especially the opera music has a hint of ethereality and mystery, which makes people feel goosebumps and creepy. At that time, everyone used DVDs, and after he watched it, he was so scared that he didn't dare to pick up the disc. It's simply a childhood trauma. U2 spoke in a low voice while observing the reaction of the school beauty in the tent. There was no screaming, no sound of fear. Could it be that the school beauty has a unique taste and likes to use ghost stories to hypnotize herself? Seeing that the other person had fallen asleep, U2 poked the fire that was surrounded by stones. "Junior." A faint voice sounded behind him. When U2 turned around, he saw a pale little face. His hair stood on end, and a phrase of national quintessence choked on his lips. The campus beauty of Sioux University poked her little head out from the tent entrance, her long tied hair spread out on both sides, her little face slightly pale. "Ha! Senior, scaring others can kill them." U2 let out a long sigh and patted his chest twice. The campus beauty of Soochow University appeared behind him so quietly that he almost lost his soul. Unexpectedly, Su Ling felt even more aggrieved than him, and her voice was trembling. "Junior, I'm afraid. I can't sleep alone." The story U2 told was so scary that she couldn't react at first. When I closed my eyes, my mind was filled with the image of Aunt May in blue clothes. How could she sleep like this? "It's okay, those are all fake." U2 coughed twice guiltily. "Besides, don't I have you outside with me?" After all, it was he who scared people like this. If he had known earlier, he would have told a joke. When he was a kid, he watched a horror movie for the first time and didn't he sleep well for a month. Su Ling shook his head with a bitter face. No, I'm alone in the tent and I'm still a little scared. She crossed her arms, her face was pale, and the corners of her mouth drooped in grievance, making her look pitiful. Seeing Yutu's distressed look, Su Ling bit her lip and whispered, Junior, can you come in and keep me company? Chapter 71 Let Us Sing a Song 5th Update. The tent was warm and comfortable. 2 people were lying on the left and right, with a gap between them. The campus beauty of Su University seemed to be very nervous as well, and she curled up in her sleeping bag stiffly. Although there was a distance between them, the girl's body fragrance surrounded him like a blooming flower. Yutu's heartbeat quickened. He quickly suppressed the temptation in his heart, looked at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, not daring to move. While hypnotizing myself in my heart, I quickly fell asleep. After a busy day, he continued on his journey carrying Su Ling on his back. He was also a little tired. Junior, are you asleep? Just after he closed his eyes for a while, the campus beauty from Soochow University next to him started calling him softly. Yutu had no choice but to open his eyes helplessly. I'm almost asleep, what's wrong? Su Ling's face wrinkled and she shook his arm pitifully. I dare not close my eyes. If I do, I will think of Aunt May. Don't be afraid, I have strong yang energy, she won't dare to come. He didn't feel it when he was outside, but once he got into the tent, Yutu was so sleepy that his eyelids were fighting. He forced himself to comfort the other person, and the school beauty came over wrapped in a sleeping bag. Being closer to the road will give you a safer feeling. After a while, the campus beauty of Su University opened her eyes again. Junior, no, I'm still thinking about it. Auntie is really scary. Why did she kill old man Xiaoming? Because he broke his promise to Aunt May and told others about the civilized drama, which was tantamount to betraying Aunt May. Junior, why didn't the last man die? When Yutu opened his eyes for the 20th time, his whole body was numb. What a sin! Why does he have to speak so meanly about Aunt May? Wouldn't it be nice to tell a crosstalk? Isn't it good to tell the story of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? Wouldn't it be nice to have Ultraman fight against Panda Man? If it really doesn't work, singing a nursery rhyme is also okay. The campus beauty of Soochow University almost shrank in his arms. But Yutu Koen was so exhausted that he just wanted to close his eyes, without any romantic thoughts at all. He decided to play dead, and the campus beauty of Su University persevered and stretched out her hand from the sleeping bag and poked his arm. Junior, can you sing? Why don't you sing a song? Then I won't be scared anymore. Yutu yawned, thinking he owed her that in his previous life. After Su Ling's efforts, he became more energetic. Ancestor, whatever you say is what it is. Yutu resigned himself to his fate and crawled out from the sleeping bag, sitting cross-legged in the tent and singing to the campus beauty of Soochow University. Young monk, go down the mountain to beg for alms. The old monk has instructions. The woman down the mountain is a tiger. If you meet one, you must avoid her. Finally, after tossing and turning for a long time, Yutu was no longer sleepy at all. Since neither of them could sleep, they simply wrapped themselves in blankets and went out to look at the stars. It was almost dawn. The moon is no longer the dominant force in the sky. The brilliant Milky Way is like a fine belt of quicksand, spreading across the vast sky. Standing under the huge sky, human beings seem extremely small. The campus beauty of Soochow University was wrapped in a blanket, curled up into a ball. Yutu was afraid that she would be cold, so he added more firewood to the fire. When the branches burn, they make crackling sounds. The air was filled with the smell of burning wood, and the firelight made people feel warm. Junior, can we see a shooting star today? Hearing this, Yutu looked up at the deep blue sky. I think so. He was a little uncertain. Meteors fall every day, but there are so many tall buildings in the city that the field of vision is not wide enough, so even if a meteor passes by, it is difficult to see clearly. Now they are on the top of the mountain, with a sky full of stars above their heads. Looking up is like talking to the sky. The stars have become bigger, as if they can be reached with just a stretch of the hand. After waiting for a while, the meteor still didn't appear. It's so boring, can you sing another song, Junior? The campus beauty of Soochow University seemed to have completely let go of her true nature in front of him, acting coquettishly and naughtily. She made her request again. Let me make it clear first, no more nursery rhymes allowed. Su Ling felt disgusted by the nursery rhyme that U2 sang just now. This big pig's hoof doesn't know how to coax girls at all. He actually sang nursery rhymes to her. U2 touched his nose, feeling helpless. Children's songs are at least songs. Better than a ghost story. U2 complained silently in his mind, grumbling about why he had to tell ghost stories. Otherwise, he could sleep comfortably in the tent. Now, I stay up late at night to watch the stars and the moon, and also sing and chat. What sin has he committed? To be honest, my singing level is just average and I can barely keep in tune. But at this moment, the campus beauty of Suzhou University was looking at him with eyes wide open in expectation. Sing, then sing. Anyway, the only audience member was the school beauty. U2 thought about it, and the melody of a song emerged in his mind. Ahem, let's sing Blue Lotus then. U2 likes the song Blue Lotus very much. In his previous life, he failed in business and fell into the lowest point of his life several times. Whenever he wants to give up, he will choose to listen to the song Blue Lotus. Every time after listening to it, my heart seems to be filled with strength. Nothing can stop it. You're yearning for freedom. A life of imagination. Your heart is free of worries. Under the quiet night sky, young men and women sat around a fire. U2 casually placed his legs on the stone. Stretch out your hands, and the wind blows through the gaps between your palms, bringing a breath of freedom. A deep and mellow voice sounded and then slowly faded away. There are no ups and downs in the tone, nor any bold and heroic lyrics. U2's voice is calm and gentle, simple and clear like a cup of tea. Although he doesn't have any superb singing skills, he just tells the story as if he is telling his own story. But the moment he opened his mouth, he instantly captured Su Ling's heart. Here, the singing continues. Through the dark years, I also felt confused. The moment you lower your head, I just realized the road under my feet. Hearing I have felt lost during the dark years, Su Ling's heart moved. She was already certain that this song reflected her junior's inner thoughts. A poor student from a grassland province was admitted to Huacheng University through his own efforts. I don't know how much effort and sweat it takes. In front of outsiders, junior brother U2 always appears to be very strong. Has he ever been confused? Haven't you ever felt despair when faced with difficulties? It was only because of the support of his dream that he bravely got through the low points one after another. The free world in my heart. So clear and lofty. It blooms and never fades. Blue Lotus. Su Ling turned her head and looked at the boy's still calm face, feeling a little sour for no reason in her heart. U2 never needs other people's sympathy or pity. He has always shouldered everything on his own, otherwise he wouldn't have refused my help so many times. This person looks peaceful, but he is actually very proud. Su Ling has seen through it all. But it doesn't matter, she will be here for you in the future. Su Ling stretched out her little hand and placed it on the back of U2's hand, gently squeezing it. Come on, Junior. Those difficulties are over, and she will be with him in the future. Forever and ever. U2 was startled. He was singing intently when he suddenly felt a hand reach out to him. Slender and fair, she looks delicate and boneless. The other person then gently placed his hand on the back of your hand. The two hands are stacked together, with clear sizes. U2 looked up in surprise, his arms stiff and he dared not move. This is, you want to hold hands with him? Why is the look in the eyes of the campus beauty of Suzhou University weird again? Heartache, appreciation, and comfort. Could it be that during the time it took to sing a song, she had come up with something else in her mind? The hands of the campus beauty of Su University were a little cold, and the feeling was clearly transmitted through the contact of skin. U2 opened his mouth, but suddenly didn't know how to start. The look in the girl's eyes seemed to be filled with stars, bright and dazzling. Before he could say anything, the little hand was quickly withdrawn. A flash of white light flashed across the sky, illuminating the quiet night sky. Su Ling shouted in surprise. Look, there's a shooting star. Chapter 72 Sleeping Together 6th Update. U2 looked in the direction Su Ling pointed. A shooting star streaked across the sky. Like a thin white line, it flashes across the night sky. Su Ling was a little annoyed. Before she could make a wish, the shooting star disappeared. Suddenly, a meteor appeared in the sky. Then one after another. It's a meteor shower. Every girl has a shooting star complex. The campus beauty of Sioux University's eyes lit up and she looked up with a look of surprise. These meteors have long tails and shine brilliantly in the sky. It instantly illuminated the entire silent sky. Don't just stand there, Junior, make a wish. After the Soochow University beauty finished speaking, she clasped her hands in front of her chest and quickly closed her eyes. He looked pious, as if he was doing something very sacred. U2 smiled and said nothing. The sight of hundreds of meteor showers streaking across the night sky is grand and shocking. In his previous life, he had many regrets. He had no friends, no love, and his parents left him early. I have lived an easy and happy life. My parents are alive, I have friends and a career. He is not greedy and no longer wants to ask for anything. After making a wish to the shooting star, the campus beauty of Soochow University felt quite excited. Junior, why didn't you make a wish? U2 shook his head. I'm fine now, there's nothing I want to achieve. The evening breeze that occasionally blows from the mountains is always gentle and affectionate. He actually didn't quite understand why girls were so happy to see shooting stars. Is it just because of making a wish? If Su Ling were to answer, she would definitely say, sometimes, seeing shooting stars is not a happy thing. It's because of the people who watched the meteors with me. That's why I feel happy. Hearing that he didn't make a wish, the campus beauty of Sioux University frowned and looked disapproving. U2 changed the subject. Senior, what wish did you make? I can't say it. If I say it, it won't work. Su Ling was extremely alert. In fact, she made many wishes. I hope Mom and Dad are healthy, safe, and happy. I hope that Dad's career will be smooth and successful. I hope I can achieve good results in the national finance competition and bring honor to my school. But her most desired wish is, I hope my junior brother U2 will be happy forever. You can make many close friends in school. Have delicious meals every day and find a good job after graduation. The song Blue Lotus brought Su Ling too much shock. She hopes that all the hardships will pay off and she will never have any worries again. After returning to the tent, the Sioux University beauty was still a little excited and tossed and turned in her sleeping bag. U2 was annoyed by the hassle and pulled the sleeping bag over. His action was too sudden and the other party was caught off guard. Ah! The campus beauty of Sioux University exclaimed. U2 tilted his body slightly, as if pressing towards her body, and raised his right hand slowly towards her face. The fingers were getting closer and closer, as if wanting to touch the girl's soft face. The smile on Su Ling's face froze slightly, his eyes gradually widened, and he looked over without blinking. Junior fellow student U2. What is this for? Could it be that? Her heart beat rapidly and her hands tightly grasped the sleeping bag on her body, as if to gain a sense of security. Slowly, U2's fingers passed over her face. Su Ling's breathing paused slightly, and everything in front of his eyes suddenly went dark. U2 reached out and covered the pair of wide-open eyes. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Oh. Su Ling took a deep breath, and his heart, which was about to stop, slowly recovered. A faint blush quietly crept up on the fair face. Just now, she was scared to death. She thought. Oh, what is she thinking about? How could junior brother U2 be that kind of person? Go to sleep, go to sleep. In the self-hypnosis, Su Ling's breathing quickly subsided. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Waves of clear bird calls rang out in the woods. It was just dawn and the sun was shining through the tent curtain. The two of them watched the meteors until very late and had less than 4 hours of sleep in total. Su Ling moaned and woke up from a warm embrace. She opened her eyes blearily and touched the man's warm chest. Man? Su Ling, who was frightened, woke up immediately. At a glance, I saw that I was curled up in U2's arms. Grabbed the other person's clothes on the chest with both hands. Su Ling was startled, let go of his hand and stepped back hastily. She was a little annoyed at first, thinking that the other party took advantage of her sleep. Upon looking up, she realized that U2 was still in the same place as yesterday. She had gone over to the heat source by herself. His face was boiling with blood and his white ears turned red. Su Ling was a little at a loss, and looked at the other person cautiously with his head tilted to the side. U2 was sleeping soundly with his eyes slightly closed. His handsome face was very attractive. She felt a little relieved. Su Ling tiptoed out of the sleeping bag, opened the tent and walked out. The cool breeze in the early morning blew away the heat on my face. Call. Fortunately, my junior didn't notice. The moment Su Ling walked out of the tent, U2, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. He had actually woken up a long time ago. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he saw the campus beauty of Soochow University hugging him tightly like a koala. The smooth, white face was pressed against his chest, and the slender arms were around his arms. U2's heartbeat started to quicken. He originally wanted to move the arm of the campus beauty of Soo University away, but as soon as he raised his hand, the other party hummed in dissatisfaction. He simply waved his hand and slapped his arm away. U2 tried several times, but was afraid that it would be embarrassing for the other person if he woke up, so he had to close his eyes again. Wait until the figure of the campus beauty of Soochow University disappears in the tent. U2 breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his sore arms. Holding the girl's soft and fragrant body in my arms, the warmth from her body came through her clothes. The sound of soft breathing fell on his neck. For U2, who has strong willpower, each of these tests is a beautiful and severe test. As soon as he left the tent, Su Ling had regained his usual calmness. U2 pretended not to know what had just happened and greeted Su Ling as usual. The two of them simply ate some chocolate to fill their stomachs. U2, remembering the agreement with Lu Yuan, dismantled the tent. After everything was packed, he picked up his backpack and squatted down. "Senior, come up, I'll carry you down the mountain." Su Ling wanted to refuse, but her legs had almost recovered and she could walk normally. It's broad daylight now, so there's no need to worry about getting lost. U2's burden was already heavy, and she didn't want to be held back any further. Unexpectedly, U2 disagreed with this proposal and gave very sufficient reasons. "Senior, your legs are not fully healed yet. The impact of going down the mountain was too strong, and it hurt your knees a lot. I don't have that much medicine. What if the wound on your leg opens again?" What the junior said made sense, so Su Ling didn't refuse. "Junior, if you are tired, put me down and let me walk for a while." U2 knew that the campus beauty of Soochow University was concerned about him and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm still strong and not tired." Su Ling lay on U2's back, feeling his body temperature. Listening to the other person's words, her face turned red. Chapter 73 Mang Weiqi's Blame 7th Update. At this moment, at the tent at the foot of the mountain, Lu Yuan was walking back and forth anxiously. After parting with U2 yesterday afternoon, they returned to the meeting point and found Fong Yuan had already gone back. It was getting late, and the forests of Lure Mountain were filled with insects and snakes, making it not a good choice for camping. In addition, the mountain is damp and the terrain is steep, so there is not enough space for 8 tents. Lu Yuan had no choice but to leave U2 to look for the missing Su Ling. He took Lu Pang and a few others and quickly set off to camp at the foot of the mountain. Lu Yuan raised his hand and took a look. The hands on the watch pointed to 8:45. The time I had agreed with U2 was getting closer and closer. But there was no sign of the two people in the forest. Lu Yuan did not give up. He picked up his phone and looked at the 2 signal bars displayed on it. Called Su Ling and U2. "Hello, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable, please call again later." Beep, beep. After a busy tone, the other party's phone obviously had no signal. Lu Yuan was a little anxious. "Humph. It's all your fault. If you hadn't run around, how could Su Ling have disappeared?" "Meng Weiqi, what are you talking about? Yuan didn't do it on purpose. She's been feeling guilty all night, and you're still here making sarcastic remarks?" There was a quarrel between a man and a woman in the tent. Meng Weiqi looked angry, with his arms folded, loudly accusing Fong Yuan. "Not on purpose? Who knows if she did it on purpose? Why can't I see that she feels guilty?" Fong Yuan lowered her head and said nothing, her eyes slightly red. "What are you arguing about?" Seeing Cui Shuiying arguing with the person in front of him, Lu Yuan turned around and yelled, "Can quarreling solve the problem?" Meng Weiqi glared at the two of them and said nothing. At this time, Zhang Peng and others walked towards Lu Yuan. "Teacher Lu, is there any news about old you and the campus beauty of Soochow University?" Lu Yuan shook his head with a cold face. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. It's all my fault. How about we call the police?" "Yes, this place is deserted. What if classmate Yu fails to find classmate Su Ling? If it doesn't work, why don't we go up the mountain and look for it?" Several people chattered and gave suggestions, making Lu Yuan even more annoyed. Su Ling is the school darling of Huaqing University, and the apple of the eye of the principal and teachers. If anything happened to her, the school would definitely not let her off easily. There is also U2, a freshman. Those who can be admitted to Huacheng University are the future talents of the motherland. They are still young and have unlimited possibilities in the future. If anything happened to the two of them, Lu Yuan would be held responsible. He will never forgive himself. Lu Yuan was struggling fiercely inside, as there were still 15 minutes left before the time he and U2 had agreed on. What if the other party doesn't come back? Do you want to call the police now? Lu Yuan hesitated. On the one hand, there is the other party's determined expression. On the other hand, U2 has demonstrated his abilities during these few days of getting along. Let Lu Yuan choose to believe U2. Wait a moment. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. 9 o'clock, just wait until 9 o'clock. When the time is up, if he still doesn't see the other person, he will call the police immediately. When Meng Weiqi saw that several people were still motionless, his expression changed. Lu Yuan actually believed the lies of a freshman and just stood there stupidly waiting for him to come out of the jungle. I shouldn't have gone to look for Fang Yuan in the first place, which caused the campus beauty of Soochow University to disappear. Fortunately, I was sensible, otherwise the missing person might be him. Guide Lu, call the police immediately. Meng Weiqi came over and advised Lu Yuan, Su Ling is the elite of the school, she must not get into trouble. Do you believe everything that freshman says? What if he can't find Su Ling? What kind of rescue experience can a freshman have? Don't be fooled by him. The more Meng Weiqi spoke, the more excited he became. He is from the student union. In school, all the lower grade students were very respectful to him. I didn't expect that in this training camp, a freshman would dare to go against me. And time and again, he lost face in front of the school bell. Even Lu Yuan scolded him. Su Ling's disappearance was also related to Lu Yuan's improper command. Lu Yuan's choice to believe U2 now is just deliberate delay. What if the campus beauty of Soochow University is found by a freshman and develops a crush on U2? He wouldn't allow this to happen. Guide Lu, don't hesitate. Every second counts in rescue. Every second you waste now is a chance for others to survive. Besides, if something happens to Su Ling, can you afford it? You're not calling the police now. Are you delaying on purpose and wanting your teammates to die? Shut up. Lu Yuan was furious. His square face turned red, veins on his forehead were exposed, and he raised his fist to swing towards Meng Weiqi. Zhang Peng and others didn't expect Lu Yuan to be so angry and were all shocked. Meng Weiqi was so frightened that he lowered half of his body and shook like a quail. He doesn't dare to hit me, he doesn't dare to hit me. I do this for their own good. In this tense atmosphere, a deep male voice broke the stalemate. What are you doing? Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Yuan, Zhang Peng and others turned around suddenly. U2 was carrying a backpack with the missing Soochow University beauty on his back. Apart from looking a little haggard, the two people seemed to be in good spirits. Several people looked over at the same time, and U2 squatted down and put Su Ling down. Teacher Lu, we are back. There are 4 no principles in wilderness survival. You can't go 3 minutes without air, 3 hours without shelter, 3 days without water, and 3 weeks without food. Modern families live with air conditioning, mobile phone Wi-Fi and food. Without a cell phone and Wi-Fi, a day would be unbearable. Being in an unfamiliar wild environment is full of dangers. The despair and loneliness in the mountains and forests can consume a person. After listening to Su Ling's story, Lu Yuan and others were shocked. It is not easy to see the direction clearly at night, not to mention that there are poisonous insects, snakes and ants hidden in the mountains. Not only was U2 able to find Su Ling safely, he also carried her out of the jungle. The weight of his backpack was 50 kilograms, plus the injured Su Ling. It's up the mountain again, which doubles the difficulty. Apart from anything else, just this courage is admirable. If it were them, forget about finding someone. It is still unclear whether you can get out of the woods late at night. Even the experienced Lu Yuan did not dare to walk at night. The rest of the journey became much easier with U2's joining. No water source? After following U2 for a while, they found a spring in a low-lying area. No food? U2 took everyone to pick wild fruits, dig wild vegetables and catch fish. He also caught 2 rabbits in a trap. Zhang Peng and others were simply overwhelmed with admiration. Old you are too awesome. Are all grassland people as powerful as you? This is too awesome. Under U2's intimidation, even the mischievous Mang Weiqi became extremely well behaved. In the evening, the fish was cooked into soup and the rabbit was made into spicy barbecue. It was clearly an adventure to survive in the wild, but U2 turned it into an outing for elementary school students. Chapter 74. Li Mingzhu is very angry. 8 chapters. It's the 5th day. Several people crossed the last mountain range. Finally saw some people. The 8 members of the camping team rested for one night in a hotel in the town. At daybreak, they packed up their things and started their journey home in high spirits. Lu Yuan took the promotional photos and sent them to the WeChat group. After returning to Huacheng, Lu Yuan greeted U2. If I want to participate in camping training again in the future, I must find him. Several people got off the bus, some went back to school, some went back home. Su Ling's injury was carefully taken care of by U2 and has almost healed. U2 was still a little worried and wanted to send her home, but Su Lingwan refused. During these days of camping training, U2 was the most tired person. Because he had to take care of himself and find food for the team, U2 didn't get a good night's sleep and had dark circles under his eyes. Su Ling felt both guilty and distressed. Her injuries were almost healed, so there was no need for U2 to go back and forth again. After getting into the taxi, Su Ling rolled down the back seat window. "Junior, thank you for your care these days. I'll treat you to a meal when you're free." U2 saved her life, so she should find more opportunities to repay him in the future. After returning home, Li Mingzhu was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Su Ling carried her backpack, glanced at the kitchen quietly, and tiptoed back to her room. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by Li Mingzhu before he took 2 steps. "You still remember to come back?" Li Mingzhu ran out with a shovel in her hand, pointing at her and scolding her angrily. "Lingling, where have you been these days? You didn't reply to my messages or answer my calls. Do you know how worried your dad and I are about you? Do you still have me as your mother in your eyes?" This little girl said a few days ago that there was an activity at school and she would be away for a few days. When asked about her activities, she said nothing and looked mysterious. Li Mingzhu didn't think much about it at the time. As a result, the girl left for several days, didn't reply to text messages, and didn't answer phone calls. She was so anxious that she almost called the police, but Su Dongpa calmed her down. "It was only last night that he called me back and told me everything was fine." Li Mingzhu was so angry that she almost died. "Oh, Mom, I told you there's an event at school." Su Ling felt that he couldn't resist after being attacked fiercely by Li Mingzhu. Her father is not at home now, and she can't even find help. "The signal was bad at the time, so I didn't send you a message. But I called you later." Unexpectedly, Li Mingzhu became even angrier, with one hand on her waist and the other waving a shovel. "Tell me, what kind of activities are you going to have to go on for a few days?" It's just college students camping, similar to a picnic." "Camping? Then what's wrong with your neck? Why is it red?" Su Ling felt a little guilty and reached out to touch his neck. The previous scratch has almost healed, and there is still a faint red mark on the neck. If Li Mingzhu knew that she was participating in such a dangerous activity as camping. "I was sharing a tent with my junior. She will never be spared." Thinking of this, Su Ling picked up his backpack and hurried into the house. "It's okay, I was just scratched by a branch by accident. Mom, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm so tired. I'm going back to my room first." Seeing the bedroom door closed, Li Mingzhu was so angry that she wanted to bang on it. "When my daughter came into the room just now, her legs were limping a little. How serious is this injury? This girl. It's a donkey. So stubborn and disobedient. Just like her father." Thinking of Su Dongpa, Li Mingzhu felt a little depressed. "My husband has been very busy lately and doesn't seem to care about our daughter." Li Mingzhu was so angry that she threw the shovel away and took out her cell phone to make a call. "Su Dongpa, stop busying yourself with your crappy work, something's happened to my daughter. Go home immediately." When Su Dongpa came back, Li Mingzhu was sulking on the sofa. She originally wanted to go to WeChat Moments to find out some news. "I didn't expect that my daughter actually blocked them." It was not until someone sent Li Mingzhu a few photos that she realized her daughter had gone camping in the wild. Or go camping in the wild mountains. How dangerous this is. A girl doesn't stay at home and runs outside. She also saw some boys in the camping photos. Although a few people had camouflage on their faces, most of the photos were from the back and side. But Li Mingju still recognized it at the first sight. One of the boys was clearly the one who sent my daughter home at the gate of the community. The more Li Mingju thought about it, the more frightened she became. The two of them must be secretly in love. The daughter that she used to be so proud of is gone. Now Lingling not only learns how to lie, but also goes on adventures in the wild with boys. He had injuries on his neck and legs, but he dared to hide it from his parents. In Li Mingju's opinion, Su Ling had clearly learned bad things from others. It must be that boy's idea to coax his daughter out. What is he going to do? Lingling is so beautiful and so innocent, it is obvious that she has been deceived. He actually didn't see the other party's evil ambitions. Su Donpa took off his suit jacket and hung it on the hanger. Seeing Li Mingju, who was distracted, he hurried over. Wife, what happened? Hubby, I can't control my daughter anymore. Do you know what she did? Su Donpa asked in confusion. What happened? Didn't they say there was an activity at school? What kind of activity is this? Lingling lied to us. Li Mingju was anxious and angry. She went camping with others in the wild, in a deserted mountain. It's all on the news. Camping outdoors is dangerous. A lot of people have gotten into accidents like this, right? After I found out, I was so worried that I almost died. This girl is so ambitious now, she actually wants to hide it from me? Su Donpa was also a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect his daughter to be so bold. Going camping in the wild? Don't be angry yet. It's better than anything else that our daughter is fine now. He quickly comforted Li Mingju, but since it is organized by the school, there must be professionals accompanying us. I will advise Lingling to tell us to warn us next time she does something dangerous like this. The more Li Mingju thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Hubby, you don't know, Lingling has become a liar now. She is so bold now, maybe someone instigated her. Do you still remember the young man I told you about? Su Donpa frowned and recalled, you suspect that Lingling is in love with that poor student? Li Mingju clapped her hands and said angrily, it's him. It's not suspicion, it's fact. I saw him in the photos of Lingling camping. The two of them must be in love. I'm not against her dating, I'm just afraid Lingling will meet a bad boy. Su Donpa sighed. After hearing what his wife said, it seemed that the matter was indeed a bit serious. Okay, honey, let's stop guessing. Why don't you just call Lingling out and ask her what's going on? Li Mingju nodded, stood up and knocked on Su Ling's door. Lingling, come out for a moment. We have something to tell you. Chapter 75, Do Not Allow Juniors to be Misunderstood. Chapter 9. In the hall, Su Ling sat in a corner of the sofa. Li Mingju on the opposite side had a serious expression on her face, but Su Donpa had a calm expression. Su Ling lowered her eyes slightly, feeling a little nervous, wondering what her parents wanted to ask her. Lingling, Dad has something to ask you, you must tell the truth. Su Donpa spoke first, and when he saw Su Ling nod, he considered his tone. Are you in love? Su Ling looked at her father in surprise and shook her head. Li Mingju on the side was a little anxious. Lingling, I saw that boy sending you back to the community, the last time you sprained your ankle. I saw clearly that you were talking and laughing with that boy. You are lying now, weren't you like this before? Su Ling suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at her mother in disbelief. Did Mom see her junior student bringing her back? Her foot was injured at the time, and you two inevitably had physical contact with her in order to help her. When Su Ling thought of this, her face turned slightly red. Li Mingju thought she agreed, as she could tell from her expression. Lingling, Mom and Dad don't object to your love, but there are too many bad boys nowadays. It's just that I say nice things to girls because they are pretty. You are still young and can't tell the difference. I've seen many girls on TV get tricked into getting pregnant, and their lives are ruined. Su Ling felt embarrassed and annoyed by what her mother said. She and you two are obviously just ordinary classmates, and the junior is such a nice person. Seeing that you two was misunderstood by Li Mingju, Su Ling couldn't help but retort. Mom, he and I are just classmates. He is a very nice person, not a bad person. The girl was so anxious to defend the other person that her face turned red with embarrassment. Talk it over, don't quarrel. Su Donpa came over to smooth things over. Lingling, your mother is concerned about you. We are all a little worried that you might get hurt. You've only known each other for a month. Even if you're in a relationship, you still have to get to know each other well. Su Ling didn't know how to explain it to them. Seeing that U2 was misunderstood, she was also a little angry. Mom and Dad, you are prejudiced. I won't allow you to say that about my junior. Even if there are some bad boys, there are also good boys. You can't generalize. Li Mingzhu was a little annoyed. You silly girl, don't be fooled again. I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. People's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. How do you know he is a good person? And this time, you guys actually went camping together? How can you let me feel at ease? Li Mingzhu has a steady temper and a barrage of words came at her like machine gun fire. Seeing her parents say this, Su Ling frowned slightly. We are really just classmates, why don't you believe it? Li Mingzhu didn't believe it and asked her, since you are not in a relationship, why are you defending him so much? Su Ling was also a little angry and stood up directly from the sofa. Mom, you're being unreasonable. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Looking at the closed door, Su Dongpa and Li Mingzhu looked at each other in bewilderment. When people are angry, it is easy to say hurtful words. Li Mingzhu was emotional just now. Seeing Su Ling refusing to admit it, she still defended him. As she was talking, she couldn't help herself and made her daughter run away in anger. Husband. Li Mingzhu was stunned there, muttering softly, did I do something wrong? Su Dongpa sighed. Wife, you should apologize to Lingling tomorrow. The child is grown up now and is different from when he was little. We need to respect our children and stop asking about their love affairs in the future. On one side is his wife, and on the other side is his daughter. He is caught in the middle and feels very uncomfortable. Just now he had been asking Li Mingzhu questions again and again, and maybe Lingling was mad at him too. No business or family affairs had ever given him such a headache. Hearing her husband say this, Li Mingzhu opened her mouth but hesitated to speak. The other side. Su Ling returned to the room, still a little angry. She couldn't bear U2 being treated like this by his parents. At the beginning, Su Ling wanted to help this poor student from the grassland province because of the school's assignment. She not only accompanied him for meals, but also helped him apply for scholarships. However, U2 declined the scholarship offer. Later, Su Ling was afraid of this junior fellow, who would rather starve for the sake of face, so he tried every means to find a part-time job opportunity. She was so happy when both of them were admitted to the Xingchen group. Unexpectedly, after a month of getting along, Su Ling began to discover another side of this poor student. U2 is knowledgeable and proficient in computers and financial investment. He's totally different from the little boys in school. U2 is mature and reliable. When she sprained her foot, the other party carefully applied medicine to her and bought her slippers. Including this wild camping trip. When you are alone in a deserted mountain forest, isolated and helpless. It was he who appeared in time and rescued him. No one knew how desperate she was at that time. No one knows how surprised and touched she was when she saw U2 appear. U2 was so gentle as he disinfected and applied medicine to her legs. She was not allowed to suffer from cold or hunger. U2 patiently met her unreasonable demands in the tent. Tell her stories and sing to her. They watched the meteor shower together. Su Ling felt that this was the most beautiful meteor shower she had ever seen in her life. In the next few days, everyone was running out of food. U2 led everyone to find water, wild fruits, and set traps to catch rabbits. In order to supplement her nutrition, U2 specially helped her find bird eggs and gave her milk powder in his backpack. But I have to work hard to find food. Such U2 deeply attracted Su Ling. It seems that as long as Yu Lu is there is nothing to be afraid of. No one knows U2's character better than her. When the two of them lived together in the convertible, they behaved well and did not overstep the line. The parents actually suspected that the other party had bad intentions and was a bad person? Su Ling felt that this was an insult to Tu's personality. That's why she was so angry. Then, Su Ling felt distressed again. How could she explain it clearly to her parents? After thinking about it, she took out her cell phone and opened the chat box. Su Ling, Jr., are you asleep? I want to ask you some questions. You too, I'm not asleep yet, senior sister, tell me. Su Ling bit her lip and carefully chose her words before speaking. Su Ling, I have a friend whose parents always suspect she is in love. What should I do? U2 was a little confused when he received the news. He had just come back from a shower and his hair was still steamy. My roommates have all gone home and the dormitory feels a bit empty. He casually pulled the hanging towel and wiped his head. Seeing the question from the campus beauty of Soochow University, you two couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Senior, the friend you are talking about is not you, right? He really wanted to send a message to tease the campus beauty of Soochow University. And I'm afraid that the other party will get angry out of shame. But is the campus beauty of Soochow University in love? How come I don't know? Chapter 76. I really like my junior brother, you two? 10 more chapters. Then, news came in again. Su Ling, but my friend is obviously not in a relationship, but no matter how she explains to her parents, they won't listen. Oh, it turns out to be family growing pains. You two understood a little. A beautiful girl like the campus belle of Soochow University has too many suitors. Most of the boys in this school regard Su Ling as a goddess, not to mention the boys from other schools who always come over to show their courtesy. Among the many suitors, there are many wealthy second generations. Unfortunately, the campus beauty of Soochow University was never moved and was even rude to boys. Even if she is not in a relationship, her parents would inevitably be suspicious of her being surrounded by so many suitors. After thinking for a while, you two typed a reply. You two, senior, it's not your parents' fault for being so worried. Are your friends pretty? Do they have a lot of suitors? It's normal for parents to worry. Su Ling, it's okay, it's pretty. You two, yes, then put yourself in my shoes. If you have a beautiful daughter and she might fall in love with another boy, would you be worried? You two, my parents are also trying to protect her, so that she won't quarrel with them and make things too tense. You two, if her parents ask too urgently, just ask her to answer perfunctorily. He has already practiced how to deal with such family problems in his daily life with his mother Shui Pingping. Facing parents' repeated questioning, I maintained a perfunctory attitude. It's okay. Who told you that? Really? How come I don't know? After a long time, they had no choice but to stop asking. You two thought his way of replying was perfect and he almost couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. And the other side. When Su Ling received the news, she couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. Shouldn't he be on his side? How can I help my parents and persuade myself? This straight guy. Fortunately, for you two, she argued with her parents. My kindness was taken as an insult. The campus beauty of Soochow University was angry after being betrayed by her teammates. She stretched out her slender fingers and poked hard at the avatar on the phone screen. Big pig's hoof. Big pig's hoof. Big pig's hoof. Many times when girls complain to boys, they actually hope that the other party will stand on their side without hesitation. Comfort yourself and share your hatred for the enemy. I don't come here to listen to a boy talking about a bunch of truths. At this time, all you have to do is coax the girls. Seeing you two's straight man speech, Su Ling was so angry that she picked up the pig doll on the bed and started beating it with her fist. Over there, you two sent another message. Su Ling threw the pig head doll aside, picked up the phone and opened it. You two, senior, sometimes playing dumb is a smart way to deal with things. For example, pretend you don't know your parents are suspicious, and then from time to time say something in front of the other person that you don't want to be in a relationship and you're not interested in boys. Su Ling, she did, but her parents didn't believe her and always thought the boy was a bad person. You two, her parents are indeed a bit difficult. You two, people in our country like to compromise. If you want to open a window, no one will agree. But if you remove the ceiling, they will think that opening a window is also good. Su Ling, what? Remove the ceiling? You two, ahem, how about your friend just tell her parents that she actually likes girls? Su Ling. You two, just kidding. If it doesn't work, why don't you ask your friend's parents to find someone they like? Su Ling was speechless. What kind of bad ideas were these from his junior? She stretched out her arms, as white as lotus roots, and grabbed the pig's head. I pinched the pig's head with my left hand until its face became distorted. Su Ling, Jr., what kind of girls do you guys like? After sending these words, Su Ling suddenly felt a little uneasy. Seeing that you two didn't reply for a long time, she felt a little nervous. You two, oh, sorry, I just went out. You two, what kind of girls do you like? This question is a bit broad, it's hard for me to answer. Why is it difficult to answer? Could it be that Junior you two likes independent and unique girls? Su Ling bit her lip, put the pig's head under her neck, and changed to a lying position on the bed. You two, I like pretty girls with good figures, slim waists, and long legs, who are elegant and pure in appearance. Su Ling couldn't help but look at herself. She was very beautiful. The figure, well, is also very good. Su Ling, you are so tacky, frowning. JPG. Hello Su Ling, frowning IG. The other party replied with an emoticon. You too, ahem, I'm just a vulgar person. Boys like pretty girls. It's the same reason why you girls like handsome boys with abs. No way. She is different. Su Ling curled her lips. There are also many good-looking boys pursuing her, but she just doesn't like them. Su Ling, appearance is just appearance. If you like someone, shouldn't you look at her inner qualities? You too, but the appearance determines whether a boy will try to understand a girl's inner self. Appearance is the first impression. Once a good impression is made, he will think about getting closer to the other person. Su Ling, why are you so superficial? You too, this is not superficial, this is the truth. There are so many beautiful people in the world, and I don't like them all. I just like a certain type. Senior sister, imagine if a fool is dating you, would you be willing to get close to him and understand his heart? Su Ling frowned his beautiful eyebrows, glanced at the pig head in his arms, and thought seriously. It seems, that does make some sense. Oops. I was almost convinced by him. The pig head in her arms may be clumsy, but it looks cute. Su Ling, this is not right. What if someone doesn't look outstanding but has good character? You too, then this person is a talent, we must catch him. You too, hey, senior sister, you asked me so many questions, let me ask you too, what kind of boys do you like? What kind of boys do I like? Su Ling looked at the words on the phone screen and was stunned. Appearance is probably not the most important thing. She pays more attention to a person's character. If a person has bad character, she won't like him no matter how good looking he is. From childhood to adulthood, she has never liked anyone. Su Ling, I have never liked anyone before. What should it be like to like someone? You too, this is simple. No matter what you are doing, the first person you think of is someone you like. For example, if you are very happy, the first person you want to share your experience with is someone who likes it. Su Ling put down her phone and rolled around on the bed holding the quilt. She closed her eyes slightly and began to try. The first person who comes to mind when doing something. It was pitch black in front of me, but soon a figure appeared. Starting from blurry, it gradually becomes clear. Like. Su Ling suddenly opened her eyes and almost jumped out of the bed. She actually saw Yutua's face just now. Taking a deep breath, Su Ling shook his head vigorously. In fact, she was not sure what her feelings were towards two. Logically speaking, they should be ordinary seniors and juniors. However, after spending a few days camping together, Su Ling felt that his mentality had changed a little. She wanted to see you two all the time. When I think of you two, I can't help but blush. Could it be that? Is it the feeling of liking someone? Su Ling touched his burning face and murmured to himself. Could it be? I really like Junior you two? Chapter 77, Introducing My Daughter to You Two? The next day. Su Ling got up from the bed in a daze. The sun was high in the sky and the sunlight was now filtering through the windows. I turned on my phone and saw that it was already 10 a.m. Su Ling yawned slightly and brushed her teeth and washed her face while resisting the urge to sleep. I was frightened by the thought that I might like my junior brother you too. In addition, after chatting with you two last night, Su Ling tossed and turned in bed. I counted sheep and frogs, but I couldn't fall asleep. As long as I close my eyes, that handsome face will automatically appear in front of me. Su Ling splashed cold water on her cheeks to sober herself up. Calm. Stay calm. Stop thinking about it. After opening the door, Su Ling walked out wearing white pajamas with dark patterns. Li Mingzhu heard the noise and came out from the kitchen, holding a hot breakfast. After every child has a fight with his parents, the signal of reconciliation is that his parents call him to eat. Su Ling didn't say anything. She sat quietly at the dining table and took a sip of milk. Mother and daughter glanced at each other furtively. You. The two of them spoke at the same time, and stopped talking at the same time. When Li Mingzhu saw the dark circles under her daughter's eyes, she couldn't help but feel distressed. It was all her fault for being too anxious yesterday and saying something too harsh. I didn't expect that my daughter was so sad that she couldn't sleep well all night. There is no overnight hatred between mother and daughter. Thinking of Su Dongpa's advice, Li Mingju spoke first to break the silence. Lingling, I'm sorry. What I said yesterday was a bit harsh. I apologize to you. Mom is not against you dating, I'm just afraid you'll get hurt. There are too many news reports about girls being cheated online, and I'm very worried. You are your parents' treasure, and I will never allow anyone to hurt you. Su Ling ate her breakfast in small bites, and looked up when she heard Li Mingju's sincere words. She said to Li Mingju seriously, Mom, you have to believe me. My junior and I are just ordinary classmates now. I didn't tell you that I went out with him before because I was afraid you would think too much. Don't worry, if I ever fall in love, I will definitely tell you and Dad first. Li Mingju nodded, poured Su Ling a glass of honey water, and said nothing more. Alas, my daughter has really grown up. I'd better ask about it privately later. She wanted to see who this boy was. Didn't my husband say that the investor of their company is a handsome young man? Girls are naturally attracted to boys with mature personalities and handsome looks. She just didn't believe that she was not as good as a poor student. Thinking of this, Li Mingju made a cup of tea and knocked on the door of the study. Su Dongpa looked up from his book and asked curiously, Have you made peace with Lingling? Li Mingju agreed casually, closed the study door, and placed the tea on the table. Tell me more about the investor you told me about last time. Su Dongpa adjusted his glasses, a little puzzled. You mean brother Yu? What happened to him? Nothing. Don't you always praise Mr. Yu for his good character, promising career, and managing a large company? Hey! Let me tell you, my brother is really amazing. Su Dongpa was very happy to see his brother being recognized. He stopped drinking tea and reading books. He just pulled over a chair and started talking enthusiastically to Li Mingju. As for my company, we have always been troubled by investment and research direction. I didn't expect that brother Yu would come and inject funds without saying a word, and also bring the latest technology. You have no idea, the researchers in the company are all crazy. These past few days, I've wanted to live and eat at the company, and no matter how much I try to persuade him, he won't stop. How old is he? Not only is he young, he is also humble and polite. He is also very knowledgeable when talking about business development. Besides, it's not just his eloquence that makes him so talented. He has real skills. A talent like this, even if he is not the boss but an ordinary student, would be in great demand outside. The key is that he is well educated, and maybe he is the young master of a big family. In my opinion, no young man of his age can compare to him. As he was talking, Su Dongpa suddenly reacted when he saw Li Mingju nodding with satisfaction. He asked with a wary look on his face, Wife, why are you asking these questions? Li Mingju couldn't help but sigh and quietly nodded towards the door. I've never seen you praise any young person. Since even you say so, it means that the other person is really good. She glanced at the closed study door, then leaned over and whispered to Su Dongpa, We still don't know what kind of person the boy Lingling is dating is. Instead of worrying so much, it's better to find someone who knows you well. Since you praised Mr. Yu so highly, why not introduce him to Lingling? I just don't believe that a young master from a big company can't compare to a poor boy from a primitive country. After hearing what Li Mingju said, Su Dongpa frowned. Brother Yu Su is a very good person, he is a man of justice, and he is a perfect friend and brother. Su Dongpa fell silent, but his daughter is the little princess he holds in his hands. As a father, I wish I could give her the best things in the world. Although I once joked about introducing brother Yu to my daughter. But Su Dongpa was unsure about letting his daughter date him. Can being a brother and being a son-in-law be the same? Su Dongpa picked up the cup and took a sip of tea, then took a sip without saying anything. Li Mingju became a little anxious. But what? Husband, why don't you care about our daughter's affairs at all? You wouldn't be reluctant to introduce them, would you? Why don't you consider Lingling when there are good candidates? What do you want to do? Do you really want your daughter to date that poor student? It wasn't that she disliked the child's family background, she was just afraid that her daughter would get hurt. Lingling is just too naive, and she is still a college student. What if the boy doesn't really like her and approaches her with ulterior motives? She is still horrified when she thinks about the miserable situation in old Wang's family. Putting her daughter into her thoughts, Li Mingju wanted to cut that scumbag into pieces. After years of hard work in the business world, Su Dongpa has to consider more. Brother Yu is very outstanding, but his daughter is not bad either. If he were to take the initiative to introduce his daughter to someone else, what kind of person would he be? Not only does brother Yu look down on himself, he also looks down on Lingling. The other party might even think that I was selling my daughter for investment. Su Dongpa would never do such a thing. Wife, don't worry about it. I'll take a look when the time comes. Besides, even if you want to test it, Mr. Yu may not be in the mood for love right now. Li Mingzhu pinched him angrily. Just help me find out what happened. You have to pay more attention to your daughter's affairs. Su Dongpa was grimacing due to being pinched and responded quickly. Okay, I got it. Chapter 78, I almost thought I was going to hit the investor. A few days later. Yu Tu, Tang Xiaoqing and others formed an exchange group and visited the production workshop of Su Energy. Su Dongpa and a group of management leaders of Suez Energy accompanied him. Thanks to the 3 billion investment from Xingchen Group, some of Su Energy's old investors have come back to life. He also followed a few people and said he wanted to visit the project. Su Dongpa's face looked calm and composed. But in my heart I was cursing those shameless old foxes who followed me here when they smelled the meat. They hadn't come to the workshop for half a year. Boss Yu, this is our new project research workshop. Let's go in and take a look. Yu Tu and others walked in wearing blue workshop dust-proof suits and masks. In the graphene lithium battery research studio, a researcher named Lao Su, wearing a colored protective suit, is standing next to the machine and observing. He held the notebook and wrote and drew quickly on it. No, this data is wrong. What went wrong? Why doesn't this new type of graphene increase the capacitance? The other researchers didn't dare to make a sound and just kept their heads down, busy with their work. Lao Su has the longest seniority at Haitian and was once an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Has been committed to the research of graphene. At the beginning, Su Dongpa used many methods, plus the temptation of graphene, to invite the other party over. In the project research room of Su Energy, Lao Su has the final say. When he gets angry, even the chairman Su Dongpa will be scolded like a grandson. Hearing Lao Su fiddling with the machine impatiently, the others were scared as hell, not daring to breathe, for fear of accidentally bumping into the muzzle of the gun. Just then, a young and unfamiliar voice sounded in the laboratory. Maybe you could try adding a molecular spacer to one side of the graphene layer? Who is so bold as to interrupt? Hearing the voice, several researchers secretly looked at the person who was speaking. I saw several people wearing blue dust-proof suits, covering themselves tightly, standing at the door of the laboratory and watching for a long time. The person who was speaking was a young man, and there were several familiar figures around him. It seems like they are all people from their company. Isn't the most recent one their chairman? Before the few people could say anything, they saw Lao Su frowning and walking towards the young man who had just spoken. It's over. Is Lao Su going to hit someone? What Lao Su hates most is people interrupting him when he is thinking. Before, there was a newcomer who was pointing fingers at Lao Su's data, which made Lao Zhou so angry that he pointed at the other person's nose and cursed. Seeing Lao Su coming towards him aggressively, Su Dongpa next to him was startled. He knew Lao Su's temper and had just forgotten to remind you too. I didn't expect that just because I said a few words, Lao Su would get so angry that he wanted to hit someone. For fear of offending the investors, Su Dongpa quickly stepped forward and stopped them. Lao Su, this is from Xingchen Group. Get out of the way. Unexpectedly, Lao Su pushed Su Dongpa aside and reached out to slap him. Tang Xiaoqing on the side was also a little panicked. She didn't expect that the researcher from Su Energy would be so reckless. How dare you hit investors? Yu Tu looked calm and stopped Tang Xiaoqing from standing in front of him. He was fairly confident in his skills, and there was no malice in the other person's eyes. Amid everyone's nervous gaze, Lao Su patted Yu Tu's shoulder. Ha 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 ha, how did you come up with that, young man? Not bad, not bad. I figured it out as soon as you mentioned it. Are you studying chemistry and chemical engineering? Or energy and power? Are you from Xingchen? Are you interested in joining our studio? Su Dongpa held his forehead in silence. He didn't expect that Lao Su's train of thought was so weird. At first he thought that Yu Tu's interruption had angered this old-fashioned man. When Su Dongpa saw Lao Su raising his hand to clap over, his heart tightened. He was sure that after Lao Su's slap, the news would spread throughout the entire business circle the next day. Suez employees actually dared to hit investors? It's really like an old man hanging himself, tired of living. If Xinchen Group withdraws its investment in anger, Su Energy will face bankruptcy. Su Dongpa came to his senses and hurried forward to pull Lao Su away. Stop it, Lao Su. What do you mean by joining the studio? This is Mr. Yu from Xinchen Group, our company's investor. Old Su looked unconvinced and looked Yu two up and down with suspicion. In Lao Su's eyes, all he needs to do is give them research funds for their studio. As for who the investor is, what does it have to do with him? None of that matters. Lao Zhou has never met the person in charge of the Star Group. All we know is that Su Dongpa got a lot of funds and also obtained new technology for graphene research from Xinchen. They initially entered the experiment with a skeptical attitude, but found that the crystal purity of graphene was much higher than before. Only then did Lao Su begin to have a favorable impression of the Xinchen Group. I didn't expect that the young man in front of me was actually the CEO of Xinchen. It's true that he is young and promising. Lao Su shook his head regretfully. It seemed that his plan to recruit a disciple could not be implemented. Don't be offended, Mr. Yu. I am just too excited. You just gave me a lot of ideas. But how did you come up with these ideas? Can you tell me about it? Yu two didn't blame the other party. He knew that many scientific researchers had some quirks. Seeing that the other party asked the question, he did not hide anything and answered them one by one. Compared to lithium-ion batteries, the sodium-ion batteries currently on the market are relatively cheap and have outstanding adaptability. Although they have obvious advantages, they also have many disadvantages. With the help of new graphene, the two can be integrated. Engineer Su, the laboratory is currently using mechanical exfoliation, right? That's right. Mechanically exfoliated graphene has a higher purity and quality. The crystal quality is high, but the output is low and unstable. Although the chemical liquid phase exfoliation method has a lower product purity, it reduces costs and can be put into large-scale production. In addition, after listening to this, Lao Su frowned and thought, clapping his hands excitedly from time to time. You two brought him so many ideas and inspirations today that he couldn't wait to go to the laboratory to do research. But now is not the right time. We must take advantage of the opportunity that Mr. Yu is here. Get more ideas from each other. After walking around the factory for an afternoon, everyone felt a little hungry. Lao Su ran back to the laboratory without stopping, holding a notebook full of notes. Su Dongpa asked his secretary to arrange the hotel. Arriving at the entrance of Jinjian Hotel, Su Dongpa sighed. The previous times he came here he was asking people to do things for him. Now that his financial problems have been solved, he can finally hold his head high. All this is thanks to Brother Yu. Boss Tang, I want to talk to Boss Yu alone. Is that convenient? Seeing Su Dongpa's eyes glancing outside, Tang Xiaoqing understood what he meant. Don't worry, Mr. Su. You can talk to the boss slowly. I will take care of the reception over there. Several old investors of Su Energy were chatting, but they glanced over here from time to time. The big boss of the Star Group is usually elusive, and it's not easy to see him today, so we have to chat with him. Thunder Securities made Xinchen Group a huge profit, and now it has invested 3 billion in Su Energy. This made several investors jealous. Now that Su Dongpa has found a golden thigh, even if they can't eat the meat, at least they can drink some soup. Seeing Su Dongpa and Mr. Yu enter the box, several people wanted to follow them. Unexpectedly, Tang Xiaoqing turned around and came towards me with a smile. Bosses, come on, let's chat here. I just happen to have some questions about investment, and I would like to ask you for advice. Chapter 79 Brother, I'll take you to a good place. 3 updates. Entered the VIP box. Su Dongpa enthusiastically poured wine for you too. Don't be surprised, Brother Yu. Old Su is just a stubborn person. When it comes to experimental research problems, everything else is ignored. Come on, Brother Yu, I'll toast you a glass as an apology for what happened today. You two smiled, then stood up and picked up the wine glass. You're too polite, bro. People like Mr. Su are real people. Besides, Brother Su is older than me, so if anyone wants to show respect, it should be to me, the younger generation. Su Dongpa noticed that when the two clinked glasses, Yu Tu's glass was a little lower. In his heart, he admired Tu even more. Ha, Brother Yu is straightforward and a real brother. You don't know, just last time I was with someone in the lab, and I accidentally touched his lab table, and old Su scolded me like a bastard. Hey, blame me. Let's not talk about work today. Come on, let's drink. Su Dompa was a little abnormal today. Perhaps because he had solved the company's problems and was no longer troubled, he seemed particularly enthusiastic about the journey. Yu2 neither likes nor rejects social gatherings at the drinking table. He had attended many such occasions in his previous life. It was easier to discuss business over a drink, so he had long been accustomed to it. The two of them clinked glasses and drank quite a bit. As they drank, they talked about family. Brother you are working hard in Magic Flower City alone. Aren't your family members worried? Fortunately, I have always had positive ideas since I was young, so they are used to it. Su Dompa might be drunk, and he was completely different from his usual gentle self. He was even drunk and asked about Yu2's private affairs. How many people are there in your family? Are you planning to settle down in the Flower City in the future? Yu2 never refuses any drink. He has a good alcohol tolerance and has trained himself to do so. However, he remained somewhat sober, and he perfunctorily answered Su Dompa's questions, whether intentional or unintentional. On the other side, Su Dompa had actually been secretly observing Yu2. Although what Li Mingzhu said was somewhat unreliable, he didn't mind testing the waters in private. If the person is really a good person and has good conduct, Su Dompa can consider letting him meet his daughter. As the old saying goes, a person's character can be seen at the wine table. Judging from the several conversations over the dinner table, Su Dompa was quite satisfied. However, for the sake of his precious daughter, he decided to do more research. Su Dompa thought about it and suddenly came up with a good idea. He smiled, patted Yu2's shoulder and winked at him. Brother are you tired after a day of shopping? Come on, I'll take you to a nice place, let's relax. Yu2 asked curiously, what good place? Su Dompa smiled mysteriously, don't worry, just follow me, you will know when the time comes. The two walked out of the private room. Yu2 said hello to Tang Xiaoqing and asked her to go back first as he had something else to discuss with Su Dompa. Su Dompa's car is a black 6.0T Bentley, low-key and luxurious. The driver was Su Dompa's driver, Lao Li, a veteran driver with 20 years of driving experience, who drove fast and steadily. Brother Su, where are we going? Su Dompa smiled mysteriously. Brother will take you to broaden your horizons. You're tired after a day, let's go get a foot massage. Oldly, let's go to the Heaven on Earth, Foot Bath City. Heaven on Earth? Why does the name sound so much like the club from the previous life? Is this Foot Bath City serious? For ordinary customers, a foot bath city is a place to wash feet. What else can you do if you don't wash your feet? But in the eyes of some people, this kind of place is like a spider hole, where all kinds of female fairies live, making people linger. In his previous life, Yu2 had gone to the foot bath city for massage several times because of social engagements. But he was always well behaved, never calling the shots and never putting his hands on the technicians. Yu2 glared at Su Dompa. Just now at the dinner table, Su Dompa specifically mentioned his family. I heard that his daughter is already grown up and his wife is very virtuous. Yu2 thought he was a good husband and a good father. I didn't expect that you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually have these hobbies behind the scenes. Yu2 was not afraid, he also wanted to see what Su Dompa was trying to do. I took out my phone, opened it and saw an unread message. Su Ling, Jr., what are you busy with? On the other side, Su Dompa was also secretly observing Yu2. While drinking, he calmly asked about the other person's family. Yu2 didn't say much, and he didn't lose his composure even after drinking. When it comes to the business world, being alert at all times means that the person is cautious. Su Dompa felt relieved a little, but when he thought about his daughter's happiness, he perked up again. Everything is easy when we are friends, as long as we are loyal to others. But when it comes to being a son-in-law, one must not be careless about any aspect, including his character, family background, appearance, and attitude towards things. Who made him have only one precious daughter? Brother Yu is a straightforward, steady, and capable person. The more such a person is, the more likely he is to be surrounded by beautiful women. If the future son-in-law is a playboy, wouldn't he be harming my daughter? At the dinner table, Brother Yu behaved well in his interactions with others. Su Dompa felt that the other party might be unable to let go of his face. If he goes to a place like the Footbath City, which is a test for men, can he still control himself? Yu2 was seen fiddling with his cell phone, as if he was chatting with someone. Seems like he's very into it. Brother Yu. Su Dompa observed quietly and asked casually, is it from Mr. Tang? I won't disturb you, right? No, it's a friend. Seeing Yutu's focused gaze, Sudampa smiled knowingly. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yu is so young, could she be his girlfriend? When saying this, Sudampa glanced at Yutu's expression vaguely. A kid from a wealthy family like Yutu has countless beautiful girls around him, and he might already be taken. If that was the case, then he would just pretend nothing happened. This means that brother Yu and my daughter are not destined to be together. After hearing Sudampa's words, Yutu directly denied the other party's idea. No, I don't have a girlfriend yet. Why? Logically, Mr. Yu should have a lot of pretty girls around him, but there's no one he's attracted to? Yutu smiled softly and said nothing. Sudampa breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. No girlfriend? That's great. He turned his head with a slight smile on his lips, like an old fox stealing oil. In the Mishuai milk tea shop, several beautiful girls walked out. Su Ling had just received 2 weeks' internship salary and was about to treat her sisters to milk tea. Lingling, you actually went to work part-time without telling us? Yes, but Lingling, you are amazing. You actually work part-time at Xingshan Group. Is it good there? I heard their boss is a woman. Have you met her? Is she pretty? Several little girls chattered and asked questions, looking very curious. Su Ling thought of the interview when Tang Xiaoqing was wearing a professional suit, had fiery red lips, and had the aura of a strong woman. She was shocked at the time. At that time, Yutu looked at Tang Xiaoqing a few more times, and Su Ling was still a little unhappy. It's very pretty. Hearing her roommate's words, she nodded perfunctorily. Really? Are there any handsome guys in Xingshan Group? I didn't notice. Yen, you only look at beautiful girls and don't pay attention to handsome guys at all? Are their interviews strict? Su Ling didn't answer, but frowned her beautiful eyebrows. The message she sent earlier was still on the phone, and 2 minutes had passed. Yutu didn't reply. Are you busy? Still didn't he see it? Or maybe he saw it, but simply didn't want to reply to her? Could it be that she had been sending messages too frequently recently, always trying to find topics to talk about intentionally or unintentionally, making the other person feel that she was too annoying? Chapter 80, The School Beauty's Impression of Her Father is in Jeopardy. 4th update. The 3 little sisters looked at each other, then whispered to each other. What's wrong with Lingling? She's been absent-minded these past few days. Yeah. In just this short time, I've seen her check her phone more than 10 times. Wasn't she dating that freshman boy before? Is it because of a broken heart? No, didn't Lingling explain it to me? It's just a relationship between a senior and a junior. The 3 sisters were whispering in the back while holding their milk tea. The campus bell of Soochow University is really abnormal these days. Sometimes I would just giggle for no apparent reason while holding my phone. Last night, they were chatting together in the dormitory, and while they were chatting, Su Ling suddenly became dazed. As if he remembered something, his face suddenly turned red. They just simply talked about what type of handsome guys they liked. In the past, the aloof Soochow University beauty would have definitely replied, of course you should study hard in college. What's the point of dating? You might as well read a few more books with this time. It was the first time that they saw a look of loss and anxiety on Su Ling's face. Could it be that the rumors in school are true, and Lingling is really in love with that freshman? Su Ling didn't notice and continued to poke at the chat box on his phone. She doesn't know what happened to her recently? I always have random thoughts, my head is in a mess, and I feel a little restless. Is she sick? Just thinking about a message coming back. You too, sorry, senior, I was busy with other things just now and didn't see your message. The campus beauty of Soochow University, who was in a bad mood just now, couldn't help but curl up her lips slightly after seeing the message. It turned out that it wasn't that the junior didn't reply to her message, but that he was busy with other things. I actually misunderstood that he was deliberately not replying to my text messages, which was really wrong. The junior also has his own life, how can he hold his mobile phone all the time? She should be considerate of him. The 3 little sisters were stunned at this time. Was the cold and aloof Soochow University beauty who almost never shows her emotions secretly delighted just now? Isn't this kind of anxiety and fear only seen in little girls in love? When they asked her before, the campus beauty of Su University still denied it. After spending more than a year together, the 3 roommates have become the ones who know the campus belle of Soochow University best in the school. If this isn't love, then what is? Are they blind? Lingling, who are you chatting with? Yes, yes, you were laughing like that just now, laughing like a hen laying eggs. What a lousy metaphor you're using. The Chinese teacher is so mad at you. Lingling is obviously smiling brightly. Oh, no matter what metaphor it is, it's just very sweet. Let's see who sent the message. My roommates and sisters came over and leaned over curiously. Su Ling calmly hung up the phone. Bah. What are you talking about? She was just chatting with her junior. Did I really smile very sweetly just now? How come she didn't notice? Su Ling subconsciously reached out and touched her face, not realizing that there was still a smile on the corner of her mouth. The sisters looked at each other and were speechless. Look, everyone is smiling like a flower. At this time, a black car drove past a few people, and the girls chattered. Wow! This car is so beautiful and looks so stylish. What kind of car is this? Sisters, do you know? I know, the Bentley logo looks like little wings. The sisters were discussing excitedly, but Su Ling, who was about to pick up her phone to reply to the message, was stunned. This looks like Dad's car? Isn't he going to the company to entertain investors today? Are you going here to meet a client? Lingling, what's wrong with you? Su Ling came back to his senses and shook his head. Nothing much. By the way, what do you want to eat? It's my treat today. This proposal was fully supported by the sisters. Great. I want to eat spicy crayfish. I want barbecue and ice cream hot pot. Let's go. Let's go to the front. There are a lot of delicious food there. A few people walked forward, talking and laughing. After turning the corner, they arrived at the restaurant they were going to. On the commercial street here, there are countless snack, entertainment, and clothing stores. There is a constant stream of people coming and going on the streets. Tian Shuxian was staring at a shop selling candied haws and drooling. Just when she was about to call her sisters to join her, she turned around and saw Su Ling's dazed expression again. Lingling, why are you daydreaming again? Su Ling did not answer. Because she saw the black Bentley again, and this time she looked at it more carefully. I saw the familiar Bentley parked in front of a high-end foot bath shop not far away. Su Ling retracted his gaze. You go first, I'll be there soon. After saying goodbye to the puzzled little sisters, Su Ling walked forward quietly and crossed a sidewalk. Standing at the entrance of the bathing city, she was a little stunned. The car a few meters ahead was so familiar that she could even memorize the license plate. Why is Dad's car parked here? Aren't these foot massage parlors only for those who are not serious? Even if her father had social engagements, he would go home every day to have dinner with his family and never spend the night outside. And he has been the same to his mother, Li Mingzhu, for 20 years. I must be overthinking it. His father would never go to such a place. Maybe a big client of the company is inside and Dad has to receive him. While she was comforting herself, a small action instantly shattered her fantasy. Su Ling watched as a figure that couldn't be more familiar walked into the gate of the footbath city with brisk steps. She stood there in a daze, her face full of disbelief. Dad? Why would her father go to a place like that? Although Su Ling had never been to a foot massage shop, she knew it was too chaotic. Li Mingzhu often warned Su Dongpa at home not to go along with the bad practices of others. Su Ling naturally knew that this kind of foot bath shop was not a good place. However, Su Dongpa never went to entertainment venues, and would report to Li Mingzhu if he came back late after drinking. She has always respected Su Dongpa and believed that her father was a breath of fresh air in the business world. But now she discovered that her gentle and kind father was actually like this behind the scenes. The tall and majestic figure of the father in my heart is in danger. How can she accept it? Heaven on earth foot bath city. The hall is decorated magnificently in golden like a palace, exuding high-profile luxury everywhere. Standing at the gate of the footbath city, you two looked at Su Dongpa speechlessly. Just now, Su Dongpa had a mysterious expression on his face and said that he wanted to take him to a fun place. Both of them drank a lot of wine. Although you two was not drunk, he felt a little dizzy. After walking around the workshop for an entire afternoon, he felt a little tired. At first he thought Su Dongpa was joking, but he didn't expect that the other party actually brought him to wash his feet. Is this foot washing a serious thing? Chapter 81, Washing Feet 5th Update. Su Dongpa was observing you two quietly. Seeing him standing motionless at the gate, a smile appeared in his eyes. Although Yu is experienced in business, he gets nervous when he enters this kind of entertainment venue. It was worth his time to investigate the location a few days in advance, and in order to make it look more authentic, he specially applied for a membership card of Quaker Chicken worth more than 10,000 yuan. He just doesn't believe that he can't test it out this time? Sudompa immediately restrained his expression, walked forward, put his arm around Yu2's shoulders and strode inside. Brother Yu, what are you staring at? Come in quickly. Today I am here to show you some new things. Don't spoil the fun. Men come out to relax. Don't spoil the fun. Yu2 couldn't refuse and could only follow the local customs. In his previous life, he went to some foot bath centers with his clients to discuss business. Most of them come here just to wash their feet. After a busy day, they find a place to massage their feet and beat their backs to relax. In the foot massage parlor, there are mostly pretty young girls, but of course there are also big and strong aunties. Some people with ulterior motives always want to try their luck. Use a few $dozen to take advantage of someone else's 500 yuan. However, these days most vegetarian dishes are sold at the same price as meat, and hand-shredded cabbage is sold at the same price as braised pork. He still remembered a particularly outrageous piece of news in his previous life. A foot massage parlor used the gimmick of providing special services to ask male customers to recharge their cards. One idiot recharged 100,000 yuan just to enjoy the high-end services. As a result, the young lady only did massage throughout the whole time and was very well behaved. The male customer got angry and went to complain to the manager, but was scolded by the manager instead. We are a legitimate foot massage shop. Put away your dirty thoughts. If you want to press it, press it. If you don't want to press it, get out of here. As soon as the two entered the door, 2 rows of receptionists in cheongsams with slits to the thighs warmly welcomed the guests. Hello, welcome to heaven on earth, we will serve you wholeheartedly. Just the right sweet smile makes people feel at home. Hello, are you doing physical therapy or pedicure? Sudompa was not polite and directly ordered the most expensive 2 foot massage packages first. Brother Yu, you're welcome. Sudompa greeted Yu2 in a familiar manner. I am a member here. You, come here and treat it as your own home. Yu2 touched his nose speechlessly. I can't believe that Sudompa, who usually looks like a gentleman, is so extravagant in private. He looks so familiar, maybe he is a regular customer. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Sudompa was very wealthy from the beginning and directly booked a high-end private room. The interior is elegantly decorated with a classic feel. Tea was prepared on the table beside the massage bed, along with a free fruit platter and some snacks. Sudompa waved his hand. Call all of you beautiful female technicians here. This is my brother's first time here, so you have to entertain him well. Yu2 was leisurely eating fruit with a fork. He looked up when he heard Sudompa say this. Brother, we just want to massage your feet and relax. There's no need to spend money. What do you mean by spending money? If you refuse, you are not giving me, Sudompa, face. There are many men who are not lustful, the only difference is whether they can control themselves. Brother Yu looks very serious. If he sees the colorful world outside, can he still control himself as before? Yu2 was meeting a client today, so he was wearing a casual suit. He is handsome and looks young. Sudompa has been in high spirits recently. He looks gentle and elegant, and although he is old, he is still a handsome middle-aged uncle. The two people's clothing tastes make them look at least upper middle class. The younger manager was even more enthusiastic. Our technicians are highly skilled and have all received professional training. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee you will be satisfied. After a while, several tall and good-looking female technicians walked in. Sudompa looked around and saw that the girls were all very pretty and were wearing short skirts and professional attire. He seemed very relaxed, as if he had completely let go in front of Yu2. Brother Yu, you didn't come over, did you? Don't worry, I'm a regular customer. He laughed loudly and waved his hand generously. These girls are all beautiful. Come on, pick one first. In preparation for this test, Sudompa specially ordered a 588 set meal. In an ordinary store, a foot bath plus massage plus face wash only costs a little over 200 yuan, and a foot massage alone costs 88 yuan at most. As a man, I am definitely not satisfied with just washing my feet. These stores are also aware of this, so they will provide some value-added services. Those who choose 88 per hour value the service provider's skills. If you choose the one that costs 588 yuan per hour, you will also value the service provider's skills. Although both massage services are clean, considering the prices in Flower City, the one that costs $588 per session must have some extra bells and whistles that are unknown to outsiders. U2 looked at Su Dongpa meaningfully. Could it be that Brother Su wants to have some fun on his own? Are you afraid that your family will find out, so you use yourself as a cover? Seeing that U2 didn't move, Su Dongpa, who was sipping tea, put down his cup and said with some dissatisfaction. Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? Didn't we just call a pretty female technician to massage our feet? What's there to be ashamed of? Look at me. I have a wife and kids and I'm not worried. Why do you, a young man, have to worry so much? Besides, we're not doing anything bad. Young man, you don't have a girlfriend yet, so go see more of the world. You may not have a chance in the future. Besides, if you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who would know you've been here? U2 had no way of refusing, so he glanced at the female technician standing in front of him and randomly selected one. After a while, a beautiful female technician helped the two men take off their shoes and socks, and brought over 2 wooden basins mixed with medicine. The two put their feet into the hot water of suitable temperature and let out a long sigh of comfort. U2 lay on the seat, closed his eyes, and looked a little lazy. He had drunk some wine, and now his eyelids felt heavy after being soaked in hot water. Su Dongpa looked at him with a smile. That's right. Young people should see more and gain more experience. After massaging his feet, Su Dongpa added a private room for U2 to have another massage. Before leaving, Su Dongpa smiled at U2 with an expression that every man could understand. U2 shook his head and said nothing. After entering the box, U2 waved to the female technician. No need for a massage. I'll stay here for a while. You guys go take care of the boss who came with me. The beautiful female technician was a little puzzled, but since the customer asked, she could only open the door and leave with a look of regret. U2 stretched his muscles, and lay down on the bed to rest. After soaking his feet, he felt completely relaxed. The private room was filled with the light scent of essential oils, which made him drowsy. Su Dongpa's enthusiasm was irresistible, and U2 could only wait until he entered the box before sending him away. This way, Su Dongpa will save face and won't hurt any feelings. He himself doesn't like it, and usually when he has social events he always finds a place to massage his feet to relax. Given his conditions, he should just have a normal relationship and there's no need to waste energy on something like this. Chapter 82. Do all men like to go to that kind of place? He had just laid down when the campus beauty from Tsu University sent him a message. Feeling a vibration in his pocket, U2 turned on his phone. Su Ling, Serious Face.jpg, Jr., let me ask you a question. Do men like to go to entertainment venues? U2, why do you ask? Su Ling, if you saw an elder you were very familiar with go to that kind of place, what would you do? U2, that kind, what kind? Su Ling, it's the kind of massage shop on the roadside. The moment the message came, U2, who was feeling sleepy, immediately woke up. Imo Ming felt a little guilty, and he subconsciously looked around the box. Familiar? Elder? Since they weren't talking about him, U2 felt relieved. Could he be a relative of the campus beauty of Suzhou University? U2, maybe just relax, do you see the person clearly? Su Ling made a frowning expression. I saw it with my own eyes. I don't know what to do now. I respect this elder very much. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. He has a happy family and children, but he doesn't cherish them at all. I hate men who go to places like this the most. Junior, do you think he's going too far? This kind of playboy who doesn't care about his family should be thrown into the pig cage. The campus beauty of Tsu University sent a bunch of messages quickly, and it was obvious that she was very excited. U2, don't get excited, senior sister. If it's just a normal massage, you might misunderstand it. After hearing what U2 said, the campus beauty of Suzhou University gave him a suspicious expression. Su Ling, why do you always speak up for him? Su Ling, do you think so too? Do you think this behavior is normal? U2 felt guilty and couldn't do it. In order to make our stance clear, let's join in the condemnation. U2, how could it be? This behavior is not normal at all. I hate it. People who abandon their families and cannot control themselves are a disgrace to us men. Su Ling, arrogant expression.jpg. Su Ling, so, should I tell the elder's family? Distress.jpg. If you discover that a relative is behaving abnormally, should you tell his wife? Generally speaking, U2 suggests looking at the other person's personality. Sometimes, people are still a family behind closed doors, but the person who leaks the information becomes a nobody. Maybe his wife already knows and is just pretending not to know? U2, senior, you must be careful when dealing with this kind of thing. Is your relationship good? Will it break up the other person's family if you tell them? If two people divorce, the man hates you. If two people don't divorce, the woman hates you too. It would be best if we could have a good talk with the man, ask him what's going on, and get him to calm down. Or, test his wife's attitude first, and then consider whether to say it or not. It took a long time for the campus beauty from Tsu University to send a message. Su Ling, conflicted expression.jpg. Su Ling, okay, I'll find a chance to ask first. It was in the next box when U2 was chatting with the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Su Dongpa was leaning against the door and looking out quietly. I just saw U2 leading the female technician in, and they came out after a while. Su Dongpa was a little puzzled and waved to the female technician quietly. Little girl, why did you come out? The female technician was also speechless. She didn't know what was wrong with the handsome guy. Why did he spend money in vain and not get any service? For those of them working in this line of work, it's common for them to be molested by perverts. This guest was young and handsome, and the other girls envied her. I didn't expect to be kicked out as soon as I entered the door. The female technician number 88 was a little worried about being deducted money, so she replied directly and aggressively, "Boss, your friend said he is sleepy and does not want massage service." When Su Dongpa heard this, his face showed no expression, but he was delighted in his heart. This female technician number 88 looks delicate and pure. Most people would have been attracted to her long ago. I didn't expect that Brother Yu is also a Lu Xiaohui. Being able to resist temptation proves that he is a good person. This way he felt relieved. Brother Yu was qualified to be his son-in-law. Su Dongpa waved to the two female technicians. Okay, you all can go out now. Don't worry, I'll pay you the service fee. Since my friend says he's sleepy, you're not allowed to go in and disturb him. Did you hear that? In the barbecue restaurant. It was the weekend and people were sitting together happily. On a table by the window on the left, there is a large pot of steaming, red and tempting crayfish. The barbecue stove was sizzling with steam as Tian Shuxian turned the fragrant roasted pork belly over. Su Ling was in a daze, poking the sauce in the bowl with her chopsticks. Her dad actually went to a foot massage parlor? Is that a place for decent people to go? She just checked on the internet and found a bunch of messy news. Many of those stores are disguised as foot massage shops, but they are actually selling fake goods and doing some shady things. Su Ling's heart sank and she felt extremely sick. I don't even have an appetite to eat. Lingling, what's wrong with you? Yeah, you look so bad, what happened? Did something happen to you? If you have any troubles, you can tell us. Su Ling was very abnormal today. Not only was he absent-minded the whole day, but the weather had finally turned from cloudy to sunny, but he just went out for a short while, and when he came back he became like this. He stopped eating meat and peeling crayfish, and just kept looking at his phone. My stomach is a little uncomfortable and I can't eat. It's okay, don't worry about me, you guys eat. U2 was giving her advice, fearing that the school beauty might accidentally offend someone in a fit of impulse. U2, senior, this kind of thing requires evidence, but don't act rashly or expose them. Some people are hypocritical and pretend very well on the surface. If you rashly question them, they will be desperate and refuse to admit it, and instead accuse you of framing them. Wouldn't that be a disaster for you? You too, be more roundabout. Since you are very close to the other party, you should try to probe him quietly and carefully. Su Ling put down her chopsticks, her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and her white fingers started typing. Su Ling, then how should I test it? When she saw Su Dongpa at the entrance of the footbath city, she was dumbfounded. Having lived for almost 20 years, Su Ling has encountered classmates whose parents have problems. But she never thought that one day she would encounter such a situation. Su Ling felt like the sky was falling. In the past days, her father was gentle and humble. He was a good husband who loved his wife and a good father who cared for his daughter. But now, her father has changed, becoming disgusting and despicable. Su Ling's original plan was to question the other party directly to see how her father would argue. Seeing U2 say this, I suddenly felt a little undecided. She had forgotten that her father used to hide nothing from her and always obeyed her in everything. But is the person who frequents that kind of place still the same dad? You too, how is the relationship situation at your relative's home? For example, has he had any quarrels with his wife recently? Has his living habits changed? Quarrel? I guess there was no quarrel. But 2 days ago, she vaguely heard loud voices talking in her parents' room. There are changes in life. Dad used to buy gifts for Mama's birthday. Chapter 83, Is the Suspicion True? 7th Update. Su Ling gritted his teeth and continued typing. Su Ling, what if there are changes? You too, if there are changes, such as not sending flowers as usual, if you ask about it, the other party will definitely give an excuse, saying they are busy with work, forgot, they are an old married couple, etc. If you haven't given gifts for a long time, then suddenly giving a gift is considered abnormal behavior. The other party must have done something wrong. Don't worry, as long as a man has been to that kind of place, there will definitely be clues. If it's convenient, you can secretly check the spending records to see if there are any spending of 498, 598 or similar at night, but the other party will most likely delete it. You can also observe your elder's circle of friends. If the people around him have this hobby, he will probably be similar. People will behave in the same way as those around them. Don't worry, senior, it could be a misunderstanding. Su Ling had never experienced such a thing and was at a loss for a moment. Seeing you two helping him with advice, he suddenly felt at ease. I sent him an emoticon that said, "You are very suspicious." Su Ling, brother, tell me the truth, how do you know so much? Su Ling, could it be? Su Ling. After this message was sent, the other party replied almost immediately. You too, senior sister, you can't cross the river and break the bridge like this. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. JPG. Su Ling snorted and couldn't help but smile. Su Ling, zwahanghong.jpg. Su Ling, no, that's the best. Since you helped, I'll treat you to a meal some other day. You too, thank you, senior sister. Thank you so much. JPG. Looking at the emoticon of the little man kneeling on the ground to express gratitude, Su Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud, and even the haze in his heart was washed away. Hearing the pleasant laughter next to them, the roommates Tian Shuxian, Song Yuzhen and Miao Shui all looked at them with strange eyes. Lingling is so weird. He was frowning just now, but in a moment he is smiling again. Is he messaging that freshman? Otherwise, they really couldn't imagine that the cool and aloof beauty from Soochow University would be as shy as an ordinary little girl. Is the charm of that freshman so great? Su Ling put down her phone and looked up to see the eager eyes of her little sisters. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? The three sisters looked at each other. We smell the sour smell of love. After chatting with the campus beauty of Soochow University in the afternoon, you two fell asleep in the box of heaven on earth. When you woke up, it was already dark. Sorry to have kept brother Su waiting for so long. Su Dompa was waiting for him in the lobby. When he saw you two coming out of the box, he greeted him with a smile. Haha, it doesn't matter. Brother Yu is a young man after all. I understand everything. After saying that, Su Dompa patted him on the shoulder with a joking look on his face. How do you feel this time? Are you satisfied with the technician's service? Seeing that Su Dompa looked completely clueless, as if he hadn't noticed that he had kicked the technician out, you two didn't point it out and just agreed. You are just shy. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Wait until I take you out for a walk more often and you will understand. Young people should go out more often to broaden their horizons. If you don't have a romantic life, your youth will be in vain. Su Dompa originally wanted to drive you two back, but you two declined. After saying goodbye to you two, Su Dompa got home at around 7 in the evening. The smell of alcohol on his body was diluted a lot, but Li Mingzhu could still smell the residual smell of alcohol on his clothes. You drink every day. You might as well just live with the wine jar. Li Mingzhu complained and took the coat from Su Dompa's arms. I went to dinner with my investors today. Mr. Yu, whom I told you about before, was also here. Men, when they get together, they definitely have a couple of drinks. Seeing Li Mingzhu's angry eyes, Su Dompa hurriedly nodded and promised. I promise you, I will drink less next time. Seeing her husband mention Mr. Yu, Li Mingzhu hurriedly asked, Oh, by the way, how is the matter I asked you to find out? Oh, don't be anxious. This needs to be done slowly. I know what to do. Okay, come sit down quickly. I'll ask Lingling to come out for dinner. Lingling, come out for dinner. Su Ling was preparing herself mentally in the room. She hadn't figured out how to face her father yet. She now wished she was wrong. She also didn't want to admit that the man who had given up his sense of responsibility towards his family was the father she was proud of. Hearing the news that Su Dongpa had returned home, Su Ling took a deep breath and walked out of the room. There were 3 dishes and a soup on the table, all of which were her and Su Dongpa's favorite dishes. For so many years, her father has been working outside, while her mother Li Mingzhu has been doing housework and taking care of the family. Because of Li Mingzhu's unconditional support behind her, her father has no worries. Thinking about what you two had said, Su Ling secretly looked at her father while eating. Su Dongpa was obviously in a good mood and even reached out to pick up some food for her. Lingling, come here, eat more meat. You've become too thin. When Dad is busy, tell him what gift you want and he will buy it for you. Su Ling glanced at Su Dongpa suspiciously. Is this the compensatory psychology after doing something bad? Dad, why are you so happy today? Su Ling picked up a piece of vegetable with chopsticks and asked casually, pretending to be casual. Su Dongpa laughed twice. Dad is happy because the investment issue has been resolved. Now the company's projects are developing steadily and thriving, and life is getting happier and happier. I have met a noble person, so of course I am in a good mood. Noble person? Or are they the bad friends who live a life of debauchery with Dad? However, seeing her mother's ignorant expression, Su Ling felt a little angry. Maybe these people were the ones who led my dad astray. She sneered in her heart and tightened her grip on the chopsticks. After dinner, Li Mingzhu was washing dishes in the kitchen. Su Dongpa was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and Su Ling walked over with a cup in his hand. Dad, have some tea. Su Dongpa took it and smiled with relief. Okay, thank you my dear daughter. Su Ling lowered her eyes, sat down in a corner of the sofa, pretending to watch TV while chatting with Su Dongpa. Dad, have you settled all your work issues? I've solved it. I'll stay at home more often to accompany you too. Su Ling's eyebrows jumped. Abnormal behavior 1, unexplained show of goodwill. She glanced at her father secretly and reached out to take an orange from the coffee table. By the way, Dad, why haven't I seen you give Mom flowers recently? You always gave Mom flowers when I was a kid, but you didn't give her any flowers on Valentine's Day on the 14th of this month. Hey! We are an old married couple, we don't need to do these things anymore. Those Valentine's Day and Christmas are the days you young people like to celebrate. Su Ling pretended to be unhappy and said, last time you promised to take me and my mother to eat hot pot, and you broke your promise again. Oh, I forgot. Look at my brain. Is it because Daddy hasn't been with you recently that our little princess is angry? Daddy is busy with work. When Dad gets over his busy schedule, I'll take you out for a nice stroll. Next time, definitely next time. Su Ling's hand paused as she was peeling the orange, and her heart started pounding. We met again. Abnormal behavior 2, doing things perfunctorily. Putting the peeled oranges in front of Su Dongpa, Su Ling quietly stood up and walked to the washing machine in the bathroom while the other party was concentrating on watching TV. She didn't dare turn on the light, and gently picked up the suit jacket that Su Dongpa had taken off. Looking back and seeing no one noticed, Su Ling carefully moved closer and smelled it. There was a residual smell of alcohol on the clothes, and some strange fragrance, a bit like lavender. Wrinkling his nose, Su Ling reached out and threw the clothes aside. Could her suspicions be true? Could it be that it was contracted from somewhere else? Su Ling looked back at the sofa. Su Dongpa was watching TV happily, and Li Mingzhu was busy in the kitchen. The soft light fell down, illuminating a small world. There was no light in the bathroom, it was flickering. Su Ling stood at the door, as if standing at the end of 2 worlds. Chapter 84, Conclusive Evidence? 8 Updates. Su Ling was extremely confused. When she came back, she kept wondering if she had misjudged the person. But now all the evidence matches what you two said. Su Ling felt like something in his heart had collapsed. Disappointment, loss, anger, and anxiety, all mixed together. But when Su Ling thought about how her father and mother had supported each other for so many years and had never quarreled or had a bad face, she became hesitant again. She went back to her room, took out her cell phone, and asked U2 for help. Su Ling, Jr., what if the evidence matches? U2 was processing the company documents sent by Tang Xiaoqing when a chat message popped up on the screen. Are they all correct? So fast? The campus beauty of Suzhou University actually found the evidence? It seems that this elder might be the closest family member to the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Otherwise, the campus belle of Suzhou University wouldn't attach so much importance to her. After considering the tone, you two opened the chat box and started typing. You two, why don't you try it again? What if it's a misunderstanding? Then we won't wrongly accuse a good person. Try again? Su Ling frowned and thought. Her father has indeed worked very hard over the years, fighting for the family. We really can't doubt him just because of a similar back. Since the junior student said he wanted to try again, she would give him another chance. Reaching out and pushing open the door, Su Ling heard Li Mingzhu complaining in the living room. Honey, are you in a hurry to wear these clothes? Look at what you've done. I'll send them to the dry cleaners for you tomorrow. The TV was broadcasting a live football match on CCTV Sports Channel, and the commentator was passionate. Good shot, the ball goes in, congratulations to our women's football team. Hearing Li Mingzhu's words, Su Dongpa responded with a hurrah. Su Ling pretended nothing had happened and walked to the bathroom calmly. Lingling, why did you come out? It's such a mess here. Wait a minute, let me wash your dad's stinky socks first. What's wrong with your dad? He just throws things around. Li Mingzhu complained as she picked up the clothes and threw them into the washing machine. I see my dad is working hard, so I want to get some hot water for him to soak his feet. My daughter is filial. Go ahead, but be careful not to spill the water. Su Ling carefully carried a half basin of warm water and walked towards the sofa with mixed feelings. Dad, you've been working so hard lately, so you can soak your feet more often at night to relieve your fatigue. Su Dongpa was watching the game with great interest, completely immersed in the intense competition. When he heard his daughter talking, he just replied directly without paying attention to what he said. Hey! No need, I've already washed my feet. Have you washed your feet? Where did you wash it? Heaven on earth, is this a foot bath city? Su Ling's heart was in turmoil. Her father actually admitted it openly? Don't you have any sense of shame or guilt? Actually said it out loud? Or, did she wrongly accuse Dad? Seeing Su Dongpa in such an unaware and unprepared state, Su Ling felt a little unsure. Maybe the person who went in at that time just saw that he looked like her father's back. Not Su Dongpa? Or maybe he went in there to pick up a client? When Su Ling left with the water, Su Dongpa, who had just come back to his senses from watching TV, felt very worried. What a mouth he has. How come it's so fast? Although I went there today just to test brother you, I still went there. In the past, Su Dongpa never went to entertainment venues. What would happen if his wife found out that he went to the foot bath city with brother you to soak his feet? Although there are many types of consumption in a foot massage shop, from an outsider's perspective, this is an unruly place. No matter whether you have done anything or not, as long as you go in, you are definitely not a good person. Thinking of his daughter's eyes, Su Dongpa felt inexplicably guilty. He wanted to slap himself on the mouth. How could he have let it slip so carelessly? Su Dongpa has been in the business world for many years and has seen many families broken up because men could not control themselves. Not only did Li Mingzhu give him advice, but he also restrained himself in his heart. The best way to resist temptation is to stay away from temptation. His daughter is already so grown up, he has a happy family and a career, there is no need for him to break up his family in search of excitement. Su Dongpa was nervous and guilty. Lingling wouldn't have guessed it, right? If his daughter knew that he went to the foot massage parlor, how would he explain it to Lingling? Do you feel that he is unworthy of being a father? Su Ling returned to the room, and her face, which had been calm just now, immediately became tense. The moment she heard Su Dongpa accidentally let the cat out of the bag, she felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured over her head. Hate her father for not living up to her expectations? Hate why she had to go through this. The three of them always discuss and handle problems together. Could it be that my parents have been married for most of their lives, but they still can't resist the temporary novelty? Mom works hard for the whole family without complaint, and Dad is like a big tree to protect them from wind and rain. Su Ling was struggling with the thought that her father was not that kind of person, but at the same time she despised herself so much that she didn't have the courage to face reality. With a distressed sigh, Su Ling took out his cell phone and sent a message to U2. Her emotions were too complicated and confusing, so she can only turn to her most trusted junior for help. Su Ling, Jr., if the evidence you mentioned earlier is correct, does it mean that the other party is indeed unfaithful to the family? Su Ling, I just tried it, and that elder let it slip. Su Ling, what should I do now? You two looked at the message sent by Su Ling and hesitated. The elder that the campus beauty of Soochow University was talking about must be someone very important to her, otherwise she wouldn't be so anxious. Afraid that she would have wild thoughts and affect her mood, you two quickly replied. You two, if the evidence matches, it's very likely. After seeing you two's reply, Su Ling felt unwell and her head was buzzing. She suddenly felt that her father was a little scary. Su Ling, the sky is falling and the earth is collapsing. JPG. You two, senior, actually, sometimes going to a foot massage parlor isn't necessarily a bad thing. Some office workers and couples shopping will go there to relax and get a massage. Maybe your elder just went in to relax and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Nowadays, many foot massage shops are very formal, and some business cooperations like to go there. It is easier to talk about business when everyone is relaxed. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have done anything bad. In order to avoid misunderstandings, you must pay more attention to the clues in life. Don't be anxious and take your time. Su Ling was a little unhappy. Why does the junior always speak up for the other party? Although it was for her consideration, Su Ling now hoped that there would be someone standing by her side. Help me to criticize this scumbag who doesn't care about his family and is unfaithful. She puffed her cheeks angrily and fell on the bed in annoyance. Su Ling, why are you speaking for him? He has admitted it himself, and you are still making excuses for him? Su Ling, sure enough, no man is good. This big pig's hoof. Do all men look the same? No matter how pretty and beautiful your wife is at home, or how good her figure is, she is not as fragrant as the wildflowers outside. Just like her, although she was very beautiful, you two didn't even look at her, but only stared at Tang Xiaoqing. Hateful. Snort. Oh. Chapter 85 National College Student Financial Knowledge Competition 9th Update. After dealing with the emails, you two stood up from his chair and stretched his muscles. Then I saw the campus beauty of Soochow University sent me an angry emoticon. You two gave a bitter smile, realizing that he was being taken out on. You two, senior sister, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. You two, I am on the same side as my senior sister. Come, let's loudly condemn the scumbag together. Su Ling frowned and looked at the emoticon package of a shivering hamster sent by you two, and couldn't help laughing. Su Ling, arrogant. JPG. Su Ling, I'll forgive you for now, and behave well in the future. You two was in a complicated mood at this time. He was now basically certain that the person who got into the accident must be someone very close to Su Ling. The campus belle of Soochow University has a cold personality, but is very sensible and will not interfere in other people's family affairs. Telling him such a private matter and discussing it with him shows that you are someone the campus belle of Soochow University trusts very much. If something happened to her relatives or elders, you too was worried that Su Ling would get hurt, given her arrogant personality and her inability to tolerate any injustice. Since he was born, Su Ling is the first person other than his parents who treats him unconditionally well. Rubbing his brows, you two typed a few words solemnly. I hope that this incident won't affect your mood. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Don't be afraid, I'm here for you. This sentence was like a reassurance, instantly calming Su Ling's panicked heart. She breathed a sigh of relief, feeling touched but also a strange emotion. It feels good to have someone to rely on. Fortunately, her junior classmate Yu2 was there to accompany her. After sending the message to the campus beauty of Soochow University, Yu2 sighed. I don't know what the beauty queen of Soochow University is doing. When something like this happens, even the strongest person will be at a loss. Spend more time with her in the future. Yu2 reached out to get a glass of water from the water dispenser and sat on the sofa. He hadn't taken a few sips when Tang Xiaoqing's message came in. Boss, are you home safely? Don't stay out all night, or your girlfriend will get jealous. Yu2 was speechless. Ever since he had interviewed for a part-time job with the campus beauty of Soochow University last time, Tang Xiaoqing was sure that he was pursuing someone, otherwise why would he hide his identity as the big boss and actually come to work as a part-time student in her company? He explained it twice, but the other party just refused to believe him and had an expression that said, "Stop talking, I understand." By the way, boss, there will be a National College Student Financial Investment Competition in a few days, jointly organized by Minfu Bank and our subsidiary Tongchuan Investment. We have 2 seats on the judges' panel. Do you want to go, boss? College Student Financial Investment Competition? Yu Tu was stunned. He remembered that the campus beauty of Suzhou University seemed to be participating in this competition. As an elite student of economics at Huaqing University, the campus belle of Suzhou University is likely to participate in such a competition. Then there is even less need for him to participate. What if the truth comes out? Yu Tu doesn't want to be so high profile. He hasn't enjoyed the quiet campus life enough. You go, I won't go. Really? I heard that there are students from Huaqing University participating in the competition this time. Maybe the girl with the boss will be there too. Hearing the teasing in Tang Xiaoqing's words, Yu Tu directly replied to her. What a mess, don't think about it. Xiaoqing, is it because you have too little work recently, or is it because I, your boss, have given you too few tasks? Not less, not less. I'll get back to work now. Good luck, boss. Yu Tu looked at his phone with a helpless look and shook his head. Su Ling listened to Yu Tu's advice and secretly observed a few more times. Su Dongpa has been much more honest recently and hasn't revealed any flaws. He goes to work early every day, gets off work on time, doesn't drink anymore, and even says he wants to take a few days off to travel with Li Mingzhu. Maybe she really misunderstood her father? Or is it that the other party is thinking about his family and has come to his senses and returned to the right path? Soon, Su Ling no longer cared about these things. The National College Student Financial Knowledge Competition is about to begin. This financial knowledge competition is co-organized by Minfu Bank and is divided into preliminary and semifinals. It has been successfully held for 4 sessions, and this year is the 5th session. The preliminary round is in late October. The competition format is to answer questions online, and the top 200 admitted will participate in the re-examination. At the end of October, on-site assessment will be conducted. Over the years, countless students have been proud to win awards in knowledge competitions. The implicit rewards given by Minfu are also very generous, attracting elite students from universities. 1 special prize, 20,000 yuan per person. 5 first prize winners, 10,000 yuan each. 10 second prize winners, 5,000 yuan each. 20 third prize winners. Each will receive a reward of 3,000 yuan. The remaining awards are for the winners, who will be awarded a certificate of participation in the competition. Compared with previous years, this year's competition is even more grand. The organizers also specially invited several emerging companies in the financial sector, sponsors such as Tongchuan Investment. These owners were so wealthy that they directly booked a resort in Huaqing. Therefore, unlike the on-site assessments on campus in previous years, this year's examination will be held at the Qiushui Villa Resort in Huaqing. Free food and accommodation, and bonuses for exams? As soon as the competition was announced, it instantly attracted tens of thousands of college students, twice as many as in previous years. While Su Ling was reviewing in the dormitory, she took a break from her busy schedule to send a message to Yu Tu. Junior, do you want to join me? Yu Tu replied, Senior, I'm just a freshman, so I won't join in the fun. Let the seniors have the chance. Why not go? Didn't you do a good job in Xingchen's part-time job last time? Not long ago, because they did an excellent job, the star group simply paid them part-time wages. Su Ling originally wanted to give all the money to Yu Tuesday. She sprained her foot and was recuperating at home, and most of the follow-up work was to be done by Yu Tu, but Yu Tu refused to accept it. Say something like, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it through the first round of interviews. I didn't even have the chance to thank you. Seeing Yu Tu's firm attitude, Su Ling didn't know what to say. In the end, the two of them split it equally, 10,000 yuan each. In order to save this money, Su Ling also applied for a separate bank card. Looking at the salary in the card, Su Ling was very happy. Although she was not short of money, how could the money she earned from her first job be the same as the pocket money her parents gave her? It was also from this incident that Su Ling saw Yu Tu's talent in finance. Why not join? With your ability, you will definitely win a prize in the competition. Besides, with this resume, it will be easier to find a job in the future. This time the organizers have invited many financial industry giants. If you are selected by these companies, you don't have to worry about your university expenses in the future, and you will have more pocket money than you can spend. You can also meet senior executives in the industry, expand your network, hone your leadership skills, and gain more knowledge. Su Ling said a lot of things, but there was no response from U2. U2 didn't mean to go against her on purpose. Mainly because I feel it is unnecessary. Tongchuang Investment, a subsidiary of Xingchen Group, is the sponsor of this event. He is a judge, and he goes to the audience to bully the weak ones. Isn't that bullying? Moreover, he recently conducted business cooperation with Su Dongpa and met many investors. It would be troublesome if someone recognized me on the spot. He still wants to finish his college life in peace. Chapter 86. Unfortunately, there are people here. The other side. The campus beauty of Suzhou University frowned after not seeing a reply from the other party for a long time. She had a serious face, stared at her phone fiercely, and typed away. I've been feeling down lately, and my parents don't have time to spend with me, so I have to go to the resort alone. If you don't go, I'll definitely blame you if I make mistakes during the game. U2 sent a speechless expression, followed by a string of. Su Ling continued to work hard. I believe you don't want to see me make mistakes in the game, right? I thought of you as someone I trusted, but I didn't expect that you wouldn't even be willing to help me with a small favor. You've changed. You weren't like this before. I'm so sad. I've lost confidence. The corner of Su Ling's mouth curled up, and his eyes were smug, like a cunning little fox. I don't believe that I can't take you down like this. U2 seems to be an unkind person. At first, it may seem inaccessible. But after getting to know him, I realized that he was the softest person. Senior, is this really okay? Sure enough, after a while, U2 replied. Okay, I'll join in, okay? He also didn't expect that the usually aloof school beauty would suddenly change her usual demeanor and act coquettishly on WeChat. To be honest, U2 was a little overwhelmed by this sudden situation. I just don't know what the real campus beauty of Suzhou University would look like when she acts like a spoiled brat. Then hurry up and do the questions. Su Ling sent over a question bank, which were basically questions from previous year's Minfu Cup competitions. Huacheng University has teachers who are specifically responsible for guidance. However, as U2 was a freshman, he needed Su Ling to tutor him first. In the evening, I'll reserve a seat in the library, and we can review together. U2 replied with one word, okay. Su Ling was happy to see that all his requests were met by the other party. During the afternoon class, I couldn't help but smile. The students in the classroom were shocked. The indifferent and aloof goddess actually smiled. This is the first time I see a school beauty smile. You look so beautiful when you smile. My heart melts. Why is the school beauty so happy today? Is there any good news? The goddess just looked at me. She must have been smiling at me. Brother, wake up. Why are you dreaming in broad daylight? Su Ling didn't care much about these discussions, and wouldn't care even if he heard them. What others say doesn't matter, she won't live according to their ideas. Wait until you finish dinner. Su Ling walked into the school library directly, holding a book and carrying 2 cups of milk tea. I found an empty seat by the window and sat down. She was wearing a French-style white waist dress today, which was retro and elegant, and her fair skin was glowing with pearly luster. As the campus beauty of Suzhou University entered, time stood still for a moment. The originally quiet library seemed like a calm lake with a stone thrown into it, and people around began to talk in low voices. Why did the campus beauty of Suzhou University come to the library alone today? Yes, you are still holding the book. Are you waiting for someone? Of course not. Our Suzhou University beauty has always been alone. I have never seen her get close to anyone except the people in her dormitory. Some people quietly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. It is not often that you get the chance to see the stunning beauty of a school beauty up close. Soon, a hot post appeared on the campus forum. A cool school beauty appears in the library, her stunning high-definition photos are out, come quickly. As soon as the post was published, countless replies popped up instantly. The goddess is so beautiful, wearing a white dress, she looks like a fairy descending from heaven. She has a pure and noble temperament, and the key is that she is all natural. She is much more beautiful than those female stars who have plastic surgery. The school beauty looks so serious when reading a book. She must be drunk. Who took the photo? I envy this bastard so much for being so close to the school beauty. Brothers, stop talking. Come to the library. There's another spot across from the school beauty. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those who were originally planning to follow suit and post a reply suddenly came to their senses. Yes. What else do they reply to? Of course, the most important thing is to go to the library to see the school beauties. The one upstairs has been deleted. Hurry up, bro, I'm already downstairs. Brothers, make way. I want to sit at the same table with the school beauty. When the school beauty becomes my girlfriend, I will give out wedding candies to everyone. Bah. Someone with yellow urine is coming to wake up the upstairs. People with diabetes, please stand back and don't let this bastard get any advantage. All the boys in Huacheng University heard the news and rushed to the library in building number 1. Junior, are you here yet? Su Ling took the phone and sent a message to you too. The other party quickly replied, right away. There are more and more people coming to the library. Even the administrator is a little puzzled, wondering what is wrong with the students today. It's not exam time yet, but everyone is running to the library. Do you love studying so much? Some people were watching silently, some were pretending to read but couldn't turn a page for a long time. Some of them were bolder and walked directly towards Su Ling's table. The captain of the school basketball team is one of them. He was wearing a white sports vest and linen shorts, revealing the strong muscles in his arms and calves. With long flowing hair, a few bangs on the forehead and a sunny and handsome face, he instantly attracted the attention of many girls. The captain of the basketball team has long known that the school beauty is aloof and never speaks kindly to boys. But as a junior and the main player of the basketball team, many girls have a crush on him. He is handsome and popular with girls. The previous school beauty was his girlfriend. There is no reason why he cannot win Su Ling. He was overjoyed when he heard that the campus beauty of Soochow University came to the library. This is a rare opportunity to get along with the school beauty, I must seize the chance. Schoolmate, what a coincidence. The basketball captain walked up with a smile on his face and asked in a gentlemanly manner, nice to meet you again. Do you mind if I come over and sit down? Today's campus belle of Soochow University is dressed very beautifully. Unlike her previous conservative dressing style, she shows off her delicate collarbone, and the waist-hugging design fully displays her slender waistline. The basketball team captain was looking at Su Ling carefully, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and a confident and sunny smile on his face. If the campus beauty of Soochow University sees him, she will surely fall for his smile. Unexpectedly, Su Ling didn't even raise his head and coldly refused, unfortunately, there is someone here. The basketball captain's smile froze on his face. Got rejected? And you refused so bluntly? No mercy at all? He touched his nose awkwardly and finally walked away dejectedly. Someone saw this and quickly posted it on the forum for a live broadcast. Latest news, the captain of the basketball team asked for a seat, but the school beauty refused on the spot. As soon as the post was updated, it instantly attracted a crowd of people watching. Ha ha, I let you show off. Are you embarrassed? I've been annoyed with this guy for a long time. He's acting like a big shot and trying to pick up girls just because he's on the basketball team. Isn't the girlfriend of the captain of the basketball team the most beautiful girl in the accounting department? Why did he start chasing after the most beautiful girl in the school? We broke up a long time ago. I was so shameless to pursue the beautiful campus beauty of Soochow University, but I was rejected. How dare you come here? He's just a licker. The school belle never pays attention to him. The brother above is heartbroken. Who isn't a lapdog for the school beauty? As long as the goddess turns her head and looks at me, I'm willing to be a licker. Stop going off topic upstairs. Didn't you notice that there was something wrong with the milk tea on the school beauty's table in the photo? Milk tea? Wait until I send you a larger photo. Holy shit. Why are there 2 cups? Which bastard got there first? I'm going to tear him apart. Calm down, maybe the school beauty drank it herself? Chapter 87 Handsome guy, would you like to sit together? After a while, 2 more boys came over, one of them was in the same class as Su Ling. However, both of them were ruthlessly rejected by Su Ling. Ha, 2 more fools went over to chat me up. They got rejected, right? They deserved it. Isn't that boy the monitor of the same class as the school beauty? I thought the school beauty would let him sit down for the sake of face. How is that possible? Our goddess Su has always treated all boys equally. In 2 words, aloof. As expected, my aloof goddess Su. She has personality. I like her. No one dared to make loud noises in the library, and they all went to the forum to complain. There were few people reading in the library, and all the students picked up their mobile phones. The administrator saw this scene and shook his head in disappointment. I thought these kids had changed, but they turned out to be still the same. When he walked into the library, U2 thought he had gone to the wrong place. It is not the exam period and the weather is not that hot, so students have to hide inside and turn on the air conditioner. The library is full of people today. This is too weird? He looked around and saw Su Ling at a glance. The campus belle of Suzhou University shines in the crowd with both temperament and appearance, making it hard to ignore her. U2 smiled and walked towards Su Ling's seat. The campus beauty of Suzhou University didn't notice the visitor and was concentrating on the review materials in her hands. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, and she raised her snow-white wrist and pulled back a strand of hair that was falling down. U2 couldn't help but want to tease her. He stretched out his long legs, put his hands on both sides of the table, and had a ruffian smile on his face. "Beauty, is there anyone here?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the library gasped. "Oh my god, this guy is so bold, he actually dares to tease the school beauty? This guy's tone is too annoying. The school beauty is definitely going to kick people out." At this time, there were already thousands of buildings with live broadcast posts. Live report, another person walked towards the school beauty, here is the photo. Oh no, here comes another fearless person. Just now, the basketball team captain and the economics monitor both fled in disgrace, but there are still people who are still determined to do this? Brothers, I can't wait to see this guy get slapped in the face. I bet you a dime that the school beauty will definitely refuse. Follow. In addition to a group of people gloating over the misfortune, some people also expressed different opinions. Do you think this boy's back looks familiar? Is he a freshman? Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? What's wrong with the freshmen? They're not superhuman, but they still got rejected by the school beauty in the end? He. The newbie is so ignorant. Competing with the seniors for the senior girl, isn't this courting death? I think if it's a freshman, it's a bit pitiful, ha. Don't cry if you're rejected in public. On the other side, Su Ling heard the voice and suddenly raised his head. Seeing U2's teasing eyes, she was stunned for a moment. The junior student just called her beauty? This piece of wood actually got it? Is he flirting with me in front of so many people? Su Ling's eyes lit up and curved into little crescents. She smiled and said, "There's no one here, handsome guy, do you want to sit next to me?" As soon as Su Ling finished speaking, the library seemed to have paused. The students who had been paying attention to the side were all in a mess. This person who calls others handsome with a smile is actually their cold goddess? It must be an auditory hallucination. The campus beauty of Suzhou University would never be so close to a strange man. And the school beauty actually fell for such a tacky way of picking up girls? Does the goddess like people calling her beautiful the most? They are willing to shout too. Seeing that the campus beauty of Suzhou University was so cooperative, U2 chuckled, pulled out the chair next to Su Ling, and sat down calmly under the murderous gazes of everyone. Fuck. He actually sat down. Do you two know each other? That's why the school beauty didn't refuse? Impossible, the class monitor of the economics department also knew the school beauty, why was he kicked out? Maybe because he's ugly? Ha, that's possible. At the campus forum, alumni were having heated discussions. The previous post has been refreshed and the latest one is out. Shocked. HD photo, the school beauty is actually sitting with the boys. As soon as the post was released, everyone who visited the campus forum was stunned. He actually sat next to the school beauty, so close to her? Brothers, I hate him so much. I heard from friends at the scene that the boy praised the school beauty as a beauty, and the school beauty let him sit down, and he even called him handsome in return. A school beauty wouldn't be so superficial. And what's so handsome about this guy? The captain of the basketball team is pretty handsome, so why did the school beauty chase him away? There must be something fishy going on here. After you two sat down, Su Ling quietly came over and gently nudged him with her elbow. Junior, I never thought you were so good at talking. No, I just repeated what the person in front of me said. They chattered for a long time and wanted to chat with you. Isn't it because you are a beauty? Su Ling glared at him, huh? This is different. She said so, but the smile on her face did not stop. So I am a beauty in you two's eyes? Although I knew from childhood that I was not bad looking and many people pursued me. But Su Ling was delighted when you two praised her beauty in person. There is a saying on the internet that if a boy has different attitudes towards you before and after, it means that your position in his heart is different. When Su Ling thought of this, she couldn't help but feel happy. You two saw that those who had tried to approach Su Ling before had hit a wall, so he wanted to tease Su Ling. Unexpectedly, Su Ling responded so naturally. This is somewhat different from what you two thought. Ever since returning from the camping trip, he couldn't help but care about the girl. Su Ling bought him milk tea, brought him water, ate with him, and looked for part-time jobs together with him. She is enthusiastic, responsible, and beautiful. During the days we've been together, the figure of the campus beauty of Suzhou University has quietly appeared in his heart. You two sat down on the left side of Su Ling. He couldn't help but smile when he heard the inhalation sounds coming from all around him. There was an unopened cup of milk tea on the table. You two didn't hesitate to reach out and take out a straw from the bag, then inserted it into the cup of milk tea and took a sip. The aroma of milk tea instantly filled my mouth. The ingredients inside were generous, including coconut flakes, red beans, and taro balls, and it was as thick as a cup of 8 treasure porridge. U2 was caught off guard and nearly choked on his mouthful of food when he took his first sip. Seeing that he took a sip and said nothing, his brows furrowed. Su Ling looked over with concern. What's wrong? U2 swallowed the taro balls in his mouth and answered honestly, it's a bit too sweet. There were many people gathering around the tables in front and behind to spy on military intelligence. They looked alert and glanced over here from time to time. When they heard U2's words, they were all stunned. Chapter 88. Being a senior's boyfriend is not bad. Fuck. Who is this person? Did you drink the school beauty's milk tea? Shouldn't you be kneeling down to thank the goddess for the milk tea? Why are you still looking down on her? You are so ungrateful. Brother, I don't want milk tea, give it to me. I also want to drink milk tea handed to me by a girl. This kid doesn't even cherish it? He even wants to complain about the sweetness of the milk tea given by the goddess? Unexpectedly, the campus beauty of Suzhou University was not angry and did not splash the milk tea on the other person's face. And he replied naturally, okay, next time I'll buy the one with 70% sugar. It's too sweet. Should I buy the one with 70% sugar? The onlookers were all dumbfounded, and the students who were nearby were stunned. The campus beauty of Suzhou University is so gentle? Is this still the cold and aloof ice goddess? I don't know what the boy said, but the campus beauty of Su University suddenly couldn't help laughing. She smiled beautifully, with 2 shallow dimples on her fair face, as bright as peach blossoms blooming on branches. When a beautiful woman smiles, the room is filled with spring. All the students in the library were stunned. The school beauty actually smiled, and she smiled so beautifully at a boy? Is this the end of the world? Or is Mars hitting the Earth? Why do they feel that the world is so unreal? Brothers, I'm close to you and I have even more shocking news to tell you. The school beauty was smiling at that boy just now, and her tone was super gentle. Upstairs, anyone who lies about military intelligence will be dragged out and fed to the dogs. It's absolutely true. I was at a table behind the school beauty and saw her clearly. I'm so jealous, must this guy have some great fortune? Otherwise, how could he be so lucky? Where are my Imperial Guards? Check them for me. I want all the information about this newcomer within 10 minutes. The forum was filled with constant noise, with most of the posts expressing envy and jealousy towards the freshman. In the slightly noisy library, people around pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. Senior, don't you notice that the people around you are looking at me as if they want to eat me? You two and Su Ling were whispering to each other over there as if no one was around. I see. You two complained, don't you have anything else to say? Su Ling blinked innocently, it was you, my junior, who acted like this first. I was just cooperating with you. I also want to ask you, Junior, how come you are so good at acting? Aren't you afraid of being mistaken for my boyfriend? There's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, it's not bad to be a senior's boyfriend. After saying that, you two took another sip of the milk tea and ate treasure porridge, but unfortunately it didn't move. Su Ling was a little stunned. He said, I can be your boyfriend. Not bad? Is this what he really meant? Or is it just a casual joke? Seeing that you two looked normal, Su Ling was a little unsure of his mentality. Did he want to be his boyfriend? Could it be that he was testing himself? On the other side, people watching the fun took the latest photos and posted them on the campus forum. The author of a new thread posted a link to an old post. Brothers! This is terrible. Go and read the old post. Immediately, several old posts that had been marked as featured were pushed to the top. Shocking news. The mysterious boyfriend of the Suzhou University beauty appears, and it turns out to be him. This world is crazy. The cold goddess picked up food for the freshman, and I cried with envy. Indirect kiss. The school beauty flirts with her boyfriend and shows off their love in public. Some people who don't know much about the post are confused when they see countless old posts. Who is digging graves? How come posts hundreds of years old are also pushed to the top? Has anyone read the old post? What is it about? Is the person above a newcomer? Or is he new to campus forums? He has never seen these things. Come, let me explain it to you. It was during the military training during the freshman year. Someone with nothing to do created a collection and compilation post, arranging all the interactions between the campus beauties and the freshmen in a chronological order. From getting to know each other at campus, to picking up food in the cafeteria, to delivering water and milk tea during military training. All the strong evidence was laid out before us. I was wondering why this boy looked familiar. Turns out he's the new student. Is this the boy who brought water and milk tea to the school beauty during the military training in the freshman year? The campus beauty smiles so sweetly. Are they in love? Woo woo woo. I thought it was a misunderstanding, but I didn't expect the rumor to be true. I'm new here. I don't understand how this guy could win the favor of the school beauty just with a few cheesy love words. Perhaps beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. The forum was filled with wailing. One of the boys was so engrossed in reading the posts that he couldn't help but howl loudly on the spot, and was thrown out by the librarian. Intimidated by the administrator's gaze, the students who had nowhere to vent their frustrations rushed to the campus forum. I can't accept this. Ugh. Ah. My goddess, my school beauty. Give it back to me. Why can freshmen do it but I can't? Why? The temperature in the library had dropped, and occasionally there was a sound of gnashing teeth. You two didn't pay attention to these things. He was forced to practice questions by the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Junior, these are the key points and you must memorize them well. There are also these and these. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me immediately. Su Ling was also a little distressed. The question bank for this year's Minfu Cup is incredibly tricky. There are only 3 days left before the competition starts, and they need to finish 10,000 questions within 3 days. During the preliminary round, the number of admitted students was 200. You can pass the preliminary round if your accuracy rate reaches more than 70%. After passing the preliminary round, there will be an offline rematch. The semifinals are divided into 1 day of financial knowledge competition and 4 days of stock practice simulation. The financial knowledge competition is conducted on an elimination basis. Each contestant who completes 300 questions within 60 minutes with an accuracy rate of 80% can enter the next round of 4-day stock practice simulation. The stock practice simulation requires 2 to 3 people to form a team to participate. She has a good memory and her accuracy rate in the mock exam was 93%. But U2 is only a freshman and has not learned a lot of knowledge. Some seniors in their junior and senior years may not be able to get good grades, and it is even more difficult for the younger students. Seeing that he looked for a few seconds and then stopped moving, Su Ling thought that U2 was stumped. Don't worry too much, Junior. You are the only one with a correct rate above 70%. Leave the rest to me. She quietly leaned close to U2's ear and whispered to comfort him. Don't worry, I'm sure I can win the prize. Don't feel pressured. Just treat this competition as a game. We will have many opportunities in the future. The girl's rosy face appeared before my eyes, her fair skin so delicate that no pores could be seen. I really want someone to pinch it and see how it feels. The warm breath was beside my ears, and the scent of the other person lingered in my nose. You can kiss the other person's cheek just by turning your head. Too close. U2's Adam's apple moved and his heartbeat quickened. As if she realized that the two of them were getting a little too close, Su Ling's face quickly turned pink. She retreated in panic and quickly lowered her head to look at her notes. She was so focused on comforting the other person that she didn't notice that she was too close to her junior. You can smell the clean and refreshing hormone scent on each other when you are close. Were you swallowing your saliva just now? His Adam's apple is so sexy. I can't help wanting someone to give me a kiss. Bah! 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 What is she thinking about? Chapter 89. Just be a runner-up. U2 turned his head and saw the slightly blushing face of the campus beauty from Soochow University. Like a tempting peach, it makes people want to take a bite. Senior, why is your face so red? Is there? The campus beauty of Sioux University stuttered as she waved her hands to fan herself. Maybe it's too hot here. Too hot? Is there? U2 glanced at her suspiciously. The indoor temperature is only 25 degrees now, which is the perfect time of autumn. He raised his right hand and stretched it towards Su Ling, who was sitting on his right. Junior U2, what are you doing? Su Ling's eyes were fixed on the book, but out of the corner of her eye she saw U2's outstretched finger. As if he noticed her gaze, U2 beside him smiled silently. Su Ling became even more panicked. She tried hard to calm herself down, but her heart was like a few little rabbits, beating bang 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 non-stop. The hand was getting closer and closer, and Su Ling couldn't help but think of the time when they were camping in the same tent. The corner of my eye involuntarily followed U2's movements. Su Ling's body stiffened when someone gently touched her cheek. Then, a strand of hair that was hanging on the side of her face was gently lifted up, and a tingling sensation came, as if a few small insects were crawling on her ears. Su Ling couldn't help but hold her breath and felt her ears burning hot. Thank you. She was scared to death. The moment the junior student stretched out his hand, Su Ling felt that his heart almost stopped. This is a library, in front of so many people. If U2 touches her face, what should she do? The most important thing is that I didn't even think of refusing. Oops, I'm daydreaming again. Practice questions. A strong smell of sour lemon began to permeate the entire library. The forum was completely in uproar. New post, a freshman tied up the school beauty's hair, and the cold goddess blushed. Is this flirting? So jealous, if this isn't love, what is it? You bastard, put your paws down and don't touch my goddess. The campus beauty of Soochow University actually blushed. She looked so beautiful and shy. Bullshit, how could my cool school beauty be tempted by a mortal? Isn't it because the freshman's behavior was too much, making the school beauty angry and her face red? The post caused many people to question, and some even suspected that the other party had made the school beauty angry. Their goddess is the bright moon in the sky and the goddess on the mountain, who can only be looked up to by everyone. Now she is like an ordinary little girl in love, with her cheeks turning red when being flirted with. How could they accept this? I will never reconcile with this person. I came here to watch the fun, but I didn't expect to be force-fed a handful of dog food. It's like a dog walking on the street, kicking me for no reason. What did I do to offend anyone? In the library, Su Ling was concentrating on taking notes and doing exercises over and over again. Hearing no movement nearby, she turned around and saw U2 dozing off on the table out of boredom. Su Ling stretched out her index finger and poked his arm, which was resting on the table. Brother, why did you fall asleep? The force of the finger poking at me was very light, and it felt tingling and numb. U2 glanced at her and stood up from his seat. Sorry, I was a little sleepy just now and took a nap. The notes Su Ling gave him were filled with marked key points. This preliminary exam tests students' knowledge of international finance and basic finance, and has a special question bank. However, the question bank contains about 10,000 questions, and a lot of financial knowledge is only exposed to junior and senior students, and even then it is only superficial. Seniors in their third and fourth years have experience participating in previous year's competitions, but there are too many questions in the question bank, so everyone is basically starting from the same starting line. When practicing questions, you can only look up the answers in books or other materials if you don't know the answers. The handwriting on the notebook is elegant and graceful, with the key points and difficult points highlighted in red. When U2 first started, he casually flipped through a few pages without saying anything. Having worked in the financial industry for many years in his previous life, all this financial knowledge was like elementary school questions for him. The most important thing is that this competition was jointly organized by Minfu Bank and Tongchuang Investment, and he and Tang Xiaoqing were the question setters of the competition. It's like asking a teacher who is responsible for setting questions to take the college entrance examination in person. How to take the test? Isn't this bullying? U2 has already made up his mind to be a runner-up. After the preliminary round, he accompanied the campus beauty of Soochow University to the resort and took advantage of the situation during the semifinals. It not only satisfies the school belle's wish for him to accompany her, but also doesn't make her too high profile. Junior, the preliminary round is actually not that difficult. You just need to memorize the 1,000 questions highlighted in my notes, and you will pass the exam. I'll be there during the rematch exam, and I'll help you review the key points then. Su Ling has already thought about it. These questions are still too difficult for his junior classmates. At that time, I will just let the younger students memorize her marked notes, this way the success rate will be higher. She had no intention of telling you two that she had secretly teamed up with him. What if my junior feels stressed? It won't be too late for her to reveal her cards in the semifinals. Seeing that Su Ling was speaking in a serious tone, you two did not dare to tell her that he was just going through the motions. After parting with the campus beauty of Soochow University, you two returned to the boys' dormitory 706. The roommates, who had heard the gossip a long time ago, were all in high spirits. As soon as they entered the room, several of them quickly closed the door. Olju, tell me the truth, are you in love with our school beauty? Olju refused to admit it before, but now so many people have seen you dating the school beauty in the library, let's see how you can deny it. Zhao Fei, whose face was full of excitement, and he pointed his phone to you two. Brother, you are awesome. You even let the school beauty buy you milk tea again. And you flirt with our school beauty? You two reached out and slapped the other person. What nonsense are you talking about? I was just reviewing. Review? What review? Are you going to follow our school beauty to participate in this financial competition? You two sat down at the desk and replied casually, yes, what's wrong? Hearing you two's answer, the three brothers in the dormitory were stunned. No, Lao Yu, are you really serious? The finance competition is something that only juniors and seniors dare to take. Why would a freshman like you join in the fun? You two didn't care, didn't the school beauty also participate? How can the campus beauty of Soochow University be the same as us? She is a top student and has been winning awards since she entered the school. Besides, how can an ordinary person compare to a genius? Even though you are dating the school beauty, you can't let your love get you carried away and bring shame upon yourself. Zhao Fei, who was like an old man, constantly explaining things to you two. The implicit meaning of the words is that he should have some self-awareness and never embarrass himself. Besides, if you can't even pass the preliminary round, wouldn't that be embarrassing for our school beauty sister-in-law? You two rolled his eyes at him and said, what school beauty sister? Don't talk nonsense. If you still don't admit it, just look at the forum and you'll know that the whole school knows that you're in love with the school beauty. TSK, you two are awesome, flirting in the library. The Soochow University beauty secretly met her boyfriend in the library. It has been widely circulated in campus forums. No matter what people around them say, the protagonists of the two events remain as calm as ever. Chapter 90 Preliminary Round begins. Soon, the time for the preliminary round arrived. In the computer building of Huacheng University. The lobby on the first floor was filled with juniors and seniors who were about to take exams, and the number of people who had their lives saved this time totaled over 500. The preliminary examination of the financial competition is an online examination, which lasts for 2 days and 60 minutes. Each student has only one exam opportunity. 500 students will take the exam in batches at different time periods. If they fail this year, they will have to wait until next year. The Minfu Cup financial competition is of great value and offers high prize money, and is regarded by students as a magic weapon to add value to their resumes. In order to avoid various problems that may occur when students use their own notebooks for exams, the school thoughtfully prepares a multimedia classroom as an examination room for the students who apply for the exam. At 8:30 in the morning, you two and Su Ling walked into the hall together. Su Ling wore a white printed t-shirt and a denim overall skirt today. Compared with you two's outfit, it looks a bit like a couple's outfit. The students in the hall gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing the topic of the competition. This year's exam questions seem to have changed a bit. They feel really difficult. I also feel that even if I memorize a bank of more than 10,000 questions for 3 years, I still can't remember them all. You're lucky. I started preparing in my freshman year and only dared to take the exam in my senior year this year. Hey! By the way, have you heard? There's a freshman among the candidates this time. Freshman? That's not uncommon. Some ignorant students just like to join in the fun. This is something to win honor for the school. It's assumed that freshmen and sophomores don't participate. How dare this freshman? If I can't answer any questions, will I get a 0? I heard that there are more than 20,000 candidates registered nationwide this time. If he gets a 0, won't our school become famous? Won't this student become a sinner of the school? When Su Ling walked in, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. The girls were envious and jealous, while the boys mostly looked at her with admiration. The campus beauty of Soochow University is here to take the exam too. Isn't she only a sophomore? The campus beauty is a top student. She is different from ordinary sophomores. It would be great if I could be assigned to the same examination room as the school beauty. I can also take advantage of the luck of the top student. Su Ling glanced at the dense crowd around him and turned around to talk to Yu-Tu. Junior, don't be too nervous. The preliminary round isn't too difficult. I've marked so many notes for you. As long as you memorize them, there won't be any big problems. Yu-Tu also nodded and agreed. Don't worry, senior sister. It would be strange for him, a test setter, to be nervous when taking the test with questions he set himself. Do I need to calculate it carefully at that time? The score cannot be too outrageous. The students were talking in low voices, and then they were a little surprised to see the campus beauty of Soochow University talking to a boy. They have been busy preparing for the financial competition recently and haven't paid much attention to other things. Why is the campus beauty of Soochow University with a boy? And so intimate? Who is that boy? I've never seen him before? Some students who read the campus forum told everyone the truth. Didn't you guys check the school forum? The posts from the past 2 days have exploded. I've been so busy with the competition lately that I don't have time to pay attention to these things. What on earth happened? The campus beauty of Soochow University and her boyfriend are reviewing in the library. Is this true? Which boy would a school beauty date? Stop joking. Their discussion was quite loud, but Yu-Tu and Su Ling didn't care even if they heard it. Just live your own life, why bother about what others say? At this time, the teacher in charge of the examination room came over with a list of names. Students in the first examination room, please enter the examination room in order if I read your names. Du Ziting, a senior student majoring in finance. Lu Mingyi, a junior student majoring in insurance. Su Ling, a sophomore in economics. Students whose names are called, please enter examination room 201. Zhao Mingming, a senior student studying investment. Freshman in finance, Yu Tuesday. Students whose names are called, please enter examination room 202. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, it was like cold water dropped into a hot oil pan, and the whole hall became lively. There really is a freshman? How dare he sign up? Not everyone comes to the finance competition. Didn't a freshman from Beijing University take the exam and ranked last in the country? This freshman is very brave, but I hope he doesn't bring shame to our school. It's hard to say. I'm a senior this year. Every year when I compete in the finance competition, I get so nervous that I can't sleep. Su Ling also heard these voices. She raised her hand and made a cheering gesture to Yu-Tu before entering the classroom. Junior, don't worry about what others think, just do your best. I will, don't worry, senior. Yu-Tu waved his hand and walked into classroom 202. He sat on the chair marked with his student number. They turned on the computer, logged into their respective student accounts, and clicked on the official website of the financial competition. Do you accept the financial competition exam? The exam lasts 60 minutes. Yu-Tu clicked yes, and a countdown started to appear on the page. 3, 2, 1. Start. Looking at the familiar question in front of him, Yu-Tu smiled slightly. The 45-minute answering time passed quickly. Su Ling came out and Yu-Tu was already waiting in the hall. Junior, why did you come out so soon? There are 2 types of students who take exams quickly. One type is the top student who is confident in his studies. One type is a poor student who knows nothing. It's not that Su Ling looked down on Yu-Tu, it's just that he was just a freshman and there was no way he could answer that quickly. Even Su Ling took 45 minutes to finish answering. It was obviously impossible for Yu-Tu to answer faster than himself, so there was only one possibility: he didn't answer it. Yu-Tu handed her a bottle of milk tea and said, I didn't answer some questions, so I came out faster. If you answer all of them, you will definitely be exposed. However, Su Ling thought that Yu-Tu would not do it, so he left it empty. But she was afraid that the other person would be sad, so she didn't show it. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is to participate. This year's questions are indeed a bit difficult. Besides, with this experience, you will definitely pass the exam next year if you prepare more thoroughly. Su Ling appeared calm on the surface, but was still a little disappointed in her heart. Originally, she wanted her junior to go to the semi-finals with her. As long as her junior can pass the preliminary exam and she studies hard, the two of them will have a good chance of winning the first prize. In this way, the junior student can get a bonus of 5,000 yuan, and the school will also give a part of the reward. In previous years, Su Ling's goal was to win the championship. This year, if she had her junior classmates accompanying her, she thought it would be nice to win the first prize. But if the other party doesn't even pass the initial test, I will have to participate in the competition alone. Su Ling silently cheered herself up in her heart. She had been practicing questions for so long, but her success rate was only 93%. At worst, she could let her junior participate next year. By then, she would help you two practice more questions and would definitely help him win the prize. Seeing the disappointed yet calm look on the face of the Sucha University beauty, you two laughed. Senior, I didn't say I didn't pass. After hearing you two's words, Su Ling looked up in surprise. You passed? What's the success rate? Not much, about 72%, just above the passing line. Chapter 91 results shocked the whole school. You two actually passed the preliminary round? In other words, my junior can accompany me to the semi-finals? Su Ling pursed her lips, trying hard to suppress her inner excitement. She didn't expect you two to be so powerful. The reason why the Minfu Cup financial knowledge competition is so valuable is because the elimination rate is too high. 10,000 to 20,000 people registered online, but the admission rate was only 200, and the elimination rate was as high as 99%. The confidentiality of these questions is very strict, and you can't find the answers by going higher. The questions for each student's exam are randomly selected from a question bank of 10,000, eliminating most possibilities of plagiarism and cheating. 60 minutes may seem like enough time, but even if the answer is right in front of you, you won't have enough time to turn the pages. The most attractive thing is not the prize money of the competition. Instead, it is the internship opportunities provided by these financial companies, as well as the university incentive funds of 100,000 yuan per year while in school. It's no wonder that countless students across the country are scrambling to participate. Su Ling started preparing for this competition a long time ago, and taught himself the textbook knowledge from his junior and senior years, so he knew how difficult it was. Students with an accuracy rate of 70% are already extremely outstanding talents nationwide. It only took you 2-3 days to achieve a success rate of 72%. Some of the seniors in their junior and senior years participate every year, but they keep trying and failing. I made it until graduation but never got a chance to compete again. You two inserted the straw into the milk teacup and handed it to Su Ling, who was still in a daze. Here. Still hot milk tea, quench your thirst. This silly girl's eyes dimmed when she thought he had failed the preliminary round. He thought he had concealed it well, and pretended to be calm and comforted himself. So silly and cute. Su Ling stretched out her little hand to take the milk tea, took a sip, and her eyes lit up. It contained her favorite taro balls, red beans, and coconut flakes. My junior is so attentive that he actually remembers her preferences. Junior. Su Ling took a sip of milk tea, blinked her eyes and asked you two, Junior, you are amazing, how did you do so well in the exam? Didn't you say that I could just pass the preliminary round? You two smiled and asked her, if I don't do better in the exam, how can I accompany you to the semi-finals? It turns out that my junior classmates remembered it. No wonder, my junior fell asleep on the table several times out of sleepiness. At that time, she mistakenly thought that you two didn't want to accompany her to the exam and went to sleep because he was bored. I didn't expect that my junior would work so hard to fulfill his promise to himself. He memorized everything I said in just 3 days. At night, do you stay up late secretly doing exercises? Seeing the dark circles under you two's eyes, Su Ling instantly felt distressed. This fool, why is he so nice to her? When every word you say is remembered by the other person and taken seriously to heart, that feeling. It will make every girl fall in love with it. How could she not be moved by such a junior classmate like you two? How could she not like it? 2 days passed quickly and the preliminary list of the financial competition had been compiled. A total of 11 students from Huacheng University entered the semi-finals. The school specially printed out the list and posted it on the bulletin board. Last year, 16 students were admitted to Huacheng University. As soon as this year's exam questions came out, they instantly stumped all the contestants. Some junior students who took the exam last year had a correct score of 68%. They thought they would pass if they took the exam again, but they didn't expect that the correct score this year dropped to 56%. This year's test questions are so difficult, my accuracy rate has dropped by 10 points. I don't know who the examiners are. They set such difficult questions. That's right. We almost made it last year, and we thought we could get to the shore successfully this year. But we didn't expect that the island sank directly to the bottom of the sea. You don't know, when the test questions came out, I was dumbfounded. The questions may know me, but I definitely don't know them. Our school is down by 5 people for the semifinals. 5. This year's number of participants is twice as many as in previous years. Those who can make it through the semifinals are all great players. The campus beauty of Suzhou University is indeed our school's top player. She actually won the first place in the national preliminary round. I heard that the second place is a senior from Kyoto University, and his correctness rate is only 87%, which is 6 percentage points lower than the goddess. You know, she's only a sophomore, her future is limitless. A goddess is a goddess. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also an invincible student. However, people soon discovered something unusual. The last person on Huacheng University's admission list was actually a freshman. From enrollment in September to exams at the end of October, it takes less than 2 months at most. The seniors in their junior and senior years took the preliminary exam at least twice and still couldn't reach a 70% accuracy rate. How come this freshman got a 72% accuracy rate? What is the origin of this person? Is he a genius? Soon, you too, a freshman in the Department of Finance, aroused heated discussion. Freshmen participated in the finance competition, and the accuracy rate was 72%? The top scorer in liberal arts in the college entrance examination in Prairie Province is revealed, and it turns out to be School Beauty's new boyfriend? The love story of 2 top students. As soon as a few posts appeared, they were immediately flooded with comments and pushed up by the public, directly making it to the hot post list on the campus forum. No wonder the school beauty appeared in the library. It turns out she was giving tutoring to the freshmen. It's just a love affair. Otherwise, why doesn't the school beauty give extra lessons to others, but only teaches a freshman to review? But it's only been a few days, and a freshman can pass 70% of the correct rate. His strength should not be underestimated. I'm so sour, I also want Goddess Sue to give me some lessons. Amid the envious and jealous complaints of the crowd, there were also a few discordant voices. The school beauty is busy with the competition and has to review for the new students. How can she have so much time? Maybe they were just giving extra lessons to the freshmen, so the school beauty only got 3rd place. What a genius! If it weren't for Goddess Sue's help, it would be strange if he could pass the semifinals. However, these were quickly replaced by a new round of posts. The above person is too jealous. After all, he is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Prairie Province. I heard that the content of the college entrance examination in the Grassland Province is different from ours. Ours is liberal arts, but they actually test horseback riding and archery. Is it true? Horseback riding and archery can get you into Huacheng University? Really? One of my seniors participated in a camping training with that freshman. The freshman said it himself. They not only competed in archery, but also in shooting wolves. Fuck, so tough? Several posts were so popular that they even alarmed teachers in the college. Songyu, the economics class teacher, called Su Ling to her office and asked her questions cautiously. She had heard about it since the new students started school in September. There are rumors that the campus beauty of Suzhou University eats in the same cafeteria with freshmen, picks food for them, and the two are in love. When Songyu heard the rumor, she asked Su Ling intentionally or unintentionally, but she denied it. The two were just ordinary classmates and were definitely not in a relationship. Songyu also heard from the principal that the school did have a mission to help poor students. I didn't expect that it would become such a hot topic on the forum now. She was a little worried that Su Ling's performance in the finance competition would be affected because of helping the freshman review. In Songyu's opinion, no matter how talented the freshmen are, they have not studied the courses of the 3rd and 4th years, so how can they win a place in the preliminary round of the financial competition? Chapter 92. The teacher is very gossipy. since the launch of the Minfu Cup financial competition. Apart from Su Ling, who had achieved good results, no other freshman had passed. Therefore, Song Yu thought that Su Ling used her review time to help the freshmen. Student Su Ling, the school also attaches great importance to this financial competition. If you encounter any difficulties, be sure to tell the teacher. It's a good thing to help new students, but don't let it delay your own review. Listening to the other party's earnest persuasion, Su Ling looked calm. Teacher, don't worry, it won't affect the results of the competition. Seeing that she looked determined and seemed to have made up her mind, Song Yu didn't know what to say. Su Ling is the treasure of Huacheng University and their economics poster boy. As long as she can strive to excel in her studies, the school does not want to interfere too much in her emotional issues. There was nothing wrong with Yu Tuesday. When his roommates found out that he had passed the preliminary round of the Minfu Cup, they all started screaming in excitement. Old Yu, can't you tell that you are actually a hidden academic master? I thought you were eliminated in the preliminary round, but I didn't expect you to pass? Tisk, TSK, is this the power of love? In order to satisfy the school beauty, Lao Yu works hard. Yu Tu's reply was always, get lost, stop talking nonsense. But in the eyes of his roommates, this guy was obviously very happy inside, but he refused to admit it on the surface. Stunning and reserved. He had just left the dormitory and had not yet calmed down for a while when teachers from the finance department quietly called him into the academic affairs office. Yu Tu thought that it was just a rumor among the students around him, which caused the finance department tutors to misunderstand something. They didn't dare to talk to Su Ling and could only look for a breakthrough from Yu Tu. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yu Tu entered the academic office, all the teachers surrounded him with smiles on their faces. I heard that you are dating Su Ling, a classmate of yours from economics? Yu Tuji denied it. The teachers have misunderstood. My senior sister and I only have a pure friendship as classmates. Really? Why do I see it's all over the school forum? Teacher, internet rumors are not credible. When several teachers in the academic office heard his denial, they looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Ha ha ha, you still don't admit it, it's spread all over the school. You were able to pass the preliminary round of the financial competition. Wasn't it because of Su Ling's help in tutoring you? What are you afraid of? As long as it doesn't affect your studies, don't worry, the school won't interfere with young people's love affairs. Freshman tutor Yen Bowen came over, patted Yu Tu on the shoulder, and smiled with relief. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You didn't bring shame to our school. At that time in the principal's office, several economics teachers wanted to talk to Yu Tu, but they were stopped by Yen Bowen's tutor. Schools of economics and finance have traditionally looked down on each other. Economics thinks it is a scholarly family and finance is just a branch of it, and it is completely obsessed with money. Finance is not convinced. You are only good at talking about it on paper, but you cannot apply it as well as we do. Besides, there is nothing shameful about making money. To be favored by the campus belle of Suzhou University shows that these finance students are capable. A relationship between two people doesn't affect their studies. The School of Economics is full of old-fashioned people. Why do they care so much? Hearing Yen Bowen's words, Yu Tu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He thought the other party was here to call him to task, but he didn't expect that people over 40 would not stay in the office to study their subjects but would be so gossipy. No matter what Yu Tu thought, the teachers were all watching the fun and cheering him on. They hoped that they can win the beauty as soon as possible and make their school of finance proud. As he walked out of the academic affairs office, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. These old scholars who look serious on weekdays are just as good at gossiping as gossipy old ladies. After staying in the academic office for a while, Yu Tu was overwhelmed by the noise. He pulled his phone from his pocket and unlocked the screen. Senior, the teacher didn't talk to you, did he? After a while, the campus beauty of Suzhou University replied. Don't worry, nothing happened. How about you? I heard that you were surrounded by teachers in front of the boys' dormitory building? As soon as Su Ling left the classroom, she heard her 3 roommates reporting to her. Now the school is full of rumors about her and Yu Tu, and countless people are speculating about their relationship. She could choose not to care about these things, but Su Ling was worried that Yu Tu would feel troubled. I just don't know what the finance teacher talked about with my junior. Staring at the chat box on the screen, Su Ling frowned and hesitated before sending the message. Junior, the teachers didn't say anything, right? Song Yu had just chatted with her, and the subtext was obvious. These teachers all believed that tutoring U2 would affect his performance in the competition. It is possible that the teachers at the School of Finance also thought so. What should I do if I don't want my junior to get close to me anymore? Su Ling was a little distressed. She didn't want to be separated from her junior. The teachers have no right to interfere in her private life. So, Su Ling is not afraid of what these people say. Her only worry was, what if U2 also felt troubled and took the initiative to distance himself from her? Thinking of these possible scenarios, Su Ling felt a little disappointed. It seemed that God heard her thoughts, and U2 sent a message. Don't worry, senior sister. I'm thick-skinned and tough. These teachers can't stand me. Besides, I'm the one who got the upper hand by being mistaken for the senior's boyfriend. Focus on preparing for the competition. I will cheer for you on the field. Su Ling read the messages in the chat box, word by word, fearing that she had missed anything. I read it once and then read it again. She pursed her lips slightly, unable to hide the smile on her face. After the results of the preliminary round came out, U2 and Su Ling resumed their daily library days. Su Ling became more hard-working than before and, except for mealtime, spent most of his time in the library doing exercises. This year's Minfu Cup rematch is divided into the first financial knowledge competition and the second stock practice simulation. She had calculated it carefully. U2's accuracy rate was 72%, and hers was 93%. If she wants to maintain her first place in the semifinals, she must improve her junior score to above 80%, and her accuracy rate must be maintained above 95%. The previous financial knowledge competition is just an appetizer. The next 5 days of stock practice simulation is the highlight. At the National College Student Financial Investment Competition in the first half of the year, Su Ling led his team to win the championship by relying on his prediction of venture capital. This time, Su Ling believed that she could also lead U2 to reach higher peaks. After several days of repeatedly practicing questions, U2 clearly felt that the spirit of the Soochow University campus beauty was becoming more and more excited, but her expression began to haggard. U2 took the milk tea handed over by the other party. Do you really want to win so much? Su Ling nodded. Her goal is to be the champion. A champion can prove many things. Everyone knows the name of the world's highest mountain, but few know the second or third highest. Since you have the ability, why not do better? However, these are not the most important things. In the eyes of others, the first thing is to compete for ranking, but in Su Ling's eyes, the first thing is to do better. You don't have to compare yourself with others in everything, nor do you have to be better than others in everything. What Su Ling wants to do is, today is better than yesterday, and tomorrow is better than today. Tomorrow's goal is to become a better self. Although it has reached 90%, it is harder than climbing to the sky to go further. But the more difficult the question, the more challenging it is. Chapter 93. Shouldn't I be the one testing you? Su Ling also wanted to try and see if he could break the limit and raise the accuracy rate to 98%. However, in addition to competing for the championship, there is a more important reason. She wanted to team up with U2 to participate in the team stock investment simulation after the semi-finals. Su Ling's expectation is to break into the top 3. If she can get into the top 3 with her junior, then it doesn't matter whether she gets first place or not. As long as he can make it into the top 3, those big companies in the financial industry will definitely see U2 as strength. By then, my younger classmates will have an easier time in college. In Su Ling's opinion, U2 has both ability and strength, but he just lacks opportunities. His background limited his starting point. As long as U2 is given a chance, Su Ling believes that he will be able to soar to the sky. Since the teachers and students in the school are not optimistic about U2, she will personally slap them in the face and prove it to them. She wants U2 to shine with her. When the girl talked about the championship, her eyes lit up and her whole body seemed to be shrouded in a soft light. U2 didn't say anything. He just stared into Su Ling's serious eyes silently. In that case, he would help her. Senior, there were a few questions I didn't quite understand yesterday. Su Ling leaned forward. Where? U2 clicked on the link in his phone, pulled out the financial competition question bank, and tapped on the screen. What is the important basis for dividing the currency tiers? The stability of financial assets? No, it should be liquidity. Su Ling patiently helped him answer the questions. The junior student actually started to ask questions actively instead of being silent as before. Su Ling felt very happy. U2 nodded and suddenly said, so that's how it is. Also, what does Bill Power mean? The right of the holder to request the bill debtor to pay the bill amount, including the right to request payment and the right of recourse. Su Ling patiently answered Yu-Tu's questions. She took out a red pen and wrote and drew on her notebook, marking all the questions Yu-Tu had asked and helping him highlight the key points. Junior, I have highlighted these answers. Please memorize them before the competition. Yu-Tu nodded hurriedly and pointed to another question and asked, and this, what are the steps for our country to develop its financial market? It is the capital market that comes first and gives priority to the development of the stock market. Su Ling smiled and pointed at her notes. Junior, I have already taught you this knowledge point. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Senior, there is this, and that question. As Yu-Tu asked more and more questions, Su Ling made more and more red marks on his notebook. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Why did it feel a little strange? She was clearly the one reviewing the knowledge with her junior classmate, so why did it seem like Yu-Tu was testing her? Su Ling shook his head slightly to get rid of this strange thought in his mind. The next day, Yu-Tu asked me the same question again. Su Ling could already answer questions fluently. She frowned, and seeing that Yu-Tu was not paying attention, she stretched out a finger and waved it in front of his eyes. Junior, I should be the one testing you. Yu-Tu came back to his senses and chuckled. Okay, senior sister, please ask the questions. Su Ling cleared her throat, closed the notebook and held it in her arms to prevent Yu-Tu from peeking. Listen carefully. Question 1. Which investment product has the best ability to be liquidated in the short term? A. Voucher bonds. B. A forward bill of lading. C. Time passed quickly and it was the night before the rematch. Su Ling was packing her suitcase in the room, stuffing clothes and toiletries into it one by one. Li Mingju came over and helped her daughter pack her things. Lingling, do you want your parents to accompany you to this competition? The semi-final of the financial competition was held at the Jiushui Zhuang Resort, more than 20 kilometers away from Huacheng. The 200 participating students needed to stay in the resort for 7 days and 6 nights. The first day allows the contestants to familiarize themselves with the environment and get enough rest in order to cope with the intense competition in the following days. Li Mingju was a little worried because her daughter suddenly left home for a few days. Su Ling, who was sorting her clothes, looked at her mother speechlessly. Mom, I'm already an adult. How can I let you and my dad accompany me to the competition? I'll be laughed at. She is not a child anymore, she just went out. What would it be like to have your parents accompany you? Li Mingju put the towel and toothbrush into the separate bag, feeling a little unconvinced. Mom is worried about you, okay? You've never stayed in a hotel since you were a child, and you're going to stay there for such a long time. How can I feel at ease with you? Su Ling looked at her mother helplessly, then raised her head and cast a pleading look at Su Dongpa. Seeing his daughter's eyes, Su Dongpa, who was sitting next to her drinking tea, quickly took over the conversation. Wife, it's just a competition. Hasn't the organizer already made all the arrangements? Besides, Lingling is going to a competition this time, not a picnic, and it's close to Flower City, so you're just worrying about nothing. Aren't I worried? Li Mingju sighed. Lingling has never stayed in a hotel alone. What if she gets scared when she sleeps at night? A mother worries when her son is away from home. My daughter has never stayed in a hotel alone. Don't you know if the hotel room is clean? I heard that the seeds in the hotel are used to clean the toilet, and the kettle is used to wash socks. Didn't the news say that there are now a lot of cameras in hotels that are specifically designed to secretly film young girls? Her Lingling is so beautiful, what if she meets a bad guy? The more Li Mingju thought about it, the more worried she became. No. Mom will go with you for a while. I won't be at ease if you don't go. Oh, Mom. Seeing that he couldn't convince Li Mingju, Su Ling also had a headache. So many classmates from our school are here, and there are teachers accompanying me. I won't leave the hotel and will be back after the competition. What's the danger? Li Mingju, who was originally hesitant, became nervous when she heard the word classmate. Classmate? Which classmate? Could it be the boy who was secretly dating Lingling? Thinking of this, Li Mingju became alert. Classmate? Will the boy who sent you home last time join us? I don't know, maybe I can participate. Seeing that Li Mingju looked a bit angry, Su Ling lowered her head to pack her luggage and replied casually, we are not in the same group. Li Mingju had previously opposed her getting too close to her junior, and even thought of her junior as a bad student with despicable behavior. If she knew that I was participating in the competition with my junior brother Yu-Tu, she would definitely make a fuss. Li Mingju looked her up and down with suspicion. Why is she a little bit unconvinced? Li Mingju became angry when she thought about how Lingling had lied several times for that boy. Her daughter Lingling is so well behaved. She never lied to her as her mother before. But now she is always hiding things from her. She must have been corrupted by that boy. Seeing that Li Mingju was determined to go with him, Su Dongpa chimed in and advised, "Wife, Lingling is going to a competition, not an outing. Where are you going to stay? Why don't Lingling and I just live in the same room? That's outrageous. Other students are alone, but our family needs their mother to accompany them. How do you expect others to see her?" Su Ling felt a headache when he thought about living with his mother. "I'm going to the competition. Don't follow me. I'm going alone." Fearing that her parents would continue to question her, Su Ling packed her luggage and pushed the two of them out with a groan. "I'm going to bed early today, Mom and Dad, good night." With a bang, the bedroom door closed in front of me. Su Ling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her mother was now developing into a detective. The look Li Mingju gave her just now seemed to have seen through her thoughts. Su Ling felt extremely guilty when she answered. Chapter 94, Sleeping on My Shoulder. Su Ling picked up the suitcase and pushed it aside, picked up the mobile phone from the bed, and typed quickly. "Su Ling, Jr., are you asleep?" In dormitory 706, U2 had just taken a shower. Several people in the dormitory walked past quietly. Since they knew that he was going to the resort to participate in the rematch, Zhao Feihu, Wei Jiahao, and Fan Yangyang stopped playing games for fear of disturbing U2's rest. The phone buzzed and a finger swiped the screen. "U2, I haven't slept yet. I just took a shower." The message on the phone came back almost instantly. "Su Ling, will you be nervous?" U2 was speechless and didn't know what to say. "Will you be nervous?" "No way." Tang Xiaoqing had reported to him before and was ready to check out if there were any good candidates. U2 thought about it and made the questions more difficult than before. As soon as the question bank was updated, everyone in the elite group called it abnormal. He was busy with assignments at night, and during the day he was forced by the campus beauty of Soochow University to read in the library, so he had dark circles under his eyes. Now the campus beauty of Soochow University asked him if he was nervous? For 2, this is simply a free-point question. However, you definitely can't respond like this to the campus beauty from Soochow University. U2, a little bit. On the way. After receiving U2's reply, Su Ling held the phone and bit her lip. Would the junior student who was so calm and composed in front of her also feel nervous? She stretched out her fingers and typed, "Don't be nervous, just keep a calm mind, just treat it as a game. If you don't pass it, it's no big deal, just try harder next time." Su Ling sent another emoticon package to encourage others. U2, well, after hearing what senior sister said, I really don't seem to be nervous anymore. U2, it's getting late, go to bed early. Su Ling was also happy that she could help U2. At the beginning, she was not as confident as she is now when taking exams, and would get nervous unconsciously. Every time Su Ling told herself that this was a small game and she was the one who passed the level. Even if you fail, just try harder and pass it next time. Now she told U2 this method as if she was telling him her own little secret. Seeing U2 send a yawning emoticon, Su Ling replied seriously, "Yeah, go to bed early." After posting it, I felt that the conversation between the two people was somewhat intimate, just like a couple. After a while, the phone vibrated twice and Su Ling opened the chat history. U2, good night, senior sister. The moment he received the message, Su Ling was stunned. He said goodnight to himself. There is a saying on the internet that the pinyin of good night is wanan, which means I love you. I heard that if a boy says good night to a girl every day, it means he likes you. Su Ling's cheeks were slightly red, and she felt a little overwhelmed holding the phone. Although I know that this is not what I meant. But, what if? 9 o'clock the next morning. Last night, there was a drizzle in Huacheng. The occasional breeze becomes particularly cool. At the gate of Huacheng University, more than a dozen students have gathered, and the leading teacher is counting the number of people. Su Ling was wearing a brick red long-sleeved dress, a pair of black leather shoes, a small backpack on her waist, and she was dragging a suitcase as she walked over. Several senior boys who were waiting at the school gate quickly gathered around. "Su Ling, is it heavy? Can I help you carry your luggage?" "Yeah, how can we let our junior carry the luggage by herself? Leave the rough and tiring work to us." Su Ling had no expression on her face. She ignored the fiery eyes of the people around her and coldly declined the other party's hospitality. No, thank you. Dragging the suitcase around several people, Su Ling looked into the crowd, his bright eyes scanning back and forth. When he saw a tall and straight figure, his eyes suddenly lit up. Junior, I'm here. She stretched out her hand and waved, with a look of joy on her face and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She didn't sleep well last night because of someone's simple good night. She kept wondering if he had other intentions. When she woke up in the morning, Su Ling looked in the mirror and found dark circles under her eyes. In order to avoid being seen, I could only apply a layer of foundation to barely cover it up. Hearing the familiar voice, Yu-Tu turned around and instantly saw the campus beauty of Soochow University greeting him outside the crowd. The red dress she wore today set her skin tone very well. The snow-white and delicate skin on her neck was like a peeled lychee. Her ingot-like little nose was adorned with a small white pearl. Her long black hair was braided into a loose pigtail with a ribbon and hung over her left shoulder. With a face as white as warm jade and rosy lips, she looks exceptionally bright and attractive. Standing in the crowd, he instantly caught everyone's attention. Yu-Tu walked over with a backpack on his back and reached out to help her pull the suitcase. Looking at the small backpack he was carrying, Su Ling asked in surprise, "Is this all you have?" Yu-Tu replied, "Not a few. A set of toiletries and a change of clothes. They are just going to compete, and the hotel has everything they need. It's not like they are fighting for survival in the wild, so they need to bring food, drinks, and tents." Yu-Tu picked up the suitcase of the Soochow University beauty with one hand and stuffed it into the luggage compartment of the bus. Wow! It's quite heavy. I brought something so heavy that it felt like a lead ball weighing dozens of kilograms. Seeing Yu-Tu helping her with her luggage, Su Ling smiled with a happy expression. Teacher Zhou, the leader of the team, waved over here and said, "Student Su Ling, come over here and register your information. Students over there, please get on the bus quickly after you have registered." The two didn't say anything else. After taking out their student IDs and ID cards to register, they got on the bus. There were quite a few people on the bus, including students from several nearby universities. The students from Huacheng University quickly called out, "Junior sister Su Ling, sit here, there's an empty seat." Several junior students quickly gave up the seats next to them and brushed off the non-existent dust on the seats. Su Ling ignored them and walked to Yu-Tu's seat and sat down. Su Ling has a problem. He easily feels sleepy once he gets in a car. The bus has to go to another school to pick up people. The journey will take an hour. You can close your eyes and get some sleep first. Yu-Tu closed the open window and said, "I'll call you when we get there." Su Ling nodded slightly, covered her mouth and yawned, "Then I'll go to sleep first." After saying that, she turned sideways and gently leaned her little head on Yu-Tu's shoulder. The students of Huacheng University who saw this scene were so jealous that they became like lemon chicken. The goddess whom they couldn't get close to was now leaning on another man's shoulder. I really envy this guy, he can sit with the school beauty. The campus beauty of Soochow University actually slept on his shoulder? Doesn't the campus beauty have misophobia? What is the relationship between these two people? That boy seems to be a freshman. His preliminary results were at the bottom of our school, so he will probably just be a runner-up in the semi-finals. Even if he fails on the battlefield, at least he succeeds in love. If I can win the favor of the school beauty, I will be satisfied even if I get 0 points in the financial competition. The space on the bus was not large, and the voices of several people talking in low voices could be heard clearly. Yu-Tu didn't dare move his left shoulder. He opened his backpack with one hand and took out a pair of headphones. I randomly picked a soft, hypnotic playlist. Click play. Yu-Tu gently put one earphone into the left ear of the campus beauty of Soochow University and put the other on himself. The singing instantly covered up the noise in the car. A soothing and beautiful melody sounded. I've a Gotajiro crush. I'm in love with a girl. Had a titted butt. Although unwilling to admit. I go to Hardresh. But my strong emotions. It's not slowing down. I can't stop. Yu-Tu's English is not very good. This is an English song and he didn't understand the lyrics. The campus beauty of Soochow University was quiet and seemed to have fallen asleep on his shoulder. Maybe it was because the air conditioner in the car was too hot, her fair and flawless face was stained with a hint of pink. The soft autumn sunlight shines through the car window and falls on the two people, quiet and peaceful. As the soft singing played, U2 slowly closed his eyes. What he didn't notice was the slightly raised corners of the girl's lips next to him. Chapter 95. Two people living in one room? Xiaoshui Villa is indeed the preferred leisure resort around the Flower City. The entire resort is surrounded by mountains and water, with pleasant scenery. The bus passed a fountain and luxurious European-style buildings appeared before our eyes. The luxurious gilded door and the exquisite reliefs on the hotel's exterior walls all reveal the luxury of the design. The students who came to participate in the competition were all dumbfounded and pulled up the car windows to look out. Oh my god, this sponsor is so generous. Food and lodging are free. Staying here for one night costs at least $1,000? Is this the power of money? I love it so much, it's worth it even if I have to be a runner-up in the semi-finals. I have participated in the Minfu Cup for 2 years. This year's standard is simply magnificent. Accompanied by the chattering sounds in the car, it drove to the entrance of the hotel and the resort. After getting off the bus, the team leader, Teacher Zhou, asked the students to take their ID cards and find their hotel room numbers. However, Su Ling and Yu, who were standing at the hotel front desk, were dumbfounded. Huacheng Economics sophomore, Su Ling, 302. Freshman of Huacheng University, majoring in finance, Yu, 302. Hello, is this a mistake? The two of us. Su Ling opened her eyes in confusion and pointed at Yu next to her. How can the two of us live in the same room? Yu was also speechless. How did the organizer arrange it? How could they even get the room numbers of men and women wrong? It seems that its subsidiary Tongchuan Investment is a bit unreliable. He was a little embarrassed by this mistake, but luckily the campus beauty of Suzhou University didn't know that he was the boss of the sponsor. Otherwise, would you think you are a big pervert? Deliberately trying to take advantage of her? By then, even if Yu jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to wash away his guilt. Excuse me, please wait a moment, I will check it for you. The girl at the front desk was also a little dumbfounded. She checked the information carefully again and retrieved the entered information. The room number of Hotel 302 on the computer showed Su Ling and Yu's names listed together. I'm sorry, sir and ma'am, maybe there's an error in the hotel system. Yu asked, are there any other vacant rooms? Just help me change one. I'm sorry, I just checked for you, and there are no rooms available due to the large number of participants. After saying that, the girl at the front desk started sweating and kept apologizing to the two of them. This is a mistake made by our hotel. Sorry for the inconvenience. Please see. Yu frowned and tapped the service desk with his finger. Hello, please help me check if there are other hotels nearby. Su Ling pursed her lips and said nothing, then glanced at him secretly. There was an inexplicable sudden shyness in my heart. Actually, even if we live in the same room, it's no big deal, right? When they were camping before, the junior stayed alone in the tent with her for the whole night in order to find her. Su Ling comforted herself quietly. Okay. The girl at the front desk quickly agreed and turned to quickly check it on the computer. Sir, there is a motel 3 kilometers away. We can help you book the hotel for free. The nearest hotel is 3 kilometers away? How can this be possible? When Su Ling heard this, her delicate brows slightly frowned. The hotel is 3 kilometers away, which is too far. The round trip time is more than 30 minutes every day. The resort is sparsely populated and there are few taxis. At noon, they had no time to rest after the game. With all the mental exhaustion, the result of the game was predictable. She hadn't told her junior yet that she had secretly signed him up for a doubles team. Changing hotels at this time is equivalent to giving up the qualification to participate in the competition. Then how can she help Yu with his plan to counterattack in the practice arena? Su Ling was anxious but didn't show it. Her fingers, which were tightly gripping the shoulder strap of her bag, turned slightly white. Yu didn't have any objection. He came here to accompany the prince in his studies, so it didn't matter whether he participated in the semi-finals or not. If I could change hotels, I would have an excuse not to participate in this re-examination. Seeing Su Ling's objection, Yu hurriedly comforted her, Senior sister, it's okay, I can just take a taxi and rush over when the time comes. Besides, my score in the preliminary round wasn't very high, so participating in the semi-final won't have any impact at all. I can cheer for you from the audience then. Su Ling shook his head and took a deep breath, as if making an important decision. We're not changing hotels. She turned her head and looked at Yu, and said word by word, "Junior, the two of us will live in the same room." On the other side, in the Lilac Building Hotel of Chiu Shui Villa Resort, a woman in a slim business suit was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine. The woman has slightly sharp eyebrows and eyes, fiery red lips, and the temperament of a strong career woman. The slim-fitting dress wraps around her exquisite figure, and she wears a pair of black high heels on her feet. A beautiful and warm cell phone ringtone rang out, and the woman shook the red wine glass and answered the phone with one hand. "Hello." The voice is pleasant, hearty, and generous. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Boss Tang, it's been done." The woman opened her red lips slightly. "Didn't they change rooms?" "I wanted to change it at first, but the nearest hotel is 3 kilometers away." "Changing hotels is equivalent to giving up the competition." "Ha, you can rest assured that I can handle it." "Very good." The woman's lips curled slightly. "When it's done, I'll give you a bonus." "Thank you, Mr. Tang." "Don't worry. I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future." After hanging up the phone, the woman tilted her head back and drank the red wine in her hand. Tang Xiaoqing turned her cell phone, looking at the scenery outside the window with a smile in her eyes. "The boss will definitely thank me." Men, they only know how to say one thing and mean another. I clearly agreed not to participate in the financial competition, but I didn't expect that in order to accompany my future boss's wife, the boss, who was the question setter, would personally come out to bully the noobs. However, according to the boss's gentlemanly pursuit method, it would take many years to win over the girl. For the sake of the future boss lady, she had no choice but to take action. I got the hotel room card from the front desk and received the contestant's number tag. Su Ling carried a small backpack and walked forward silently. Looking at the other person's somewhat stiff back in quick steps, Yu subconsciously touched his nose and followed with his light blue suitcase. They entered the elevator in silence, pressed the floor button, and the two remained silent. The atmosphere in the elevator was a little awkward for a moment. Yu leaned against the elevator wall with one hand in his pocket, casually looking at the magazines on both sides of the elevator. But I don't know what happened to the campus beauty of Soochow University. She started to have an obsession with her hair. From time to time, she would lift the hair beside her ear, and then start to circle the small box beam on her neck with her fingers, circling it around. Su Ling's eyes wandered aimlessly. He looked at the decorations in the elevator very carefully, but the corner of his eyes seemed to have taken root and kept glancing at the people around him from time to time. Yu noticed that when he looked back, the other party looked away quickly like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He looked at the ceiling of the elevator seriously, as if nothing had happened just now. Chapter 96, a bit like a bride decorating her wedding room. On both sides of the elevator are pictures of the scenery of Chiu Shui Villa. When the door is closed, it becomes a bright mirror, which perfectly reflects the nervous expression and furtive glances of the other person. This silly girl doesn't know yet. Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. The campus beauty of Soochow University usually looks cold and aloof, and is smart, but she becomes silly in front of him. Hearing the uncontrollable laughter beside him, Su Ling looked at him in confusion, not understanding why Yu suddenly laughed. She followed the other person's gaze and finally discovered the secret of the elevator. The mirror directly in front of you is bright and clear, and you can see everything at a glance. The campus beauty of Soochow University was stunned. After she came to her senses, she glared at Yu beside her fiercely, looking very imposing. But then, a touch of pink slowly spread from the neck to behind the ears like watercolor. The white cheeks are a little pink, which looks quite cute. Su Ling felt both ashamed and angry. I found out that I would be living in the same room with my junior for 6 days. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous. Su Ling didn't even dare to look up at the other person. It was obviously me who agreed first and promised first. What if the other person thinks I'm a casual girl? Su Ling may not care about other people's opinions, but she can't help but guess what Yu is thinking. But why are there mirrors in elevators? This big pig didn't even tell her. His entire lifelong reputation was ruined. Afraid that the other person would get angry and embarrassed if he continued laughing, Yu quickly put away the smile on his face. With a ding sound, the elevator reached the 3rd floor. Su Ling pursed her lips, looked serious, and strode out of the elevator door holding the small shoulder bag at her waist. He reached out and swiped his card, and the door to room 302 opened. After entering the room, there is a small kitchen on the left side of the door, a bathroom on the right side, and then a huge double bed comes into view. Su Ling was a little dumbfounded. She thought there would be 2 single beds. Only 1 bed? How do two people sleep at night? Are we going to let her sleep in the same bed with her junior? That's not possible. Stay calm, don't panic. When camping, two people also sleep in one tent. It's not like we Have and T lived together before, don't be afraid. Su Ling took a deep breath nervously and silently cheered herself up in her heart. Noticing the questioning looks coming from all around her, she was so embarrassed that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She could only pretend to be calm, reached out to pick up the hot water on the stove and started to boil water. After the elevator incident just now, she hadn't figured out how to face the road ahead. Yu2 threw his backpack on the single sofa in the room, found a rag, and wiped the room briefly. He complained as he cleaned up, "Is this room they got a couple's room?" All the items were matching, and Yu2 even found a box of lace in the drawer under the TV. Su Ling stood aside and couldn't help feeling moved when watching the other person busy. This was her first time staying in a hotel and she was not used to everything yet. She originally wanted to clean with Yu2, but was rejected. "I haven't thanked you for taking me in yet. It's my duty to do such a small thing as cleaning." After packing up briefly, Yu2 picked up the suitcase of the Suzhou University beauty and put it on the ground. "Senior, I'm going to boil some water, you pack your suitcase." "Oh." Su Ling simply responded. Yu2 didn't have much luggage, just a set of clothes and 2 pairs of underwear. The hotel is fully equipped with toiletries including soap, toothbrushes, toothpaste and more. There are 2 single sofas, fresh fruits and snacks on the coffee table, and free coffee. But girls have a lot of luggage, clothes, cosmetics and so on, which can easily fill up a box. Yu2 was a little curious, what was in the suitcase of the campus beauty of Suzhou University? Such a heavy box, I wonder if it contains shot put or dumbbells. Or do girls all like to put bricks in their suitcases? Suppressing his curiosity, Yu2 walked into the small kitchen. It is common knowledge that things in hotels are dirty. The kettle was used to boil underwear, and the white towels in the bathroom looked clean, maybe they had just been used to wipe the toilet. There are also white sheets in the hotel, stained with urine, sweat, menstrual blood, and maybe other messy things. So when I am on a business trip, I never sleep naked. The dirtiest thing is the remote control in the room. Other things may be cleaned and replaced, but the remote control may not be cleaned once from the time the cleaning lady starts working until she retires. The previous tenant might have just touched spicy strips before picking up the remote control. The previous tenant might have just held someone's toes with his hands. You never know what it was used for. The hotel at Xiaoshui Villa Resort looks pretty good at the moment, everything is new, and there is even a seal on the mouth of the kettle. After checking the cups again, he found that most of them were brand new and unopened, which made Yu2 breathe a sigh of relief. He unpacked the kettle, cleaned it carefully twice, pressed the water boil switch, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and opened it. Outside, there is clear water, blue sky, bamboo forest, and sea of flowers. The fresh air is instantly inhaled into the lungs, and the whole person relaxes. After taking a glance at Yu2's back, Su Ling reached out and opened the suitcase. Shampoo, facial cleanser, perfume, lotion, spare clothes, pajamas, nightgowns. When Yu2 turned around, he saw Su Ling taking out an eye mask, earplugs, a U-shaped pin, a pig head plush doll, and countless bags of snacks. He was completely shocked. "Senior, are you moving your family here? No wonder the suitcase is so heavy, it turns out it's stuffed with so many things." "No." Su Ling had recovered from the embarrassment just now, and said confidently, "The things I brought in my suitcase are all necessities. I brought the eye mask because I am used to my bed and I can't sleep in an unfamiliar place, so I have to wear an eye mask." Yu2 pointed and said, "What about this pig head?" "What pig head?" Su Ling glanced at him angrily, "This little pig doll has been with me for a long time. I can't sleep well without it." "What about this?" Yu2 glanced at the neatly stacked pile of things in the suitcase. "Oops." Su Ling screamed, her ears burning, and she covered them with her hands. Go check if the water is boiling." Mysterious. Yu2 was driven away with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing that the other party left obediently, Su Ling stared at his back, making sure that he did not peek, and with a blushing face, she quickly took the underwear and hid it in the closet. She took out her own sheets from her suitcase and spread them on the bed. Before coming, Li Mingzhu had already told her to bring her own things. "I heard that things in the hotel are not very clean, especially the bed sheets. They look washed white, but I don't know how much bleach is left in them." She remembered that when they were camping, she and Yu2 had divided the work in the same way. One cooks and the other sets up the tent. Su Ling thought back to when she was at home. Li Mingju was making the bed while her father Su Dompa was mopping the floor and wiping the table. Su Ling placed the pink piggy doll on the bedside table, thought about it, and moved it to the bedside. She looked at the tidy room with satisfaction. Does this look like a bride decorating her wedding room in advance? I was frightened by the sudden thought that popped into my head. Su Ling's ears felt a little hot. She glanced quietly at the kitchen, and no one inside noticed. Call. OQ. Chapter 97 10-minute kiss scene. The other side. After U2 entered the kitchen, he poured out the boiled water, boiled another pot of water, and carefully scalded all the glasses. Senior, I've got you a glass of water. Remember to drink it when it gets cold. Thinking of the Suzhou University beauty's cleanliness, he added, the cup is new. I have already scalded it. Don't worry. When he came out, the room had changed drastically. The sheets of the double bed have been replaced with a refreshing white sheet with a green plant pattern. There is a pink pig head on the bedside. The closet is full of all kinds of clothes. Even the bedside table and the table are filled with the things of the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Sigma A. U2 was speechless. This isn't a competition, this is a move. The campus beauty of Suzhou University seemed a little embarrassed and generously cleared out a small corner in the closet. Put your clothes here, Junior. U2 shook his head. He only had 2 pieces of clothing, so he decided to put them in the bag. After finishing the tidying up, the two began to look at each other again. After being reborn in this life, U2 has never lived in a room alone with a girl. This is not a solution. We need to find something to do quickly. Ahem. U2 took the initiative to break the silence. I wonder if there are any good TV shows now? Glancing at the remote. Well, it's still sealed with film. He picked up the remote control with confidence and turned on the TV. Mango Channel is currently broadcasting a modern youth urban drama, in which all the characters are young and beautiful country Cinderellas, and the male lead is the unchanging, handsome and domineering president. At this moment, the hero and heroine are hugging each other and kissing passionately. Oh my god! Is it so exciting right from the start? U2's hand holding the remote control was a little stiff, and he hesitated whether to change the program. Just like when parents and children watch TV series together when they were young, it would be awkward if they didn't change the channel, and it would also be awkward if they changed the channel. If I change the channel now, will it seem like he is being too deliberate? His eyes involuntarily slid to the side, and he saw the campus beauty of Suzhou University sitting upright, watching the TV with a serious face. At this moment, Su Ling was no longer calm. She has also watched a lot of idol dramas, in which young girls always fantasize about meeting and even getting intimate with the person they like. But it was the first time for a single man and a single woman to watch a passionate kissing scene between the male and female protagonists in a TV series in the same room. Noticing the look in U2's eyes, Su Ling felt her body stiffen. U2 touched his nose awkwardly. He was now in a difficult situation. There was no way to change the channel now, so he wanted to see how long the hero and heroine could kiss. The two of them sat on the edge of the bed, neither of them spoke. After 3 minutes, the male and female protagonists of the TV series finally stopped and began to look at each other lovingly. U2 was about to let out the breath he had been holding in his chest when the hero and heroine started kissing again. Watching the male and female protagonists in the TV series kissing each other non-stop, from long shots to close shots, and then to close-ups, U2 was completely speechless. So you just looked at each other just to catch your breath and continue, right? Time passed slowly in silence, and an awkward and indescribable charming atmosphere spread in the air. 2 pairs of eyes stared at a man and a woman on the screen without blinking. 5 minutes passed, 8 minutes passed, 9 minutes. U2 felt extremely tortured, his back was wet from nervousness. He glanced to the side and met Su Ling's eyes. Both of them blushed, looked at each other and turned their heads away quickly. The 10-minute kissing scene finally ended. The hero and heroine resolved their misunderstanding with a passionate kiss scene and went home happily hand in hand. However, Su Ling felt as if a century had passed. The atmosphere in the room was strange, as if she was tightly entangled by fragrant rose vines. Her fair face was stained with a hint of bright red, and her tone was a little hesitant. Let's go downstairs to eat. The two took the elevator down to the first floor. The hall is decorated magnificently, and the huge jewel chandelier on the ceiling attracts people's attention. It is as dazzling and shining as the stars in the night sky. It was the first time that Su Ling saw such a beautiful and luxurious chandelier, and she couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. The restaurant was on the left, and beautiful piano music came from inside. Many students are already dining inside. The buffet is mainly Western food. There are steaks, red wine, coffee, various barbecues, mushroom soup, etc., and some common Chinese dishes. Various beverages and various delicacies are available 24 hours a day. Su Ling and U2 each picked their favorite dishes and walked to an empty seat by the window and sat down. Hey! This girl is so pretty, even prettier than Li Feifei, the campus beauty of Beijing University. Of course she's beautiful. Her name is Su Ling. She's the star of Huacheng University and the champion of the preliminary round of the financial competition. She is also the campus beauty of Huacheng University. She became famous on the entire campus forum with just a high school ID photo. She's both good-looking and talented. She's even better looking in person than in photos. Su Ling's arrival attracted the attention of many students, and some people also noticed U2 beside her. Who's that boy next to her? He looks so handsome. Maybe it's the school beauty's boyfriend? I heard that this Suzhou University campus beauty is a cold goddess who always looks cold to boys. How can such a person fall in love? Hearing the discussions of people around him, Su Ling looked up at U2. Brother, aren't you worried? What are you worried about? U2 forked a piece of steak and put it in his mouth. The tender and delicious aroma filled his mouth. The treatment here is worthy of being called a 5-star hotel, and the beef used is all fresh bulls from the grassland province. It tastes like home. People mistakenly think I'm your boyfriend. Su Ling really likes the mango sago here. After finishing her main meal, she scooped a spoonful of dessert with a small spoon. What if it makes it difficult for you to find a girlfriend in the future? As Su Ling spoke, his voice gradually became lower. The thought of U2 dating another girl in the future. Maybe I will hold hands and kiss other girls in the future. How is this possible? She was not feeling very comfortable. But, I am not his junior's girlfriend, so why should I interfere with his freedom? Feeling sad, Su Ling poked the food in the bowl with a small spoon. The dessert no longer tasted sweet. Well, that's a problem. U2 pretended not to notice the other person's lost look and thought seriously with his chin in his hand. Seeing him like this, Su Ling's beautiful brows frowned. I just said it casually, but he is actually thinking about the future? Does the junior want to draw a line between himself and her? This big pig's hoof, I have done so many things for him. But he is thinking that these rumors will hinder his future relationship? The more Su Ling thought about it, the angrier she became. On the surface, she appeared calm, but the spoon in her hand poked the dessert harder and harder. If I can't find a girlfriend in the future, U2 said, then I'll have to ask my senior to compensate me for one. How can I compensate? Su Ling looked up angrily and met U2's smiling eyes. He had beautiful eyebrows and pupils as dark as a pool of water, reflecting her face clearly. Their eyes met, but neither of them spoke. There was an unspeakable tacit understanding, and Su Ling seemed to understand his thoughts. She turned her head away awkwardly, not looking at U2, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Lingling, you are here? A girl's surprised voice came from behind. Chapter 98, The School Beauty's Best Friend, Wen Luoyan. You girl participated in the competition but didn't even kiss me. A girl with wavy curly hair and wearing a floral halter dress came over, greeted the campus beauty of Suzhou University, and said something with some complaints. I forgot. The campus beauty of Suzhou University drank the juice gracefully and dignifiedly, and glanced at her indifferently. Forgot? Do you have a conscience when you say this? The girl had a small oval face, a pair of almond-shaped eyes, and a small mole on the tip of her nose. She was very familiar with others. She pulled the chair next to Su Ling and sat down. When she saw U2, her eyes lit up. My name is Wen Luoyan. I'm a sophomore at Jiaotong University. I'm Lingling's best friend. We grew up together. As she spoke, Wen Luoyan smiled and stretched out her hand. By the way, what's the name of this handsome boy? Before U2 could say anything, Su Ling stretched out her hand and stopped the other party's action directly, speaking briefly and quickly. He is my junior. This sentence without a beginning or an end seems like a declaration of sovereignty. Wen Luoyan looked at Su Ling with a strange look, then looked at U2 and gave a meaningful smile. Lingling, why are you so nervous? Besides, your junior is my junior. Wen Luoyan then asked U2 directly, handsome boy, what's your name? What's your major? U2 looked at the other person calmly. He was a little curious. How could the campus belle of Soochow University be good friends with such a lively girl? Hello, my name is U2, and I'm from the finance department. Seeing Wen Luoyan asking questions, he nodded slightly at her and gave a brief introduction. Hi, fellow student U Tuesday. Wen Luoyan waved her little hand and greeted, smiling. A pair of almond-shaped eyes smiled like a little fox. She and Su Ling grew up together, and she had never seen Lingling get close to any boy. From junior high school to high school, people who confessed to Su Ling lined up from the school to outside the school, but they were all rejected by Su Ling. I just greeted this boy just now, but Lingling got nervous. It's so abnormal. Is Lingling in love? After Wen Luoyan came over, Su Ling didn't say much. He just sat quietly aside drinking juice. Wen Luoyan was not polite. She finished the barbecue on the plate and went to get a lot of small cakes. Lingling, I heard that you won first place in the preliminary round. Congratulations. While eating, she said to Su Ling, by the way, how are your preparations for the semifinals? The campus beauty of Soochow University spoke like gold, not bad. Hearing the other party's perfunctory response, Wen Luoyan was somewhat unhappy. What do you mean it's okay? It's okay, it's okay. The Soochow University beauty's words were still so brief, at least I have no problem beating you. The sharp reply hit the nail on the head and even Wen Luoyan was stunned. U2 wanted to laugh when he heard this. The campus beauty of Soochow University acted completely different in front of him and in front of his friends. It was the first time he had seen the other person speak so harshly and insultingly. Could it be that she and Wen Luoyan are best friends? Lingling, you are so heartless. Now that you have a new friend, you don't care about the life or death of your former best friend. Wen Luoyan sobbed sadly, you actually treated me like this, I'm so sad. Whoa. Her oval face was filled with tears, and if she had seen 2 tears, she might have really deserved an Oscar. U2 finally understood from Wen Luoyan's chattering. The other party and the campus beauty of Soochow University were neighbors in the same community. They had been attending the same school from elementary school to high school. After the college entrance examination, Wen Luoyan and Su Ling were admitted to different schools and separated. After eating and drinking, Wen Luoyan refused to leave and kept asking questions. You two, how did you and Lingling know each other? School? Lingling never gets close to boys, never talks to them. I don't believe it. By the way, which room do you live in, you two? I'll come visit you when I'm free. Su Ling interrupted the other party directly. He has to prepare for the rematch and has no time. It doesn't matter if you don't have time. When Luoyan turned around and winked at U2 playfully, handsome junior, come and get to know me. Add WeChat. U2 turned his gaze towards the campus beauty of Soochow University. Su Ling lowered his eyes and said nothing. However, Wen Luoyan was not shy. She took out U2's phone and asked him to unlock it, then scanned the QR code directly. Yes. I've added it. The most beautiful young girl is me. After adding the contact information, Wen Luoyan smiled with satisfaction. Before leaving, Wen Luoyan said to U2, handsome junior, keep in touch in the future, bye. When the other person's figure completely disappeared, Su Ling, who had been silent just now, looked unhappy. She frowned, bit her lip and glared at U2, junior, why did you let her add you? Isn't she the senior's best friend? U2 shrugged innocently. Not even my best friend. Su Ling looked anxious and said angrily, do you know how dangerous society is now? Some people like to cheat innocent boys. If you encounter such things again in the future, you must refuse. When Wen Luoyan came over just now, Su Ling looked alert. Having grown up together, she knows each other best. Wen Luoyan is obsessed with looks and has a lively personality. She likes to flirt with handsome boys the most. We started dating in high school, but broke up after just a few months, which hurt a lot of boys' hearts. Ever since she went to college, Wen Luoyan would ask her from time to time if there were any handsome guys in Huacheng University to introduce to her. The junior was so naive that he was fooled by her without even realizing it. She would never let Wen Luoyan succeed. Looking at the other person's nervous expression, U2 didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The transformation of the campus beauty of Soochow University was too great. The girl who expressed her emotions vividly and naturally in front of him was completely different from the cold goddess just now. Su Ling warned him seriously, boys, you must protect yourself when you are outside, understand? You have never been in a relationship, you don't know the dangers of society, it's easy to suffer losses. Especially an emotional cheater like Wen Luoyan. I don't know why, but when Wen Luoyan smiled at her junior just now, she suddenly felt a sour and bitter feeling in her heart, and some inexplicable anger. Add the junior's contact information in front of her? Why do you want to be so close to your junior? Why do you smile so sweetly? She even flirted with her junior? This bad woman. What made her most angry was that you two didn't refuse. Senior, didn't she add me only after you agreed? My silence doesn't mean I agree. Su Ling raised her eyebrows. Even if I agree in the future, you have to find an excuse to refuse. Even if you add me, don't chat with me. Snort. Although she knew that her junior did it for her, she agreed to Wen Luoyan. But she still felt a little angry, as if someone else was coveting the treasure in her arms. Seeing the other party's serious expression, Yu Tu felt a little funny in his heart. He suppressed his laughter and assured Su Ling, I understand. From now on, I will obey your orders. Seeing Yu Tu's sincere face, Su Ling nodded with satisfaction. Then, she reached out and tapped Yu Tu's phone on the table and said something seriously. Come on, delete her now. Chapter 99 Who takes a shower first? After lunch, the students stayed in the hotel to continue doing their exercises. The next day was the rematch exam and everyone was preparing nervously. In room 302, two single sofas were placed together, and on the small coffee table in the middle were placed the notes brought by the campus beauty of Soochow University. The densely packed red circles on it made Yu Tu feel overwhelmed. As soon as he was distracted, he was hit on the head. Junior, don't be lazy. The campus beauty of Soochow University looked at him seriously and said, You have an exam tomorrow. Just hold on. I'll treat you to hot pot after the competition. Yu Tu was extremely distressed, as he knew the answers to these questions very well. After reading these questions for a long time, I feel like I have no desires or requests at all. Asking a college student to memorize the multiplication table, then asking him or her whether he or she can remember it, and then testing him or her 100 times, isn't that humiliating? But he had no way of telling the campus beauty of Soochow University the truth. Yu Tu sighed and could only study hard. The sun sets little by little, and the sunset dyes the sky red. The hour hand moves quickly from dusk to night. The weather in early autumn was chilly and the nights in the resort were relatively quiet, with only a few scattered lights in the distance. There are many game rooms and sports and fitness areas in Chiu Shui Villa. However, tomorrow's rematch is related to their future prospects. After dinner, the students had no mood to play and returned to the hotel early to rest. There were only 1 or 2 rooms left with lights on. In room 302, silence is Cambridge tonight. Su Ling's mind was in a mess. She wrung her hands together, looked at the sky outside the window, and then stole a glance at the large double bed in the room. There is only one bed in the room now. How will she and her junior sleep? The sofa is a single sofa and cannot be used as a bed. Could it be that, let her sleep with her junior? Is it too early? She's not mentally prepared yet. The sound of the stream flowing outside the window and the chirping of insects at night act like a lullaby, making people more sleepy. Su Ling tried hard to keep her eyes open and pinched her arm quietly to make her brain clearer. Yu Tu was also a little embarrassed. He had originally planned to spend the night on the sofa, but he didn't expect the setting of this hotel would not even give him a chance. There was not even an extra quilt in the room except for a spare blanket. How to ask? Could it be said, Senior sister, how are we going to sleep tonight? Will the other party think you are a hooligan who is taking advantage of others, or a pervert who has trespassed? He really liked this kind and simple girl. When we were camping, we had to live together out of necessity, but the situation is different now. The campus beauty of Su University nodded her head noddingly. She was so sleepy that she didn't dare to sleep and was still on guard against him. After thinking about it, Yu Tu decided to stop talking and just wait for the other party to speak. Su Ling suppressed a yawn and tried to open his eyes wide. The handwriting on the notebook had begun to become blurry. Why haven't you spoken yet, Junior? She is so sleepy now and wants to lie down on the bed and have a good sleep right away. Are all boys so timid? Junior, please speak up. Sleep and wakefulness were pulling at each other in her mind, and she could no longer help but succumb to the evil power of sleep. As if he had heard Su Ling's thoughts, Yu Tu finally spoke first. Senior, how about we clean up and go to bed early? Su Ling was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. Hearing these words, she nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, let's go to bed early today. She was so sleepy now that she couldn't care about anything else. Then, you wash first? Hearing these words, Su Ling, who was drowsy just now, woke up instantly, and a string in his head suddenly tightened. Wash? What to wash? Seeing the other person's confused look, Yu-tu raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Oh, then I'll go first. After realizing what was happening, the campus beauty of Su University jumped out of bed and hurried into the bathroom with a towel and some clean clothes. Seeing the other person's back as if he was running for his life in a panic, Yu-tu was stunned at first, then shook his head and smiled helplessly. It was like the two of them were competing to see who could not help but speak first. The campus beauty of Su University was so sleepy that she could hardly open her eyes, but she was still trying hard to hold back sleepiness and yawns. Are you really that afraid of him? Running into the bathroom as if escaping, a blush quickly appeared on Su Ling's fair face. The glass in the bathroom has no door lock and can be opened with just a push. Although she trusted her junior's character, she always felt a little nervous. If he really wanted to do something to himself, that night at the campsite would be a great opportunity. But he didn't do that. I turned on the shower head in the bathroom and warm water poured down. The mist of water vapor quickly rose up. Su Ling's heart was pounding, and she quietly looked outside, but could not see anything through the frosted glass of the bathroom. She retracted her gaze and kept telling herself in her heart, "Calm down. Calm down." Looking at the shy girl in the mirror, Su Ling covered her face with her hands. The room was very quiet and no sound could be heard. After a while, the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. Yu-tu's heart was not at peace. The hotel's bathroom is designed with frosted glass, which gives it a hazy feeling and is particularly imaginative. Taking a few deep breaths, he began to try to divert his attention. He turned on the TV and changed a few channels in annoyance. Although his eyes were fixed on the front, his ears were like radars, keenly capturing every sound of water flowing in the bathroom through the meaningless health introductions on TV. Yu-tu simply got up from the bed and started doing push-ups on the floor. Half an hour passed, and when Su Ling came out of the bathroom, this was the scene she saw. "Brother, what are you doing?" Hearing the sound, Yu-tu pushed himself up with both hands and turned over quickly, standing up from the ground. Exercise and keep fit. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up. The campus beauty of Soochow University was wearing a light pink nightgown, and her long black hair was wet and messy, falling on her shoulders. Because of taking a shower, her fair face was slightly flushed by the heat, and the whole person was like a pink rose moistened by rain, delicate and beautiful, with watery eyes, looking at him puzzledly. Yu-tu suddenly felt a little thirsty and his Adam's apple moved. His sight slid from Su Ling's face, moving down along a strand of falling hair to her delicate collarbone, a pair of white calves faintly visible under her long skirt, and further down were her pink and delicate feet. Yu-tu looked away and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm going to take a shower." After saying that, he walked into the bathroom as fast as the wind, picked up a piece of clothing. The bathroom still had the scent of the girl after her bath. I don't know if it was the scent of shower gel or something else. On the towel rack beside him were the girl's changed clothes. His eyes seemed to be burned and he quickly looked away. After letting out a long breath, Yu-tu turned the shower head to the right. Some slightly cool water poured down from the top of his head, soaking the clothes he was still wearing. He needs to calm down first. In the living room, I looked at the other person's back, which was even more flustered than mine. Su Ling was stunned at first, then blinked her lively eyes and couldn't help laughing. She looked very beautiful when she smiled, with two faint dimples on her cheeks, as bright as the spring sunshine. Unexpectedly, the junior was even more scared than her. When I looked at her just now, I swallowed nervously and my ears seemed to turn red. Su Ling quietly moved her eyes towards the bathroom and vaguely saw a tall, hazy figure in the misty bathroom. She bit her lips and her cheeks blushed slightly. If a boy takes more than 5 minutes to shower, it is disrespectful to the bathroom. Yu-tu washed very quickly and came out in a short while. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, Su Ling turned around and exclaimed, "Junior! Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Chapter 100 Come Up to Sleep. Yu-tu was wearing a pair of knee-length shorts and his upper body was bare. His muscles were firm and well-defined, and his 8 abdominal muscles were neatly arranged. His hair was wet, and water droplets fell from the ends of his hair, flowing down along the texture of his chest. Seeing such a scene for the first time, Su Ling was completely at a loss. Her little face turned red and she covered her eyes with her hands in panic, but she couldn't help but glance over through her fingers. Yu-tu was also a little embarrassed. He went in a hurry just now and only took the pants but not the t-shirt. The clothes I had on were soaked and I couldn't wear them. It didn't seem appropriate to wrap myself in a bath towel, so I just came out with my chest bare. He likes fitness and exercises regularly. His abdominal muscles are not a lump of fat, and they are not too ugly. Ahem. U2 cleared his throat. I forgot to take my clothes. As he said this, he stretched out his long hand, picked up the t-shirt from the sofa and put it on. Pretending not to notice the other person's occasional glances at him, U2 picked up the hairdryer to blow his hair. Su Ling held the little pig doll, her fingers tightly pinching the pink pig's neck. Her ears were red, and her eyes couldn't help but wander around. Her heart was not as calm as her appearance. It felt like there was a little person in my heart shouting excitedly. Junior has a great figure. The water drops from the hair falling on the body are so sexy. The abdominal muscles are very obvious and the muscle lines are very nice. She just counted carefully and found that he had 8 abdominal muscles. I wonder what it would feel like if I reached out and touched it. Bah! 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 Why is she so shy? Don't think too much. As a senior student, how can I covet the body of a junior student? Su Ling, be serious and don't think about those dirty things. She cleared her throat to cover up, waved her hands to fan herself, and muttered softly, it seems a little hot in the room. By the time U2 finished blow-drying her hair, Su Ling had regained her usual calm expression, except that her ears were still a little red. At this moment, one of them was sitting on the edge of the bed holding a pillow, while the other was standing there staring at each other awkwardly. After a subtle silence. Which one? The campus beauty of Sioux University gathered her hair around her ears and spoke hesitantly. There is only one bed now, so she and her junior are 2 people. There was a single sofa in the room, so there was no way to rest. A man and a woman live in the same room and may even sleep in the same bed at night. No matter how calm her personality was, she couldn't help but panic when she encountered such a thing for the first time. It's no big deal. After all, we've experienced living in a tent before, so what is wrong with living in the same hotel? Su Ling whispered to herself to comfort herself. But that being said, how can a hotel and a tent be the same? In the deserted wilderness, it's good to have a place to live. They had traveled such a long way, were exhausted, and were filled with fear. They had no time to think about anything other than survival. But the bed in the hotel was soft and comfortable, and had a more ambiguous atmosphere than the tent. The 2 of them had just taken a shower, and the air was filled with an indescribable charming atmosphere. Su Ling's ears turned red and she wanted to say something else, but U2 spoke first. Senior, you sleep on the bed and I sleep on the floor. Hearing U2's initiative to sleep on the floor, Su Ling was stunned. How can that be possible? It is autumn now, and although the hotel floor is covered with carpet, you can still feel a slight chill at night. U2 gave his quilt to her, but he had no warm clothes. What if I catch a cold if I sleep on the floor? Tomorrow's exam is very important, and Su Ling hasn't had time to tell U2 about the duo team. It doesn't matter. I'm thick-skinned and I'm used to it on the grassland. Seeing her worried look, U2 said, isn't there a spare blanket? Su Ling glanced at the blanket next to the sofa. It was a thin blanket and didn't look like it would keep out the cold at all. She bit her lip, glanced at U2 lightly, and then quickly looked away. How about, you come up and sleep? As soon as the words fell, the room fell into an eerie silence. Su Ling held the pig doll tightly in both hands, her head slightly lowered, her eyes wandering. U2 gave her a complicated look and said hesitantly, isn't this bad? What does senior sister mean? A girl takes the initiative to invite a boy. And the invitation was from a beautiful girl, which always makes people have some ambiguous associations. But since the senior has taken such initiative, why is he still being so shy? Besides, I am a grown man, not a little girl, so what am I afraid of? How can sleeping on the floor be as comfortable as sleeping on a bed? What's more, there is a beautiful senior schoolmate beside him. All right. After figuring this out, U2 took a look at the double bed and nodded in agreement. Anyway, the 2 of us have already slept in the same tent when camping, so it's okay to sleep in it again. He took off his slippers, stretched out his long legs, and threw himself onto the soft big bed, and the thick mattress sank into him at once. The bed is still more comfortable. U2 let out a comfortable sigh. After a busy day, the only things that can provide comfort for yourself are a full meal, a bed, and a room to shelter from the wind and rain. Realizing that there was no movement around him, he turned over and lay on his back on the bed, picked up the small blanket and covered himself with it, then moved to the side, leaving a place for Su Ling. Senior, go to bed early. Seeing that the other party was still sitting there in a daze, Yu-tu reached out and patted the empty seat next to him, urging him, we still have a game tomorrow morning. After saying that, Yu-tu closed his eyes. Su Ling stood there in a daze, and it took him a long time to recover. From nodding in agreement, to taking off shoes and getting into bed, to closing eyes and falling asleep wrapped in a blanket, the other person's movements were smooth and fluid. It was so fast that Su Ling's brain didn't even react after he said that. Junior, what are you doing? Why did he just lie down and leave a large space for her next to him? Seeing that she didn't come over, the other party urged her twice. Su Ling suddenly realized that what he said was very ambiguous. What did she just say? What do you mean you come up to sleep? No wonder the junior misunderstood me. Could it be that he thought I was inviting him? Su Ling's heart was beating like a deer, and even his breathing was out of rhythm. The little white face instantly turned red, and the whole person sat on the edge of the bed, at a loss. I mean, you sleep on the bed. She twisted her fingers and glanced nervously at the person lying next to her. I'll go sleep on the floor. Hearing the soft voice beside him, Yu-tu opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling with some embarrassment. Ahem. It turned out that he had misunderstood. He thought that the other party was inviting him. This is a bit embarrassing. Over there, the campus beauty of Su University was about to get out of bed holding a pillow. Seeing this, Yu-tu reached out to stop her. Senior, how can you sleep on the floor? Let me do it. The heat on Su Ling's face subsided a little, but she was particularly stubborn and held the pillow tightly. It's okay. It's my responsibility to take care of my junior brother. Two people grabbed the pillow on both sides and pulled it. Yu-tu held the restless little girl down and ordered, stay on the bed obediently. If you want to sleep on the floor, I'll sleep on it. Su Ling blinked her beautiful eyes and stared at Yu-tu blankly. Junior. Junior actually yelled at her? Woo, so fierce. However, why do I feel that such a domineering junior is so handsome? Su Ling turned her head to the side, and her ears, which had just dissipated the heat, began to turn red. She sat there obediently. Yu-tu didn't expect the other party to be so obedient for a moment. This is completely different from before. The other person's eyes no longer had the calmness and indifference of the past, and looked extremely innocent. There is an urge to bully. Realizing that the current action was somewhat ambiguous, he loosened his hand with a little embarrassment. Chapter 101. Could it be appendicitis? After so much trouble, it's almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Both of them were a little tired and didn't say anything else. Yu-tu took the small blanket, spread it on the carpet beside the bed, and lay down. The campus beauty of Su University standing next to her didn't say a word. She wrapped herself in the quilt obediently and lay down on the bed. After turning off the lights, the room was pitch black and only the other person's faint breathing could be heard. The room was air-conditioned but not cold. Su Ling curled up in the soft and comfortable quilt, but her thoughts gradually drifted away. Without the initial sleepiness, it became even more difficult to fall asleep again. What's more, the person she had a crush on was lying on the bed next to her. This was the first time she slept in the same room with a member of the opposite sex. That time with the tent, well, that doesn't count. Su Ling quietly turned her body and lay on her right side, facing Yu-tu. After my eyes adjusted to the darkness in the room, the bright moonlight shone through the gauze curtains, and I could clearly see the decorations in the room. But because of the position of the bed, I couldn't see what was happening on the ground. The room was unusually quiet, and only the other person's light breathing could be heard. Su Ling felt very at ease. She closed her eyes and fell asleep in a short while. She had a dream. In her dream, a handsome figure slowly approached her, and a familiar voice whispered in her ear, "Senior, can I kiss you?" Before he had time to savor the beautiful dream, Su Ling was awakened by a sharp pain. It felt like someone was hitting my lower abdomen twice with a hammer. It hurts. I want to die. Is there anyone who can save her? Yu-tu was closing his eyes, trying hard to fall asleep. Hearing the painful sound coming from the bed, he suddenly opened his eyes and turned over and sat up from the floor. There were shadows in the room, and I could only see a small figure on the bed. Yu-tu asked nervously, "Senior? What's wrong?" "My stomach hurts." The other party's voice was weak, so Yu-tu quickly got up and used the moonlight to feel the light switch. With a click, the room suddenly became bright. Su Ling was curled up in the quilt like a shrimp, her little face was pale and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Seeing that she was in so much pain, Yu-tu was a little flustered. Could it be appendicitis? Yu-tu touched her forehead, which was cold. I'll call an ambulance, senior sister, please bear with it for a while. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. Need not. The campus beauty of Soochow University stretched out her hand from under the quilt. I'll be fine after lying down for a while. How can this be possible? Acute appendicitis cannot be delayed. What is appendicitis? How can you go to the hospital for something like this? What a straight man. How can she say this? Su Ling bit her lip and said nothing, her expression a little embarrassed, and shook her head weakly at him. Noticing that the other party's expression was not right, Yu-tu's heart moved, and suddenly he thought of something. He asked tentatively, Senior sister, you are not having period, are you? I saw that the other party finally got it. Su Ling's face turned pale as she nodded in shame and embarrassment. She didn't expect this to happen. Her period has always been a few days at the beginning of the month, but she didn't expect it to be early this time. What's even more abominable is that she didn't prepare the things she needed in advance. Woo! What can I do? Seeing the other party nod honestly, Yu-tu suddenly didn't know what to say. He stood up, feeling a little embarrassed and at a loss. I am on my period, can you come downstairs and buy that for me? Su Ling frowned and lay weakly on the bed. She was in so much pain that she had no strength left. Yu-tu was no naive boy. He guessed what it was in an instant and nodded in agreement without thinking. He remembered that there seemed to be a supermarket in the nearby hotel. It's already past 1 in the morning, and I don't know if the supermarket is still open. Senior, bear with it for a moment, I'll be back soon. Picking up a coat from the sofa, Yu-tu picked up his phone and walked out the door. As you walk out of the hall, the cool night breeze blows on your face, making you shiver. Yu-tu went in the direction he remembered and found that the light at the door of the supermarket was still on. When I walked in, I saw the shopping guy dozing off at the cash register. He quickly walked to the women's products section and was completely stunned when he saw the dazzling array of items on the shelves. Various brands, various looks. I've only heard of it before. But there are so many kinds? Don't panic. There is always a way. Yu-tu picked out a pack of each item and put them all into the bag. After thinking for a moment, he took out a set of inner clothes and a new set of pajamas. He sighed in his heart, luckily it was not daytime, otherwise he would be regarded as a pervert with special hobbies. The shopping guide saw the person coming in suspiciously, craning his neck to look over here. After finding the things, Yu-tu didn't stop for long, because the campus beauty of Soochow University was waiting for him to save her. He walked quickly to the cashier counter and put down the bags. The shopping guide was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She looked him up and down and suddenly smiled knowingly. Why are you shy, young man? Are you buying this for your girlfriend? Yu-tu's ears felt hot and he responded vaguely. Young people are really nice. They even know to buy these things for their girlfriends. This girl is so lucky. After taking out his mobile phone to pay, Yu-tu walked out of the supermarket carrying bags of things. On second thought, he walked into the drugstore next door, bought everything, and then quickly went up to the 3rd floor. After opening the door and hearing the sound, the campus beauty of Soochow University raised her head weakly from the quilt. Senior, I bought the things. Yu-tu came in carrying a lot of bags, put them on the bed, turned around and poured a glass of warm water. This is painkiller, take one first. The campus beauty of Soochow University was covered in cold sweat, her lips were pale, and she looked extremely weak. Yu-tu reached out and helped her up from the bed, and handed the cup of water to the corner of her lips which were turning pale. After taking the medicine, Su Ling took small sips of warm water from Yu-tu's hand. After a while, the expression on his face began to slowly return to normal. Why did you buy so much? Seeing the other person's eyes looking at the package beside the bed, Yu-tu touched his nose awkwardly. I don't know which brand you usually use, I bought some of each, can you see if it can be used? Su Ling pursed her lips and looked up at him, feeling warm in her heart. She whispered, thank you. I felt a little shy and a little touched. What's embarrassing is that she actually asked a boy to buy sanitary napkins for her today. Or a guy I like. What touched her was that she didn't expect her junior to be so considerate and even bought her painkillers. Unlike some boys, when faced with this situation, they would just say, drink more hot water. He doesn't know how to care about others at all. Senior, you clean up first, I'll go downstairs to get some things. After U2 finished speaking, he left the room to the campus beauty of Soochow University and went downstairs. As a girl, it would be inconvenient for her to do anything with me around, and she would definitely feel embarrassed. Chapter 102 Soup Incident. After taking the medicine, Su Ling felt that her stomach didn't hurt as much and her strength had returned a little. She threw back the quilt, stepped down from the bed with difficulty, and opened the big package. In addition to large and small packages of sanitary napkins, there was also a new set of pajamas and a pair of pink panties. Su Ling's cheeks flushed a little. She really couldn't imagine that the junior who seemed to be taciturn on weekdays even prepared all these things. Woo woo woo. What should I do if I feel like crying? Is it true that even the strongest girl will become exceptionally weak when she has her period? Just now, when my junior fellow was taking care of me, he didn't show any impatience at all. I heard that some boys hate buying sanitary pads for their girlfriends the most and they find it shameful. But when the junior heard her crying in pain, her anxious eyes and nervous expression, he hurried downstairs to buy things for her in the middle of the night. What the other person did for her was more touching than any amount of love words. From childhood to adulthood, no boy has ever made my heart beat so fast, and no boy has ever made me so moved. She remembers. The first person to apply medicine to himself was U2. The first boy to carry me on his back was U2. U2 was also the first person to find her while camping in the wild. The first person to stay in the same hotel with him was also U2. If we don't catch such a good boy, she will regret it all her life. The junior is such a good person, how can she bear to let him go? When Deng Tu came up with a thermos cup, Su Ling had already packed up in the bathroom. She was leaning on the pillow at the head of the bed, wearing a pair of pajamas with white background and small strawberries that she bought on the road. She looked very playful and cute. His originally pale face had regained its rosy color, and he looked much more energetic. U2 opened the thermal bag and the sweet aroma of red dates hit his nose. What does it smell like? The campus beauty of Soochow University sniffed and looked over curiously. What a nice smell. This is the Three Treasures soup, made with longan, red dates, and brown sugar, specially used to replenish qi and blood. U2 smiled, took out a small bowl from the kitchen, and poured out the sweet soup from the thermos. The sweet smell instantly spreads in the room, tempting the heart. Before, he saw the campus beauty of Su University in great pain, so he went to the restaurant on the first floor to see if there was any sweet soup that could replenish qi and blood. The manager of the restaurant knew about the situation and gave up the kitchen. Three Treasures soup? Su Ling was a little puzzled. Where did you get it from? Could it be that his junior classmate from downstairs cooked it specially for her? I didn't expect that he cared about me so much. There are ingredients in the kitchen on the first floor. I found some red dates and longans and cooked them directly. Su Ling's eyes lit up. How amazing! Not only does she have good grades, she can make soup, and she has a great figure. It's hard to find such a good boyfriend who is so filial to his parents. No. She must keep a close eye on her junior and not let other girls get close to her. Especially my best friend Wan Luoyan. Don't move, I'll bring it to you. He took a small spoon and put it into the bowl, then U2 walked over with the soup bowl. The red dates in the soup have their pits removed. He puts the red dates into the pot and cooks them with longan for 10 minutes. The sweet taste will come out. Add some brown sugar and it will melt as soon as it is cooked. This soup is best for girls to replenish qi and blood. His mother Shui Pingping is a health expert, and her biggest hobby is to cook various health-preserving soups. After it was cooked, he and his father Yu Jiangwo were used to test the poison. In addition to developing his own career, one of the reasons why U2 came to Huacheng was to avoid his mother's dark cooking. Unexpectedly, the soup-making method I learned from my mother came in handy this time. Seeing Su Ling's admiring expression, U2 scooped a spoonful of soup with a spoon and said, "Senior sister, do you want me to feed you?" No, I can do it myself." Su Ling took the bowl of soup handed over by the other party. Her ears felt slightly hot and she didn't dare to look at him. I sipped the sweet and rich red date soup. The temperature of the syrup was just right. I don't know how long it took the other party to cook it and how much effort it took. As he thought about it, Su Ling's eyes became moist. The junior fellow did this for her. I ran out to buy sanitary pads in the middle of the night, and made health-preserving soup in the middle of the night. Where can I find such a kind and caring man? So angry. Her mother actually looked down on her junior's family background and didn't allow her to interact with him. Su Ling felt that U2 was much better than her father. No. Even stronger. Dozens of times stronger. Hundreds of times. Thousands of times. At least, I never go to a footbath city. The next morning, they both woke up a little late. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when I finished drinking soup and packed up my things last night. Fortunately, U2 set several alarms, otherwise they would really miss the exam. After a simple wash, it was almost 9 o'clock. The two of them reluctantly went downstairs to have breakfast. It was past the peak mealtime and there were only a few students in the restaurant. U2 borrowed the kitchen and cooked a bowl of poached eggs and brown sugar and ginger water as a breakfast dessert for the campus beauty of Soochow University. A few students next to them who also got up late were chatting while eating breakfast. Hey! Did you hear about this? Yesterday a guy stayed up late at night to make soup for his girlfriend. Is this true? How come I didn't know there were couples among the contestants? There are so many. There are 2 pairs from Jiaotong University, and there is another pair from Beijing University, right? Since it's the middle of the night, how did you know? I was hungry. I came out in the middle of the night to look for food, and I saw that guy in the kitchen making soup. The sweet smell made me hungry. I'm so touched. What kind of boyfriend is this? He actually makes soup for his girlfriend. Boys who can cook are such a plus. The two of them ate in silence, and the discussions next to them were a bit loud and could be heard clearly. Su Ling bit her fried egg sweetly while eavesdropping carefully. She is the heroine of the soup-making incident. What's wrong with listening to other people's stories? Snort. Are you envious? That's Su Ling S. Jr. When he looked up, he saw the other person's smug expression. U2 found it funny and said, "Eat quickly, or it will get cold soon." Okay. Su Ling nodded like a chick pecking at rice, but that didn't stop her from continuing to eavesdrop with her ears perked up. The discussion continued at the next table. This guy is awesome. When I went to the supermarket this morning, the cashier lady was still chatting there, saying that a guy bought sanitary pads for his girlfriend in the middle of the night. Is it the same person? Wow. I'm so touched and envious that I have such a great boyfriend. What's good about that? Only you girls are touched. If it were me, I would definitely not go. It's too embarrassing. TSK. You don't even want to do this, no wonder you're still single. Listening to the discussion next to her, the beautiful girl from Soochow University raised her lips in satisfaction as she drank her soup. U2 was eating breakfast calmly. She raised her eyes to glance at the male protagonist of the incident and asked, "Junior, aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Who are you missing?" The other party looked serious, and U2 shook his head calmly. "It's just a normal purchase, it's not like I didn't pay." What's shameful about buying things for the girl you like? A bit embarrassing at best. Unexpectedly, he answered so frankly. Su Ling was surprised at first, and then moved. Her heart seemed to have drunk brown sugar water, sweet and warm. But when she thought about what she had hidden from her junior, she couldn't help but worry again. What if her junior classmates knew that she secretly signed up for the teen competition? Will you think she is meddling in your affairs? That shouldn't be the case, right? Su Ling was a little undecided. The little face that was happy just now suddenly wrinkled with worry. What if my junior gets angry? How should she coax him? Chapter 103, Do you want to win? How about winning the championship? Su Ling frowned, looking somewhat depressed. This situation continued until before the game. The rematch on the first day of the financial competition will be held from 10:30 to 11:30 in the morning. The afternoon exam time is from 15:30 to 16:30. The test questions are selected on a computer on site. Each contestant sits in the seat arranged by the organizer and answers the questions on the computer on site. The contestants are all ready and waiting to enter the competition in the spacious venue. Su Ling's competition table is number 1, and U2's is number 188. One at the head of the playing field and one at the end of the playing field. There were still 30 minutes left before the show started, and the two sat in the waiting seats chatting. Seeing the other party's worried look, U2 thought that Su Ling was in poor physical condition and was worried that the exam would affect his competition results. "Senior, don't worry, you will definitely perform well and win the results." He secretly gave the campus beauty of Su University so many tutoring exercises that it was impossible for her to do poorly on the test. U2 comforted him, Didn't you tell me to treat the competition as a game? How come you can't convince yourself now that it's your turn? Hearing his words, Su Ling seemed to be hesitant to speak. She bit her lip and met Yutu's calm gaze, suddenly feeling a little ashamed of herself. The junior student was so nice to her, but she was still thinking about how to deceive him. Although her original intention was for Yutu's own good, but forcing the other person to do something they don't like under the pretext of doing it for your own good, is this still for the other person's good? Before, she was too selfish and only cared about imposing her own ideas on her junior Yutu. What if the other party doesn't want this result at all? What if the competition results are not good, and the junior student alienates her because of this deception? Thinking of this, Su Ling finally plucked up the courage to tell the truth. Junior, I'm sorry, I may have done something wrong. The campus belle of Suzhou University, who had always been confident and cool, suddenly lowered her head, contrary to her usual behavior, with an unnatural look in her eyes. Yutu was confused. What's wrong? Why are you apologizing to him all of a sudden? Could it be that I have done something to offend him? I hid it from you and secretly signed up for the stock market simulation team competition later. She finished this sentence nervously. There was silence from the other side for a long time, and there was no response. Su Ling's heart was in her throat and she didn't dare to look at him out of guilt. Could it be that my junior is angry? It was clear from the beginning that Yutu didn't want to participate in any financial competition at all, and was coaxed into coming by her threats. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to accompany her to the competition, the junior wouldn't even want to sign up for the preliminary round. In order to make her happy, I don't know how long I stayed in the library and how many questions I did. Su Ling lowered his head and fell silent. Did she really do something wrong this time? Alas, I should have told my junior the truth at the beginning. Then if she acts coquettishly, the junior might forgive her. Now, fellow student Yutu would definitely think that she was selfish and conceited. What was the point of telling her just before the competition? Are you deliberately adding pressure to him? Su Ling twisted her fingers anxiously, silently waiting for Yutu's response. But, what if her junior fellow students stay away from her because of this? Will I be so angry that I never want to see her again? Yutu also felt a little complicated. I wouldn't say I'm angry, but I'm a little bit amused. He was a little puzzled. Didn't the Suzhou University beauty want to win? Generally speaking, if you want to win a championship, you should find a strong teammate. In the eyes of others, he is just an inexperienced freshman. If the campus belle of Su University wants to win the championship, she should not look for him. Yutu originally wanted to be eliminated directly on the first day of the semi-finals. What stock simulation? He would not participate in any of them. For the remaining days, he ate and drank in the resort and sat in the audience to cheer for the campus beauty of Suzhou University. But now, Su Ling actually signed up for the team competition without telling him. I originally wanted to have a few days of leisure, but I didn't expect to be dragged into this by the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Seeing the other party looking nervous, Yutu also softened his heart. He sighed in his heart, but pretended to be angry on the surface. Brother, are you angry? Yutu crossed his arms and teased her with a serious expression. Yes, I'm very angry. He felt funny in his heart but kept a straight face. The campus beauty of Suzhou University cheated on him, so he had to scare her at least once. Let her learn a lesson, otherwise what if she cheats on him again in the future? Su Ling's pretty face was startled, and she secretly glanced at Yutu. The junior had never spoken to her so harshly before. It seems that he is really angry. How to coax it then? She had never coaxed anyone before, let alone a boy. Su Ling crossed his arms with his hands, his expression serious. Yes, what else have you lied to me about? No more, just this once. Su Ling quickly shook her head and raised her little hand to assure him. She had never thought of deceiving her junior, but this time she had no choice. Forget it this time, but if you lie to me again next time, you will be punished. What punishment? Su Ling glanced at the other person secretly and blinked nervously. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been obeyed by others. Even if she makes her parents angry, they are reluctant to punish her. The junior said he wanted to punish her. Would he hit her? Yutu pretended to say, for disobedient children, spanking is of course the most effective way. Spanking? Su Ling was stunned and looked up with a look of disbelief. There are so many people here, what if the junior student really hits her? Being spanked is so humiliating. She is not a child. His hands are so big, it must hurt when he hits someone. Su Ling stepped back cautiously, keeping a safe distance from U2. Fearing that he would take action, she glared at him with a strange look. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. U2 coughed twice to cover up and changed the subject. Senior, let me ask you a question. The attention of the campus beauty of Suzhou University was indeed diverted. He called himself senior? Isn't he angry? Wouldn't you blame her for taking the initiative? Aren't you going to hit her? Su Ling blinked and tried to stay calm. Junior, ask. The other person had a guilty and uneasy expression on his face, and his fingers were twisted together nervously. She usually looks quite tsundere, but now she looks a little cute. I want to bully her. As he was thinking about it, U2 just did it. He stretched out his hands, pinched the soft cheeks of the campus beauty of Su University, and pulled with both hands. Want to win? How about a championship? As soon as U2 finished speaking, Su Ling's eyes widened. Didn't he the junior blame her for acting on her own initiative, and wasn't he going to punish her? Also asked her if she wanted to win? Of course Su Ling wants to win. Not only does she want to win, she also wants to win the championship with her junior. Want to win? Su Ling nodded seriously, ignoring the pinch on her cheek. The other person's face looks thin, but it is plump, tender, and chewy when pinched. Okay. Then let's bring back a championship. U2 chuckled and couldn't help but pinch it again. Student, stop pinching my face. Su Ling finally reacted and she pushed the other person's hand away in dissatisfaction. She rubbed her red cheeks, and her face would wrinkle if she pinched them anymore. The campus beauty of Suzhou University has returned to her former aloofness. Chapter 10 for the game begins. The intimate behavior of the two people attracted a crowd of onlookers from the surrounding contestants. Isn't that the campus beauty of Huaqing University? Could the guy next to her be her boyfriend? Isn't it said that this Suzhou University beauty is single? All the rejected suitors can be transferred from Suzhou University to Jiaotong University. It's hard to say. Seeing how close they are, they must be boyfriend and girlfriend. I refuse. The school beauty belongs to everyone. No boy is worthy of her. That's right, the prettier the schoolgirl is, the more she should be single. I fell in love with the campus beauty of Suzhou University at first sight. I didn't expect that I would be heartbroken before I even started dating. The campus beauty of Suzhou University previously became popular on campus forums with her ID photo without makeup, and countless students were fascinated by her stunning beauty. The key is that the campus belle of Suzhou University is not only beautiful, but also talented. During her time at school, she won many national awards in knowledge competitions. Not only were the boys in her own school crazy about Su Ling, but even students from Jiaotong University were suitors of the Suzhou University campus belle. Seeing their goddess flirting with a strange boy on the field, all the suitors felt jealous. What ability does this boy have to make the school beauty look at him differently? TSK. It's just one nose and two eyes. I don't think it's anything special. He actually dared to touch the school beauty's flawless face. How dare this bastard? Let go of my goddess, you bastard. The boys around glared at too, but their anger faded when they saw his height and muscular body. They glared at each other, trying to kill their opponents with their eyes. U2 listened to the whispers coming from all around, smiled softly, and ignored them. He and Su Ling verified their identities and turned to walk into the competition field. 10:30 sharp. There are more than 200 computers arranged in the spacious competition field. The auditorium was full of people, including accompanying teachers and some people from the financial investment industry who came to join in the fun. There were 2 men and 1 woman sitting on the judges' panel. The financial industry expert is a fat white man in his 50s named Chen Zhongyi. The gentleman wearing glasses is the vice president of Ningfu Bank. His name is He Gang. He is a PhD in economics and has rich experience in bank wealth management. The last one is Tang Xiaoqing, the executive president of Xingxin Group. Several of them have extensive experience in the financial industry and hold important positions in the company, making them more than qualified to serve as judges for the competition. In front of the competition stage, the beautiful female host was reading the host's words passionately. Dear leaders, distinguished guests, and contestants, good morning. In the golden autumn of October, there are huge crowds of people and colorful clouds floating over the land of China. In order to popularize financial knowledge and improve financial literacy, Now I declare that the 5th Minfu Cup National College Student Finance Competition has officially begun. The host finished his opening remarks and the contestants were all ready. Dear contestants, please check your computers to see if there are any problems. If there are no problems, please enter your student ID to verify your identity. Please get ready. You have 60 minutes to answer the questions. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Start. The playing field was filled with the sound of mouse clicking. The other side. After Su Ling entered the examination room, he was excited and thrilled. If her junior score is 80% correct, she needs to work harder to raise it to 98%. In this case, the team competition will have extra points from the judges. Improving the success rate by 5% is also a big challenge for her. No matter how confident Su Ling was, he couldn't help but get nervous when the time came. The future of my junior is in my hands, so it is quite stressful to team up with her. If they lose the game, there are countless people waiting to laugh at them. Su Ling took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. She operated the mouse with her small hands and clicked on the first question. 1. Bill rights refer to the right of the holder to request the bill issuer to pay the bill amount. It includes right and right. Please choose a liquidity right, B. The moment Su Ling saw the question, he was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of joy arose in his heart. She had memorized this question before. When she was reviewing it in the library, her junior classmate couldn't remember it several times and even asked her about it. In order to review for you too, Su Ling marked the key points and had already memorized the questions and answers. When Su Ling saw these questions that he had solved countless times again, he felt particularly familiar with them. She relaxed, tapped her slender fingers lightly, and quickly submitted the answer. Next. Su Ling turned his attention to the second question, the third question, the fourth question. She was so familiar with the answers to these questions. As more and more questions were submitted, Su Ling was surprised and secretly delighted at the same time. She was so lucky today. The questions in this financial competition are relatively difficult and cover a wide range, including current social hot topics, basic financial knowledge, credit reporting, loan, etc. The semifinals are more difficult than the preliminary rounds, and I didn't have much confidence at first. Now looking at it, it seems a bit simple. Many questions are just changed in form and wording, and can be easily answered by being flexible. For more than a dozen multiple choice and true or false questions, you can give the answers with your eyes closed. When Su Ling thought of this, his heart moved. One question is acceptable, but so many of these questions were asked to her by her junior classmates. This is too much of a coincidence. Could it be that? Did my junior see the test answers in advance? No. He is just a freshman, how could he have such a large network of contacts? Besides, only a part of the questions were answered correctly, and there are still so many questions left to be answered. This must be a coincidence. There are also quite a few people who win the exam by guessing the topic. All I can say is that U2 was extremely lucky as he guessed most of the test questions in advance. She shook her head, getting rid of the unrealistic thoughts in her mind. Time passed quietly, and after each question was submitted, it was played in real time on the big screen on the stage. The competition time for the finance competition was limited, and students had to answer 300 questions within 60 minutes. Some students wasted a lot of time because they had to think for a long time on each question, and by the end of the competition, there were still many questions that were not answered. Some students are smarter and simply skip questions they don't know how to answer and answer the following questions first. Therefore, the top rankings in the official real-time statistics are: Number 1, Hwacheong University, Economics Sophomore, Su Ling. Answered, 78 questions, 77 correct answers, 98.7% correct. Number 2, Lu Fangyuan, a senior majoring in finance at Yamanaka University. Answered, 67 questions, 61 correct answers, 91% correct. Number 3, Wu Bin, a junior in investment at Nanchi University of Finance and Economics. Answered, 66 questions, 59 correct answers, 89.4% correct. Number 200, Hwacheong University, freshman in finance, U2. Questions, 10. Chapter 105. This accuracy rate is quite high. The names of Su Ling and U2, one first and the other last, stand out particularly in the ranking. As soon as the real-time results appeared on the big screen, the audience went wild. Wow! Who is that girl? Her success rate is so high? It's written on the big screen, a top student from Hwacheong University. I heard he got first place in the preliminary round. This girl named Su Ling is amazing. I heard she won first place in last year's stock investment competition. She's pretty and only in her sophomore year. She has a bright future ahead of her. I wish our Shin Chan could be as talented as her. That's right, it's true that comparison makes one feel dreadful. If only my Tong could catch up to half of others, I would be satisfied. The financial professionals who were watching the game gathered together to discuss the game, and when they heard about the little girl's performance, they all began to dislike their own children. Zhou, the teacher in charge of the team from Huacheng University, sat quietly in his seat at this moment, with a look of pride on his face. Are you envious? Are you jealous? This is a student from our school. Su Ling is indeed the darling of Huacheng University. She is so proud of herself. The teachers from Huacheng University and Jiaotong University also looked emotional. Old Zhou, is this little girl from your school? She's amazing. There were 78 questions, and he only got one wrong, and he answered it quickly and well. What a great talent. He's sure to win the championship this year. You have to treat us when we get back, Lao Zhou. What a pity. If classmate Su Ling hadn't been so determined to apply for Huacheng, I would have let her come to take the blame for us. With the envious eyes of the teachers around him, Zhou said modestly, "Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Su. Your students at Jiaotong University are not bad. I heard that the student named Wen Luoyan also has good grades. But..." Zhou then changed the subject and said with a pleased smile, "Su Ling from our school is indeed a hardworking and motivated child. Over the past year or so, he has won a lot of honors for the school, and we teachers are also proud of him." Just then, a teacher from a university with a bad order complained in a sour tone. "Teacher Zhou, although this little girl is very good, the one ranked last seems to be from your school too?" Zhou Wen's face froze instantly. After being reminded, several teachers looked up at the big screen. The name of the last contestant was revealed, number 200, Yu2, a freshman in the finance department from Magic Flower City University. The male teacher's surname is Yu. He is from Fudan University and doesn't get along well with Huacheng University. Ha ha, it's been almost 20 minutes and I only answered 15 questions correctly. Teacher Zhou, congratulations in advance. Both first places are for your family, one is first and the other is last, ha 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 ha. The other party looked very proud, and Zhou was almost furious. No matter how bad your own children are, you should not allow outsiders to say anything about them. Seeing that the other party wanted to say something, Zhou replied with a serious face and a stiff tone. Yu2 is only a freshman and has been in school for less than 2 months. Since we can train a student like Su Ling, I believe that it won't be long before we can train him to be just as outstanding. Besides, do the students in your school have the ability to pass the semi-finals as a freshman? You are a teacher and you mock a student with great potential. Are you worthy of being a teacher? Zhou, who looks gentle and polite on weekdays, is surprisingly fierce when he scolds others. Several teachers quickly came out to smooth things over. The male teacher named Yu felt ashamed after being scolded in public by Zhou, so he could only leave in shame. What happened in the audience had no impact on the game at all. Yu2 sat on the chair, poking at the computer answer board with some boredom. These questions are too easy. If he had answered the question seriously, he would have finished the paper in about 10 minutes, but this situation did not suit his status as a freshman. A person who has never taken a college course can quickly answer questions that only a senior finance student would know. It's totally unscientific. Just think about it and you will know there is a problem. So, Yu2, who was afraid of trouble, started to slack off. Anyway, as long as his final score is within 80% success rate, that is, answering 240 questions correctly, he can pass the exam. When the time comes, just skip the remaining 60 questions and submit your scores. I don't know how the campus beauty of Suzhou University answered the questions. Considering that I had intentionally missed questions in the previous exams, I believe that the other person's score should not be much different. In the previous few times, Yu2 repeatedly tested her with questions from the rematch exam, and in order to prevent the other party from noticing, he deliberately mixed in some other questions. She shouldn't be able to see it, right? After thinking about it, Yu2 picked up the computer mouse and continued to slowly click on the computer screen. On the judges' panel, the plump and fair Qin Zhongyi was drinking tea leisurely, staring at the big screen with interest, and chatting with He Gang and Tang Xiaoqing. This little student named Su Ling is very good. He answers questions very quickly and with a high accuracy rate. The gentleman He Gang adjusted his glasses and said calmly, everything is still uncertain. No matter how much theoretical knowledge college students have, they will be embarrassed when it comes to practical application. Stocks test human nature. College students have not yet experienced the tempering of society, and these inexperienced newcomers are just cannon fodder. Whether it is a mule or a horse, you will know it by taking it out for a walk. Chen Zhangyi asked back, who do you think is better? He Gang shook his head. Although financial theoretical knowledge is very important, the subsequent practical operations can test whether the other party is really capable. Regarding the answers to the previous questions on basic financial knowledge, I can only say that the other party's comprehension and memory abilities are relatively good. It is too early to draw a conclusion now. Tang Xiaoqing on the side was as calm as usual, staring at the game field without blinking, as if in a daze. Chen Zhangyi glanced to the right, smiled and asked, does Mr. Tang have anyone he likes? Tang Xiaoqing withdrew her gaze from the competition field and said with her red lips slightly parted, I think this student named Yu is pretty good. On the way? Who is this person? Chen Zhongyi was stunned and glanced at the list with some surprise. From the 1st to the 30th place, there is no trace of this student named Yu at all. Is it down there? He put down the teacup and started operating the microcomputer next to the judge's seat. After searching the name and looking at the opponent's ranking, Chen Zhongyi was stunned. Currently ranked 200th? Mr. Tang, are you kidding me? Hearing Chen Zhongyi's words, He Gang also looked over curiously. Tang Xiaoqing is bright and beautiful, but people would never think that she is just a pretty vase. Although the other party is a woman, she is a capable and powerful woman. Since its establishment, Xingchen Group has achieved an impressive record. First, they reorganized Leitang Securities, then invested in Sushi Energy, and then acquired Tongchuang Investment. I heard that the famous elite group in the financial world was brought up by Mr. Tang. Chen Zhangyi and He Gang were both a little curious. Why does Tang Xiaoqing value a student who ranks last? Tang Xiaoqing said nothing and clasped his hands together. She was wearing a navy blue business suit today, with a delicate little silk scarf tied around her neck. She had a leisurely posture and sharp eyes like a queen on patrol. Could it be? Seeing the two people's puzzled faces, Tang Xiaoqing leaned back in his chair and said calmly, didn't you find out his accuracy rate? Accuracy? Chen Zhangyi and He Gang looked at each other. They really didn't notice. They were just looking at the front. They knew the top three, but who would look at who was the last one? After the two people reacted, they quickly enlarged the computer screen. 29 questions, 100% correct. A new wave of achievements have been made on the big screen, and latecomers have surpassed them one after another. Scroll down further. The 200th place is still the name of a student named Yu, and the number of answers shown behind it is 52 questions, 52 of which were answered correctly, with a correctness rate of 100%. The two looked at each other with complicated expressions. The correct rate of this answer is quite high. Chapter 106, Junior is the best teammate. You know, the questions get harder as the competition progresses. When the questions for the semi-finals were first released, He Gang, as a judge of the competition, secretly tested them several times. It took him half an hour to finish answering the 300 questions, and his accuracy rate was only 92%. After a few more attempts, I finally finished answering the questions within 60 minutes, but my accuracy rate dropped to 90%. It's too difficult. The person who sets the questions is simply insane. Although there were more than a dozen easy questions at the beginning, the questions later on were more difficult than the last. A relative in the family knew that he was a judge for this competition and wanted to get his daughter in. He Gang knew, however, that even if his opponent made it to the preliminary round, he would not be able to survive the first game of the rematch. Perhaps, this child just has a solid knowledge of financial theory. He Gang and Chen Zhongyi tried to convince themselves in their hearts. Isn't this equivalent to endorsement? Who doesn't? With half an hour left, it is unclear whether these two students can finish answering all 300 questions. The further we go in the future, the accuracy will only get lower and lower. Didn't you see that the second place just now has fallen behind 50th place? Tang Xiaoqing glanced at the two people coldly and understood what they were thinking. They didn't know how powerful Yu was, but Tang Xiaoqing, who had followed Yu for many years, knew it very well. I wonder what would happen if Chen Zhangyi and He Gang knew that the person who set the questions for this competition was the last place winner whom they looked down upon. She sneered and said confidently, "It's still early, take your time." On the competition field, computer station number 1. Su Ling became more and more proficient at the questions. These questions were simply too easy. The answer to each question appeared clearly in my mind. She was just like the person who set the questions for the competition. She was at ease and had a clear understanding of the person's thinking. I heard that some people can guess which content is suitable for questions based on past exam questions and question types. Su Ling recalled the questions that Yu2 had repeatedly asked her when they were reviewing in the library. At that time, she was a little unhappy, thinking that her junior was playing a trick on her again. Now Su Ling feels very happy. My junior is amazing. I actually guessed more than 90% of the questions correctly. Could this be the legendary god of questions? She had just estimated her score in her mind and it was almost full marks. In this way, I will definitely get a high score in the final judges competition. Soon, the 60 minutes were up. The host said on stage, "Dear students, the time for answering questions is up. Please leave the competition venue in an orderly manner before leaving the computers. The system will automatically calculate the scores." The results on the big screen were hidden and not announced. The organizers took into consideration the afternoon competition and releasing the results now would only affect the mentality of the candidates. When Su Ling walked out slowly, Yu2 was waiting for her at the contestant channel with his hands in his pockets. I was so focused on answering the questions just now that I didn't notice when my junior came out. Seeing the other party waving at her, Su Ling walked over happily and patted the other party's shoulder with her little hand. "Junior, how did you do on the test this time?" "Well enough." Yu2 shrugged his shoulders as usual, his face calm. "Well enough? Is it good or bad?" Seeing that the other party didn't look like he had failed the exam, Su Ling looked at him suspiciously. Is the junior hiding his emotions? Didn't I do well in the exam? It shouldn't be like this. She had marked so many key points for him, and many of the exam questions were the ones her junior classmates had asked her. Thinking about it this way, Su Ling felt that his grades would definitely not be bad. When Su Ling thought of Yu2's technique in predicting the questions, he couldn't help but sigh. "Junior, I think you are awesome." Seeing the other person smile, Yu2 raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" The campus beauty of Soochow University had a strange look on her face. "You guessed so many questions, isn't that amazing?" I was stunned when I was answering the questions just now. If anyone is amazing, it should be you, senior sister. His eyes swept across her face, and Yu2 smiled softly. "Those are questions I don't know how to answer. If you hadn't helped me solve them, I probably wouldn't have even passed the preliminary round." When Su Ling heard the other party praising her, her beautiful big eyes curved into teeth. Which girl doesn't like to be praised by a boy she likes? Who says straight men can't say nice things to please their girlfriends? It just depends on whether he is willing to be coaxed or not. She reached out and naturally pulled Yu2's arm. "Let's go. Let's go eat. We have a game this afternoon." When we arrived at the cafeteria, we saw a large group of students buzzing and discussing their test scores. "Did you see the results on the big screen? How did everyone do on the test?" The big screen was facing away from us. We were so nervous during the exam that we didn't have time to look back. I heard from our teacher that our grades aren't that good, and the top-ranked student seems to be from Huacheng University. Huacheng University? That must be the campus beauty of Soochow University. I didn't expect that she is not only beautiful, but also has such strong competition ability. I wonder who she will choose to team up with in tomorrow's stock practice team competition. They will definitely choose their own school. Doesn't their school have a senior with good grades? I guess they will form a team. The competition didn't prohibit cross-school team formation, so of course we chose the strongest teammates. Su Ling was sipping cream of mushroom soup. When she heard the discussions, the corners of her mouth curled up. In her eyes, her junior is the best teammate. She doesn't want to team up with others. Yu2 put some grilled meat and salad on his plate. The chef in the hotel is a good cook. The barbecue and salad are delicious, at least much better than the food in the school cafeteria. "Lingling, how did you do in the exam?" A playful voice came from the side. When Luo Yan saw the two of them as soon as she entered the restaurant, she trotted over happily, her smug little face raised, and the small mole on her nose looked very lively. Su Ling frowned her beautiful brows, and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. When Luo Yan seemed not to notice, she walked around to Yu2's side and greeted him with a smile. "Handsome boy, nice to see you again. After you added me on WeChat last time, why didn't you chat with me?" Yu2 smiled somewhat awkwardly. The last time when Luo Yan left, the campus beauty of Soochow University gave him a lecture. They say that single male college students today are very dangerous. There are many bad girls in school who like to deceive the feelings of innocent junior students. Let him be careful and cautious. Less than 5 minutes after he added when Luo Yan, he deleted the contact information right under the nose of the campus beauty of Soochow University. Su Ling stood straight like a hen protecting her chicks, looking at the other person with a vigilant look on her face. My junior still has to review and has no time to read the news. This naughty girl, she had already warned the other party on WeChat last time. I didn't expect when Luo Yan to not take it seriously and even want to pester the junior this time? Oh. When Luo Yan stretched out her voice, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed into slits, her gaze darted between the two of them, pausing on Su Ling's nervous face. Now is a good time to cultivate feelings with my junior students during mealtime. As she spoke, when Luo Yan pulled out the chair next to Yu2 and sat directly opposite Su Ling, right next to Yu2. Su Ling stared at her nervously, as if when Luo Yan was a pervert. Yu2 has become a simple and kind little lamb, but if he is not careful, the little lamb will be eaten by the pervert at any time. Chapter 107 How about I be your girlfriend? When Luo Yan's arm was almost touching Yu2. Su Ling frowned and said in a colder tone, "Come here and sit next to me." I don't want to. When Luo Yan reached out and touched her hair, pouting and complaining, "Aren't you a germaphobe? You don't like the smell of my perfume. It's just right that I'm sitting with my junior." As she spoke, when Luo Yan turned her head and winked at Yu2, "Handsome junior, you won't dislike me, right?" "No. I hate it." Yu2 didn't say what was in his mind and moved slightly to the side. The perfume on Wen Luo Yan's body doesn't smell bad, she is as charming and attractive as Blue Rose. But when I was eating, I smelled perfume, as if the food was marinated with perfume, and I had no appetite at all. This picture, in Su Ling's eyes, has another meaning. The junior student did not reject the other party's approach and even made room for her? The campus beauty of Su University was so angry that she couldn't help but clench the hand holding the soup spoon a little. This naughty girl is actually so close to my junior. Still flirting with your junior? You're deliberately lifting your hair. Aren't you afraid that your hair will fall into the plate? Why are you getting so close? The junior student didn't chase her away or say no. Could it be that he likes girls like Wen Luo Yan? Seeing her good friend, whom she had grown up with, looking nervous at the moment, Wen Luo Yan smiled knowingly. Su Ling has been pursued by countless boys since she was in junior high school. Wen Luo Yan had never seen her talk to a boy on her own initiative, let alone eat at the same table with him. Unexpectedly, she was caught on the spot during this competition. Su Ling chatted and laughed with the little boy while having dinner. Ling Ling is actually in love? The angrier she got, the more Wen Luo Yan couldn't help but want to tease her. What junior schoolmate? He is obviously my boyfriend. You still refuse to admit it? It's rare for a good sister to fall in love with someone, so she has to help Su Ling test it out. When Luo Yan glanced at Yu2 who was concentrating on eating, took out her cell phone, opened the chat history and started typing. When Luo Yan, hi. Handsome junior, what is your relationship with Ling Ling? The chat box shows, the other party has turned on friend verification, and you are not her friend yet, please send a friend verification request first. When Luo Yan was dumbfounded. Did they really delete her? She bit her lip and looked at Yu2 sadly. Handsome junior, why did you secretly delete me as a friend? When Luo Yan glanced at Su Ling who was staring at them coldly and said, are you afraid that the campus beauty of Su University will be jealous? Yu2 coughed guiltily. After adding the contact information, he deleted the other party right under the nose of the campus beauty of Soochow University. Now he was caught by the real person and questioned about it in person, he felt a little embarrassed. On the other side, Su Ling's eyes seemed to be holding a knife, and she asked back word by word, why should I be jealous? Aren't you his girlfriend? When Luo Yan blinked, I thought you were in love, aren't you? Fall in love? Girlfriend? Hearing when Luo Yan ask this, Su Ling suddenly felt a little insecure. Are she and her junior in a relationship now? It seems that at most they are more than friends but less than lovers. I heard that when a man and a woman are in love, one of them needs to confess his love to the other first? She has never been in a relationship and doesn't know how to confess to someone. When Luo Yan supported her smooth chin with her left hand and raised her eyebrows, it's good that you're not in a relationship. It just so happens that I like little boys like my junior. since my junior doesn't have a girlfriend. When Luo Yan didn't care at all as Su Ling's gaze became increasingly cold. She smiled at him slyly, touched Yu Tu's arm, and asked, "How about I be your girlfriend?" As soon as Wen Luo Yan finished speaking, Yu Tu was stunned, with a look of confusion on his face. What does this have to do with anything? We were just having a meal, why did someone suddenly want to be my girlfriend? Moreover, this person is the best friend of the campus beauty of Suzhou University? Senior 1, I didn't plan to. Just as Yu Tu was about to say something, Su Ling spoke first. I don't agree. Lingling, you're not his girlfriend, why don't you agree? When Luo Yan raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, besides, your opinion is not important, as long as the handsome junior agrees, isn't it fine? He doesn't like your type. Su Ling said directly. When Luo Yan propped her chin with her left hand, looking unconvinced, what type am I? She was still confident about her appearance, although it was not as outstanding as Su Ling. But as the campus belle of Jiaotong University, when Luo Yan was naturally good-looking, and there were many people chasing after her in the school. Su Ling had a cold and distant look on his face. He glanced up and down at Wen Luo Yan, especially lingering on her chest for a longer time. But she knew that her junior liked girls with slim waists, long legs and good figures. During the interview at Xingqian Group, Yu Tu stared at Tang Xiaoqing. Su Ling still feels aggrieved when she thinks of the scene at that time. Although Wen Luo Yan is very beautiful and looks playful and smart, her figure is much worse than Tang Xiaoqing's. Wen Luo Yan was stunned for a moment when she noticed Su Ling's gaze. She followed the other person's gaze, lowered her head and felt sick. No such thing. It's so heartbreaking. When Luo Yan looked at her little bulge, and then saw the other person's well-developed figure, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Her mother and Su Ling's mother Li Mingzhu have been good friends for many years and they were high school classmates. They got married together and had children together, and her and Su Ling's birthdays were only 2 months apart. Since childhood, Su Ling has been the daughter of someone else's family. She has better grades and is prettier than her, and everyone around her likes her. When Luo Yan was so angry that she almost died because she was always suppressed. She is obviously very good, why can't these people see it? Now being glanced at by Su Ling with a slightly disdainful look, when Luo Yan's competitive spirit was aroused. Lingling, what you said is wrong. People's tastes can change. When Luo Yan curled her lips and glanced at Yu Tu calmly, by the way, I'll go get some food first. What do you like to eat, handsome boy? The food in the hotel is heated at any time. If you take too much at one time, it will get cold after a while and affect the taste. Therefore, students take it as they eat. Let's go get some food. After saying that, when Luo Yan reached out and was about to pull Yu Tu up, Su Ling's face looked very bad. She put down the spoon and said sharply, let's go together. Having said that, he didn't care about Wen Luo Yan's expression and just pulled her up and left. Yu Tu, who was following behind, finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The two women were bickering with each other, and he felt very uncomfortable being caught in the middle. Several people walked to the food area. The fresh roast duck and roast meat have just come out of the oven, and the steaming food exudes an enticing aroma. Beef, lamb, sea cucumber, oysters, lobster. The Chinese food area has braised spare ribs, steamed sea bass, spicy rabbit meat. It is delicious and makes your mouth water. The two girls were hanging around the dessert area, while Yu Tu went directly to the barbecue area. Seeing Yu Tu walking away, Su Ling behind him let go of Wen Luo Yan's arm and wiped his hands in disgust. She frowned and said, Junior is a simple and kind boy. Don't use your previous tricks on him. Having grown up together, she knows the other person's temper too well. Wen Luo Yan has liked competing with her and snatching things from her since she was a child, and wanted to have the same things as her. Whatever she has, Wen Luo Yan must have it too. Whenever a boy liked her at school, Wen Luo Yan couldn't help but want to snatch him away. Chapter 1082 Two Women Confronting Each Other. Lingling, why do you say that? When Luo Yan rubbed her red arm and pretended to be sad, am I this kind of person in your eyes? Besides, you and the handsome junior are not boyfriend and girlfriend, so why do you interfere with his freedom? Su Ling was startled, and replied stiffly, because I am his senior. The other party's defense was weak and feeble, which made Wen Luo Yan feel very funny. He is not the only junior in your school, why don't you care about other people like this? This girl is obviously on guard against her. Su Ling glared at her, this is none of your business. When Luo Yan looked at her without saying anything, her eyes rolling around, Lingling, tell me the truth, do you like him? Like him? Su Ling was stunned. Is she being so obvious? She shook her head in panic and blurted out subconsciously, "I didn't. We are just ordinary classmates. Why are you so anxious to deny it?" When Luo Yan narrowed her eyes and said, "I just asked casually, look how anxious you are." When she smiled, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, like a cunning little fox. "Oh, I'm so hungry." When Luo Yan rubbed her stomach and said, "I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to get food first." He glanced at Yu2 in front of him and quickly followed. Yu2 was standing in front of the roast duck oven, holding a plate and waiting for the chef to slice the duck. This Beijing roast duck is very authentic. The duck is roasted until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a rosy color and a mellow flavor. The charming brown crust has a light aroma of oil, paired with a salty and sweet noodle sauce, refreshing cucumber shreds, spicy and refreshing green onion shreds, and wrapped in a thin layer of pancake. It is simply delicious. Yu2 ordered a few with shredded green onions, and specially rolled 2 without green onions. Then I walked around the Chinese and Western food areas, and my plates were almost full. After he sat down, Su Ling and Wen Luo Yan came back after waiting for 5 minutes. This time, before Wen Luo Yan could sit next to Yu2, Su Ling pulled her away. "Sit next to me. Why are you so stingy?" When Luo Yan snorted, "Junior brother is not your boyfriend. Isn't that right, handsome fellow?" She talked about boyfriends on both sides, which made Su Ling's face turn cold. When Luo Yan didn't care about that. She picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and put it on Yu2's plate. "Handsome junior, eat more meat. Come, try this charcoal grilled beef, it tastes good too." When Luo Yan was very familiar with people, as if she was treating the hotel buffet as her own treat. She raised her eyebrows and glanced at Su Ling, then enthusiastically helped Yu2 pick up some food. "If you don't eat, you look down on me. I haven't touched any of these. Do you dislike me?" When Luo Yan bit her lip, her eyes filled with grievance. "Then I will be sad." She blinked her eyes and looked at Yu2 pitifully, like an abandoned puppy. I was speechless on the way. When Luo Yan chattered non-stop. Su Ling, who was standing by, tightened her grip on the chopsticks. Seeing Wen Luo Yan picking up food for Yu2 as if no one was around, her eyes became increasingly cold. She glared at Yu2 fiercely. His eyes clearly said, "You just eat the food she picked for you? You don't even know how to refuse?" Yu2 shrugged helplessly at her. He also looks innocent. She is obviously the best friend of the campus beauty of Suzhou University, so why is she picking up food for herself? And when Luo Yan said it very nicely, "Junior, I am Ling Ling's good friend. If you reject my kindness, you are slapping Ling Ling in the face. The other party has said so, how can you refuse?" Su Ling glared at him. "Is this a reason? This is obviously an excuse." Watching the two people interacting made her almost mad. When Luo Yan picked up some food for him, but he didn't react. Just eat it directly? Su Ling suddenly remembered that when they first met, she gave Yu2 a Coke and he made things difficult for her and even asked for milk tea. It was a scorching hot day and I walked such a long way before I could buy the milk tea. After buying the milk tea and delivering it, I sprained my foot. Why did he accept it so calmly when he came to Wen Luo Yan? It must be because the other person is good looking that she didn't refuse. They're still treating people differently? He might be feeling very happy being surrounded by two beautiful girls picking up food for him. As expected, all men are pigs. This big bastard. Big color embryo. My eyes go straight when I see beautiful girls. She actually thought that her junior was a simple and dull good boy. I didn't expect that they were all pigs who were blinded by beauty. Su Ling's heart seemed to be erupting like a volcano, but her appearance remained calm and noble. She curled her lips and smiled through gritted teeth. He calmly stretched out his calf, found the right position, lowered his heel, and stepped hard. There was a sudden pain under his feet, and Yu2 took a long breath in pain. Looking at the gnashing teeth expression of the campus beauty of Su University and the gloating expression of Wen Luo Yan, Yu2 rolled his eyes in his heart. Oh my god. How did I provoke Yu2? It is true that women have the most vicious hearts. It is said that 3 women make a drama, but now he is not even able to enjoy 2 women. He pulled his feet back and escaped from the heels of the campus beauty of Su University. Seeing that the other party was still not satisfied, Yu2 quickly picked up the roast duck roll he had prepared earlier and said, "Senior sister, this roast duck roll doesn't have green onions. Try it, it tastes good." Su Ling's cold expression eased slightly. His face was still indifferent, but the corners of his mouth were raised. Seeing you two giving the other person food, when Luo Yan pouted and felt very aggrieved, handsome junior, is only Ling Ling getting a share? But I want to eat too. Seeing the glare from the campus beauty of Soochow University, you two, who was overwhelmed with desire to survive, quickly and politely refused. Senior Wen, you can go to the food section to get it. But I don't want to move. You only care about your senior sister Sue and don't care about me at all. When Luo Yan bit her chopsticks in dissatisfaction, stretched out a white and tender arm, picked up the roast duck roll in front of you two and put it on her own plate. It's okay, senior, I'm generous, you can eat the rest. When Luo Yan picked up the roast duck roll, put it to her mouth and tasted it slowly. She gave Su Ling a look with a smug look on her face that she barely concealed. These lobsters are not bad, handsome boy, you can try them too. Su Ling took a bite of the meatball and said coldly, junior brother doesn't eat seafood. Here, have some salad. The campus beauty of Soochow University picked up some salad and piled it on you two's plate. As he said this, he glared at you two, you just eat what she picks for you, and you must eat what I pick for you. When Luo Yan saw that she didn't want to do it anymore and immediately picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and put it on you two's plate. The two girls were at loggerheads. You come and I go, neither of you giving in. Handsome junior, this piece of braised pork is good. Junior, the steak is very tender, try it. Handsome junior, have some pizza. Junior, eat pasta. Looking at the mountain of food in front of him, you two felt numb. He was just an innocent victim of the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. The battle over there is still going on, filled with smoke. Ling Ling, how can you eat sushi without wasabi? Here, give it to you. Here, when Luo Yan just squeezed a tube of wasabi sauce on the sushi of the campus beauty of Soochow University. Yen, don't you like spicy food? Add more. On the other side, the campus beauty of Soochow University was not to be outdone and directly sprinkled a bottle of chili powder on the opponent's fried chicken nuggets. No. Are you two really good friends? You two took a deep breath, folded his arms and leaned back quietly. It's so dangerous when two women become jealous of each other. The two people over there seemed to have noticed something and turned around. Don't mind it, Junior. We are used to it. Yes. Ling Ling and I have been close since we were young. Don't you agree, Ling Ling? You two narrowed his eyes and leaned back. Really? You two look doubtful, I don't believe it. Before you two say this, can you please put down your hands that are pinching each other's arms and stuffing hot sauce into each other's mouths? Chapter 109, When Luo Yan is not convinced and flirts. The contestants who were watching this scene seemed to be frozen in place. Then, like a drop of water splashing in a hot oil pan, the whole restaurant began to boil. Isn't that the campus belle of Huacheng University, Sude? Isn't the other one Wen Luo Yan, the campus beauty of Jiaotong University? Why are they at the same table? Two beautiful schoolgirls are serving food to this boy? Who is this guy? I'm totally stunned. Rumor has it that this Soochow University beauty is aloof and has misophobia? Why is she eating the food that someone else picked for her? Am I hallucinating? The campus beauty of Soochow University not only eats other people's food, but also personally picks up food for them? Compared with the shocked students from other schools, several students from Huacheng University looked numb and indifferent. I knew it would be like this. Show. Show your love every day. They have all gotten used to it at Huacheng University. These two people are either delivering milk tea during military training or playing teasing cosplay in the library. Now that they're out for the competition, they're still not quiet. Humph. The senior students of Huacheng University crossed their arms, waiting to see the show. They have already eaten a lot of dog food from the campus beauties of Soochow University at school, and now it is the turn of people from other schools to be harmed. The students of Jiaotong University were also dumbfounded. In their eyes, the energetic goddess, School Beauty 1, was actually jealous of a student from another school. And the object of his jealousy is the campus belle of Huacheng University, Sude. The campus beauties of Wenzhou University have always been very picky and would not even look at anyone who wasn't at the school hunk S level. Don't worry, you don't know the personality of our Wenda campus beauty yet. She is a very unapproachable person in school, like a thorny rose. Before, there was a rich second generation who pursued her, and the campus beauty of Wenzhou University told him to go home and look in the mirror. No matter how much you are moved, they will just wave their sleeves and not take away a single cloud. A student from another school interrupted and said, "Isn't this the behavior of a scumbag?" He was immediately besieged by a group of Jiaotong University students. What scumbag? That's called personality, okay? Our school beauty's first kiss is still here. Besides, can you call her a scumbag when it comes to beautiful school beauties? Who can avoid being a scumbag these days? Who can avoid being scumbag? There were also students who were familiar with Wen Luoyan's personality and expressed their feelings. The thorny campus beauty of Wen University has become so approachable? Who would believe it if I told them? Now she is actually eating the leftovers from the bowl of an ordinary student from another school, and she is enjoying it? Students from other schools were envious and some secretly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. This brother is awesome. One school beauty is not enough, he wants two? My goddess is actually someone else's bootlicker? I can't accept it. What a bastard. How dare you two timing? Feeling the tangible murderous intent and resentment coming from all around him, Yu2 got goosebumps on his arms. Is this the murderous aura mentioned in TV dramas? So scary. Senior. He quickly stopped the two people who were fighting each other. If you don't eat now, the food will get cold. If he lets the two school beauties continue to fight, everyone in the restaurant will jump up and beat him up. Yu2 doesn't want to be in the social news. Didn't you hear everyone around you calling him a scumbag and a two-timing beast? Hearing Yu2 call to stop, Su-Ling calmly let go of his hand and wiped it with a tissue in disgust. She lifted up the strands of hair on the side of her head gracefully, as if what had just happened was an illusion. On the other side, when Luoyan's fair face had turned red, she rubbed her face and blinked her charming eyes, looking very innocent. Handsome Junior, I'm a very good boy. I'm not like some people who are mean all the time. This sentence caused a cold look from the campus beauty of Su University. Snort. Cut. The two looked at each other and turned their heads away at the same time. When Luoyan warned you too seriously, handsome junior, I'm telling you, you must be careful when looking for a girlfriend. You must not marry a woman who has a bad temper and is jealous and petty. You're so gentle, it would be very hard if you found the wrong girlfriend. As he said this, he glanced towards the campus beauty of Suzhou University, and his meaning was very clear. Su-Ling immediately retorted, we are picky people and cannot drink 10,000-year-old tea. You. When Luoyan was furious. This stinky lingling actually dared to talk about her tea? Or is it 1,000-year-old tea? The corners of Yu2's mouth twitched slightly. Are these two school beauties poisonous? She is my best friend who grew up with me. Who would believe me if I told others about it? With the extent to which you two fight with each other, he wouldn't doubt that you are enemies. There's a lot of sarcasm in his words. Are all girls' best friends so scary? When Luoyan couldn't win against the campus beauty of Suzhou University, so she turned her attention to you two. Handsome Junior, how did you feel about this exam? If you have any questions, you can ask me. I'll give you the hotel room number in a moment. There was a hint of coldness in Su-Ling's eyes. He reached out and picked up the juice on the table, trying to calm down. As soon as he picked up the cup, someone held him down. The juice is too cold. Yu2 didn't explain. He reached out and took a cup of hot milk and placed it in front of her. Drink this, I just brought it. The hot milk was still steaming, and the sweet aroma was spreading everywhere. Su-Ling glanced at him and suddenly reacted. She was still in those few days. She was in excruciating pain yesterday, but today she was so angry with Wen Luoyan that she actually forgot about it. The junior student actually remembered these little details all the time, and Su-Ling felt very sweet inside. There was a hint of smile in her eyes, and she whispered, "Thank you, Junior." Neither of them spoke anymore. One of them held the cup and drank hot milk in small sips, while the other continued to eat the food on the plate. But when Luoyan clearly felt that there was an unspoken tacit understanding between the two people, permeating the air. She curled her lips, somewhat unhappy. His long almond-shaped eyes rolled around, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and he kicked off his shoes calmly. A white and tender little foot stretched out from underneath and quietly stepped on the other's calf. She didn't think there was anything good about this boy before. Although she looks a bit handsome, she has had many handsome suitors over the years. After when Luoyan attracted the rich and talented man and won his heart, she began to feel bored. Before, she just saw that Su-Ling was particularly concerned about this boy, so she wanted to come over and tease him. Unexpectedly, Yu2 was neither enthusiastic nor cold towards her. Su-Ling didn't notice it, but she knew that this boy didn't even look at her. Wen Luoyan has seen many men's eyes. There is admiration and desire, but rarely is it like him, neither salty nor bland, neither cold nor hot. No. He also has a warm side, but it's not towards her. This made Wen Luoyan a little unconvinced. Why were so many things always Su Ling's? Isn't she good enough? Isn't she, Wen Luoyan, worthy? She wanted to snatch away what Su Ling cared about, even just once. When Luoyan's eyes flashed, and her white and tender feet slid up along the other's calves under the table. Ahem. Yu2, who was cleaning the plate, almost choked to death on the food in his mouth. Yu2 felt something strange on his legs and got goosebumps all over his back. Oh my god, what is going on? Sister, is this really okay for you? At first he thought someone kicked him accidentally, but he didn't expect the kick to become more and more excessive. Yu2 pulled his calf back a little, and the little foot immediately followed. He is really persistent. Yu2 held his forehead and was speechless. Why must he have to bear the war between two women? When he looked up, Wen Luoyan was looking at him with a smug look on her face, and she even winked at him playfully when she saw him looking at her. The smooth skin of the toes is attached to the calf. Hiss. Holy shit. Who can stand this? Chapter 110, Fatal Question. Yu2 was hunched over, feeling both pain and happiness. His legs were too long and the table was too narrow, so he couldn't get out of the way. Su Ling was drinking milk in small sips when she suddenly heard Yu2 from the opposite side cough. He lowered his head and took a deep breath in a strange way. She looked to the side in confusion, and happened to see Wen Luoyan throwing a seductive look at Yu2. Feeling something was wrong for some reason, Su Ling lowered his eyes alertly and looked under the table. All I saw was a pair of bare, tender little feet happily chasing the boy's dodging legs below. Wherever the opponent hides, my feet will chase him there. What's even more outrageous is that the restless foot kept rubbing the other's leg. Seeing this scene, Su Ling's whole temperament changed. His eyebrows were slightly raised, and his eyes were cold, like a hunter sharpening his knife. She pursed her lips, gently stretched out her calves, gathered her strength, and kicked outwards with the tip of her shoe. Whoosh sound. A beautiful pair of crystal-heeled leather shoes flew out and slid a long way from the ground. Bang! It landed next to the table leg 5 meters away. The students who were eating at the table were stunned and started shouting. Oh my god! Whose shoes are these? Which beauty's shoes fell off? It's still the crystal heels, size 36? Isn't it cold out here? Don't pick it up. Who knows if it has athlete's foot? When Luoyan heard the sound and looked down, and found that there was nothing under the table. When he raised his head, he met the gaze of the campus beauty of Su University and a mocking sneer on her face. Su Ling. After the cut, the little face turned liver color. What are you shouting? The campus beauty of Suzhou University drank the last sip of milk with a calm expression, took out a tissue and wiped the corners of her mouth elegantly. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Since your shoes have fallen, why don't you go pick them up? After saying that, Su Ling stood up, picked up her small shoulder bag, and reached out to push away Wen Luoyan, who was jumping on one leg. She grabbed Yu2's wrist and said calmly, Junior, let's go. At the restaurant door, Yu2 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wen Luoyan is so difficult to deal with. If we let the other party continue to act like this, something big might happen. There are so many people in the restaurant. It would be so embarrassing if he was discovered. People would think he was a disgusting person. Fortunately, the campus beauty of Suzhou University came to the rescue. However, Yu2 keenly felt that the campus beauty of Suzhou University seemed a little angry. The campus beauty of Suzhou University did not take the elevator directly, but walked out of the restaurant door and went straight out. Although Yu2 looked confused, he didn't say anything and followed the other person. The scenery of the resort is very beautiful. In the golden autumn of October, the leaves of the ginkgo trees have begun to turn golden. A smooth and wide asphalt road spreads out, and 2 rows of red maple trees extend into a red and yellow ribbon. The campus beauty of Su University said nothing and walked along the road. Yu2 followed behind and keenly felt that the other party was very angry. If he spoke now, would the campus beauty of Su University vent her anger on him? Senior. Su Ling stopped and turned to look at him. Junior, is the food Wen Luoyan picked delicious? Wow. The first question you ask is a life-threatening one. If he dared to say it was delicious, would he be taken directly to the crematorium? Yu2 immediately responded, it's not delicious. Then why are you eating so happily? No, it's like a lump in my throat. Eating it is a sign of respect for the food. The campus beauty of Suzhou University said oh and glanced over. Is Wen Luoyan very beautiful? If a girl asks you who is prettier, her or her best friend, how can I answer to pass the test successfully? If the answer is pretty, she will definitely say, you think my best friend is pretty, do you like her? If the answer is not pretty, what's not pretty about her? What's your taste? U2 said seriously and decisively, I'm sorry, senior sister, I'm a little face blind, and I can't tell whether she is beautiful or not, but I know that senior sister must be very beautiful. The campus beauty of Suzhou University glanced at him and snorted slightly. Are her feet nice? This should be nice to look at. How dare you say it looks good? The campus beauty of Suzhou University immediately gave him a glare. Really? Is it white? Is it smooth? Is it tender? I don't know about the whiteness, smoothness, and tenderness. After all, I have never touched it. But the feet of a girl I touched once were indeed white, smooth, and tender. My junior even touched someone else's feet. Who is it? How come she didn't know? This big pig's hoof, she actually helped him out. She wanted to see who was making him linger like this. The campus beauty of Suzhou University was like a little hedgehog that had exploded. She glared at U2 fiercely, then continued walking forward with a stern face without saying a word. After thinking about it and still not feeling relieved, Su Ling stopped walking and turned back to glare at him. Have you ever touched a girl's feet? Yes, twice. U2 nodded, stroking his chin and recalling, to be honest, it's quite unforgettable. Twice? The other person looked at her teasingly, with an expression that seemed to be smiling. Su Ling suddenly reacted. Is this talking about herself? Her face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck, and her heart was boiling like a boiling pot. Su Ling couldn't help but think of the scene of spraining her ankle twice. The first was that during the military training in my freshman year, I was delivering water to my junior, but he made things difficult for me. After drinking water, I also drink Coke, and after drinking Coke, I also drink iced milk tea. The milk tea shop was too far away from the military training ground, and Su Ling ran too fast and twisted her ankle. When Su Ling called her over and took out the tube of smelly ointment, she was still a little unhappy. In the end, U2 forcefully pressed her down on the chair and applied the medicine to her. Another time, two people worked part-time at Xingchen Group. She deliberately wore a professional suit and black stockings, and U2's eyes widened when he saw her. Su Ling was very proud at that time. As a result, I was not used to wearing high heels for the first time, and I sprained my ankle after a while, which was really embarrassing. The charming and ambiguous scene in the office came to my mind again. The temperature on her face, which had just dropped, began to rise again, and Su Ling's face turned as red as a peach blossom. You touched it, so what? You still say you miss it? This big pervert. U2 raised his eyebrows with a hint of smile in his eyes. Su Ling turned around and glared at him, her ears red, and turned her head away awkwardly. The two walked along the asphalt road for a while. The campus beauty of Su University was tired and sat on an armchair by the roadside. She turned her head to look at the scenery on the side, but the corner of her eye would slip to the side from time to time like a cat's tail. U2 laughed secretly in his heart, and seeing her proud expression, he couldn't help but want to tease her. Senior, were you jealous just now? I don't. Su Ling answered simply, then turned sideways and turned to look at the red maple tree on the side of the road. Why is she jealous? She is not related to U2. What qualifications and status does she have to be jealous? Didn't he when Luo Yan say that she was not his junior's girlfriend and had no right to interfere in his affairs? But when Su Ling saw Wen Luoyan picking up food for U2, talking to him in an intimate tone, and even teasing him with her feet, she felt inexplicably unhappy and a sour taste in her heart. It felt like someone secretly connected to your home Wi-Fi. How abominable. This is simply unbearable.